come back from a 3-0 deficit, but they had a very nice attempt at least.
Yeah, like it was interesting to see. Obviously, they went. It was so close though, and so many times. It's just unfortunately got shut down like that. Why don't we have a look at some of those highlights as well, where you can see some of the key rounds that allowed G2 to actually pick up such an important matchup here.
Yeah, great performance though from Kinguin. At least we saw the first map, and despite them getting okay in terms of rounds, we were kind of like, not a great map for them. Not a great map. They had a bit of an abysmal T side, only got a couple for themselves. So now moving on to this one, I was very impressed that this is the thing. Yeah, oh, we missed it, but yeah, that was the awful thing I talked about earlier. But yeah, as obviously they had a bit of a shambles on the first map. Coming to this one, I'm far more impressed with Kinguin's performance. Unfortunately, it won't be enough to get themselves any points. It's going to be G2 2-0ing tonight, surprisingly, to take both maps away. And actually, I'm sure that's going to affect the standings. I'm sure we'll have a look at it in a minute when they're updated. And so I'm very interested to see where they are in the placings now, because obviously I think they'd only won one map in the series so far before.
It's true. This is going to affect them quite heavily, obviously, boosting them up. Kinguin were pretty low down the table.
They were 13th, yeah.
So they actually get to get quite a few points on the board off that. A 2-0 is very important to actually push your way up.
Especially in this, this kind of stage, halfway through EPL, there is still time for G2 to be able to bring it back. If they do, for example, what NiP are doing at the moment and start smashing their way through and not dropping maps in series, there's a good chance they could actually pull themselves back into the top 6 to qualify for LAN. If not, if they continue to have the performance that they've had in the earlier stages of EPL, obviously they're not going to make it. So it's very important they start now.
Yeah, like this is kind of the go point for them. Obviously, the difference maker with NiP is that's now 6 in a row they've picked up. This is Kinguin getting, G2 actually getting 2 wins, but very, very shaky. They weren't by any means dominant at all.
Against the team in 13th place. At least the wins that NiP have been getting have been above, teams above them in the placings.
Yeah, that's true. That's kind of the most important factor there as well. And they've been more sort of actually fairly dominant wins coming out for NiP. They're getting better by time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of them have been close, but most of them have been fairly strong. You're 16-10, 16-7 wins. So I'd say for a team that lost the first 6 matches of Pro League, and frankly have been abysmal since the end of last year, I'm very impressed by their performance so far.
It's true. Let's have a look overall with today's results, though, and see what went down not only on our stream, but also on the main stream. Oh, interestingly enough, actually, if we take a look at that, the big one that stands out, obviously, FaZe versus Astralis, right?
Yeah.
You got the 16-9 FaZe winning that out over on Nuke. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and Astralis picking up Inferno as well, so still showing that these two teams are so equal, even after the great performance from both of them at IAM. I'm also looking at the Mouse one. Mouse currently at the top of the table. A lot of people saying it's undeserved. Obviously, most of their wins actually being after Nico's departure and still performing very well, but actually coming against a very shaky VP, who we actually saw lose 2-0 in the series against Hellraisers yesterday, and now coming back and beating the top team. Very impressive from VP.
That's pretty crazy, yeah. VP looked so bad yesterday. They weren't playing to the best of their ability. It was not the VP we're used to seeing.
No.
It was basically just the snack show. And obviously coming in there, being able to lock it down, that's pretty cool to see them sort of return to form. Yeah. It's good as well because that also will shift the standings. So if we have a look at those and see where things are going to be lining up after today's results. Look how much that's been affected actually by these results. That's crazy.
But look at G2, still at the very, very bottom. I didn't think they were going to be shifted up by much, but I thought they'd at least move a spot. They're still below Kinguin with a 3-8 scoreline. So yeah, I was right. Only having won one match before today. Kinguin currently 4-8, so not great. But yeah, North back in first now. Mousesport's actually forced down by that scoreline earlier, and North obviously boosted up by the fact that they won both their maps today. So it's interesting to see the 2 Danish teams, or 2 of the 3, up in the very top tier of them the standings so far.
Yeah, that's actually very crazy how much that shifted things. Very awesome to see that coming into effect there. Pretty wild. Guys, if you are just tuning in, unfortunately the show is basically over, but if you did miss out on stuff, you can always head over to our YouTube channel, get the VODs there, subscribe, and whilst you're there, Hugo, what do you want to do?
Ring that bell.
You got to ring the bell, guys. That's how you get your way in. Obviously, I love ringing bells. It's a good pastime. You might enjoy it, so get on it. It's worth doing it. And I mean, that's the thing overall, though. Obviously, these games were so crazy. All the way throughout the week, we've had some very interesting stuff. I mean, what's kind of been the most important one in your mind?
Of matches we've casted, or just matches in general? I think the VP HR game was huge. I think the 2-0, the fact that HR from then on proved that they could be a contender, I think, in my opinion, that was a great one.
That's pretty crazy, right? Because that's the thing. With VP actually beating Mouse today, Hellraisers then beating them out in a very effective scoreline yesterday.
Yeah.
It kind of actually makes you wonder where Hellraisers going to end up at the end of the season.
Exactly. It was 2 16-10s, very dominant performances over on Cash and Mirage. So I'm actually really interested to see if Hellraisers are going to continue to keep their spot up in the top 5 or if they're going to fall short.
very, very interesting stuff. Unfortunately, guys, that is all we have time for. But while we're not going to be here for a couple of days, why don't you guys play some ESEA pugs, get some gaming on, and just use some of those top tips we showed you throughout the week. Those flashbangs, they're going to be pretty useful, Hugo. But unfortunately, that is everything. We're donezo for today. Thank you for tuning in. See you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code!
2 headshots in a row, and Phoenix about to bring it back now, all on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico, oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive, Taco once closer, AW getting done! He's looking for him, he's gonna get a hit by headshot again! Oh my god!
ESL Pro. League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Pro League North America Division. It is Season 5, match day number 15, the last match day of this week. And there's been a lot going on in the Counter-Strike scene at the moment. A lot of changes through all of these teams. Maybe not necessarily affecting the ones that we're going to be seeing on stream tonight, but definitely is shaping up to be a very, very interesting time in the next couple of months of CSGO.
Yeah, I mean, everything's thrown into chaos. I love it. Some people may not love it as much, but it just means that there is going to be a few more changes. People are going to be unsettled. They're going to have to change things up, and that just means more for us to learn as well.
More for us to learn, more for us to watch, and more for us to enjoy. Be particularly interesting, I think, again, we're going to be touching on the Australian side of things, but Renegades having those roster changes, Yam coming back here to Australia, just when Renegades was starting to maybe look a little bit better than they had been, that could really change things for them now, give potentially a chance for some of these lower tier teams to overtake them. I mean, Winterfox, we're seeing them on stream tonight, we're seeing Luminosity on stream tonight. Luminosity at the moment a little bit above those guys, but Winterfox, I don't know, if they can get some wins here, which I find unlikely, then they can potentially start to jump up those standings. But having a look at how things are going, SK, who's really surprised to see them up there at 10-0. Cloud9, Team Liquid, NRG, maybe I would be coming into this one. If you had said NRG was going to be in 4th, I probably would have said, okay, that would be a little bit surprising to me. I probably would have said Optic in 4th, but in saying that, definitely looking fairly standard across the board there. Nothing really jumps out to me and goes, okay, well, why is that team there, or why is such and such a team down that low, or etc.
And as we're hitting the halfway point in the league, it's important to note, NRG, they've had easier opposition compared to other teams, say Liquid, say Optic. They've had to verse easier opposition so they can get the points. Their 2 map losses have come off defeats from Liquid as well as Complexity. Complexity was very early on in the season, and Complexity are currently sitting at the lower part of the leaderboard.
Yep.
Otherwise, the critical 2-0 over Optic Gaming was a sign of things to come, and
Potentially.
well, it is a good sign of things to come, especially given the statistics of how some of the players are performing.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing NRG up later today. Starting off the stream, though, Luminosity and Winterfox. If you're looking for Misfits, SK, that's over on the main stream. Renegades and Selfless after that. But for us in the evening, or later on tonight, I suppose, is going to be Immortals and NRG. And I definitely think that is a good one to watch, because Immortals, we were sort of touting them as the second best Brazilian team in the region. Kind of looked like they had a little bit over Luminosity, and then at the moment they're sort of sitting actually behind Luminosity. But here's a good chance for them to get some good points on the board. NRG's not going to be an easy task, but I think that one could go 1-1. It could go 2-0 either way as well, depending on which team turns up. But I think maybe time now to sort of have a look back, or have a little bit of a sort of a analysis, I suppose, of how Winterfox and Luminosity is going to go here, because that is our first match on this stream, and to me, this is not a match that should go 2 or 1-1. Should be a 2-0 for Luminosity.
Easy 2-0 as well. Every single time I see Luminosity play, just solid T-half, execute well, going together as a team, and they back it up with a great defensive hold on the CT half to strangle out the T side. Winterfox, they know what they're doing on the T side. They can get map control. We see on the execution-based maps, they're able to get the leads on the T side. They're able to make their way into the bomb sites as well very easily. They look great. And then on the CT side, they completely fall apart. We looked towards Cage last week, where on the T side, they looked a lot better. They didn't go down at least 16-3, which was a big potential. But then when they went to Overpass, I believe they took a 10-5 lead in their own T side, and they were still unable to convert that to a victory.
Yeah, definitely, I guess, something of a situation that maybe comes over from the Australian scene, where a lot of the teams quite decent on their T sides, but the T sides are the ones that sort of let them down. So if they want to make their way through to the final, maybe they do have to brush up on those CT sides, though. It is going to be a difficult task for those guys on Winterfox. Luminosity, though, maybe they can make their way through to the final. Maybe you can make your way through to the final as well. If you'd like to go, check out proleague.com/Dallas, and you can find all the information there, get your tickets there as well, and potentially go have a bit of fun with the pros there over in Dallas. Don't know who else is going to be there. Probably a few other cool people. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, there'll be lots of cool people there, so it will increase your esports reputation if you make it.
Oh, your E-rep?
E-rep. It's always important to increase the E-rep.
That's how you get all the E-girls, right?
Maybe for you, Elfish.
Maybe.
I just know that your E-rep is very, very high.
Oh, you reckon?
Whenever you head to Asia, I just hear great stories.
Oh, right, okay. I don't know
Elfish,
if you're lying. You're lying through your teeth.
I am not lying through my teeth. I've heard the great stories on how Elfish goes and gets all the girls in Asia.
Okay, well,
That's mainly from Sandman, though.
Yeah, let's go a little bit away from this topic because I'm now feeling a little bit embarrassed. But Luminosity and Winterfox, we'll draw it back there. We'll bring it back to Counter-Strike here. I've said I think it's a 2-0 for Luminosity. I think you're very much in the same opinion as me.
Yes, Luminosity just looking stronger on the T half and the CT half. It's all going to boil down to the CT half for both teams.
Yep.
They both have the ability to execute well, but Winterfox, their biggest weakness is just holding onto the bomb sites. They're just unable to do so. Every single time it just feels like, yeah, they start off so well, and they just get completely shut out.
Yeah, well, let's have a look and see how things are stacking up individually between the players. And, well, you have to say it's looking a little bit more favourable there for Luminosity. 3 players above 1.0 KD, 1 at almost 1.0 KD SHZ. And, like, it's just, you know, you can't draw too many conclusions from stats generally, but to have players that are fragging like that and the ADR like that, it just looks a lot better than what you see over on the side for Winterfox, which admittedly, it's not awful. Like, it's not like they're just getting outplayed by everyone and they're getting absolutely wrecked, but it's just not quite the same as Luminosity. So here for Winterfox, we will need to see them step up and play above what we generally sort of expect from them, what their average performance would be. They need to really play well tonight to have a good one against Luminosity. And they did play recently up against Immortals. They had an okay time. They did go down 2-0, but they did get 14 rounds on one map, and I think somewhere
11.
around 11,
It was
yeah.
16, 14, 6, and 11 towards
So
Immortals.
that's not too bad of a result in reality. And if they can sort of show up like that, maybe they can have a challenge against Luminosity. But if they don't, if they show up like we do sometimes see them and they just don't play so well, Luminosity is going to be far and away the better team here.
Yeah, it depends on who starts on the T side. If Luminosity start on the T side and Winterfox don't come roaring out of the gates, then there are serious problems with Winterfox.
Yep.
We've seen time and time again, they struggle on their CT side. Luminosity, the key for both teams, as well as Luminosity and Winterfox, is all 5 of their members need to perform as a unit, which is normally something I don't say. Normally I go, it's the core 3, expect to step up. But Luminosity, we saw it from their previous games on Cobblestone, against Misfits especially. They didn't do anything special. It wasn't fancy, it was just solid Counter-Strike. They came in together as a unit. Each one of them, you know, got 1 or 2 kills, chimed in, and with that group effort, were able to take Misfits down.
Yeah.
And Misfits, I would argue, a much stronger opponent than the current Winterfox lineup.
Oh, for sure. I don't think there's even really needing to be an argument about that because they're doing much better at the moment in the Pro League season. Overall, throughout everything that they've been playing, they're playing a little bit better than Winterfox right now, and I think generally most people would expect them to have a bit of a better time than Winterfox. So here tonight, the keys for Winterfox, I think we sort of saw last week a little bit. Raz was stepping up more than he had been early on in the season. He is obviously the new member here for them, and if he can continue to, well, I suppose it wasn't good form, it wasn't excellent form, but it was better than what it had been. And if he can continue to build on that, I think that's a key part of the success for Winterfox here tonight, if they can get that working.
And a big part as well is Imagine's success in the last couple of games. Before we saw Imagine struggling a lot more. Now he's coming back and he's getting kills on the board. No longer sitting at 5 or 6 kills over an entire 30-map game. He was the one who was, you know, going out, making the plays, getting the 2 or 3 kills, and that was the difference. That's what I felt like was a difference for Winterfox. They were able to bring it back a lot closer. Sure, unable to take the victory, but at the very least, if Imagine's starting to have a good time, all the players want to follow that lead.
Yep.
They want to have a good time. They're all going to fire up. Hopefully Raz, maybe even APOC as well.
Yeah. In saying that, though, it is going to be a very difficult task here for Winterfox, even if they are on their game, particularly for Raz going in that AWP versus AWP matchup against Yell from Luminosity. Like, it's such a difficult task because Yell is a very, very dominant player at times.
He's consistent as well. Yell doesn't really miss. Raz, when he's on, you know, we're able to see him get 1, get 2, get 3, starting to show some glimpses of brilliance. But for Yell, he's just Mr. Consistent, just hitting the AWP shots. He'll be able to just hold a line. All right, you peek this line, I'll get you. I can trade out my teammates. I'm not going to miss those shots, not going to drop the ball. And Luminosity is great at just going, all right, if we lose the first member, at the very least, we can make the trades work in our way.
Yeah. So
And
definitely,
that's the scary part for me.
And I think the important thing you mentioned a little bit earlier on was who's going to start on the T side here of Cobblestone. I don't know whose map pick it is, but obviously the other side gets the map, or the side choice. So if it is Winterfox that is able to start off here on the T side, that's, I think, going to work a little bit more in their favor. But if they do have to start off on the CT side, that's where we will see them start to struggle. And that's where we will start to see Luminosity get a little bit ahead and really start to put the boot into Winterfox, essentially.
Yeah, I do believe Luminosity did struggle on their own CT side as well against Misfits.
Right.
So it's not a clear shutout case for either team, depending on who starts CT or T side. It's all up to, okay, how well can Winterfox do on the T side? Do they get enough rounds? We've seen them get 10 rounds on the T side and yet still drop the game. They're just unable to close it out on the CT side. Hopefully, they've done the work. They put in, I guess, the VOD reviews, gone over what can go better. They just have to play controlled aggression. They don't need to try to take the fight all the time towards Luminosity. They just wait around, let Luminosity come towards them, set up good crossfires, and let their aim do the talking.
All right, well, we'll have to see whether or not they're going to be able to do that. On the second map, though, on Cache, I mean, okay, let's just draw that back a little bit. Of the two maps here, which one do you think Winterfox has the best chance on?
Most likely Cbble. Cache, I'm not sure whose pick it is, but Winterfox really struggled on the CT side, and that makes me scared.
Yeah.
They struggled last week and they lost at 16-6, which is, I think they went down 12-3 on their own CT half.
Right. 3
rounds of the CT half is just not good enough.
No, not on any map, really, at all. So if you're only getting 3 rounds, even on any map, on any half, it's not going to be good enough. So we do need to see something here from Winterfox. They need to step up. Now's the time. They don't have any more time to play with. We probably said that last week as well about them. They need to get 2 zeros on the board if they're going to have any chance of even qualifying through to the finals. I don't even know if it's possible statistically or technically. But Luminosity, they're in a good spot here right now. They should 2-0 this one tonight. They should be able to put themselves a little bit further up. Currently sort of sitting around the middle of the pack, but they could get themselves even higher.
Yeah, that's their overall goal. They're sitting above Immortals, as a matter of fact. And we were talking about how the 3 Brazilian teams, I still say Immortals are stronger. And I go back to the point, the teams that Immortals have taken down compared towards the teams that Luminosity have versed are different caliber opponents.
Right.
Immortals have had a harder time compared to Luminosity. And Luminosity just have capitalized on the rest of the middle of the pack as well as lower pack games.
Yeah.
They're able to take 2 zeros. They don't really go 1-1. They go, it's either a clean sweep or they fight valiantly against the better teams and unable to take any maps.
Yeah. So in this case, it probably should be a clean sweep here.
It should be.
Luminosity. I honestly would be quite surprised to see Winterfox being able to step up into this one. Luminosity, to me, is a very high caliber opponent for them. A lot of the teams that we've been seeing them up against in the last couple of weeks, for example, like Rush, they're down towards the bottom as well. So you can see Winterfox, when they get up against a team of a similar sort of a skill level, they do have a reasonable time. They do go 1-1. But to me, these two teams are quite far apart in terms of skill, in terms of the rankings, and I honestly think that this shouldn't be particularly difficult for Luminosity. So I'm sort of putting them in my good books. I'm saying 2-0 here, but Winterfox, we'd love to see them step up here and compete, and they did do that last week against Immortals, so it's not like that this is completely a blowout from the get-go, but they will need to start off well because they are somewhat of a momentum-based team. If they can really start to get going, particularly Raz, I think, if he can just get going straight off the bat, that momentum is going to flow through and he's going to start to have a bit of a better time. But if he just misses a few warp shots to start off with, gets absolutely dominated by Luminosity, that's when we'll start to see him really have a negligible impact.
And I'd like to see Winterfox deal with that by picking up all rifles. If they realize that Raz's AWP is not making an impact, find someone who believes they can make an impact with the AWP, or just get rifles. We can see that AK-47s can blow away a bomb site. You can take out all the CTs much faster.
Yep.
You miss a shot, that's all right. You still got the second and third shot to try to calibrate aim and spray down your opponent and do damage. If you miss an AWP shot, you're caught out in the open for a long time. And that is very costly towards not only your economy, but as well as your pick potential.
Yeah, and it's not like Raz is a terrible rifler either. He does have a pretty decent time. Again, I feel as though it comes down to whether or not he fires up. But I would say I agree with you. If the AWP's not working, get your hands on the rifle. It's a bit cheaper. See how you can go with that, and maybe things work out a little bit better for you. But the ideal scenario here for Winterfox is that Raz is going nuts with the AWP. EMAG is getting 1 or 2 kills every round, being consistent. And then the other guys, they just have to have their star rounds where they might get 2 or 3 or 4 kills in sort of a super important round. But they don't necessarily need to be the ones to get every single frag, right? To me, it feels as though APOC and Ofnu are playing at their best when they can have a massive impact in 1, 2, or 3 rounds of the entire map, as opposed to having to consistently carry their team through the win.
Winterfox need to channel a little bit of what Luminosity do. They got to play slow. They got to play consistently, which is something Winterfox don't do. They play well, and then they just play terribly in the next round. Right. And then they play well. You just go, oh, it could be hopes, could be signs yet, and they drop the ball, and you just go, well, where was the Winterfox of the previous map? It's a never-ending vicious cycle, which is a roller coaster ride of emotions.
Yep.
Which is what you don't get for Luminosity. You just go, Luminosity are going to come in, They're going to do the job, just strolling towards a bomb site. If they don't make it work out, they try harder, they try again.
Alrighty, well, here we go into Cobblestone. Time to find out who's starting on what side and who's going to be able to come out here with the advantage. Winterfox is starting on the T side. I think that's going to be favorable for them as opposed to starting on the CT side, but they have to make something of it. You can't just say, okay, it's nice for them to start on T and then not have them follow up. They need to get something here. They need to win the pistol. They need to get off to a good start and probably go 3-0 up here.
And then continue that dominating form towards their CT side. Additionally, B side attack commencing. Showtime being pressured on the statue, blinded out, nearly gets the headshot, won't be able to land. Winterfox still haven't taken anyone out yet. Showtime's been left unchecked for a very long time, but a 2-4-2 trade, imagine. That's what we're talking about. Needs to come in and get the early kills.
Yeah, 2 for Offnu as well. It's just Pickle left alive here, but they've left him to get out of the drop room and make his way on towards the site. Offnu faking the plant once again, and he is going to spot in towards Pickle, but that proves to be his undoing as Offnu is going to be dropped there. And now APOC, he's got a big job to do. Maybe this is going to be one of those rounds that we talked about. He drops Pickle down to 1 HP. Nice headshot from him. And APOC clutches out the round 1 versus 1. So a good start for Winterfox. It wasn't perfect. It looked a little bit shaky. They allowed it to go down to that 1 versus 1. But in the end, they do get the round win fairly convincingly. It didn't look like APOC was going to lose that one. And they'll buy into this. And now, what they need to do is make sure that they don't lose the anti-eco.
Rounds around, Winterfox going to be happy. 3 MAC-10s to try to increase their economical advantage. Luminosity forcing. They have a scout and Showtime, as well as 2 5.7s. This is dangerous.
Yep.
5.7s, very lethal at close range. Even that CZ on the hands of SHZ can do a lot of hefty work.
Nice Molotov use there by Winterfox, though, forcing Luminosity out of their preferred positions. So no one holding by Broken Wall, no one holding actually up on the stairs near platform. Not going to affect them all that much, though, as Winterfox have decided they don't want to push in just yet. They're holding back, they're playing slow. They don't want to run into a stack or anything like that, but this has allowed time for Luminosity to actually rotate over to that B side, and now Winterfox is going to have a lot of Luminosity players to deal with. They do get a 2-for-2 trade on the entry, but Raz comes in with 2 of his own, and there we go. 3 for 2 overall for Winterfox now. They start to make their way onto the side. It was looking dangerous when we saw those first 2 kills go the way of Luminosity, but it seems as though Winterfox have stabilized, and they do execute a fairly decent anti-eco round, taking 3 guns through. Luminosity, they would have hoped for a little bit more off that.
Only losing 2 MAC-10s, not the worst of any realms.
No.
And Raz staying alive. Challenging with a Galil. T-side not picking up a single AK-47.
Yeah.
And still able to come out with a victory. It was expected they should come out with a victory, but to do it with a Galil no AK-47 is just, it's starting to show a little bit more confidence, and just relying at long distance with a very inconsistent rifle is... It's risky, but it pays off for Winterfox.
It does pay off, and they have actually invested into an AK for this round. Offnu having to buy up because he did go down. So fair enough to get an AK in this round. I think you could have gone for maybe 2 as well. Hopefully you'd be able to save it through to the next round. But they've just gone for the single one. They've taken SMGs, and obviously the Galil saved through here as well on Raz. So I suspect they'll probably save that Galil next round, assuming they do win this one with enough players to take it through. They'd want to take the AK, the Galil, and probably the UMP. But you'd probably upgrade the MAC-10s to AKs, one would think. Bomb down very, very easily for Winterfox. This looks like it's going to be a pretty straightforward round from them. EMAG does get dropped relatively low, but he's going to get out of there. No problems at all. And Winterfox should survive here with 5, unless EMAG does find that last player. Or Zusi, sorry.
Well, Showtime just going to be lurking around mid-court yard, just biding his time at slope. Really, what opportunities he can find. Offnu does not want to present the opportunity with the AK-47. He's just staying towards the B side. APOC just waiting. Able to clean up Showtime. Winterfox 3-0. Luminosity, their time to strike back. M4's in hand. Lack of utility, though. They'll be lacking in incendiary grenades. Not enough to force up even on smoke grenades for some of their players. Yell decides to prioritize head armor as opposed towards the smoke grenade. Not the worst decision, because the Ts will keep some SMGs in this round to hopefully catch the CTs off guard.
Yeah, so Zusi, we'll see what he can do with that MAC-10. They don't have any head armor except for Yell, so he could be a potent sort of player in this one. Double AK as well for Winterfox, should they need it. Making their way out onto the B-bomb site here. Just having control of the platform, but as of yet, nothing else. They've got 3 players on that B site to deal with. Here comes the smokes. A good execute by the looks of things from Winterfox, but now they need to make it work. They need to turn it into a round win. Showtime the first to go down. Destiny follows him. SHZ able to trade 1 back there for Luminosity, but 1 is not enough as they've lost 2. That's 4 versus 3 on the site.
Winterfox need to be cautious. They've got some decent post plans, but SHZ able to pick up another kill for the side of Luminosity. He's on 2 kills so far. He's still doing work with the FAMAS. There's no kit on the side of Luminosity, so they have to push in relatively quickly, but the kill's going in their favor. And all of a sudden, it's up to APOC last man standing with the UMP. Flashbang high, but he's able to take down none of them. Winterfox, 4-3, dropping the ball on the post plant. Yell does kill PKL, but really, Winterfox did. You felt like Winterfox had that. They were able to break open the B site.
They had the player advantage, they had the bomb down, they had the smokes up, everything was working their way, but they allowed it to go over the way of Luminosity, and that's just the kind of round which you're not particularly surprised to actually see Winterfox losing, is the sad truth, because it's a round that they should win, but more often than not, maybe not more often than not, but more often than they would like, they do end up losing a round like that. And that's where things start to become a problem for them. That's why we do see them struggling sometimes against these other top teams. Because if you're losing a round like that, how are you going to win a round where you're at a disadvantage or if you're equal, right? Because that one they had an advantage, then they lose. Now they're going to have to fight back in this round, though. If they can win this, I suppose we can forgive them for the previous one, but it comes down to them winning this.
And it was a good retake from Luminosity as well. Just coordinating, coming in together, just making the trades work out in their favor. Now, and Flashbang's coming towards the B site. They're testing it out once again. Showtime's managed to wake his way towards Hubby quite nicely. Able to get one before he falls. No, it's actually Destiny picks up the kill, and EMAG just pushing through the alley smoke, able to just take down Destiny. No way out for him. And Winterfox a lot more cautious. Better play. They're waiting to see if Luminosity are hiding at the edge of the smoke before charging onto the bomb site.
Can they win this one, though? Luminosity, they did win a disadvantageous position from a disadvantageous position in the last round. This again is fairly similar, although there's 4 players for Winterfox, 3 for Luminosity as opposed to 2 and 3. But Winterfox, they've got those post plants now, and it's up to Luminosity to try and retake the bomb site. Raz will take down Yell. Often grabs SHZ, and this is how things should be going now for Winterfox. This is looking a little bit better. Pickle will just have to fall back and try and save that rifle. But Winterfox, that's a better response from them. They take 4 guns through to the next round, or maybe 4, assuming they don't die to the bomb or Pickle. 3 guns, it's still good. Can't really complain about that for Winterfox. The bomb should go off here. And they'll reset the economy of Luminosity as well. I don't believe Luminosity will be able to buy into the next round, so Pickle saving this AK is quite important.
Yeah, Pickle also looking to do more damage, but Raz gonna play safe. PKL not gonna try and tap through the doors towards the final seconds, and Winterfox forcing Luminosity into another double eco.
Not good for...
Picking up a double eco. They're going to force up in this round. Except for maybe Yell. Oh. No, Yell's also forced up.
Behind the AK. That's a interesting decision here, actually, from Luminosity, because so far they haven't really been able to keep Winterfox out of the bomb sites, and with a buy like this, you can't really expect a retake to work. The way that this kind of a buy works is that you get a pick, or get a couple of picks, and don't even allow the bomb to go down. But the fact that they don't even have really anything to retake with, they have no utilities, they have no defuse kit. The only real weapon there is the AK, and I suppose you could make an argument for the UMP, but this is not a buy, I think, that works for Luminosity in the way that the rounds have been playing out so far.
Winterfox just doing damage to the economy. Luminosity were trying to bring it back in line with one another. They had to go in the double eco. That's why you see the force, and PKL decides, all right, I've got enough money. I don't have to buy the armor or the pistol. That's 1,500 I have spare to play around with. Maybe you could have saved it for the AWP, but oh my goodness, look at this triple P coming out through drop. Two kills going in the favor of Luminosity immediately. The gun's out of reach. Offnute, though, aware of the potential, is going to try to keep it safe. Just going to burn through utility to make sure Luminosity cannot push towards drop to retrieve these AK-47s. Let's be cautious. Has spotted out SHZ, but Winterfox charging towards a zone where all their comrades died is very risky, and Offnute going to be just slightly roasting himself a little bit.
This is how this kind of a buy works for Luminosity, but like what I said was because Winterfox have been quite easily actually able to get into the sites, I thought it wasn't going to work out. Now though, Luminosity have picked up a couple of kills. They've denied the entry into the bomb sites here for Luminosity until it's gone down to the very, very last second, and they've still got a couple of players alive, so this is still entirely doable for Luminosity, and it would be so disappointing for Winterfox to lose to that kind of a round. As you say, a nice shot though from Raz. And Yell, 1 versus 2. Raz is an easy cleanup. He's got an AK in his hands as well, so Offnu, in theory, if he can get the headshot, is an easy cleanup as well, but it's a difficult task now for Yell. A lot of time ticking away. He's lost a lot of HP. He doesn't have a kit either to work with, and Offnu will be able to close things out there. It was a bit shaky, though, for Winterfox. They dropped 3 guns to the eco, or the force buy from Luminosity. Luminosity is going to be back on the eco this time. Winterfox, though, they will have to do better than that in any subsequent anti-ecos that they come up against, because that was too close for comfort.
It was good work by the remaining 3 members of Winterfox to bring it back.
Yeah.
So it was dropping the ball a little to get outpeaked by Luminosity, who were able to just charge it together towards drop. Too many angles for Winterfox to clear out, lose 2 players. They just slow it down. Emag, critical 2 kills to bring it back towards a 3-3. And Raz, we're talking about his... When the AWP's not working out, just get the rifle. He just domes a couple of heads. And they take 2 AK-47s forward. Now, APOC is going to be digged down towards 4 HP. Winterfox still need to be cautious. Got to use these AK-47s to do the majority of the work. You see Zuzi trying to engage with the MAC-10, but it's just not doing anything. It's going to be Raz with the AK-47 doing the majority of the work. Raz and Emag, the 2 members who stepped it up last week, or the last game, stepping up now. They've got to continue this good form. And we've got to see Zuzi, Offnu, and APOC try to find a few kills and join the party.
Yeah, Offnu's not doing too bad either, though. I've got to give him that. And Emag definitely has been the one for me. He's been consistent throughout all of these rounds. He's been getting a couple of kills most of the rounds. Yet to really see APOC and Zuzi fire up. But at the way that this is going for the moment for Winterfox, they don't really need to fire up. They can keep a little bit in the tank, have a bit of a cruisy time through these first few rounds, and allow their teammates just to carry them through. But if the going gets tough, that's when we need to see these other players stepping up. And that's not so great from APOC. I guess it's only a MAC-10 though, so he won't be particularly disappointed about dropping that gun pickle. We'll be able to take an AK through here again for Luminosity. So just keeping their economy a little bit better than what it might have been.
That's actually a critical pick, because that could mean an AWP in the hands of Yell. No? Okay, so he's going to buy armor and utility.
I wonder if they're going to keep this MAC-10 somewhere. Is Destiny going to grab it? No. Probably would have been a little bit silly if they had it, because full buy from Winterfox, full head armor, everything like that, the MAC-10 wouldn't have been particularly useful, but need to see Luminosity now starting to get some rounds on the board, because Winterfox off to a great start, and this is exactly what they needed. They needed to start on the T side, they needed to get that pistol round, they needed to get the rounds on the board following that, and they needed to really put the pressure on Luminosity early.
Well, Luminosity is peeking to the edge of the smoke, going to catch Raz off guard, but the pincer coming in from Winterfox as well. They've got this fast long air control and they bust it straight out. PKL challenging, but they just line up for Winterfox. So ultimately a 2-for-2 trade after the first 30 seconds of the round. And Offnu shutting down this lurk potential. No! Destiny just sprints around the corner with the A4 and he's too strong. Now a 2-on-3. APOC and Zuzi got to hold off the retake from Luminosity.
It's still doable. They have a decent amount of utilities there for APOC, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be used. He's going to just try and keep his position a secret as long as he can. Zuzi under some pressure. Has spotted one out. Good peek, though, from APOC to take down Showtime. Equalizing it to 2 apiece. And Zuzi as well will find one. We do see SHZ falling, and it's Destiny now. 1 versus 2. He's got no idea where to look. APOC gets an easy kill there. 2 kills apiece for Zusi and APOC in that round. And Winterfox, they secure 7. Luminosity will back on what looks to be an eco.
This is starting to blow out for Luminosity.
Yeah.
Winterfox shaky at the start, but able to start capitalizing on opportunities. Rolling ahead now towards a 7-1 lead. Luminosity will force. Actually, PKL buying an M4. He was able to retrieve an AK-47 in 2 rounds ago. This is why he's able to force an M4 and still be able to buy in the next round. And Yell trying to go aggressive through the smoke again. Just lurking around. Winterfox are aware of this potential. You can see 3 members just staring at the smoke. Just going, he might be trying to dance his way around, and Yell still holding close. But as the smoke fades, needs to back off. Won't. And Winterfox not even taking a single point of damage at that engagement, able to shut him down.
Yeah, the pop flash in as well allows Emake to make the information known for Winterfox that there's no one there. And now Luminosity are going to have to try and defend this A bomb site, but that doesn't look like it's going to be a possibility. APOC takes a bit of damage through the smoke there, but nothing too major. He's still alive and he's still a gun in the game. That's what's important right now for Winterfox. 3 players left on Luminosity for Winterfox to deal with, one of which doesn't have any armor, so Raz might have a good time up against that Mag 7. Pickle, though, might be an issue, but again, it'll be another round on the board here for Winterfox. Another one which Luminosity has invested funds into, and you need to see Luminosity finding rounds now. This is not how they would have wanted to start things off.
Oh, PKL does manage to at least secure the B stairs for the time being, but Winterfox, they have a lot of money to play with. They want this M4 off the hands of PKL, but Destiny lurking close. No, unable to get the kill, and Imagine. Imagine's able to get one, but PKL doing so much damage. He's just waiting for the rest of his teammates. PKL will be able to take his gun towards the next round. Good save,
He's
but
saved so many times. Look at that, 6 deaths when the most of his other players on his team have 9 deaths. So he's been able to survive quite a few more rounds than they have. But looks like we will have attack pause out here, and as we would have expected, it's going to be Luminosity. It's about time for it, maybe even a little bit late. They've allowed 11 rounds already to go over to Winterfox on that T side, and it's a great sort of a platform for Winterfox to build upon. They can get even higher and higher. If they can get to like 10, 11 rounds here, they're going to be putting themselves in the perfect position. But may or may not be the case.
they've dropped so many rounds. Early on, they were trying to force up the M4s, trying to force and take it towards Winterfox. But Winterfox, playing well so far. This is why it's so hard to predict Winterfox. You have one game where they just get completely stomped. They just go, where's Winterfox, guys? They're not showing up. Now, they're coming up with it. Not looking completely dominant like we saw how maybe Renegades were dominant on Cobblestone against Liquid, but looking solid. Doing their jobs, coming in, getting the picks. Raz got the AWP once again, but a double AWP coming out from Luminosity. Talk about changing it up from no AWPs to 2 AWPs.
Yeah, they kind of had to change something up though, because what they were doing was not working. Maybe there's a little bit of extra pick potential. Just the one-shot kill is going to allow Luminosity to have a bit of a better time holding things off on Winterfox. But if Winterfox gets into one of those bomb sites, if they take a couple of players down, Luminosity then may have to retake with a couple of AWPs, and that in itself is not going to be a good situation. So there are pros and cons here for both these teams, and I don't believe Winterfox will be particularly phased by the double AWP setup. Maybe they lose this round because they're not expecting it, and they do get picked a couple of times. But once they're aware of it, they're going to say, okay, well, boys, we've had a good time so far. We're looking like the better team tonight. We can shut down this double AWP. We can put Luminosity back on the eco, and we can really just springboard off these 8 rounds and come up with a massive first half.
They need to come up with a massive first half and keep the momentum going. So many times, Winterfox, we go, what a great T-half. And then CT side, they just drop it. They can't allow that to happen. For Luminosity, they've got to find their mojo. They're looking a little bit lackluster, losing the one-on-one aim deals. The only good round so far was on the retake on the first buy round. They managed to make it work out from an unfavorable situation, and Winterfox, at the very least, able to recognize their weaknesses and flaws, able to fix them, and as opposed towards, dropping in towards a spiraling hole. We've occasionally seen that in the past where as soon as they drop a round where they should have, they start dropping more and more. They start getting a little bit more desperate. Playing calm and control, but Destiny, much better job trying to hold on. A 1-for-1, doing damage towards APOC as well.
Still favourable overall there for Luminosity, and the trades do come out. A couple of kills going their way, but Winterfox for their own right have picked up a couple. Still favourable though for Luminosity. 3 versus 2, the AWPs starting to go to work here. Raz is not going to play much of a part in that round as he goes down without doing any damage to anyone, and Winterfox He'll be forced to buy back into this round. Raz does not have that much cash. He'll need a drop from one of his teammates.
AWP was dropped.
AWP was dropped. Okay, that's good for him. Let's see if he can make use of it this round.
Winterfox can reset Luminosity's economy. Now that they've picked up a round, if they can drop this double up setup as well as the rifles, there's not much for Luminosity to play with. I just don't like how Winterfox occasionally keeps forcing the AWP when Raz, he's doing work with the AK-47.
Yeah.
It's just baffling sometimes where you see teams forcing up the AWP where it's not working out. If it's not working, there's no shame in falling back towards the AK. It means more utility, doesn't burden your economy as much, and, well, you can just go in fast as a unit, whereas opposed towards the AWP, you have to go a little bit more slower. You have to try to set up around your sniper, and Yell going for a peek towards mid. Oh, he does get one, but that's the AK is trading him instantly out.
Good shot.
Barreling down to the A site, PKL just dancing around the APC, finds one headshot. Winterfox a little bit slow on the take, but they do manage to get the trade in the hands of EMAG, who's able to get two. Imagine coming alive, and he's got a lockdown balcony. Going back to make sure there's no one trying to sneak their way through CT connector. But Luminosity drop down towards a 2-on-3 and AWP into UMP. Not an ideal situation to try to retake bomb site A.
No, very, very tough for them. Destiny has to get one here. Hopefully for him, Imagine. But Raz is there to cover him off. Showtime gets one onto APOC, but overall, a 1-for-1 trade is not what Luminosity needed here. They needed to get 2 for 1, at least in their favor. Bring it back to a 1v1 this time, though, for Showtime. It's so tough, this kind of a crossfire to deal with an AWP. Like, what are you going to do? EMAG takes off his head. 3 kills in that round for EMAG, and very, very good for Winterfox to be seeing EMAG up there. 16 kills. He's been getting more than a kill around. He's been really, really putting in work for Winterfox, and coming in from last week, where he looked fairly good as well, this consistency from him is kind of harking back to the old days on Team Immunity, where he was always that consistent player, getting 1, getting 2 frags around, and now he's looking very, very good for Winterfox too.
Yeah, Winterfox just looking better as a lineup. Still early days. I'm scared of going Winterfox. They're looking great. They look like they're in dominating fashion and should be able to take this out.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you say that, well, Luminosity so good at playing at the edge of the smoke, able to get the first pick towards APOC, but they're still coming towards the B site. There is a stack towards the B site. Luminosity rotating fast across, and EMAG and Zuzi able to take one apiece. But Destiny's managed to sneak his way through smoke. Imagine aware of the potential. So Showtime still gets a kill with the USP on towards afternoon. Yell coming close through alley. Picks up Imagine, now it's off to Raz, and there's nothing he can do. The pistols going towards the Luminosity to give away an AWP and AK-47.
Not a round that Winterfox should have lost there. The rotation round behind from Luminosity. I'm not sure who it was. I think it might have been Destiny, but coming in from the back up through platform, really, he picked up 2 kills, really put some chaos into the ranks of Winterfox, and Winterfox now, they'll be feeling bad about that one, and they're going to be forced back onto the eco. So this is where Luminosity can sort of spring back and really turn this back into what could be a respectable first half score. If they take this through to 6, then they'll feel not too bad about things. Winterfox, though, they would have been hoping for something like at least 11, and at this point, it's not going to come this round, one would expect.
Well, Luminosity already doing so much damage to the grenades. Further incendiary grenades just blocking off the progression. And SHZ, look how confident Luminosity are playing towards the drop area. This makes it difficult for Winterfox to take the B site, except for the B plat push, and now Luminosity is able to shut it out once. And, well, Showtime having a fun time, able to just get 1 and 2 kills of the AWP.
Yeah, these kills coming out for Luminosity right now, just sort of confidence builders, really. They're not under too much pressure, allows them to get their aim working where it maybe hasn't been working too well so far throughout this first half. Winterfox has definitely been having the better of it, particularly Imagine, who, again, manages to find 2 kills in this round. You'd have to think he's probably not going to get too much more done, but what he has been able to do at least is better than what anyone else from Winterfox has done so far in this one. If you can get a 3rd kill, maybe hurts the economy a little bit of Luminosity, but not going to happen. Destiny a little bit too strong in that duel. Winterfox here should be able to buy now, though. And this is the one that they need to take back. They need to get this one and the next one to get 11.
Imagine's already got 20 kills after 13 rounds. Dropping at 20 against Luminosity is impressive.
Yep.
EMAG might be back to his old form.
Maybe.
Always a solid anchor for Team Immunity back when they went towards ESL 1, towards the majors. He was always Mr. Consistent. He was performing really, really poorly towards the early halves of the ESL Pro League, and well, Yell's going to win the deal. Just going in with the AWP, getting a pick and sliding out. So Luminosity making this double AWP setup work.
Yeah.
He's got to continue the good work. Yell. Oh, missing a shot. It's not normally you see from the Luminosity AWP.
And he nearly gets punished for it as well. Down to 6 HP. If one more had have connected, he was dead, and that would have equalized things at 4 apiece. But he survives for now, and Luminosity still have the player advantage. Not anymore, though. Offnu spots him out, and he goes down. So 4 versus 4 was Winterfox trying to make their way up ramp. They have one over towards Long as well, but he's joining them back through the connector. Will just come up behind the rest. Pickle, yeah, big job to do. Answers it well. Finds one. SHZ on the crossfire, getting another. And I think this round is over for Winterfox. So it started off really, really well for Winterfox, but once that tac pause came out, once those AWPs came out for Luminosity, things have sort of just started to slowly fall apart a little bit here for Winterfox, and they've allowed Luminosity back into this map.
Yeah, I think Winterfox trying towards the A site because they realized the B site execute is not working anymore. They tried busting open the A site, it's not working because the AWPs have come out, Luminosity are starting to fire up as well. They're stepping up their game. Luminosity earlier on were playing a little bit more poorly, losing the 1-on-1 aim deals. Now it's a little bit equal between either side. You can see Winterfox getting the kills, Luminosity also trading out, and it's shaping up to be quite a close match. We are into the final round of the half as Showtime gets the first pick on the B platform. Showtime just able to lock down the B plat with the AWP.
Yeah,
Winterfox realized this a little bit late, and they're unable to utilize the smokes or flashbangs or Molotovs to force the CTs into awkward positions. And imagine, he does get traded out by Yell, but what a shot!
Imagine if he had peeked around that corner and just tapped Yell in one shot. That would have been amazing. But not the case here for Winterfox, and they're in a bit of a troublesome time now because 3 versus 4, again we see the player advantage going over to Luminosity for probably 3rd or 4th round in a row here. And so Luminosity, they should be storming back into this first half, getting 6 on the CT side. I think that's acceptable, given especially the point that they were at. 8 and 1 down. They've been able to really salvage this first half.
Zuzi almost holding hands with SHZ. SHZ's just going to be watering the foul bed, just waiting around, but he's going to get taken out by Zuzi, who decides that the AK-47 is just a little bit better than the watering can. And the bottom scene dropped on the A site. Raz is wrapping around, making a lot of noise, but there's time for Winterfox to work with. So they're not too desperate. Zuzi able to lurk around, gets a kill on towards one of the AWPers of Luminosity. And what a shot through the vent to take down the second AWPer. Now it's off to Destiny. 1-on-2. Slowly crawling up long A.
This is a tough situation for him, and if Winterfox can win this one, it's going to put them in a really good sort of a standing heading into the second half. I thought 9-6 was pretty even, but 10-5 definitely is going to be favouring Winterfox and Raz. He should find Destiny here. I don't think Destiny's looking in his direction, though. Raz, the timing just not quite right for him, but he's going to know. And there we go, 10 on the board there for Winterfox after the first half. We'll see if they're going to be able to challenge and continue that form through to the second half in just a sec.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League. At the moment, we're in halftime, or between the two halves of Winterfox and Luminosity, and Winterfox have started off quite well, admittedly on their T side, which generally tends to be their favoured side, but 10 rounds in the first half of Cobblestone, it should be enough of a platform for them to build off here and win this first map. But I know, I see your face. I feel
like I've said those words before. I want to have faith.
It's hard to have faith, though, sometimes, isn't it?
It's just painful because you just go, Winterfox, they're looking good on the T side, and they drop rounds. And it's scary because Luminosity play a very well-disciplined control style on their T side as well. So it's not over for either team. I think it's going to be shaping up to be a great contest. Winterfox have the advantage, and if they take the pistol as well as the successive anti-ecos afterwards, then they set up themselves to have a great platform to take the match.
I really think that Winterfox, though, are going to require that pistol. If they allow this one to go back to sort of 10-8, if Luminosity, for example, picks up the pistol and then the next two sort of anti-ecos, that's too close of a scoreline for me. Winterfox is going to need some extra rounds here to really play with. Because I think Luminosity is a very, very strong side on the T side, and well, we'll see if they can be able to pull off this pistol round on the CT side. Ofnu started off well, but he does get taken down, and now a couple of these A players will have work to do. Zuzi goes down, but Raz trades him out straight away. Overall, still not too bad for Winterfox, but Luminosity now have got control of that bomb site. Flashbang coming in from Winterfox. They're going to go for the early peek in, and that's not going to work out. Yell finding two. Pickle, though, does go down, and it's EMAG to try and clutch this one out. Again, for Winterfox, he's going to need to be the player to step up here, but he doesn't have much HP to work with.
He needs to go for the headshot towards SHZ. SHZ's tagged out, but he just goes one bigger. Able to just strafe across and get the headshot on his own. So Luminosity repaying the favor on their own T-pistol, going down towards a one-on-one clutch.
Look at how much EMAG has stepped up coming in from a couple of weeks ago. 23 and 11. And
He's
the
got
rest
to
of his
continue this
teammates,
good form.
like he's almost doubling Raz, who's the next highest fragger for Winterfox right now. So he's also head and shoulders above anyone else in the server, and he's really what's keeping Winterfox here ahead. If he has a poor second half here, Winterfox is done.
Well, even then, he can have a great CT half, get 2 kills each round, but if Luminosity are able to just take down 3 more Winterfox for whatever, EMAG's taking down 2 members. It doesn't matter. The numbers will always go in the favor of the T side, and Luminosity, there's one thing they do well on their T side takes is they do not allow the CTs to come into the angles very easily. It is going to be a mixed buy coming out from Winterfox. Some members forcing up with the body armor, or just APOC forcing up with the body armor and helmet armor. The rest of them, Desert Eagles, as well as the P250s. Going to be trying to channel their inner prowess with the pistols. Nash does come across and escapes without taking any damage. Just dancing around B platform.
He's got a 5-7 holding close, so he could make some work happen here. Just going for a bit of spam through the smoke, won't connect anything there onto Luminosity, and this is what you were talking about for Luminosity on their T side, that slow, controlled style. They're not taking any chances, they're just playing slowly, they're trying to get the information before they have to execute onto either of these bomb sites, and now they are starting to rotate over to the A site, but so is Winterfox. They've actually just left one player over to B, so it's a good read from Winterfox, but how much is it going to help them? They've only got pistols to work with, really, and in theory they should still lose this round, but if they can find a quick couple of kills, it's definitely going to be doable.
Well, as soon as you say that, Luminosity just 1, 2, 3, 4. Just racking up kills with the SMGs. Now APOC slowly lurking his way through vent. Just wants to get an exit.
Yeah. The read was good from Winterfox, but a good read is not good enough more often than not if you're not able to get those kills. So APOC doesn't manage to get a kill there. Yell picks him up. And overall, a really successful round for Luminosity. They don't lose a single gun. Starting to put pressure on early here on Winterfox, and this should be another one for Winterfox to eco out. Next round is the one that we really need to see them fight back here. But if they allow Luminosity to go through here again with 5 or 4 guns alive, that economy is already going to be well and truly better than what Luminosity need to buy in the next round or so. But we'll see, Winterfox, what they can do here on this eco round for themselves. And wait until that gun round comes out. That's the important one.
Early nades coming towards a B site. There is a stat stack coming out from APOC as well as Imagine. Imagine's got a Desert Eagle. Oh, what a headshot towards Yell. Good opening, but it's not enough. Just to call it towards Winterfox's favor.
Not yet, but if you can find another one, maybe it is. Although it does seem as though Luminosity, they want to back out of that B bomb site. Perhaps they just say, okay, look, EMAG's playing that B site. He's the danger man right now for Winterfox. We don't need to challenge him. We can go over to A. We can work drop. We can do something else. And so that is exactly what they're going to be doing, making their way back over to A by the looks of things. So they still keep Destiny over on B just to make sure no one can rotate, and he does that job well. I thought he might get caught off guard with that flash out in his hand, but APOC takes the timing just a little bit too slow. And now down to Raz, holding by top of the ramp, and he does get taken down without doing a whole lot. So all of a sudden we find ourselves with EMAG once more alone here on this eco round. Can he get anything more done than what he already did?
PKL on the hunt, and well, Destiny already tagged Imagine down quite low, so able just to flick across, get a couple of bullets in. Picks up some more cash in the bank account. Luminosity do take the 3 rounds after, or the 2 rounds after the pistol. And this is the buy round from Winterfox. Orp in the hands of Raz immediately. Decent set of utility across the board. Raz the only one without, I guess, a smoke and incendiary grenade. Otherwise, the rest of the members do, at the very least, have more utility than Luminosity had in their first CT buy round. But the Orp also comes out for Yell. And would like to see this Orp deal between the 2 primary Orpers for both teams.
Yeah, Raz is holding over towards A long. He's on his own over on that A bomb site, so maybe a bit risky if he does go down early on in the piece here for Winterfox, but he falls back a little bit, just peeking in and seeing if he can spot anything down through mid, but the answer for him is no. So Winterfox really hoping that Luminosity is going to hit this B bomb site, because if they do, Winterfox is essentially perfectly set up to deal with it.
Looks like Imagine's playing the floating role, so he's just going to be lurking back and forth to make sure both sides are secure. Winterfox floating a lot of their members back towards the CT connector area, leaving B plat a little bit more exposed than they should. Destiny thinking about lurking his way through the smoke. He does have the UMP, so this can create havoc inside the Winterfox lineup, especially if APOC decides to peek like that, but APOC susses it out, does a little bit of damage, but the rest of Luminosity busting out a drop room. They're coming fast to the B side, but Ofnu playing close to Ali, able to get one more, and Zuzi's rotated across. They've lined up for Ofnu, and he's gonna say thank you very much, and have another 2 kills going in his way. And now Luminosity 2 on 5. Winterfox surely have to clean this up.
Ofnu might get a couple more here. He's on the ace. This is gonna be his 4th. There we go, tries to challenge for the 5th, but Yell does take him down. Perhaps Ofnu getting maybe a little bit too greedy there. And, well, now we're going to see Winterfox losing a couple of members. APOC probably doesn't need to challenge this. There's only 19 seconds. Yell does eventually go down to Raz, but he got a couple of kills there, so wasn't the perfect round that Winterfox would have hoped for. Unfortunate for Ofnu not to get those 5, but in the end, he did his job. He got the kills, and Winterfox do find the first round of their CT side.
Luminosity able to force back up, though. AK-47s to play with. Yell might not have an AWP, though. Don't think Luminosity would be keen on investing in an AWP when it didn't have that initial impact. So going all rifles, barreling potentially fast A. They're stacked up. They can go back towards B through Snake, but from where they're just positioning themselves, it seems like they want to push through the smoke, take fast danger along A control, and then work the map from there.
There's a pop flash in, and Luminosity are going to get control, making their way now up towards the ramp. Raz, though, hits the shot, and he had to hit that shot. If he had have missed that, probably would have been taken down by Showtime. Winterfox would have been in all sorts of trouble. But they do have 2 stacked over towards long. Luminosity going to have to deal with those. It's sort of a split setup here for Winterfox, which in theory is not actually too bad for them, because they can get some crossfires working, and Luminosity is going to have multiple angles to cover. So this is a doable situation for sure for Winterfox. A great shot from Raz taking down Destiny. Nice crouch peek. Susie will go down here though, but still favourable situation. Player advantage for Winterfox on this retake.
And they know where one is behind. They haven't spotted out SHZ yet, though. PKL's going to die on the side. SHZ gets 2, can't get the 3rd. And APOC, well, will he be able to find a kit? Time is ticking away. He's got to stick it. They might not have a kit. He doesn't have it.
Did they have a kit?
They didn't have a kit.
Surely.
It might have been dropped too far, but Luminosity picked one up. And APOC, Raz does not communicate where the AWP is, and that may just be a loss for Winterfox economy. They did drop 2 rifles earlier on.
Yeah, he actually did have a kit there at the end. It was down in, I think it was Zusi that died there. So that was really unfortunate for Winterfox. If he had gotten a little bit closer up to ramp, maybe up to the APC, would have been able to do something, but not quite. So unfortunate there for APOC. I wonder if he would have had time if he had just gone straight for that bomb. Maybe.
He may have. He just took too long.
Well,
and
that was a round that should have been won for Winterfox, and it doesn't go their way. You know, maybe a bit of bad luck, maybe a bit of misplay from Winterfox. You can't really put it down to anything too bad for them, but so unfortunate for them.
Luminosity were able to buy enough time, and they're going to say thank you very much, Winterfox. Probably didn't really deserve to pick that victory. But let's go. We'll take this and try to bring it ever closer. Winterfox on the Eco.
Yeah, they do have at least the AK and the UMP to work with. EMAG with the UMP. I like that. Obviously, I'd rather see him with the AK, to be honest, but they do have armor on APOC, and that's why the AK is in his hands. He saved it through from the last round, so it's his AK. But I think EMAG could have a better sort of an effectiveness with it if he had have got a little bit of armor in his hands. But this is not the case, so we did just see the UMP on EMAG. And look, Luminosity, 5 AKs. This should be a round that they can take. Going to be able to bring it one round closer, 11-10. It'll be enough for them to be able to feel like they're back in it.
Stacking up for a B platform, execute, they're busting out, and wow, APOC's gonna get the first headshot. Great flashbang from him to force Luminosity off the initial attack. They're just lining up for APOC. He's gonna get more kills, but it may not be enough. EMAG's just waiting around. He's gonna pick up Showtime, so well, back to a 2-on-2, but they retrieve themselves another AK-47. That's in the hands of Imagine, and Raz also has a P250. Gonna back off as Imagine decides to go through doors to.
I think Winterfox should go for this, really.
They have to.
Like, they don't want to allow Luminosity so many rounds through. And the form, the shots that EMAG is hitting, it is possible for them to actually win this 2 versus 2. They have to send Raz in first. He has to be the one to try and find out where those Luminosity players are. And then EMAG trades him out. But that's not the case. Raz goes down without really having much of a chance for EMAG to trade him out. And I think this now is too little too late. EMAG probably should just save this AK now. Doesn't have a kit. Doesn't have the time to work with. Seems he's still going for it, though. He's going to peek in. SHZ. Oh, he's just toying with him. And EMAG will go down without landing a shot there. So overall, a little disappointing for Winterfox on that attempted retake. But it's all right. They shouldn't... Oh, actually...
Those AK-7s may have come in handy.
Yeah,
Often Zuzi don't have enough cash. So a double eco coming out. This is going to mean Luminosity, barring they don't drop the ball against these pistols and body armor, they should be able to take it in towards an 11-11 tied match.
And that's where you start to get a little bit worried for Winterfox. They started off so well on their T side, but so many times the CT side has been in their undoing. Luminosity again going to show that that may be the case. Showtime easy kill on Raz. They'll get over to the A-bomb site fairly quickly, but there is a rotation across from Winterfox. Not going to be too effective, one would think, though. But it is EMAG. We'll see what he can do, and not much would be the case. Showtime finds his second with that Mac-10. The A site fairly open here now, and Yell coming in from behind as well. Easy kills for him. Luminosity just steamrolling over this eco for Winterfox, and he does have an AK in his hands, so that's something at least to take home for them. But is he going to be able to take it home? That's the real question for him. He's taken down one already. That was the low HP Showtime, though, and he's got 3 players to deal with. They will hunt him here.
Oh, he's able to neutralize Yell quite easily, and Luminosity, though, pushing aggressively. Zuzi caught off guard means that SHZ has a very easy time of dispatching the final opposition. And Winterfox, there should be a tactical pause from Winterfox. There's got a chat. All right, no tactical pause from Luminosity.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, Luminosity do this a lot.
They do that,
so
yeah.
it's not beyond the realms of expectation. Other teams, I would go, well, that's strange. Luminosity, they like just slowing the pace down, going, let's not let Winterfox get fired up. This is a critical round for both sides. They know it, so they'll take the initiative and go, let's talk about what we need to do.
I think that's a good pause from Luminosity. They've had a good run so far on this T side, but Winterfox, I guess this gives them time to talk as well. It's almost as good as having a attack pause of your own. And it was probably about time here for Winterfox to have a attack pause. They do have a lot of rounds to play with still. Like, it's still 5 rounds before Luminosity does win this one, but the way in which this is going at the moment, Luminosity is going to it. Because
Luminosity have taken 6 rounds to the 1.
Way more rounds on the T side than they need to at this point, and Winterfox have not been able to respond with anything. So it's important now for Winterfox to chime back in with a round or 2 of their own, just to keep this competitive. If they allow Luminosity to get to 13 or 14 unanswered, I think it's all over for Winterfox.
Luminosity, though, we were talking about how the T side is much better than the CT side. Showing it up right now, Winterfox, them too, having a better T side compared to the CT side. This is really their only second or third true buy round.
Yep.
They were able to win the first buy, lost the next one, and then forced on the double eco.
And they didn't even really lose the next one. It was just like they kind of should have won it. It was just the defuse wasn't there in time. The defuse kit was dropped in a 4th position for them. So overall, like the kills that they got put them in a position to actually win that round. Just didn't go their way in the end on the scoreboard. And that was the important thing for them. But at least they would feel comfortable coming into this gun round, knowing that they've been able to challenge Luminosity when they have had guns in their hands. That's been the important thing for Winterfox. They haven't had that opportunity so much. And it again seems as though the guns are working well for Winterfox, and this one should be one going their way. SHZ trying to clutch things out for his team. He'll get the first, and that's going to allow him here probably to plant the bomb, but maybe he's just not going to do that. Oh, he could have, if he held that line, maybe taken down Raz, but in the end, not going to be able to do that. 12 on the board now for Winterfox. They'll have a buy in the next round. It's not going to be an amazing one here, but it will be good enough. Luminosity, though, they'll be back on the eco. Pickle probably can drop some Tech 9s. Oh, he's going to go for the AK, so just getting his money in line. AK and head armor. Can still afford to drop some guns.
I don't really agree with that AK-47. He had 7,000. Yellow only had 1,500. So if PKL just bought a pistol, he would have a lot more money to play with the next round, and Luminosity could force. They'd have 4 of the players who could normally buy up, and Yell just had to wait for PKL's drop.
Yep.
Now with that AK-47 buy, Yell can only go for a UMP if they lose barely an AK-47.
Yeah.
I think just barely. Oh, won't be able to afford
Maybe
it
they just want to
without
take a guy in there with a Tech 9, see what he can do early on, have the rest of the AKs follow him up. I mean, if we see Pickle do work with this AK, then who are we going to be to question it, to be honest? So that's what it really comes down to. If Pickle can get some work done with that AK, otherwise their investment is going to be essentially null. Good start, though, for Winterfox. They get the first kill. Zuzi grabbing that one. He does get dropped relatively low, so it's an opening for Luminosity here, but overall, Winterfox would take that trade any day.
Destiny going to be leading the charge of the P250, just spotting out for information, trying to get the trades or the information for PKL to make the trades. They're going to bust out, and PKL catches off APOC off guard and also gets a second kill on towards Offnu. Now they have some low members trying to cross, and Imagine just dancing around the rock. There is a boost being used from Luminosity to get a player towards Tree. And if SHZ crawls up, might be able to catch Imagine off guard with a Desert Eagle. This has turned very, very poorly for Winterfox. Giving up the B site, but Zuzi, if there's anything to say on 11 HP, gets the second kill for the CTs. Raz going for the wall bang. Not going to find anything. Just 2 members low in Luminosity. They know this. They haven't gone for the bomb plant. Time is ticking away. They go for the safe bomb plant close alley. And up to Winterfox to take the initiative to push on towards the B-bomb site.
Players Winterfox here, maybe soon to be 1. Zuzi surviving by the skin of his teeth there. He's actually going to get another one on 11 HP, so he's making this work, punishing them from leaving him alive. In the end, he does get taken down. Now 2 players left for Raz here, but both of them relatively low. He's only got a USP to work with, but there's the M4. It's a good pickup for him, not able to transfer the spray over. And Pickle 4 kills in that round with the Well, we questioned it, and he's made a good answer. He said, basically, this is going to be the A+ round from me. And there you go, Luminosity pick up the round. Winterfox, again, struggling in the economic situation. Only 12 now on the board for them. Luminosity fighting back straight away, and that's the worst possible situation for Winterfox. They reset the economy. They've lost to what is essentially really like almost an eco round from Luminosity, a little bit of a force from them, but one could argue that was him just getting his money back in line. So Winterfox, they've lost a crucial round there, and it could be enough for Luminosity to actually pull this one through to a map win.
And I was questioning the AK-47 buy. It worked out well for PKL, getting 3 kills in the round. So 4 kills in the round as well.
Like, what can you say? Sure, that's 100% worth.
I feel like PKL stepping up the AK-47 at the same time. Winterfox did drop the ball towards holding the B side, and APOC just dancing around trying to just clip the head of one of the Luminosity members' heads. But he's going to be tapped away down towards 40 HP, and Luminosity looking to bust out a B plat. They're stacking up for another execute. Raz, though, coming from behind, coming ever so closer, and imagine really the only member left after on the B side alongside with Zuzi. Zuzi doing damage, but they just charge straight forward into Luminosity's crosshairs. A clean anti-eco.
Yeah, good clean anti-eco from them as well.
And Luminosity in the lead.
Don't lose a single gun. Winterfox, they'll force into this one, but the buy is going to leave a little bit to be desired. Raz with only a Mag 7, often with only a UMP. No head armor on any of them. So that UMP of Yell could still be very, very effective here, and a lack of utilities as well for Winterfox. They're really struggling in the economic situation right now. If they lose this one again, they'll probably be back on to an eco slash the buy that they're going to take, because they'd be down 14 rounds. Would be not amazing. So crucial round here for Winterfox again. If they can strike back in this one, equalize it at 13-13, get their money back in a bit of a better situation, then we do have a game on our hands. But they lose this one, Luminosity starts to stream ahead, and Winterfox, you have to think it's probably all over by that point.
Critical round for Winterfox. They have to take this for a chance to fight back, but Luminosity, we've seen them at these score lines. They stay composed. They just grind out the rounds, work slowly together, and Raz now under pressure. Showtime and PKL working in unison to take long A. And just peeking around the corner. It's going to be tagged down towards 32 already. It needs to hightail it out. Might not even be able to get out alive, just barely. Luminosity catching the tail of Raz, but unable to get the kill. So 45 seconds. Luminosity are moving all their forces back towards A site, except for Destiny. And Winterfox, this is going to have to be a hold and a half if they take this round.
Dangerous for Winterfox. They've only got a couple of players over to the A bomb site. Luminosity do seem to be heading in that direction, and Luminosity had some pretty good takes on the A bomb site early on in this half. Raz, what can he do? Not enough with that Mag 7, only getting about 50 damage or so over to his opponent there before going down, and that's over. That's it. Winterfox have to go and save these rifles. They know their economic situation's not going to be good enough to properly buy next round. If they can take these 2 AKs through the next round, they may have a chance, but even then, the way that take looked so easy on the A site for Luminosity, you have to think that Winterfox, they've spent everything in that first half. They don't have enough here in the second, and they're not going to be able to pull it through. Luminosity have just done a great job of moving on to that T side. They started off the T side well. They dropped a couple of rounds in there, but then they come back, answer straight away, come back with a few rounds of their own. And Winterfox, they just, again, it's the same old story that we've always been telling. That T side, it looks good. They look like they have enough. And then Winterfox, they just don't have it on the CT side. And here, they're in danger of losing these rifles. They absolutely, desperately need to take them through to the next round. Might just be able to do that. Although EMAG, nope, it's going to be off. APOC challenged, and Yell takes him down. So that's bad. They could have had 2 rifles through here. But now they're only going to have 1. And they're going to force up with pistols, maybe a UMP or 2, but
forcing up. Luminosity, don't think they're going to drop this.
Okay, full UMPs then.
4
Not
UMPs.
much utility though.
Someone's got to go to huge for Winterfox. Either it's got to be Imagine with the M4 or one of the members on the UMP, and so far, no signs to say they will go big with the UMPs.
No signs at all. Not on the CT side at least. If it was the T side, you might be feeling a little bit more confident for Winterfox, because that's where they've looked good, but this CT side has not looked good really at all. They picked up a couple of gun rounds, to be fair.
Well, that's not a good start. Imagine was the only one with the M4 and just bouncing the smoke.
I almost thought that was intentional, right? Like, how does that happen?
Check out this weird one-way smoke that works for the T's thrown by CT.
Don't like Cbble? Here's the smoke for you anyway.
Maybe Imagine does need to take a peek at the ESL Pro tips afterwards, after that smoke grenade. But it's in the grand scheme of things, you know, one missed Australian smoke grenade. It's not going to impact too heavily. APOC, though, does get the trade. So a 1-for-1 trade. Not really favouring Team Winterfox because it's too far away to retrieve the AK-47. And it gives more space for Luminosity to work with Showtime and PKL every single round. They just slowly work up long A, clear out all the lines, make it safe for them to progress onto the A site, and they're doing it again. Raz going to be caught out in the open. HE grenade should do damage to Showtime. Molotov coming through. They're trying to lock down the line, but Raz trying to get out alive desperately, trying to find the angles. Not going to work out. Winterfox are falling 1 by 1. And APOC, spots out ahead too late on towards one of the members, but Showtime does get taken out. So still a 2-on-3. Doable for Winterfox.
Doable, but difficult. EMAG up by the balcony here. He needs to be the one. He's got the full HP. He's got the M4, the preferred weapon. APOC pushing forward, trying to find the information, trying to find where those T's are. If he can get this player on the bomb site, it might be enough. But really, at this point, there's not much time left to work with for Winterfox. And Luminosity are in some really nice post-plant positions. One coming up the ramp, one in stables. EMAG takes that first one, but Pickle there for the trade. And Luminosity, will get 15 now. Winterfox, it could have been something. Raz got early information by that jump peak over above the APC. He spotted out the 2 Ts, an early rotation from Winterfox, but they just weren't able to hit their shots, and Luminosity were. So this is going to be it for Winterfox. This is their last chance. The buy that they have in this round, it's not better than what they had last round, and last round didn't look too confident for them. I suppose they do have a little bit more utility in this round than what they did, but the weapon's still leaving a bit to be desired. APOC this time with the M4. We'll see what he can do with it. It's going to be boosted up onto tree, but Luminosity, they are looking good to close this one out 16-12.
Yeah, just early HE grenades and Molotovs from Luminosity to shut down the boost potential in drop room. So Zuzi and Imagine taking so much damage and not gaining anything from it. And Showtime and PKL just going to be slowly testing out Raz. Showtime just dropped off a couple of friendly flashbangs before PKL drops his teammate off. Raz. 1-for-1.
Yeah, not too bad, but you'd be hoping for more if you were feeling comfortable for Winterfox. But timing going to be so crucial, and he gets it wrong, or SHZ gets it right, I suppose. Really, you can't fault Zusi for that. Unfortunate for him, though, that jump peak comes across. If it didn't, he could have gotten around behind Luminosity and potentially won the round for Winterfox. This time, though, he's going to have to fall back, and Winterfox, they'll have to hold B through traditional way.
And they have 4 flashbangs to work with. This last smoke is going to be used towards B platform. Luminosity have time to wait. They've got 2 smoke grenades as well as a Molotov to work with. Imagine towards A, just clearing out the lines. He's going to suspect that it's going to be a B side execute. This allows Winterfox to stack across. He's got the information. He's pushing behind from Snake. And Luminosity putting all their eggs in the basket, which is going to be B platform. It's going to be a shaky platform at that if Winterfox are able to get the first couple of kills working in their favor. There you have it. Offnu and APOC finding the first 2. Yell getting the trade, but Offnu dancing close. Yell doing work with the AWP, but he's got no time to work with, and Offnu should be able to clean it up. Winterfox, 2 more rounds to bring it back into overtime. They've got some cash to work with, not enough to force up a full lineup of M4s. Luminosity, they have 1 more round to play with. This is maybe Luminosity's only last round to play with as well. They're going to be completely dry after this round.
Yeah, well, Winterfox at least able to survive through for 1 more round, but is it going to be just that 1 more round, or are they going to be able to convert this into a couple more? There's still a hope here for Winterfox, and I don't know. I don't want to get my hopes up for them. Don't want to cross my fingers, but that's a good shot from Raz. Maybe it is time for them to step up here on the CT side, win a few in a row, and take this one through to overtime. But let's not count our chickens before they hatch. Luminosity have looked so good on this T side so far, and one has to think that they should be able to get something here, but that's another kill going the way of Winterfox, and every single one that you see going over in their direction makes you think that the chance of them taking this through to the tiebreaker gets that little bit higher.
Destiny playing at the edge of the smoke. May have spotted APOC crossing. He's going to try and play safe. Rest of Luminosity going to come across and stack together. It's up to SH as well as Showtime to make an impact play now. Destiny really doesn't have the HP to duel it out, so they're going back towards drop room. Going to be testing out Imagine. Can't go towards the A side. Don't have any control of the information. They know the AWP is playing towards slope. They don't have the smoke grenades to work with or flashbangs to clean off that area. There's the smokes towards drop. They're banking they're banking all their chances on the fact that they can get out into drop and get the entry kills. It's not going to work otherwise.
It's a difficult task here for Luminosity regardless, even if they were able to get some entries onto this B site. It's a salvageable situation, and that's a good start. Showtime finds one. APOC, though, able to get one as well, and EMAG. APOC actually getting two. EMAG doing a good job onto Showtime as well, but those two guys on the B site combining well. Put Winterfox onto 14. Luminosity, the buy in this round, it's not going to be anywhere near as good as the last two. And Winterfox was able to beat those guns. This time, they'll have an even bigger advantage over these guns. So, Luminosity, can they win another anti-eco or an eco round for themselves? We've already seen Winterfox dropping one or two, but this is still a difficult task for Luminosity. Winterfox, all things considered, they really should take this one through to the overtime.
Fast B-side push coming through. Luminosity bust straight through the HE smokes, and APOC completely binded out. SHZ does get toasted by, or it does toast his own teammate. That's unfortunate from the Molotov, but imagine just locking down the alley line. Now coming close to the ace, towards the B side, but Offnu is just waiting at Statue. This should be a victory for Winterfox as Offnu shuts down this B side take. And it's all to PKL with the UMP, and I don't think there's anything to do. He's stuck in alley. Offnu finds him. A triple kill to clean up the round for Winterfox.
Winterfox just having enough to take that one through to overtime. We'll find out how the overtime is going to go just after the break.
Hey Future Pros, we have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on Overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor. You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1
Two headshots in a row. Epinic's about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Epinic's! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW getting done. Just looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Welcome back to the North America Pro League. Things starting to heat up a little bit now between Winterfox and Luminosity. We thought that Luminosity at the start of today was going to have a fairly convincing 2-0 over Winterfox, and then at the end of the first half we thought Winterfox might be able to take the win over Luminosity. Now we find ourselves at an overtime. Winterfox starting on the CT side. They just had enough at the end there in the last few rounds where it was looking so dire for them. They were able to step up and get the kills that they needed, but Yell, he started off the overtime well. Winterfox, they wouldn't want to lose this in overtime after having come back into it, but maybe the case. Luminosity, though, starting this one very, very nicely, and Winterfox will need to respond.
Imagine going to be floating back towards the A site. They've lost both their players in the first 30 seconds. This means Luminosity can play around. They can just bide time, just go, all right, let's just wait for Winterfox to burn all their utility. Then we'll move in together behind our wall of smokes, get the trades working in our favor because we got the numbers, and take the first round in overtime. But Imagine has heard out Showtime. It gets a very easy pick. No one else to trade him out. They are barreling up slope, and Imagine should be able to hear this. And he's got the AK-47. He's got lots of work to do to try to contain this A-hold by himself. And they know the enemy know he's towards stables, and they're already busted straight out beyond him, and Imagine is going to be challenged by Destiny soon. But Destiny, he pushes through the end of the incendiary grenade, gets rewarded with a headshot, and Yell missing an AWP shot, won't miss the second one, all to APOC in a 1-4 clutch.
Yeah, this is all going wrong for Winterfox in the first round of overtime. They don't manage to do all that much damage to Luminosity, only taking 1 kill. So that essentially secures Luminosity buys for the rest of this half, even if they do lose the next round. And the thing for Winterfox is that their economy won't be that great. They will be able to buy into this one, that's for sure. But next round, if they do lose this one, they'll basically be on an eco.
I just realized in my notes, I just realized in my notes I did say that Winterfox do have a CT side that can be picked apart like apple crumble.
Huh? That's an interesting analogy. I'd like some apple crumble right now, to be honest.
Which was correct because Luminosity was able to find the holes in the. You can see as soon as Luminosity get a pick.
Have holes in it.
Well, as soon as you put a spoon, it kind of crumbles.
Yeah,
that's why it's apple crumble. And Winterfox, as soon as you put the
They
first
put the spoon in it.
they take the first kill.
Right.
It kind of falls apart. Not as delicious for Winterfox, but
No.
it's delicious for Luminosity.
It is delicious. Warm apple pie, apple crumble. I'd like that. Anyway, let's focus on the CS for now. Luminosity, 16 rounds. They've got 1 up on Winterfox here. Looking for 2. If they can get this second one, they certainly should be able to take it through to 3 on their T side, which would be a big effort from Winterfox to come into because it's been a while since they've been on their T side. Yes, they looked good, but are they good enough to get 3 against Luminosity, who are in fairly decent form right now, having had the momentum for the majority of the second half and now starting off the overtime quite nicely. Slow play, though, from Luminosity. We expected to see this. They do play that slow controlled style on their T side, just taking a sort of advantage of everything that they possibly can, checking out all the angles, having a look in every direction, every bomb site.
They did not check this angle.
Did not check that angle. Zuzi's going to say, thank you very much for the free kill. He picks himself up an AK. He's going to take that through, but Raz goes down in the meanwhile. So overall, trade's working pretty nicely here for Luminosity. SHZ doing a good job. Does get taken down by APOC, and after all of that flurry of frags, we find ourselves at 2 apiece.
PKL is going to come across the line, but does not check where Zuzi's lurking. And it's off the Yell on a 1-on-2, and he's pinned between both members and Zuzi.
That's good for
He doesn't
Winterfox.
drop that opportunity. Picks up a 4 kill to kind of go, I'm not apple crumble. I'm something of firmer substance.
Being able to take 2 guns through for Winterfox here as well is going to allow them a pretty decent buy into this one. Had they only taken 1, they might have had an extra UMP here. If they had have lost this, they would have really just been on the force by pistols, armor, maybe a couple of UMPs or SMGs of some sort. But this is looking a lot better for Winterfox now. They might be able to take this one through to 2-1, regardless of how that first round did go for Luminosity. And that's a better chance for them in the second half here. But Luminosity, they'll want to take 2. I think the T rounds are the ones that you'd be putting a bit more of a premium on, right? If you took 2 rounds on T side, you'd be feeling, okay, that's good. But if you took 2 rounds on Winterfox's CT side, that'd be excellent, really.
So be able to compound that towards a dominant T half and
exactly
roll over Luminosity.
So if Luminosity aren't able to get this second T round, then I think they're actually in with a bit of a dangerous situation.
Still tough to call. Both of the teams just waning and waxing like the rise of the moon. And Raz is going to get the first pick on towards PKL. And he's going to back off before Showtime can push in. Showtime's not sure whether or not there's more members, and Destiny pushing out by himself through the edge of the smoke, Imagine, is where there's potential, but APOC might be caught out. No, Destiny looks away just at the wrong time. Luminosity, 50 seconds left. Don't have much utility to work with. Off to a close range with the UMP. That is salt in the wound for Luminosity.
Yeah.
Yell's got so much work to do with the AWP.
Alrighty, well, Yell, he needs to find a pick here. That all bit needs to come up big. He hasn't done so much throughout this overtime just yet, but now is the time to step up. 3 versus 5 Luminosity. I think they desperately need this second T round. Winterfox, though, looking very, very good in it. Often able to get one even with the UMP. That's not what Luminosity would have wanted, and Yell does grab one. Overall resulting in a 2-for-1 trade here. Now 3-for-1 for Luminosity, and it's back to 2 versus 2. 20 seconds left, though, and Luminosity will have trouble crossing into the site because Emag just hanging around. He doesn't spot out Yell, and Yell does get into the site. Here we go. The bomb should be planted with 10 seconds remaining, although Emag is pressing them. He's pushing them for time, and the bomb does go down, so Emag does go right in. Raz finds the other one. And there we go. It's Luminosity only getting 1 on the T side.
That was close, though. If Yell was able to hit one more shot, Showtime doing his best to open the action up on the B side to equalize the situation for Luminosity after, once again, going down to a 3-on-5. They brought it back to a 2-on-2. And Winterfox, if they dropped that, that would have been severely disappointing, but able to capitalize. Imagine and Braz, the two I guess, best performing members once again. I mean, Zuzi and Ofnu have chimed in, but Raz is starting to hit these AWP shots. Imagine has been consistent throughout the entire game. A little bit more quiet on the CT side as opposed to the T side. Now he's going to fire up, get these 2 rounds for Winterfox on the T side, and close out in the first half of overtime. They do not want this dragging on towards the second overtime.
Yeah, they definitely don't. And Luminosity, well, only 1 round on that T side. It allows a good situation to shift over here for Winterfox in the second half, because they only need 2 here on their T side, which is definitely doable. 3 would have been a tough ask, but 2, I think, is a pass score. So if they don't get these 2 here, if they do allow it to go to 2-1 in the favor of Luminosity maybe, or even 3-0, like Luminosity could still win this. I don't see 3 coming out though on that CT side. I think that 2 is, you know, par for the course, but 3 is a little bit much. So anyway, it's a tough decision here. I don't know. Who do you think's coming out of this? Or do you think we're going to a second overtime?
It should be Winterfox.
Right.
They've picked up the 2 rounds on the CT side, which is critical. Because what both sides have been struggling with so far in Cobblestone has been their CT sides.
Right.
They've been dominant on their T side, only dropping a few rounds. So this is where Winterfox need to make it happen. For Luminosity, it's not over yet. They can get the double up set up. They know they don't have really... They know they have more rounds to play. They don't have many rounds to play with, so they're going to force up the big guns. They're just going to go, right, Showtime, Yell. Showtime, your job is to lock down B platform.
It's Showtime.
No T's can make it past there. For Yell, he's got to make sure he's dynamic on the A side. Try to catch Winterfox off guard. Shut down Raz before Raz can make an impact with the AWP.
Do we see a double AWP though? I think maybe just 1 on the backs of the CTs there.
Only a single AWP?
Yeah, the double AWP was the strategy that really got Luminosity back into that first half, where things were looking a little bit dangerous for them. So, surprising perhaps to see no double AWP coming out from them, but Luminosity, single AWP. We'll see what Showtime can do it. It is in Showtime's hands as well, as opposed to Yell, but he has had some good times with the AWP. So, we'll see what he can do. And Winterfox, they have an AWP in the hands of Raz.
Lining up for a mid-take, but that well-placed incendiary grenade from Yell will stop the progression of Winterfox towards A site. They do have Ofnu lurking towards B to make sure no one comes from Luminosity to go sussing for information. But what a flashbang. Yell does manage to get the first pick. He also spots the bomb. But a 1-for-1 trade is going to always favor Winterfox, especially early on in the half.
Yep.
They're able to use more time to work the positions, force Luminosity to over-rotate members before they can strike and hopefully execute towards a weaker bomb site. For Luminosity, they might have to make an information play.
But going towards this A bomb site here for Winterfox may be a mistake. There's already 2 players over there for Luminosity. There's a player lurking around in connector as well. So in theory, the B site is actually the weaker site right now for Luminosity. Winterfox, though, does seem as though they are going to commit to this A bomb site. There's not too much time left. They don't really have the chance to rotate across, and they need to find that first kill, which they do. Zuzi takes down Pickle. Destiny trades one out, but overall still Winterfox with what one could consider the advantage. With the player advantage now as well. The bomb should be going down on the A-bomb side, and a tough ask for Luminosity now to retake this 3 versus 2. Eman goes down, but he gets the information. Destiny hits the shot onto Ofnu, though, and that really opens things up. Zuzi, can he clutch this one out 1 versus 2? The answer is no. Destiny just coming up huge in that round with 4. And that
from Destiny. One-man effort, really, to just break open Winterfox and throw this match back into contention. Now Winterfox going to be testing out the B site. They do have Raz proceeding his way down towards B platform very quickly. Destiny flirting with death for a moment, but the flashbang does stop Raz from seeing the counter-terrorist, and Raz is going to back out after taking a little bit of damage from the incendiary grenade. Luminosity, relatively safe and sound, just going to be holding back as Showtime peeking forward. The AWP has the B plat line locked down, but Raz going to be boosting up Zuzi. Winterfox, they want to break open the B side.
Oh, it's dangerous though, Showtime. He's spotting the angle. Raz peeks right into him, but he's much too quick on the trigger finger there. Getting the headshot as well into Showtime. Just coming up in trumps with that duel. There we go. Winterfox opening things up. It looked dangerous for them because they were heading over to the B site. There's a big stack over there from Luminosity. Essentially 4 players defending the B site. But, well, Luminosity having already dropped 1. It's not the end of the world though. They can still win this.
Destiny's picked up the AWP. He's going to challenge Raz, and while Destiny's repaying the favor, he goes, "You took down my teammate. Here's a little bit of
revenge.
Revenge is a dish
apple
best
crumble.
served cold.
Apple crumble is best served warm.
With ice cream.
Yeah, or custard.
Luminosity have to hold off this A site push, but this may be just a successful fake because Ofnu's just been throwing grenades. He's also able to get the kill on Destiny. But look at Yell. The madman Ofnu's getting more kills. Nearly gets the third as well. And well, Yell cannot bust his way out of balcony. Winterfox striking back.
Okay. Now we've got
a match on our hands once again.
Yeah, we've got something here. We've got something. This is going to be a Winterfox round win, which puts them one away from picking up the map win.
That's some sick hops.
And Luminosity one away from taking it through to double OT. Both very likely possibilities, though. Luminosity, what's their economy going to be like? They won the first round with a fairly convincing score. I think they had 4 players left alive. They take the AWP through from this round as well, so they should have something to play with.
They might not have the double AWP setup. Luminosity did not pick up 2 AWPs. They only picked up the single AWP. So they had to rebuy one. Maybe Yell bought it. So Yell's going to be looking a little bit poor. SHZ saving this AWP to the next round means they can afford rifles.
Yeah.
Okay, SHZ's actually poor, as well as PKL. So double AWP still coming out.
SHZ can afford to drop something here for a teammate.
He's going to lack in utility if he picks up an M4.
Yeah, it'll still be a full sort of a setup. They do have a UMP there. So they go for the utilities over the extra firepower for another M4. But it's a good buy from Luminosity. The double AWP can definitely work out here. Winterfox with 5 rifles. Are they going to go quick into the B bomb site? That looks like it may be the option of choice here, though they have slowed down just a little bit. 5 of those players stacking in there. You would have loved to have seen maybe Luminosity with an AWP towards the back of that platform. Try and have a peek down that angle. Not the case, though. And here we go. The retake. Oh, I'd say the retake. It's the take from Winterfox. Maybe a retake. We'll see. I meant to say execute from Winterfox coming out on the B bomb site. Will it work out? Raz opening things up nicely. SHZ, though, easy kill onto Ofnu through the smoke there. Raz, though, he's doing work with that rifle. 2 players going down for Winterfox. The bomb planted here as well for Winterfox. And Luminosity, the retake here is going to be difficult.
Yeah, and Raz now opening things up with more kills. SHZ pushing forward. It's not going to work this time. And Winterfox do clean up on the back of a Raz 3 kill. 19-17, it was tight. Luminosity did manage to pick up that first round where Winterfox dropped maybe a little bit too overconfident. Lost a retake against Destiny, but now taking the overtime. They were able to get the crucial 2 rounds on their CT overtime and roll that forward towards their advantage.
Crucial rounds as well on their regular CT side because they were looking like they were actually going to lose that one. It was, what, 15-13 or 15-12, something like that when Winterfox started to win some rounds and well, they managed to take it through to overtime. It works out for them as well. They win the overtime. And Luminosity, they'd be so disappointed because they had a big struggle in that second half. Not a struggle, but they had a lot of rounds to win, and they won a lot of rounds. They took it through. They almost looked like they were going to win after such a good first half there from Winterfox. But Winterfox, at this point, just having enough to take it there to Luminosity. Proves me wrong. I thought it was going to be a 2-0 for Luminosity, and already Winterfox picking up the first map. So they put themselves in a good position in this 2 best-of-1s.
The difference this time around was that Winterfox, their members all stepped up. Imagine if Raz at regulation time were able to just put in just good performances round after round. And then in the rounds that counted, Zuzi, Ofnu, 4 kill, 3 kills. On rounds that were absolutely critical for their success on their CT side, they were able to capitalize and step it up.
Yep.
And that was the difference. Luminosity did not have the same happen like PKL did with the AK-47 to bust open the B site this time by himself. They did not have that happen. And that was where the differentiating factor was.
Yeah, looking a lot better now for Winterfox here that they've picked up that 1 win over Luminosity. We'll be heading to a quick break, but we do have our second map, Cache, coming up in just a sec.
Opens up the plant potential. Watch Kenny drop down. Hits exist up. 1v1 spotted up. Oh! Kenny! Once again, very quickly, they tried it before. Then it quick shutdown time after time again. Automatic! This AWP got 2, goes for a shot. That's smart. Gus gets Skadoodle. Jumps up. Still a bit of time on this. It's going to be a 10-second defuse. He's got to hit the shot right now. Oh my God, Fallen!
G'day guys and welcome back. We've just finished map number 1 between Winterfox and Luminosity. Winterfox picking up the victory in overtime 19-17. It was Cobblestone. Now we are headed over to Cation. I don't think that's too bad of a prospect actually for Winterfox. Having come off a win in the first map, Cation is not going to be a terrible map for them. Maybe not super easy, but I think they can still contest.
I was going to say, it's a good start, and then I remembered back to their last Cage game, where they got brutally hammered on the CT side. They can't let that happen.
They cannot.
And Luminosity, at the same time, their CT holes were a lot weaker as well. And so this is a tale of both teams, and I think this is where the trend's coming through. You know, the middle tier teams, the lower tier teams, on maps where Cage is still a little bit CT biased, but it's not as biased towards the CT sides as it used to be. So, in that sense, Luminosity, they can pick up maybe 6-7 rounds, as well as Winterfox on the CT side. They can be happy. They don't have to win the CT half. They just can't drop it towards 3 rounds, 4 rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the key takeaway for both of these teams. Whichever team starts off on that T side is really going to want to be getting towards that 10 or 11 round sort of a mark where then they can start to feel like, okay, we've done a good job here on the T side. But to me, Cage, if it's not T-sided coming out here in the first half, that CT side that does get a good sort of a result, they probably will be able to close this out. So important this first half coming out here. Important to see which of these two teams is going to be able to start off on the T side as well, because that is going to favour them. Get the ball rolling in that second map and see if they can maybe close things out on the CT side. But having a look at how things have been going throughout the evening so far, it's worked out pretty good for Winterfox on our stream, 19-17, with that win over Luminosity. Over on the other side, over on the mainstream, SK, no surprises there to see them picking up a fairly convincing win over Misfits on Cobblestone, and it's looking like it may be headed in that direction on Mirage as well.
Yeah, SK going to be looking to continue their dominating form. After, if they take it against Misfits, they'll be going up 12-0 in the Pro League. What a start. Not even dropping a single map.
Much better than what they had last season where, you know, they were, at that time, one would consider probably the best team in the world. They were winning the majors. They were basically beating everyone. But for some reason in the NA Pro League, things weren't going their way. They had to play a few weeks without their full roster. They lost some matches against some of the lower tier teams. And obviously they didn't finish off in first place. That was Cloud9 last season. This time it is really looking like SK is staking their claim on the NA Pro League. Though, that's not for us to talk about right now. For us, it's Winterfox and Luminosity. One Brazilian team, one Australian team.
One Oceanic team.
I suppose Australia. Oh yeah, exactly. Oceanic team.
It is more. It is more New Zealand than Australian.
It's really a force of habit, isn't it? Like, say Australian, but in reality, it's mostly New Zealanders. But anyway, we still love them like they're our own.
It's mostly it's 60%. Is that just a little bit more, or is that mostly? It's not really mostly. Mostly seems to me it's like 4 people from New Zealand.
I suppose.
60% with 3 of the core. Mainly, no, doesn't work out as well.
A fair majority of? No, that's majority. Yeah.
3 of the 5.
Yeah.
There's no word to describe 3 of the 5.
60%.
60%, but that's not really a word to describe. That's just raw percentages. Speaking of raw percentages, SHZ has 0% of surviving a headshot from Raz.
That was a nice transition, I'll give you that one. But here we go. Let's see if this B-site take goes a little better than the mid-take from Luminosity, and it does seem like that may be the case. Yell taking one, Pickle taking the other, and now the B-side is open, the bomb is down. Winterfox trying to retake this site, but we do see Yell in just such a good position here. They're not even aware of him. He holds that line for a little bit, gets the headshot, gets the second headshot. Third headshot doesn't go his way. But still, work done from him. Should be round over.
Yeah, Apox going to rotate down towards Tree to try to bust open this B spot. But Luminosity, they just know there's only one person. We can triple peek him all from different angles, and barring 3 great one-taps, it's never going to work out in Apox's favor. So the first pistol round of Cage going towards Luminosity, picking up 2 AK-47s for long-distance battles. Winterfox, they look buying a mixed buy pistols. Sometimes you see APOC buying the body armor with a pistol, the rest of them just basic pistols. They'll buy pistols in the second anti-eco if it comes to that, and just try to ramp it up for their first buy round.
Yeah. Well, not much of a chance here for Winterfox, but we have seen throughout some of the NA Pro League, the anti-ecos have not been too good. Luminosity, though, has generally been fairly convincing on their anti-ecos. I don't believe they dropped any on Cobblestone there, so they'll be feeling comfortable headed into this one. And they would have wanted to get off to a good start on that T-side. We sort of said T-side going to be important for both of these teams. If you can get to 10, if you can get to 11, that's where you want to be hitting right now between these two teams. Because their CT sides have not been so great. But Winterfox, they need to fight back. They can allow these first few to go the way of Luminosity, but as soon as we see them get some guns in their hands, we need to see wins coming out from Winterfox, and we probably need to see 2 or 3 in a row.
Well, to imagine Last Man, who was just anchoring the base out with the 5-7, just looking to do damage. Luminosity should be able to close this round in quite comfortable fashion. Showtime, though, spotted out. That's when the AK is lost, and Destiny will be able to get the trade, but Yell does not have enough time to get or retrieve the AK. So damage done with just basic pistols. Small damage, but it compounds over time. It adds up.
Again, is going to be an eco from Winterfox. But if they can do a little bit more damage here once more, and then, I don't know, maybe take 3-4 guns out of the hands of Luminosity, get the win in the next round in the gun round, forces Luminosity onto a tough spot. That all is up in the air at this point. Don't really know what's going to be happening. So just wait and see, and it looks like Luminosity not having too many troubles this time on their anti-eco. As the Molotov, is it going to force him out? Yep, it is. He's dead. So, much better there from Luminosity, not losing a single gun. What do they take through here?
All goes to the SMGs as well.
Yeah.
So, economy is ramping up.
Do they take 2 UMPs? Do they even take the MAC-10 as well?
Do it.
It's a big save from Luminosity. But
Do
they will
it.
get a buy next round regardless.
They'll just go faster with the SMGs. They know Winterfox won't have as much utility. So they just got to push in with the aggression. Okay, so the MAC-10 is upgraded.
Yeah.
It makes me a little bit sad. UMPs kept is more understandable. There is enough firepower in the SMGs to back up the decision to save them. MAC-10, probably not as much.
Yeah. All right, well. This is the important one for Winterfox. It almost looked like Zuzi wanted to push through that smoke there, but Winterfox decides better of it, and he falls back towards the side a little bit safer. Bit of control in towards mid as well from Winterfox. They've got Emag in the vent. Obviously, he's not watching mid, but he can check out very, very quickly. They've also got Raz in that direction too, and that player up the top of short, Zuzi, he's also fairly close to being able to rotate into mid. So, Luminosity, it does seem like they want to contest mid here, but Winterfox is fairly well set up to potentially defend it. Although Raz, with that rotation off, he's not going to spot them getting out here. Winterfox now surely aware that there is going to be some presence in mid. There's a few utilities being thrown in there from Luminosity. I'll be surprised if Winterfox do get caught off by it.
They have 3 members stacked towards A and Ofnu. Rotating back to Heaven, ready to rotate towards A at any point in time. Luminosity stacking up towards the B side. Imagine there's so much work to do. A single Molotov from SHZ means that this Roost will be up, but they don't check it. But Imagine only goes 1 for 1. That's not good enough. It really isn't good enough because Winterfox have lost control of the B side. But no, there's no smokes to cover. Ofnu, you got to hit those. Showtime. What great reactions as well as spray control to get the headshot towards the CZ player at Heaven. Tag down towards, tag low. Zuzi can clean up, but Winterfox, they're locked out of this.
He's only got 5 HP, so no, he's not going to be able to. Yell takes him down, and it's just APOC here. A tough situation for him, a doable situation. There's a lot of time to work with, and he has a kit, but no utilities. I'd say, given that how long this has passed without him being able to pick up a kill there, he probably should have just backed out, saved that gun, but in reality, it was never going to be an opportunity because there was a player wrapping around behind him anyway. So Luminosity, very convincing first gun round. Did they even drop a player? I think they dropped 1.
They did. Imagine died.
Yeah, Imag got 1.
And then...
Oh, they dropped 2, didn't they?
They dropped 2 players, but
right.
they were able to hold on.
So, they'll take a lot of guns through. They'll only have to rebuy a couple. Another eco coming out from the CT side here, Winterfox. Should be 5-0 for Luminosity. Now, it's not out of control.
The HE needs stack doing tons of damage.
It does, but not too much, right? There's still a few players there with full HP for Luminosity. Those are the ones that are going to have to go in first and do the work. Yell picks up the first onto APOC over on the A-bomb site. This is just a split sort of a play, really, from Luminosity. A default setup, almost, peeking in. Maybe a little bit of an aggressive default, I suppose, is what you could call it, as they've taken a few sort of angles where they can get kills. They've made those kills work, but they've all been split across the map here, and they've been covering everything off. So Winterfox, not much of a chance to do much there, but I want to go back to that point that I was making about Luminosity. If they get 5 here, it's not really the end of the day just yet for Winterfox. We sort of expected that the T side was going to start off quite nicely for whoever did get onto it. So Luminosity here with 5, that's good. It's good, but it's not excellent. Winterfox can still respond in this first half. There's a lot of time. They want to get this gun round, though. If they let this one go, they let the next one go, that's when things start to spiral out of control. So they do need to answer eventually, but it's not like at this point they're sort of 6 feet under and just about to be buried.
Yeah, there's still time to strike back, but every single round that Luminosity is able to take means it is one less for the members of Winterfox to try to get these rounds. Imagine going to be just holding alongside with Raz, so more priority given towards mid instead of B this time around. Luminosity spread on a default, just sussing out the sides, trying to find the opportunities, and this is confidence from Yell, holding onto the Galil. He was able to do work in the anti-eco. Gun round, completely different story. Let's see how he's going to go. Alrighty, well. Luminosity, as of yet, haven't really made any inroads in this round. Winterfox have, though, courtesy of Zuzi. Gets that kill without taking any damage. Really good work from him. Good team flash to allow him to peek A main without any danger whatsoever. And Destiny now, while playing around the highway box, Raz is aware of the danger. So you can see Winterfox playing safe at A main, not on the A site, not giving away any opportunities. EMAG as well as Offnu just anchoring the B site. Don't want to be giving any headshots towards Luminosity. Don't want to be giving any leeway back in, and PKL has crawled back towards Squeaky. The bomb will be making its way towards A main with 38 seconds left on the timer. Luminosity will be looking to execute towards the A site. Winterfox have some more utility to hold off the push, but that's pretty much the last of it. And now the players are being found out. Destiny from Highway able to get one more kill. APOC, only one as well.
So
2 on 3 still.
So tough for him there. He had 2 players that were peeking him right at the perfect time for the trade, and obviously he had to choose one, but didn't even get a single. So he only got that 1 frag, not 2, but still not too bad for Winterfox here. Raz finding showtime, 3 versus 1 on the retake. They can't afford to let this one go the way of Pickle, but they're not going to give him a chance. EMAG in particular stepping up there just to get that shot. Everyone from Winterfox finding a kill in that round. Good team effort.
Yeah, that's what you need to everyone needs to chime in from Winterfox to get these rounds, so they finally put something on the board. But they can't drop this one. Luminosity, they've upgraded to the AWP in the hands of Yell. They're going to be a lot more cautious, maybe even try to change the tempo. Push a bomb site much more rapidly. Don't allow Winterfox any control of a bomb site. Don't allow them to get a couple of flashbangs through and get map control, because that is what Winterfox did. A single flashbang into A main, easy pick on towards Yell, and Winterfox weren't concerned anymore with these fast pushes or checking out any more positions. They knew they could play safe, they had the numbers advantage.
It's a boost from Winterfox here. Not a super boost. I guess they're up in the same spot though, but EMAG, he opens things up again for Winterfox, and that's how the recipe for success has been for them so far on the CT side. Obviously, they only have won 1 round, but in that round, Zuzi did get an early frag, and it gave them that player advantage. Again, that is going to be the case here for Winterfox now. And as long as they can trade well for the rest of this round, they will have a pretty good time here. So, could be 2 on the board for Winterfox. Still need more than that, though. They'll need to, I think, get to at least 5.
Yeah, and Winterfox just slowly buying time, playing safe after the first initial pick. We were talking about Winterfox just playing aggressive, getting one off the board for Luminosity, and just falling back. Yell, I believe his gun barrel should show towards APOC. He's aware of the danger. And we'll call that there are 2 members from Luminosity as they begin their execute on the A site. Molotov's coming through, and APOC able to take down 1 more. Raz, the AWP from Highway, as it's off to SHZ, but there's too many angles to check. You can't even clean up APOC on top.
Yep.
And Winterfox,
great round,
taking all the rifles as well to the next round.
That's super, super important here for Winterfox, because it does allow them to start getting that economy rolling. And we know how hard it can be. The way the CT economy is right now, the meta that it sort of is in right now, is that it is so tough to get a good CT economy rolling. Sort of as soon as you lose a round, it's like rebuy, okay, your money's back to almost 0, you might get reset next round. But that allows Winterfox at least next round. They should have a buy here. So that's a bit of breathing room. If they can go through from this round as well with at least 2-3 guns left alive, they're setting themselves up for a good CT half. Luminosity, though, they don't want to allow that to happen. Contesting mid again, just a little bit, but not too heavily. Destiny peeking in. Does seem as though he might actually drop down there, and he will. So they do now have control of the mid area. A lot of options for Luminosity.
Yeah, so Winterfox are aware of the danger, so they just move their players around to make sure they don't give too much territory over towards Luminosity without exposing one of their members. And Raz is actually going to be boosted up the edge of the Z-Smoke. If someone crosses, like right now, it's a very easy pick. And once again, Winterfox. Calculated aggression much better this time round. Single flashbang, push through. Zuzi now picking up these kills. This is what Winterfox should have been playing from the side of the league, and they just got to continue the good form rolling. Luminosity just losing members trying to individually peek. Like to see a faster execute coming out on towards either, probably the B side at this time. Like to see Luminosity just push fast in, flashbangs, Molotovs. Don't allow Winterfox the advantage.
They've got two players to deal with here, Emag and Offnu. Emag's been fairly comfortable on Cobblestone. Hasn't been huge here yet on Cage, but hasn't had much time to step up. This time, though, not going to answer the question too well. Raz, at least, with a quick rotate across there for Winterfox. The flashbangs, the smoke's coming in, but well, that's not a great smoke in reality. Winterfox still going to be able to peek up there from heaven. Bomb should go down here. Grenade might do a bit of damage, though, to Pickle. Yes, it does. A decent amount. And Raz has a really nice line here, even though there's that smoke. So this is definitely a doable situation for Winterfox. Doable as well for Luminosity, but the Molotovs and the utilities that Winterfox have available to them is going to make life so difficult, and Showtime gives away his position, taking down Raz. The bomb not really planted for him, and Winterfox going to peek him both at the same time. Zuzi in the end is the one to get the kill, but not the defuse.
Yep, so Zuzi's going to hightail it back up towards heaven, pick up the AWP, where Raz has picked up 3 kills in the round. 2 on the B site and 1 earlier at mid towards Z connector. So the bomb plant does go down for Luminosity. They'll be able to buy it once again. AK-47s, no AWP. This AWP, it's not going to work out for Luminosity unless they decide to go somewhere quickly. No, they actually do pick it up. Okay, so I don't particularly agree with the decision to pick up the AWP because it's not working out. Once again, want Luminosity to come in fast to a bomb site. Don't allow Winterfox to get the initiative and the control.
Jeez. All right. Well,
you nearly fall off the chair.
Yeah, I had a bit of trouble. My headset cord got stuck behind the chair, and I don't know. Anyway, we're back. We're alive. It's okay, guys.
I was scared for a moment.
Yeah. I almost died. Strangled myself with a headset cord. That would have been embarrassing. But here we go, Winterfox, they're going to have to hold off this B site take again. Luminosity sensing the weakness over here, but this time Offnu comes up with 3 from heaven. And Yell, well, he does trade him out, but it's a little bit too late here for Luminosity. Too little, too late, maybe the phrase you might want to think about in that sort of a sense.
Okay, Zuzi, that's a teammate, that's not an enemy. Poor Imagine, PKL was able to do the damage, but Zuzi with his final bullet says, oopsie, that probably wasn't meant to happen.
An opportunity here for Luminosity, because let's say Yell able to take down the player on the A site. That's going to draw another rotation across from Winterfox, probably the mid player. And then it's just down to Pickle 1 versus 1 over on B. Here we go. The rotation comes across actually from both. This has worked out better than Luminosity could have ever hoped for. Pickle's going to get the bomb down for free. And all Yell has to do here, really, is get 1 kill, which he doesn't. So Zuzi spots that one out. Pickle, he's being very slow here. He should have been a little bit quicker, I think. He had the time to get in and... Oh, what's he doing? He's going to try and take the duel. They don't know where he is. So this is actually not too badly played, but he doesn't have too much time.
Did Zuzi spot him out?
Don't.
Where is Raz looking at? No. So Zuzi did not spot out where Raz is. And
he's only got 18 seconds, though. He has to work so quickly, but Raz, the spider sense is tingling. And he turns around, gets the kill. That could have been better played. It looked really good for Luminosity, but it just didn't. It just sort of came undone towards the end there. Would have liked to have seen the bomb go down from Pickle. Would have liked to have seen Yell either take a kill over on the A-bomb site or just even survive a little bit longer. In the end, though, Winterfox, they get around. 4 now on their CT side. This is starting to get into decent territory for them. I think they need 1 more, and they'll be in a decent spot. If they get 2 more, they're in a good spot.
They just got to keep the momentum rolling. It's working out in spades for them. PKL trying to change up the momentum, charging straight through towards mid, up highway, making a lot of noise, and Raz still picks off SHZ through the edge of the smoke. Luminosity have to use another smoke to cover off Z connector properly this time, but the damage has been done. Winterfox, how many rounds in a row have they been allowed to get the first pick? No trade coming out from Luminosity.
Yeah, it's looking much better here for Winterfox on the CT side of Cage than it had, one could argue, probably on Cobblestone. Admittedly, still early days. We could still see Luminosity balloon this one out to 11-4, and then we'd be saying much different things at the end of this half. But definitely the way that Winterfox is looking right now, they're having a much easier time on the CT side. It's looking a little bit dangerous for Luminosity. Oh, Offnu does get dinked down. He was the big player in the last round. Doesn't have any backup on the B side. Actually does well to get 1 kill onto Destiny there, given the HP that he was on. Emag gets tagged by that Molotov. They're going to know that he's up in heaven right now. Pickle is watching that line. Raz coming in from A-main as well, though. He could be a dangerous player with that AWP.
And Zuzi on the long rotate around. Going to be trying to find PKL, who is lurking in Sunroom. Showtime just making sure no CTs coming in through checkers. And Zuzi will not check this, so PKL should be able to get a very clean headshot. It will force it back to a 3-on-3 with all the CT stuck towards Tree in Heaven. They're going to bust out through the flashbang, but it's not very favorable. Yell as well as Showtime able to get a few more kills. Now up to EMAG 1-on-2, but the bomb plan is very open for both Luminosity players to peek. Yeah. Showtime will take the deal.
He basically just had to take the head off Showtime straight away there when he peeked, and maybe spray over to Pickle, but not the case for him. Still, though, it's not been too bad, actually, for Winterfox. Their economy, it hasn't built up as much as they probably would have liked. So in this round, I would say they probably should be ecoing it out, although they are going to force into it. So a couple of UMPs coming out, not too many utilities, and it is a glass cannon AWP for Raz. It's not an excellent buy for Winterfox, but if they can respond back with a round here, reset the economy of Luminosity, get a 5th round on the board, they'll be really putting themselves in a good spot.
Luminosity going back to the default, the slow style of play. Imagine it's not touched by that Molotov. And that's going to be crucial because Showtime has no idea that Imagine's actually stuck very close towards the B main box. But he's going to fall back towards Checkers as Destiny is going to be boosted up. Going to try to find another opportunity. Raz, so far in the CT half, have not been giving Luminosity easy chances to take him out. He's been playing safe angles, calculates the risk, peeks out, and lands the shots when he needs to. That's been the different factor from last week's Winterfox, or so far early on, compared to this week's. They're able to get the first picks on some much better controlled aggression. They communicate much better once again another boost coming out through the edge of smoke.
Alrighty, well, there's a good shot from Raz. Not quite enough to do damage to kill, but he does get the shot onto Yell. So a little bit of an advantage there for Winterfox, though they have lost the player. And, well, they trade it back. Still, though, looking a bit dangerous for them now that they've lost those couple of trades. So, Luminosity, here's another chance for them to pick up a round.
Raz just locking down the default line, but Flashbang's flying in his way. PKL gets safely onto the site and will be able to plant safe from any interfering counter-terrorists. And the way that Winterfox are moving, just going to be saving their weapons to the next round. Not a terrible decision. It is difficult to retake the B bomb site when you already had a numbers deficit. They already lost the previous one. They had a 4-on-3. Bomb plant went down to the B site, and they were unable to make the trades.
Yeah, and this is looking a bit better now for Luminosity. They'll be able to secure 7. Winterfox, obviously, they'll have a sort of a reasonable chance in the next round because they've got a few weapons saved. But if they lose any more here, that's where things start to become a problem for them. Looks like it's not going to be the case, though. I don't think Luminosity has enough time here to hunt. And Winterfox, you just feel as though they need 1 or 2 more rounds here on that CT side, and that's going to be enough for them to really challenge in the second half. But if they allow this one to snowball the way of Luminosity, then things are going to become a problem. As of yet, though, not out of control for either side right now. It's still sort of hanging in the balance.
Both sides' economies are not that great. They've both been taking damage. Even the rounds they've won, it hasn't been... Well, ever since the early Winterfox rounds, it hasn't been overly convincing in the sense that we've got 4 or 5 rifles up and available, ready to use in the next round. It's been, okay, we've taken, 3 people, 2 people died, we're going to have to buy up. And Winterfox getting close and aggressive. Molotov's being used to clear our checkers, but at the edge of the smoke, Imagina's able to get 1, gets 2 with a UMP, and there's no more. Luminosity playing just a little bit too aggressive, will be punished through the edge of the smoke. Winterfox can retrieve a few AK-47s if they choose to do so, but they haven't played any more aggressively. They suspect that Luminosity has sprinted over to make sure the guns don't trade out. The guns are not retrieved.
This is all off the back of that save from Winterfox. If they hadn't taken those 3 guns through from the last round, they probably wouldn't have been able to really do much in this one. But now they've really put themselves in a good position here. 3 versus 5. Luminosity struggling. And again, making their way back over to the B site. We've seen some good holds over on B from Winterfox. Similarly, we've also seen some good takes from Luminosity over on the B site. So this one's still up in the air in terms of that B tank, but Raz covering off from the CT spawn, or covering off the CT spawn from the A site. Really puts the onus now on these last 2 Luminosity players, SHZ and Pickle, to find something. But I think it's too little too late with 30 seconds, 2 versus 5. Realistically, what are you going to be able to do?
Yeah, and Zuzi has also spotted that the members trying to transfer back towards A site. PKL loses his life and the bomb, and they know where SHZ is. And SHZ going to be desperately just trying to save his life. Doesn't want to be giving away over after time, but Zuzi needs to push in and get the AK-47. It's worth trying to lose his life to retrieve a superior weapon. And he will be able to do so. So upgrades going across the board for Winterfox, taking a round on the back of saving a few weapons, force buying into this round.
Yeah, that's basically the perfect situation there for Winterfox because they upgrade their 3 UMPs into AKs. They don't have to rebuy any guns, just the utilities. They might upgrade their head armor here, a couple of them at least. We'll see what they decide to do, but next round, if they lose this, I don't actually think they'll be able to buy. If they do, it'll be sort of like a force buy, but
neither will Luminosity. They've completely drained out their accounts.
It's an incredibly crucial round here because this round could turn into a couple of rounds for whichever team does win it.
Raz playing at edge of the smoke. Luminosity going to be walking up and trying to attack once again. Raz missing a shot. He's going to be mollied off and taking more damage, but he will be able to get out alive. No, he won't. Showtime finds the pick through the smoke with the timing. So, for the first time in a lot of rounds in the buy round, it's Luminosity actually taking the first kill.
Yep.
Especially on the AWP from Raz. It's up to the rest of Winterfox to try to equalize the situation by getting a pick of their own, but they can't go aggressively in. If they go aggressively in and lose another player, they lose more territory, and Luminosity will seize upon that opportunity.
Dangerous for Winterfox here. If they lose this round, Luminosity, they could strike it through to 10. Admittedly, 5 rounds, I said it was a par mark for Winterfox.
Showtime, just headshot.
Headshot. Yeah,
more headshots? More headshots!
There we go. Can he do one better? Can he go 5? He's all the way over at the B site, though.
Just something's clicked. Showtime goes, oh...
Well, he might actually get this. If he comes in from truck, Emag's covered off, but he can get around behind Emag. Oh, no, Emag spotted him first. There we go. Gives away his position. And now Showtime. Here's the chance for the ace. And, oh, Yell's going to steal it. But Luminosity, they get the round on the board. They don't lose a gun. They respond back to exactly what Winterfox essentially did to them last round.
Winterfox forced purchase.
Yeah.
Not the best forced purchase, but it is the last 2 rounds. So would have liked to see Winterfox body armor pistol go into the final round of the half with a really good buy, trying to make it 6-9. Because now, if Luminosity are able to take down the subpar buy, they can close out the half 10-5 on Cache. Better than last week's Winterfox performance on Cache, but not even last week. It was early this week. It was a replace or a catch-up match.
Yeah. Whenever it was, Winterfox did not have a great time. And Luminosity, they're in with a chance here of taking it through to 10, but they lose this one. Winterfox, they get 6. That's a pretty good CT half for them. And we'll see how they go on the T side. I guess this is all based on the assumption that we suspect both teams are going to have a good time on the T side. It's not necessarily set in stone that Winterfox is going to come out here on the T side and wreck face. So any more rounds that they can get on the CT side is always going to be useful. They wouldn't complain about it.
Always space to work with, as Destiny is going to be looking to create some opportunities for Luminosity at mid. Stacking up for an A site execute. Luminosity just slowly play the map. They fall back together and then try to seize a bomb site. And there's only one member here. It's going to be APOC. The rest of Winterfox will start rotating. Zuzi back him up at Highway.
A site take about to come out from Luminosity. Destiny entering well. APOC goes down. Zuzi goes down. Luminosity, that's the A site take, and Showtime as well picking up Raz, so there's no chance Winterfox retakes this. Showtime is going to be able to find another one or two EMAG by the looks of things, and he does. Opno does find one at least for Winterfox, but it's just a consolation prize at this point. He'll probably be traded out eventually. They don't want him to take this AK through to the next round, and there you go, Yell picks him up. So Winterfox in this round, let's have a look at the economy. Oh, it hurts. It hurts.
Should we do a list of things better than Winterfox's economy right now? We could do a list. It would be a very long list. Let's not start.
Karath's hair? No, wait, that would be a lie.
My hair is a mess. I need to go towards the hairdressers and get a clip soon.
Yeah, maybe.
Such is the esports life where you go, I'd like to go to the hairdressers. Oh,
no,
wait,
I
don't have time. You've got casting. You've got uni work for yourself. If it's not this casting, it's more casting. If it's not more casting, it's preparation for more casting.
Yeah, that's the dream though, isn't it, really? Anyway, Winterfox, they're going to try and have the dream of 6 rounds. At this point, it is the last round of the half, but you have to say it is probably a little bit of a dream here for them if they were to be able to get to 6, because with this kind of a buy, you don't expect much to come out from them. Just pistols, a UMP for Ofnu. Luminosity have looked pretty good towards the late stages of this first half. They've really been able to clean it out quite nicely. Though they did allow, I feel as though, just enough to go over to Winterfox. 5 rounds, it's something to play with. Winterfox will want to get the pistol on the second half. If they don't, there's still a chance. They're going to have to play it perfectly, though, but a chance is better than what they've given themselves in the past when they've started on the CT side. If you only get 3, that's not even a chance, really. That's just game over.
APOC has to go big with the Desert Eagle. Luminosity just waiting behind a smoke. That smoke seemed to have lasted for a very long time. Both sides just playing around it, giving respect to each other, not pushing through. But there's Luminosity now coming towards Forklift. Smoke's coming on the cross. There is Raz, but he's going to be isolated. It's all up to APOC to hold this. He's waiting for SAZ to come to his crosshairs. He's going to miss it, but Raz with a P250 gets 1 kill, but his teammates are dropping around him, and there's not much more that he can do if he's just the last man left standing. Ofnu's got to rotate quicker and try to get these kills, but Destiny, the AK-47, too strong, and Showtime cleaning up.
Well, the map hanging in the balance at the moment. 10-5 in the first half in the favor of Luminosity. Find out how the second half goes in just a second.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You like Nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy, now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Back to the second half here of the second map between Luminosity and Winterfox. The first went the way of Winterfox. The second, as far as I can see, probably still hanging in the balance, though maybe one would favour Luminosity here. 5 rounds on the CT side, though, for Winterfox. Their T sides have been pretty good. It's a doable situation.
All up to the pistol, and Winterfox stacking towards Squeaky. Going to be busting out and trying to engage Luminosity in close quarter duels. USPs from SHZ, Destiny, and Yell have to be on point. The kid is here, and Destiny is starting it up well. That's 2 kills, and Yell's also joining in the fun. SHZ also finding a kill. That's exactly how to make an impact on the CT pistol. Yep. Composure, getting the headshots, and putting the numbers in the favor of your team.
That's right. There you go. I don't know if it's going to be enough now for Winterfox to come back. They would have liked to have gotten that pistol. If Luminosity secure both the anti-ecos here, then Winterfox will be in trouble.
It'll be 13-5. Winterfox don't have many rounds to play with, and Deagle's coming out for Zuzi and Ofnu, as well as EMAG, but Raz and APOC not joining the Desert Eagle party. And they're picking up P250s. 2 HE grenades to try to do some damage towards CTs. Luminosity. What is SHZ doing with that? Just dropping it down. Destiny and Yell challenging towards A main. They do some damage, but they also get tagged very low down to 22 and 15 HP. But the rest of Luminosity is stacked across. Yell was completely blinded. Still gets the kill. Imagine tags another member so low. Luminosity just not dropping. 3 of the members breathing with just barely some signs of life in them. As PKL looking to push even faster and get more kills, and APOC finally gets a kill, can do some more damage. So many members low.
So many. APOC, he's got a good chance here to pick up 3. Showtime, where is he at the moment? He's by Truck, or a little bit behind Truck, so I'd like to see him maybe be one of the closer players here, but no time really for Luminosity to change things around, and in the end, they don't get punished for it either. Showtime, nice headshot onto APOC, cleans him up. Overall, all things considered, that's a pretty good anti-eco for Luminosity.
Yeah, only losing one gun. That was a UMP, and PKL's gonna buy up to the M4. Winterfox, kind of just a little bit stagnant at the moment. They did have a harder CT side. Looked good at one particular point in time. 4-5. Let a few more rounds drop, in Luminosity able to capitalize on rounds where the economy turned in their favor. Dropped the CT side towards the eco. Just took easy rounds from there, did not allow the opportunity to escape, and now PKL under a bit of pressure, and Yell, a little miscommunication coming through, allows Uzi to get the first pick, but now pressure on towards PKL, but flashbangs coming through. Luminosity still trying to hold on towards mid, and they will be able to. The M4's working out greatly, and Zuzi only with a UMP to try to recover the bomb, and PKL's not going to even give him even a single glimpse of hope.
Yep. This has been a good shutout so far from Luminosity, but Winterfox buying into this one. It's the one that Winterfox will need to pick up if they're to have any chance of coming back into this. It's a difficult task now, though. 8 rounds in advantage is Luminosity. You have to think Winterfox is probably not going to have enough here. But it all starts here, 1 round at a time. We did see Luminosity come back from a fairly large deficit on Cobblestone to bring it into overtime.
We've seen big comebacks as well. 15-6 last night.
Yeah.
Towards overtime. It's doable. But Luminosity Gaming, they can only allow it to happen if they start losing these rounds, or if Winterfox pulls something ridiculous.
Yep.
They have to pull not only a rabbit out of the hat, but they probably have to pull an entire truck out of the hat.
Oh, well.
Such is their task.
They've decided to go for what looked to be an execute actually on an A, but they've decided maybe just want to contest control of mid. They do have some smokes in there. Zuzi popping up and down, but he's surely a kill here for SHZ. Oh boy, 1 HP for Zuzi. EMAG goes down to Yell, who also finds Ofnu. And there you go. Zuzi eventually does fall after a bit of a longer survivable... What am I even trying to say? After surviving a little bit longer than maybe he should have. In the end, though, Luminosity, another convincing CT round. This is looking much better for them than the CT sides on Cobblestone and Winterfox. The money's not good, but do they buy here? They kind of have to.
They have to force up, otherwise it's 15-5. And the Tech 9s, as well as the head arm, are going to be forced. Winterfox might just want to bust fast mid and try to surround B side. A side has not been working for them, but they're going to try it once again.
Tech 9 armor. Winterfox. Still not too bad of a strategy. SHZ's like, what's going on here?
Yell's sitting on that Molotov for just a little bit too long, but Zuzi loses his life very quickly, so Winterfox still going to try that A main take, but it's going to be a duel out working in their favor, but the Molotov going to burn and toast Ofnu alive, so he drops. Yell's already down towards 12, and he's going to smoke off A main. Winterfox have used their smokes and really didn't get anywhere.
Nope.
Well, Yell should surely... No, he takes a little bit more damage, but doesn't die. And Destiny waiting towards fence, able to take down Imagine, and it's off to APOC, who's by himself, and PKL is just going to drop down. This is a clean shot out from the CT side.
This is what you want to see, though, from the CT side. It doesn't always happen that way, but when you get that pistol round, when you get that momentum in the second half, you just want to close things out, really. And Winterfox, everything that they've done so far on their T side, it hasn't worked out. It's looked like Luminosity's been ready for it. Anywhere that you peek, anywhere that you look, there's a CT player there ready to take you down. And Luminosity, they've been winning the aim duels, and they haven't even necessarily needed to win the aim duels because a lot of the time Winterfox have had their backs to them. So it's been a very nicely played CT side here from Luminosity. There's a kill onto APOC as he tries to push aggressively down through B halls. Super boost coming out from SHZ. They might have heard that, Winterfox, but at this point, it's just too much to come back from. Even if they do win this round, even if they do win the next round, there's just so much to play with here for Luminosity that they're going to be afforded plenty of time to eco out, get that full buy through whenever they need, and eventually they will win a round.
And the control coming out from the B side of the map from Destiny and Showtime after they got the first kill on APOC. Raz does answer on towards SHZ. They did hear it, and they were just playing around the smoke. PKL now playing close forklift. Yell with the AWP, but Raz with a second headshot. Winterfox with a bit of life, but not if Yell has anything to say, but he won't be able to get the no-scope on Imagine. So 2-on-3. Showtime is really fast up. Imagine picking up the AWP, able to pick off Showtime.
Well, we did see Destiny win a 1 versus 3 on Cobblestone. Could he do it again? Oh,
nope.
If that
gets the door shut on him.
If that door had stayed open, it would have made his life a bit easier, but he got the kill anyway. Still, the round goes to Winterfox. Luminosity will have enough money to buy back into this one, though. More than enough. Look at that. One player on 12k, one player on 11, well, almost 12k. And, boy, oh boy, Luminosity. Do they have enough to buy even next round? No.
They could eco for many rounds.
They double open. Okay.
Yell to lock down the A site. Showtime to lock down the B site. Would like to see APOC not try to throw away his life this time around. Yell going to be playing aggressive towards Squeaky. Imagine has to hold this safe. He cannot give the opportunity over towards Yell. As Destiny is going to take some damage in the Molotov towards Squeaky, but he's going to push closer towards B main box. Actually down towards 43 and Yell. Well, that's what imagine that is going to be the opening that Luminosity needed, but SHZ playing close, unable to get the trade, and Zeus is actually on the A site. Yell's going to be mollied out, and he has too many angles to check. PKL makes his way towards Forklift, and
they don't know that he's there either. Raz goes down. PKL, he might turn around and get another one, which he does. Destiny gets dropped by APOC, but it's a small prize here for the 2-for-1. Overall, Winterfox, it's looking like they're going to be bowing out here, 16 and 6. All down to Alpha now. 1 versus 3, and he's not going to have enough. There you go. 16 and 6, the result for Keish. It was 19-17 in the favour of Winterfox. Much more closely fought from Luminosity than it was here from Winterfox on Keish. But a good night, I think, for Winterfox in particular. Luminosity would have come into this one thinking we should get a 2-0.
It was a good Cobblestone game. It just felt like the tanks went into towards, well, they were depleted. Yeah. I was about to say going into reserve, but I think there wasn't even any reserves left. It was depleted. You can see in the T side, they were starting to struggle a little bit more. They didn't really have any answers, didn't really flesh out their game plan. I think they were just happy with the 1-1, and it showed on the T side. Yeah, just not much diversity being used from Winterfox.
They really needed to get the pistol round there. Once they lost that pistol, it was just almost game over, essentially. And Luminosity, they sort of executed 2 very nice anti-ecos. They didn't look like they were troubled at all. The first gun round went their way as well. And at that point, Winterfox was probably like, okay, well, this is too much to come back from. We're going to have too much of a difficult time. And in the end, they did have a difficult time. They only got 1 round on the T side. Yeah.
And Luminosity did step their game up as well. So we saw the M4 aim working much better. They did struggle with that on Cobblestone. So to bring it on towards Keish, where they needed to step up, able to do so, and cleaning up 16-6. Well, they still do drop the first map. They would have loved to pick up Cobblestone, which is one of their stronger maps as well. But I guess it's pass score for both teams.
Yeah,
they'll be happy. Well, they'll be happy with the outcome.
Good result.
Good.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
ESL 1 is coming back to New York City in 2017. September 16th to the 17th. Get your tickets now at ESL1.com.
Hello and welcome back to the North American division of the ESL Pro League Season 5. Match day number 15. Our first matchup just went one apiece. Luminosity picking up the second map. Winterfox picking up the first. Now headed over to another one which could potentially go one apiece. NRG and Immortals. I feel as though these two teams could be fairly evenly matched.
I'd say very evenly matched, even though the scoreboard not really reflective of really their skill. Immortals have had a lot more rougher matchups, and the most difficult matchup so far that NRG had was against Optic, and they took that 2-0.
Yeah.
Which is an indication of how well NRG are playing, especially with the stats.
Yeah, definitely.
Take a look at their critical players. They go absolutely huge.
Having a look here at how things are going across on the main stream as well as our stream. Did just mention it was one apiece between Luminosity and Winterfox. 2-0 for SK. No big surprises there, and really not much to take away from that initial scoreline between Renegades and Selfless. Nothing much to draw too many conclusions from. Just a pistol round win, presumably, there from Selfless. Anyway, thinking about NRG and Immortals, when I sort of saw this NRG lineup before this season started, I was like, okay, this is again going to be an NRG which is not going to be amazing. They're going to be okay, but they're not really going to be able to sort of challenge with the top tier of competition. You know, I didn't expect to see them up in fourth. I thought they'd be middle of the pack. But they are actually doing very, very well so far this season.
Yeah, I mean, Peter's been going absolutely ballistic. And look, Breezy, we've talked about Breezy time after time. How he, in his previous lineups, always the best performing player. And he's showing it as well. In the overall, for the ESL Pro League, just for this season, statistics-wise, currently Peter's sitting at second best player behind Cold Zero. Right. That is nothing to laugh at. Cold Zero was the best player of 2016. And Breezy is sitting at 6th.
Well, doing good. Doing good. Having a look at the statistics here, though. There you go. Peter, 1.63. Holy dooly. 85 ADR as well. That's really very, very impressive from him. Breezy just a little bit behind him, 84.8. 1.29 KD as well. Things not quite as good on Immortals, but still very, very respectable. And we're going to be seeing, obviously, a lot of those guys having to step up here. NRG as well. They'll be relying on Peter and Breezy probably, but Henny, I think he's the one to look at here for Immortals.
Absolutely. This entire Immortals lineup needs to stand up, and especially their AWPer. They need their AWPer in the hands of Henny to take down Peter. Yeah. And that is a difficult ask. When Peter is just going 1.63. The closest I saw was Shazam on Misfit 2. I think it was sitting around 1.45, 1.5 KD, and even then his rating was not this ridiculously high.
Yeah.
I think it's something like 1.36 over the entire season so far.
That's really good.
That's over 5, or I was going to say 5 2 best of ones
So
series.
10
so 10 maps in total. To
Really
have a
impressive.
consistently high rating over that many really shows class. And if he's able to continue to bring that talent, able to dominate the entire Immortals matchup, especially on Train, where we know this is a map where the AWP can dominate and excel, well, Immortals may be shut out.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Immortals is a good side, so I'm definitely not going to be counting them out this early on. I think it's going to go one apiece. Probably both teams picking up their own map pick, but who knows? This could go to 2-0. Could go 2-0 for either team as well. Immortals, though, last week against Winterfox, they did have a fairly long series where you would have expected them probably to sweep that one under the rug relatively easily. So if you want to take anything away from that, maybe NRG are going to have a bit of a better time here, but we are going to get onto Train and find out momentarily. What's your pick? 1-1?
1-1 is a safe pick. But if it is a 2-0, it would be tight between the two teams. I don't think we're going to see shutouts like we just saw in Cage, 16-6. It'd be 16-10, 16-11. The team starting on CT side and Train needs to capitalize and roll their advantage forward. They need to give themselves enough rounds to play with. Similarly, for the team starting on the T side, got to make a huge impact from the get-go. Pistol round, win your anti-ecos, get as many rounds as buffering space, and try to roll forward towards a win.
All right, NRG starting off on the T side. So it's on the back of Immortals here, really, to get probably 9 or 10 rounds here on the CT side. And then try and follow that up on the T side. But NRG busting straight out onto the A-bomb side, or at least Marquis, because no one else has just yet. They're running it all the way up towards Ivy, and it's going to be a bit of a split out onto the A-bomb side. Now we see them coming in as a team, maybe too little too late. Have a look at that. The aim from Henny gets 2, FNX gets 2 as well, and Lucas chiming in with 1, and you blink and you miss it. NRG lose the pistol.
Yeah, just charging towards Ivy. They were banking on the fact that they could catch out the CTs, either pushing towards Ivy or trying to crossfire and engage in the close quarter duels, but Immortals just going one better. Clean headshots. You can't do anything when you just have body armor. And NRG will force up. Just pistols and body armor. Peter just with a P250, so he's looking to pick up the AWP instantly on the buy round, which is what you expect. Because as soon as he picks up the AWP, that's when you want him to make the impact, and Marky will be able to make it out. Oh, just barely out of T-Connector. Down towards 13 HP. And Bolt's just spotting the inners line. He's tagged once, but he'll be able to get out alive, and Marky does fall towards FNX's grenade. But Fugly, what a deagle shot, but they're lining up. Breezy also with the deagle, picking up another kill, so they should be able to get the bomb plant down. No grenades for Immortals to use. There is an incendiary grenade on Steel, who's just going to fall. Actually, Dab's getting a kill with the UMP, and FNX pushing close. Oh my goodness, this has gone wrong for Immortals. Henny's got to lift his game.
Yeah, it's 1 versus 2 though for him. Difficult task. Breezy very low on HP. He actually could just tap this bomb and see what he can do there. That will be the case, but immediately 2 utilities coming out from NRG. A smoke and a flash. A grenade and a flash. And he does take down Daps, and now it's just Breezy. And Breezy's good enough with the deagle. And the round goes the way of NRG. And anti-eco.
That was a soft round as well. That was something Immortals needed to hold. That was a round that Immortals need to hold on. They'll be forced onto their own force by NRG. Instantly striking back. Breezy with 3 kills in that round with the Desert Eagle. Immortals big hold. Going to be tested more in this match. NRG might have just sensed a little bit of weakness.
That's a good early sign as well for NRG to see Breezy starting off nicely. He's the one that we expect here for NRG to be really stepping up alongside Peter when he does get that AWP in his hands. But this round here, Immortals have decided they want to buy back into it. They want to try and bring back a bit of pressure and relieve pressure on themselves. But if they lose this one, then things are going to start to get a little bit tougher for them.
NRG slowly gaining map control by trying to flash their teammates towards contested areas like uppers. Normally, you could find a CT with a pistol holding close, trying to do damage. But NRG willing to utilize some early flashbangs, as well as some manpower just to ensure the lines are cleared. And NRG stacking slowly towards the B site. We've got the AK in the hands of Breezy, who was the hero of the force buy in the previous round. Lucas going close towards T-Connector, but they can't find any more information. Immortals are just spotting, but not pushing for information. And this B site, NRG are stacking. They want to attack it.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to be headed in that direction. Bolts, he's going to have to probably get 2 on the entry here, but it's a tough ask with only a CZ. Will have to be played to perfection, though. We do see NRG starting to maybe rotate back across. They're not 100% sure. They've only got 35 seconds left to play with, and I think it's going to be an A side hit.
Oh, Lucas has spotted out Fugly towards SL. It's done a lot of damage, and Henny with the scout able to clean him up, but Breezy coming out with the AK-47 making things work, but Lucas with a Desert Eagle gets one. Also tags Marky down, but Breezy, easy as you like, coming forward, doing more damage, just cleaning up Immortals members. And, well, Bolt's only with the CZ. Cannot find more than Daps, who was tagged down by FNX, and Breezy picking up a 4 kill to solidify NRG's lead. Small leads, but that's how you compound them forward.
And they should be able to get another round here as well, because it will be an eco for the CT side. And already starting off well as NRG. That's dangerous signs for Immortals. They can't let this spiral out of control, because if they lose this first map super convincingly, NRG just comes storming into the second map, and maybe we do see a fast 2-0 coming out here, even though it would be fairly unexpected. But it's still early days. Much too early to call anything like that. So Immortals, they'll give up this round. Then they need to respond. When they get to their first gun round, that's when we want to see a round coming out from Immortals.
No one on the B site. They've all stacked towards A. NRG have scouted this out, and they'll bring the bomb towards B site. It should be another round for NRG, barring a severe misplay. And Daps going to be looking to just add to the bank account on the back of these SMGs. It's going to be mainly up to Peter as well as Marky to try to grab these opportunities to further boost the numbers. But Breezy just holding towards T-Spawn. Will be able to clean off Henny, who was trying to push Ivy. Does get dinked for his troubles, but 50 damage. It's really nothing.
Yeah.
It's not enough. There needs to be another headshot, and Breezy, well, so far from receiving Breezy's, he's not even giving Immortals opportunities. If he does, he just goes, "You've missed your window. I've given you 1 second where you can try and kill me. Oh, I'll just swing it back on you, and I'll just rip off your head."
He's been really, really sharp so far. And look at that, 9 kills after 4 rounds. Well above anyone else in the server. Double anyone else in the server, even a little bit more than that. So it's looking like it might be a good night for him. Now's the first gun round here, though, from Immortals. NRG coming out to this one with just a MAC-10 and a UMP as well, and a couple of their members. So they are going to hit the A-bomb site relatively quickly by the looks of things, and FNX starting off quite nicely. We do see one of the NRG players dropping. There goes another one. Daps falling to Steel. Both the UMPs, though, not the UMPs, both the SMGs, I should say, from NRG. The trade back comes from Breezy. Peter as well finding one, but overall, trade's not too favourable for NRG when you have a player disadvantage. 3 versus 1.
Yeah, but Peter, this is dangerous. He spotted out FNX, misses the shot though, and Bolts, well, he will trade. What do I really trade? Just holding the line, able to get the easy headshot. So NRG trying to change up the tempo. It's not going to work out, but they kept the Mac 10 and UMP. They'll be able to buy up in this. They do grant Henny the AWP without the CTs having to invest in a sniper, which is a nice find for the CTs. They'll be happy. Only losing 2 rifles in the previous round. They'll be able to remax up, just lacking in some utility on Steel as well as Bolts. But really, not much is Steel getting aggressive. Won't be able to find the opportunity. Daps is locking down the line. And Steel, well, tagged down once. He'll be able to get out alive.
Mortals will want to get this round here. If they do get reset, though, that's where things start to become a problem. NRG pressuring Ivy, pressuring A side a little bit. Not too much just yet. They have a lot of time to play with. Last round, we saw them go quickly, but a lot of the time we have seen them weight that timer down quite a lot. Very similar to what we saw from Luminosity on their own T-sides in the previous match, where they would just explore all the options that they could, try and get as much information as they could, try and draw out as many defensive utilities as possible, and then go with 30 seconds left in the round. But here for NRG, still plenty of time. Are they setting up for an execute here? Are those guys going to set some smokes up? Doesn't look like it.
They are lining up outside T-Connector.
Yeah. So maybe they are setting up for a smoke set.
They got 4 smoke grenades.
There we go. Looks like it.
Oh, that's the A smoke. I know that smoke. I wonder why.
Do you?
Yeah, it's in the ESL Pro Tip. Yeah. Smokes off the A bomb site.
Nice.
Makes it easy for you to attack through T-Connector, but you still got to get past the AWPs. Smokes is only one part. Knowing which line to line up, that's cool. But knowing how to dominate your opposition like Henny, that's something different. And NRG, they will be able to molly the bumpers at back of A, but Immortals have so much map control. NRG, they have to get the bomb plant down, but they can't get the kills working in their favor.
They don't have enough time here to be messing around. The bomb does go down, though, just in time, and Henny gifting a free frag over to Fugly, essentially not watching the right angle. Lucas does trade it out, but there's a trade as well for NRG, and Breezy, he gets one before going down, so this is still doable for Peter. Again, he finds himself in a clutch situation, but this one, much more favourable. Needed to hit that shot, though, only managing to get the leg, and that will be another round for Immortals. Close, but NRG are starting to let some things slip here.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of their early members in the one-on-ones, which aren't working out for Daps, not working out for Fugly or Marky. They're getting taken out through smoke or through some great AWP shooting coming out from Henny. And you can't really just leave Breezy as well as Peter to try to clutch out all the time. Statistically, sure, they're able to do the damage, but they've got to have more numbers reinforcing. They want to play the 3-on-3s, not the 2-on-3s, not the 2-on-4s, because eventually you're going to drop them. NRG will be forcing with Tech 9s across the majority of the board. Only Peter with the Tech 9 no armor are going to be barreling towards the B side. Bolts has to burn his utility early. He hears the noise, he hears the pressure, and Dap's already pushing fast out. Will decide to back off. Besides, it's not worth trying to charge down solo.
For the moment, NRG again playing quite slowly here. Immortals holding their sights. 2 on B. Normally you might see a little bit more of a presence in connector for Immortals. They have maybe Bolts sitting back in the connector for a fast rotate over towards the A site. So if NRG do hit the A site, it's going to take Immortals just a little bit longer, but not too long to actually get back over to that site. For now though, NRG are not committed towards anything. They take their time in these team rounds, don't they?
Immortals playing this very, very well. They're staying far back. They're not allowing NRG the opportunities with the Tech 9, maybe except towards Ivy, and that's still to hold it off. Otherwise, look where they're sitting. Back on A site towards close heaven to make sure that if the Tech 9s do dink, it's not an instant headshot, and NRG are going to be coming back out on towards the A site. 3 towards D connector. Henny spotted 1 cross. He doesn't know exactly how many there are. He's trying to go for the shots, but Peter's charging him down, and they might be able to get the kill on towards the AWPer. Peter gets the kill on towards Steel, and Breezy cleaning up 2 kills with the Tech 9, 3 kills with the Tech 9. Don't even bother going for the AWPs or the pistol, or for the rifles. Might as well just go Tech 9 rush, no stop for Breezy. Well, that's uncharacteristic. He misses, and up to Lucas to now complete the 1-on-3 clutch.
Oh, well, this is tough for Lucas, but still doable. Peter wasn't able to get the 1v2 last round. This time, maybe he might be able to get the 2v1. They wouldn't want to drop this round over, though, to Immortals. It's their best chance now to get around on the board, get a sneaky one on the board, and they're playing it well. The timer ticking away, and ever so quickly, Peter does close out the kill there. And Immortals will drop that one to what was essentially just a pistol and armor buy from NRG. So disappointing for them. Forces them back on the eco, though. FNX is forced straight into it. And I think the rest of the team looks like they're going to force up behind him, too.
Well, they would be forced into a double eco. FNX decides to see how much damage he can do with the M4. If he can get the first initial kills, catch NRG off guard, they could steal some AK-47s, no pun intended, and maybe put it in Steel's hand. I just realized. But that is a hard ask, especially when you have NRG, when you have Breezy, who's just breezing his way through the opposition. I'm unstoppable today. That is actually too easy. I'm going to forbid myself from making easy puns. I'm going to have to try to find some more difficult ones.
Yeah.
There's too many ones, actually. There's also Lucas and Henny. They've got ones.
Yeah.
That's more advanced.
That's a little bit better.
It's more deep.
Alrighty, well, NRG now with a good chance to actually start putting a really good T-side on the board. It's been so backwards and forwards so far. Immortals looked like they were starting to come back into it, and then they lose to a force buy, and now NRG, they've reset the economy of Immortals. A force buy comes out. NRG could win this one quite convincingly and really just springboard themselves up to 5, maybe even 6. But it has to come down to the execute here, and it looks like it will be the bomb site, the B bomb site, sorry, where they're going to be headed, and wow, who needs an execute when you can hit headshots like that?
And the M4 is going to be lost. Lucas tries to retrieve it, but Breezy. Someone stop this man. Surely he's not allowed to do this. He's just rolling through Immortals, making Immortals look mortal. And, well, finally Steel does shut him down and gets the AK-47. So my predictions from earlier this round did come true. Ironically, shouldn't have happened. But Henny on the long rotate also wants to find himself an AK-47. NRG ideally want to keep as many AK-47s in their hands, but Steel's doing damage. If he's unable to take the AK-47 into the next round, it does damage the NRG economy. They have to repurchase weapons.
Yep.
And it's just going to damage their hopes in the long run if Immortals are able to bring back some closer rounds.
Yeah, and saying that, though, T economy is just a bit more favorable than the CT economy. And there we go. UMP traded out for an AK. Looking good here for NRG now. 5 on the board. It'll be another eco from Immortals. This could be 6. When you hit 6 on the T side, that's sort of your par score. Anything more than they can get after that is starting to really elevate them into that second half quite nicely.
Yeah, NRG not going for SMGs, just going to be looking to build these rounds on the back of the AK-47s. And now Fugly also finding a few kills, chiming in with a few cameo performances. Really, so far, it's just a breezy show for me for NRG. He's just cruising in, 1, 2, 3 headshots. In all the rounds where NRG have won, it's been him getting 3 kills.
Yeah.
And even then, in the rounds they drop, it just feels like Breezy will get more. He's unstoppable.
He is. At the moment, he's just being a massive power player for NRG. And if we see Peter start to wake up here for NRG as well, I think that's curtains, really, for Immortals. Because so far, they've been having trouble dealing with just one of those NRG players, backed up by a couple of other kills coming across from a few of them. But in reality, it has been off the back of Peter that they've been able to... off the back of Breezy that they've been able to win the 5 rounds that they have. And Immortals, yeah, I think they're going to struggle. If someone else on NRG steps up here, we might see them just get washed away.
Well, I mean, Henny had one good round so far with the AWP, but NRG are able to get so far up. He has too many lines to watch. He can't watch over all the lines. He's too concerned about being pressured. He just sits and just watches and focuses on one line, and then NRG just collapse and get the kill. The good thing for Immortals in this round is NRG have taken a little bit too much time, and if they drop a couple of kills, not flush out these CTs who are stacking up, then it could spell disaster. But Breezy, well, he'll navigate the danger alongside with Fugly. And Marky will also chime in, and Bolts was all the way towards the B site, so a dangerous round navigated. They did lose Daps very early on to the USP stack, but they should be able to claim the 6th round, doubling the score of Immortals. Immortals will be able to force up, but they won't have an AWP. They will only have M4s, and Marky does drop. So.
They are letting the economy start to really get rolling for NRG. Admittedly, Bolts does take down 1 here. He's going to try and find a couple more.
Respect given from NRG, not chasing. They don't want to be giving away more cash, but this will allow Bolts to sprint across and hopefully grab an AK-47 before exiting. I think Breezy knows Fugly who's spotting the line. They know who's towards City Connector. Maybe Peter will watch it to ensure Bolts does not escape with an AK. That's the last thing you want. No, he actually stays too close. He just dies. Yeah. Fair enough. Only had a USB.
Yeah, whatever. NRG, they're looking good. 6 on the board now. And, well, there could be an orb. Cannon on bolts and he'd get absolutely nothing else, so I don't think it would be a great idea, but there we go. He's decided to go for the M4, so it's essentially a full rifle setup. Let's pretend that that UMP is a rifle for a second. Sort of fills the same role.
FNX is good with unconventional weapons. We've seen him pick up the Mag 7. He's done work before. We've seen him pick up the UMP. If he gets close on the back of a flashbang towards T-Connector, he can do some damage and bolts. Well, he's going to be spotted out, but takes no damage. Will force Lucas to rotate back towards the B site. NRG just holding default, but FNX is... What? What? How does he know exactly where to shoot while Daps does get taken down by Peter? Oh my goodness. FNX on 1 HP and Lucas going to be gunning down all the players at uppers. Bolt's going to chime in. It's up to Peter now. 1 on 5 and his life should be forfeit. No, he takes down Lucas. 2 members on Immortals low.
Very, very low. He can pull the pistol out and kill them. Even a Molotov might kill him. But at this stage, Peter's still got a couple of full HP targets to deal with. He does have a lot of time, finds FNX, but that's one of the low HP players. Would have loved to have gotten steel or bolts there, but still, he's got a few players to deal with. It's always going to be a tough situation for him. But you feel it though, he will be able to keep that orb through to the next round. Immortals at this point, their economy's not that good. They won't hunt him down, so he's only going to have to take fights that he wants to take. And if he wants to save the orb here, he can do that.
The problem with how Immortals are playing this is that they're isolating themselves in a one-on-ones, and
that was so close as well.
It was just a feeling. If Steel dropped, if Immortals just gave more opportunities for the one-on-one deals, it would have worked out very poorly in their way.
Yeah.
Immortals should have just stacked. It's difficult when the bomb is lost towards uppers. You can't really stack the halls area where it's just long corridors where Peter will have a great time. Breezy's already on 17 kills after 10 rounds. And we thought the 20 kills in 13 rounds is impressive, but I imagine Breezy goes, that was just a warm-up. This is the true display of skill. As NRG, slow control, more towards Ivy this round. It's going to be Steel who is looking to hold off this aggression.
NRG, they'd love to fight back with another round here. 6 already is pretty good, but 7 would be better. 8 would be better. Still a good chance, though, for NRG. There's a few rounds left in this half, and they can turn this into something very nice. They don't want to allow Immortals, though, to come back into this and really start to get a bit more of a stranglehold on that CT side. Because NRG have done the hard work. They've gotten off to the good start. Now they just need to convert that into a good first half.
Still coming back, watching the CT side. Breezy going to be leading the entry, just clearing his corners, and Steel caught out with a Molotov in his hands, and that means certain death because Breezy has not been missing very much, and Bolt's pushing through. Well, it just makes it look too easy for NRG. They're just waiting for Immortals to get aggressive and just line up the crosshairs on the heads. Breezy does fall, traded out by FNX, but... And he against Peter. losing the deal. Peter.
Wow. There you go.
They were on the same line, but still. That's just scary when Peter, it just feels like every single time he scopes in, someone's going to die. You could be behind a wall and you can still get tagged to 28.
Yeah, and a reset straight away in terms of the economy for Immortals. They will force into this one. Pistols and armor. UMP as well on FNX, but not much to write home about. And NRG really starting to take control of this one. 7 on that T side. Looks like some flashbangs going out into the A-bomb site, but nothing too crazy yet from NRG. Thought that they've been playing fairly slow so far on the T side. And again, it's going to be that. Oh, Peter, he holds the line. Not sure if he was spotted out. I think Steel would have spotted him.
Well, even then, Steel goes, I can't really push beyond there. There's an AWP watching the line.
Yeah.
It's Peter's AWP. It required some tricky mid-air aerobatic maneuvers. Well, also a bit tricky to get out.
Yeah,
to
just
just
like
even
those
escape
mid-air
alive. Yeah. It's like a fighter pilot from World War II, but it doesn't work out because Marky goes, you can try your fancy tricks, but an AK-47 bullet will stop any shenanigans.
I think he was just playing TF2 at that point, trying to airstrafe around.
Insert any source game.
Yeah, pretty much. But I like it in TF2. It's the best. Anyway.
I'm assuming you main soldier.
No, actually, I main medic in TF2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You didn't airstrafe as medic as Fugly.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, true, to avoid when
you get
everyone wants to
popped
kill
up,
you.
Yep.
True.
Strafe away.
I'll concede that point as NRG. We'll be looking to crack open a bomb site. Looks like it's going to be A. Once again, they wait for so late in these anti-ecos, but just to make sure that everything's clear. It does I guess it does pose a problem because if Immortals can shut down the bomb carrier and run away and survive, they may be able to get a very easy round out of nowhere. Because that's the danger. Just 2 picks coming out instantly. Hanny won't be able to find another one to CZ, and Fugly will be able to clean up. So good round for Fugly. NRG just taking a little bit too long. Maybe just a little bit more respectful than they should be at the stage.
They got the round done in the end, though, so can't really complain too much about it. 3 guns saved through when their economic situation is looking so good already. It's not too bad for NRG. 8 now on their T side, and that is starting to really shape up to be something nice. This could be even better, because this one, they're going up against another eco from Immortals. It feels as though Immortals have almost been ecoing out this entire half, really. Their economic situation has not been kind to them. There should be 9 for NRG. Barring some sort of crazy display with those USPs. Fugly answering it well, though. Daps as well will find 2. And it's basically just a pretty straightforward round from here on out now for Immortals. FNX, the last one surviving. Fugly will find him, though. No, he won't. Timing.
FNX. Lurking around. Oh, Fugly will be spotted out. But, so close, FNX. I felt like deserved the kill for his patience, but Fugly will be able to land the final bullet, and NRG 9-4.
Yeah.
It is their map pick, but I feel like it is their map pick because otherwise Immortals most likely
would have started on
T side if it wasn't their map pick.
Yeah.
But still, it's dominating.
It is dominating, and this spy again from Immortals, like, they've got full rifles, but the utilities are lacking, and so it's not like it's the best of sort of setups for Immortals right now. It's a round that they have to win. They have to take this to 6. Anything less, and NRG is going to stomp away with that second half, one would think.
Yeah, and NRG slowly crawling through the inner smoke. Bolts has
Breezy.
spotted out Breezy. And Immortals should rotate. Fugly is just posted up on the line to make sure Bolts doesn't try to challenge it. There is no AWP in the hands of Immortals, and so far in the rounds where they haven't had the AWP in the buy round where they've doubled eco'd, they've managed to take it against NRG. So there should be another victory in Immortals if Bolts doesn't stay too long on the Molotov, but he does. Bolts getting 2 kills, Lucas answering on 2 as well, and FNX cleaning up on Peter. So 4 guns still alive. They'll take the AWP to the next round. It is the final it's the final round of the half, so NRG have a lot of cash to play with. And as history dictates, they should be able to take this unless Immortals are able to strike back. Breezy on 21 kills. What a dominating T-side performance.
Absolutely. just smashing it. If he can turn that into a CT side performance as well, it's pretty much game over for Immortals. But they're going to fight back in this round, see what they can do. If they can get another round on the board here, it's going to be so important for them. Just gives them that one extra leeway in the second half, which at this point they desperately need. Daps, though, opening up onto Bolts. Not a good early sign for Immortals in this round. They've only got one player over to the B side, 3 over towards A. And NRG, if they decide to hit the B side and take down Lucas very easily, then it'll be a very difficult retake for Immortals. At this point, though, it does seem like NRG are looking to set up over towards A. Got a players over towards SL. A couple of players out, setting up maybe some smokes.
Lucas, good push.
Yeah, nice push. Works out very well for him. Equalizing the player advantage. And so now, things looking a little bit more comfortable for Immortals. Even still, one would think it would favor NRG right now.
If they do work in towards the M4s and NRG are unable to make the trades work, then, well, Immortals should be able to end up with a 6-9.5. But if not, NRG, just on the back of Breezy and Peters, or could seize the initiative and make it 10-5. Only time will tell. It is Lucas posted up close up as the only person on the B side. As soon as NRG execute, they might not even execute. Fugly's going to walk slowly in. They're not suspecting Lucas to be at this line, and he spotted out Peter. There's a rotation coming through. NRG, they suspect it, but he takes down one. Good trigger discipline. He's now tanked down to 5 HP, but Peter takes down Henny. Molotov comes through as well, but the HE at the same time means that Lucas is a dead man for sure, and Fugly is pushed all the way to the back of bomb site B. He's also picked a headshot towards Henny. Still on 15, a man and a dream. And unfortunately, it is unable to be completed.
10 on the board there for NRG after the first half. An excellent first half, really, for them. And all they need to do now is convert that in the second. We'll find out whether they can do that in a sec.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League. Currently in half-time between NRG and Immortals. And NRG started off very nicely on the T side of Train, getting 10 rounds on the board. Really good stuff from them.
On the back of mainly Breezy, just Immortals dropping a lot of anti-ecos. That will really come back and bite them, especially if NRG are able to capitalize on the CT side. I had to find my words for a bit there.
Yeah, it always gets a bit harder after you have a break and you sort of chill back.
Yeah, it was kind of like, yeah, we're ready to get back into it. And then it's just like, oh, you have to see our faces. We are back in the game, so.
That's good. That's a start. Always like that.
It's like the meme. When you're waiting for NRG Immortals to play, but you see the casters instead, and you just have the fist.
Nice meme, dude. You should be a meme
Professional
lord.
meme lord.
Oh, God. Where have we gone? What have we done with our lives? All right, well, let's see what Immortals can do with their lives here, because they do need to get this pistol round. If they don't, NRG's going to steam away in the second half, like what we saw Luminosity do in the second map against Winterfox. They were up 10-5. They got the pistol round, and then they just closed it out, 16-6. Could be a very real possibility here for NRG as well. They've started off okay. Peter gets one, finds a second as well, and a third, closing out 3. Can he get the 4th?
Oh my goodness, Henny, he drops the ball a little bit. It's up to Bolts now, and Peter, can he get the ace? Oh no, he stinked through the edge of the box. Peter almost went huge getting the ace, but Bolts now up to a 1-on-2. He's been dinked out, 10 HP, and there's still a kit to play with on Daps, and he's just at the long distance. He knows he only needs to put 1 bullet in, and he cleans up. And NRG picking up the pistol. This is just one more, I guess, shovel dig for the Grave of Immortals on train.
Yep, it's not looking too good, and early sort of attack pause sounds like it's coming out here. That's what that music means. I can only assume it's from Immortals, and there you go. It is confirmed. So they lose the pistol, and they decide to take attack pause straight away. What are they discussing here? Do they decide, okay, do we want to force into this one? I assume they have to, because they didn't get the bomb down. Pistol on armor, surely the way to go.
Not sure why tactical pause is called so early. They didn't get the bomb plant down. Maybe they want to talk about, hey Henny, do you want to use the AWP? Maybe
Where is that?
I think that's in Heaven. I don't know why there's a workspace in Heaven, because there's only a ladder to exit. There's nothing else. It's just like, hey, there's a computer here.
It must be like a crane control or something. Because it's like a train yard, right? And you want to get like a crane to pick up all of those crates.
That makes sense, but why is there no actual entrance? I'm fairly sure that's against occupational health and safety.
Who knows?
If we made, say, for example, the casters climb up to the studio each day, I don't think you and I'd be very happy.
I would. That'd be kind of cool.
Like a treehouse.
Yeah.
It's like treehouse casting. It's like back towards the dream. Some sick smooth, cool. So you get to explore the map in intricate ways you've never known it before.
Yeah.
It's great.
I'm just watching the map right now. What's
just
the next one going to be?
Hopefully, maybe the server room that's in Ivy. There's a server room in Ivy. Nope, okay, T-spawn. Way to ruin the fun observer. Well, we are back into the game though, so Immortals will force up.
They did decide to force up, and I think that's probably what they needed to do, though I might have taken just Tech 9 armor here, tried to rush down a bomb site. They're going to go for the slower playstyle here by the looks of things. Scout, see if they can get some tags. Follow that up with some shots from the Deagles, the P250 of Steel. At this point, though, they may be walking right into the exact position that NRG would want them to be, because Peter's watching that line with his own Scout. A bomb site, though. Only 3 players there for NRG. 2 of them over towards B.
Breezy just spotting up for information. Sees a couple coming out of Pop Dog, but Peter firing the headshot from back at Green Train. Does get tagged down by Henny with a scout, but Peter just looking to create more opportunities. FNX going to be trying to bust out of Ivy. Henny does manage to take down Breezy, but Breezy's already taken 2 kills, and FNX will take down Daps at Ivy. And Peter's tagged down low. 2-on-2, winnable for Immortals. Going back to retrieve the bomb. Fugly and Marky have a FAMAS and P90 to make this work out, but Immortals, Henny with no armor, this may be the differentiating factor if he's unable to land that shot towards the final parts of the round.
Has to hit that shot. Marky is a one shot, Fugly not quite. But NRG for the moment holding tight in that connector. They're not sure which direction Immortals is going to be heading in. At the moment it seems they're favoring the B site. They're looking over to the B site more so than the A site. But Immortals, they are playing very, very slowly here.
20 seconds left. They got to make a move, though.
I don't know. Like, have they left it a little bit too late here? If they have to run into the site, surely NRG is going to hear them. Maybe deny the bomb plant, and then that's round over.
Oh, they are going to be coming towards the A bomb site, and NRG have been playing close towards Ticket, so let the bomb plant go through. But they can retake it. They're hearing one of the scouts falling away. FNX going to be playing SL, and Fugly going to be peeking out with the P90. But there's smoke cover. That's good for the side of Immortals, but similarly, Marky's also got a smoke grenade to work with. No kit, so they've got to jump on soon, but Henny's been taken out, and they suspect that FNX is only going to be at one line. He waits. He is just waiting, but Fugly is going to be... Surely one of them's got to use the smoke eventually, and well, they're not even looking at this line up. What are they doing?
I don't know.
What are you guys doing? There was only one position that he was going to be in afterwards.
I don't know.
And Marky just holding on to the smoke forever. They knew they didn't have kits. I would just pop the smoke and gone, all right, just go around Fugly with the P90.
Yep.
Sprint around to see if you can find the opportunity.
Yep.
But just to line up.
So,
especially when Pop Dog was dirty. It's just strange.
Yeah. Immortals pick up the eco win, 4-spy win. NRG back on the eco this time now, though. So maybe Immortals have a chance to come back in here into the second half. Though Fugly maybe has other ideas. It's a good start to the round for NRG. Won't be able to retrieve that gun, though. It's sort of in enemy territory for the moment. But CZ, very, very useful weapon still. Very strong.
Immortals losing the early members still was not expecting NRG to, or Fugly to just push and take the fight one-on-one at that off angle after some time. So Immortals now stacking up towards a B site execute. They've got the bomb close by, and Lucas looking to push out of uppers, maybe off the back of a flashbang. Fugly still dancing around the inners ramp. NRG slowly rotating members across. That's a good flashbang, and Fugly completely just blinded out. Marky, though, will be able to get the pick on towards a Lucas, and Breezy with the Desert Eagle takes down Henny. Bolt's trying his best to answer back with the AK-47, but what a shot from FNX to also take down Marky. Now Peter's been heard out as well. He's got the UMP, but Bolt's coming back to secure the inners line as the bomb goes down at the default plant spot. But Bolt's has been spotted out. Peter trying to go for the engagement, doing damage, but not enough. And it's all up to Breezy, who's managed to crawl all the way above FNX.
Could be an easy kill onto FNX. He needs to make sure he hits the shots, and he does. Now he just has to deal with Bolts, but he doesn't have much time to work with, and Bolts knows that he's coming. Immortals do clutch out the round, but a close one, and NRG doing a lot of damage over to the economy of Immortals, who aren't going to have a full buy in this. They do have a UMP there on Steel, possibly one as well onto Henny, unless Bolts drops an AK. Surely that's what's going to happen. Or is there one on the ground already?
Nope, there's a UMP being dropped, so I think they were just debating, do you want an AK, do you want a UMP? They go, look, in case they forced up pistols again, UMP probably the better idea. We can try adding money into the bank, and Fugly is going to be blinded out this time, so he can't take the one-on-one engagement. And Marky, close range of the P250, gets two! Oh, that was looking crisp. And now Breezy with the Desert Eagle, also finding a headshot towards Bolts and tagging down FNX just a 70, but that does put him in towards headshot range for Fugly to take him out. Peter now crawling close back towards Teak and Nectar. They are trapped in there, and they need to take a one-on-one engagement, but so many lines for them to clear.
Peter going to be the key player here for NRG. If he can get one, that's probably enough, really. But Henny, he seems to be checking that line quite well. It does take down Peter, so the spider senses were tingling. NRG with only 2 players left alive now, but Fugly does have an AK in his hands. Dabs, he's all the way in SL.
And Fugly spotted them coming out, so he's done damage towards Henny as well. Dabs locking down the line, not doing any more damage. He's just going to rotate across and wait for one of the Ts to push towards Sandwich. But good smoke means that there's cover for Immortals to be rotating across an FNX. Checking towards A-Box. Dabs needs to be careful of being caught in the open.
Interesting that he's going for the Deagle as opposed to the AK. I suppose he wants the... I don't know, like, you can't even... what reason would you take the AK here over the Deagle over the AK for? Or has Daps picked up the AK?
No, it's Fugly's picked up the AK-47, and he caught out in the open. They're just
I
dancing around.
swear Fugly had a Deagle there for a point.
No, he had a CZ. There was always Daps to the Desert Eagle. Yeah.
I'm just so lost right now. Okay.
It's always been a CZ. It's never been anything else, and FNX can clutch this out. He's got time to plant it, and Fugly has not been able to get into a favorable post-plant position. FNX now dancing away. Great players coming out from FNX. That looked close for Immortals, but such great movement. Fugly knows where he is, but there's nothing he can do. No kit, has to stay on it.
Sit on the bomb, see what happens.
He's tapped it once, but FNX should have the peak as advantage, and Fugly just coming around the corner. FNX, too strong. We'll be able to complete the 1 and 2 clutch.
Yeah, again though, Immortals having to clutch out these anti-eco rounds. NRG have been doing such a good job of keeping that economy of Immortals in check. If they do win this one, it resets it for Immortals. Immortals won't buy next round. So a big round here actually for NRG. They win this one, they get to 13 in reality.
Absolutely, and Lucas only with a Desert Eagle. Okay. Not sure what that's about, but NRG going to be on the defensive hold. They can finally buy up. They did drop the anti-eco in the round after they picked up the pistol, and Immortals have taken the complementary of their own anti-ecos afterwards.
Watching the line.
He's made his way out, actually, so that's good positioning from the AWPer for Immortals.
Alright, well, NRG, again, 4 players stacked over to the A-bomb site. Now only 3, as Henny opens things up, but a trade straight away from Peter. Good response. Still opens the bomb sites up just a little bit for Immortals, so overall, not too bad. They put the AWP into the hands of Lucas now. See if he can get anything done, but NRG content to hold the sights. They're not giving Immortals anything right now.
Similarly, Immortals not just waiting to see if NRG will push towards them. They want to grasp the easy opportunities. They want to take down any NRG player who's getting a little bit nervous and wanting to push in for information. They are stacking towards the B site. They've read this correctly. Peter is watching uppers with the AWP. He's going to be safe from the inners push. It's up to Fugly to hold this off as soon as the smoke blooms. There's 2 flashbangs. No, there's actually not even a smoke for Immortals to work with. And Fugly, he's actually coming up towards uppers ramp. And it is completely open for NRG just to hold off the cross. Oh my goodness, Peter barely missing the shot. And Fugly in the position to deny the bomb plant. There's one. He's also spotted out the information of more at inners. And this allows NRG more time to rotate across. And Immortals, they do get it down, but favorable post plants.
Fugly's going to push through that smoke, that Molotov, sorry, not even really through. He just passed by it, and he gets himself an easy kill. They didn't expect him to be pushing around there. Now 2 versus 2, but the health of Immortals is almost negligible right now. 12 between them. Good shot from Peter, though. Takes down FNX, and they just have to deal with Lucas, who is holding in a pretty decent post plant, but the fact that he has no utilities, I guess he's got a flash. NRG doesn't have any utilities either, but they know exactly where he is, and they just stick on that defuse, watching the line. Round win for NRG. Immortals will take the AWP through. They can force up behind it, I suppose.
Just the Deagle so far. Yep, they are forcing up behind the AWP. Still giving the AWP back towards Henny. He should be able to force up a UMP. This is not a bad buy, but they had to rely on Henny getting the picks and Henny staying alive. That's how Immortals rolled in the previous round. That's how they got the first advantage. And now Peter, under a bit more pressure, actually jumping straight on towards Green Train. But the rest of NRG might be caught out in the open. Breezy isolated on the side of Peter. Nothing he can do. Immortals just charged straight up. No retaliation from any of the other members from NRG.
Yeah, that was a little bit poor from NRG on the CT side. It didn't seem like they were watching the angles that they needed to be. They were too slow. And NRG caught off guard by the aggression of Immortals. Should result in a pretty easy round here for Immortals. And I reckon just take these 2 UMPs through to the next round because you're not going to go up against 5 people and win. More likely than not. The UMPs at least gives you some sort of a chance next round.
Barely. They have to push inners. So far, NRG's problem has been that outers control. Breezy, I think he's losing a little bit more confidence because he's not charging in and trying to take the one-on-one deals. Normally, you see the smoke grenade towards T-Connector. He knows he can out-rifle most of them. Why isn't he pushing close? He's staying on the site. Peter's been blinded out, so he's a non-factor. Daps is focused on isolating Ivy. And all of a sudden, no one's watching Sandwich, no one's watching E-Box, no one is watching SL, and Immortals are just allowed a free reign to push as far as they want, and there is nothing NRG can do.
Pretty big round there, all things considered for Immortals. It was looking a little dangerous for them at the moment, but they've stabilized once again. Their economy will be decent enough, I believe, to get a buy in the next round, and the CTs at this point, mostly on an eco. Fugly with an AK, Markey with a UMP. And it's going to be those 2 guys that will have to come up big. Peter already getting taken down by Henny. This time Peter with no AWP to try and trade back with. So, something like on the start of it, it'll be a pretty decent round here for Immortals.
Yeah, Lucas just on top of Blue Train, taking a few kills in his favor, and Fugly, they nearly line up for him, but he loses the AK-47 alongside with his life, and Immortals will be able to put it into double digits. So the map's suddenly heating up, NRG dropping a few rounds they shouldn't be, really on the back of poor anti-eco plays.
Yeah.
Or just not containing an Outers push, which is instrumental in holding on bomb side A.
Is it maybe time for NRG here to consider a double AWP or something different, a push somewhere?
What they need to do is have not only the AWP, but the rifle trained, early Molotovs towards T-Connector. It may be a waste for the next couple of rounds because Immortals will just go, look, early HE grenades, early Molotovs, we'll just let them use them, and we'll just fall back. Don't take a single point of damage.
Yeah.
But now, NRG are forced to use it. They haven't had the ability to hold off on the push, and Henny may be caught out by Daps if... Nope.
Alright, there you go.
Daps wasn't aware that Henny was walking around and does not check underneath him. And that's not even a round where NRG can buy. They have to go on another eco.
Not good
They
for
could
them.
force up, but
no,
it's
surely,
not favorable.
Surely you don't force up into that situation. You'll get 2 M4s and the rest will be on UMPs. I'd sooner see just armor and pistols. There we go. Looks like it. Marky and Fugly at least going to be taking some away. But Immortals getting ever closer to being able to pick up that equalizing round. If they make it to 12 apiece, then they're starting to think about drawing ahead. But NRG, it just still feels to me as though if they get 1 or 2 rounds on the board here, it's game done, really. But they're just trying to get their economy in line. And that's the problem. They haven't really been having that many gun rounds. Similar to what we saw from Immortals, though, on their own CT side. So let's be fair to Immortals. They've played this T side quite well.
Oh, Bolts nearly caught off guard, but Fugly does not turn around in time, does not react, and Bolts able to get a very easy kill on the side for Immortals. It should be a pretty easy round afterwards. NRG have to push in for information. Immortals have AK-47s trained on the lines. Easy kills. Only Breezy last man standing on the A site. Does manage to get 1 kill, but Immortals should be able to collapse upon him. And he should be a dead man walking. There you have it. Henny has been solid with the AWP so far on the T side. He's going to be continuing that into the buy round. NRG have to turn this around 2 rounds in a row. They cannot win this round and then drop the next one.
No way, because that's going to be almost a nail in the coffin for them. This one, so crucial for them, but then similarly, the next one is as well. So they have a big battle ahead of them, at least for the next couple of rounds. Immortals have so much cash built up there as well that you have to think NRG, if they were to win this one out, it's going to have to be very, very well played from them.
That's much better from NRG.
Yeah.
But you can see how Immortals just counter-respond. They just back out of T-Connector. They know the grenades have to come towards A site. They know there has to be an A site stack on the buy round for NRG to hold off. And they can just go towards B if they choose to do so.
Alright, Immortals. What are they going to do here? This round could win them the game. Could also lose them the game.
Well, still early to tell. Both teams going head-to-head.
It's close. It's very close. I wouldn't be surprised to see this go through to 16-14 or 15-15. Go to overtime. Something like that. It seems to be the trend of today. We've seen it once already, and this one is shaping up like it might be as well. But here we go. Fugly. No, Peter is the one to peek around the back there with the AWP, but finds the kill into FNX. Trades coming out across the board, but Peter, now he gets 2 in the round.
Oh, Breezy nearly taking out this HE grenade. Should have cleaned him up. No, barely dodges it and bolts. Sprinting to the A side to get the bomb plant down. Will be able to do so successfully without any contention from NRG. They're just waiting for the smoke grenades to fade. Relying on the back of Peter's AWP to find another opportunity. Breezy's been tagged down low. They don't know where Henny is, and Henny is playing on top of the blue train. Fugly's in boosted up. Easy kill for him. And up towards Lucas, as well as Bolts. Opposite sides. Lucas finds one from Old Hell. And he's just dancing around, playing around for more information. Daps gets the trade, but Bolts, what a Molotov line! What a great denial. There's no smoke grenade. And Fugly has to jump on it.
Just time. I think they just have time.
Barely.
Oh,
that was so close. That was such a good Molotov.
It was a good Molotov. But in the end, NRG win the round. That's important for them, but this one might say even more important. They lose this, their economy gets reset. It'll be equalized at 13-13. Maybe even 14-13.
AK's been dropped for Lucas as well, so...
Immortals can buy next round, especially if they get the bomb down.
They can force up. it wouldn't be the best buy because FNX and Lucas have dropped down to around 2k apiece.
Yeah. But it's still workable for Immortals.
Absolutely.
The way that we've been seeing them play on the T side so far.
Peter was getting aggressive towards Ivy, but with the flashbang, he's going to back off and play safer. He was able to get 2 very easy ult picks in that round, and well, slow play from both sides. Neither team want to give an easy opportunity. Trying to play safe angles, create opportunities, but not overly extend so they risk their lives easily. And well, Daps is going to fall. Just presents the sliver opportunities towards Henny, and Henny has seized all these opportunities.
It's really been the battle of the Orbs, I think, at this point. Breezy's sort of cooled down. Feels to me the winning team on this CT side for NRG or T side for Immortals is going to be the team whose AWPer gets the picks early on in the round, because that's what we saw last time. Peter got the pick, got traded out. He then traded that trade. So overall, if these Orbs continue to do work, that's what it's going to come down to. There's Peter again. If he can find another one, that opens things up for NRG, particularly if he finds Henny. Go for a bit of a
he does. He gets Henny. So Henny was re-peeking, trying to engage in the deal, and he's just torn apart the Immortals team. That's 3 kills with the AWP, and Peter now starting to come alive with the AWP. NRG racing Immortals. I would have said it's their final chance to strike, but the anti-ecos have been pretty successful so far, so they're not out of it yet. But NRG, the momentum's back with them, and Immortals do not have time to take a tactical pause. They've already used a tactical pause for the half.
Yeah, Peter as well, starting to look pretty good with that AWP. If he can continue that in this round, then surely it's over, because Immortals, they're going to get a worse buy than this next round if they lose. This is not too bad of a buy, though. 3 AKs, you can make use of that. They've got a decent amount of utilities, not a huge amount, but it's workable. NRG not giving them anything, though. Again, just holding in the exact same positions almost. 2 over to B, 3 over towards A. Fairly similar to how NRG have been holding this entire half.
They have rotated Peter towards B side to try to open up with the initial pick, but it didn't work out. There was Molotovs by Immortals to deny that opportunity. NRG just reset towards another slow round where Immortals just chipping away for information, using some utility to game map control, just go, look, we're here, NRG, don't push in or we'll kill you. Then they just back off. Still lining up for an A side execute. Probably the correct call. They've been able to execute successfully towards the A site multiple times.
We'll see if it works out this time. That's where Peter tends to hold. He's the one with the AWP. Oh, he's over on B at the moment, so maybe this is the opening that the Immortals need. Smokes do come out. Marquis boosted up in a nice position, does spot out one, drops the bomb there as well. Should be an early rotation across from those B players, but is it going to be fast enough? Because Lucas has been able to trade out Marquis very, very quickly. Breezy trying to deny the bomb plant, but not spraying in the correct direction. He will spot one out, but there we go. Peter coming across from the B bomb site does find one. Again, 3 versus 3, but Daps, he seems to have an inkling that FNX is there, though the timing is not too good for him. FNX is going to come around and get a free kill now, 2 versus 3, and Peter, he is going to have to come up with something with this AWP. He's the one to take this through, you would think. And, oh, he should have hit that shot. Misses it, though. And it's all down to Fugly. Spots out Henny. In the end, though, FNX, wow, what a play from him. 3 in the round, getting the timing to perfection. And Immortals hang on for another round. Probably one after that as well, because this should be an eco from NRG.
Daps really the weak point so far for NRG. Only 9 kills. And that is really a telling story. He is letting go of that Ivy control. If FNX, imagine if FNX was not allowed out of Ivy. If he was able to lock that down. It's now in serious danger of Immortals taking the rest of the game. They've damaged the CT economy. Breezy's on 1400. Daps, I think, on 1500 or 1600. Around the same like. They have to force up in the next one, all out to double eco. If they double eco, Immortals will take it towards 14 apiece. And NRG, after such a great start towards the CT half, got the pistol, up 11-5 after a great T half. Now down to this.
Well, NRG, we have seen them pick up some eco rounds, or get very, very close to picking up some eco rounds against Immortals so far in this map. It's not like this is out of the realms of possibilities for them. Fugly's in an interesting position. Don't generally expect to see a CT up there, but he's rotated, I think, all the way from the B side. Got a bit of information, but Breezy does go down. Good start for Immortals here.
Just happy around Daps. He doesn't need to sprint. He just loses so much territory. Bolts does go down trying to hold SL. Peter's trying to go in for the kill on FNX, but he's missing a lot of shots. We'll be able to clean up eventually, but he's the last man left standing as the rest of Immortals stroll through his compatriots, and the bomb plant going down at A site. Peter, if he saves this AK-47, may be able to force up in the next round. But Immortals coming back strongly. There we have it. Breezy on 1400, Daps on 1800. So this AK-47 may be instrumental in them picking up the next round, or picking weapons up in the next round. Not a guarantee they can win the 28th round. Is Peter doing damage? But it's not enough. It's got to be damage in the rounds where you can compound it towards victory. Can't do it just on the ecos.
Just needs to take this AK through to the next round. NRG's economy is not great.
There we are. So you can't even save the AK-47. Still is pushing in.
But they should, I think they should still be able to afford a buy here.
It's a poor buy, but the AK-47 could have been serviceable.
Well, would you save here and go for a full buy at 14-14? Or pistol armor this one?
Pistol armor on the players who have cash. On Breezy and Daps, they don't have enough, so it's just basic pistols. You want as much utility to go forward in towards that 14-14 round, and you don't want to drop a single rifle. It's a hard ask, because Immortals, if they're in danger of losing the round, they'll just go, okay, we'll just try to do as much damage as possible. We can instantly buy up, and we know NRG are going to be lacking in weapons and grenades.
Yep. Alrighty. Another run. Another one going right down to the wire. We've seen it once tonight. Could this one go again through to overtime? It's got the potential to. Bulls have had a very, very good T-side so far, but are they going to have enough to take it through to NRG? 10-5 was the first half in the favour of NRG after their own T-side, but the CT side letting them down. They've only picked up 4 right now, compared to the 8 of Immortals. There probably should be 9 of Immortals as well.
Both sides just picking up the T-halves just with ease, as Henny's just got FNX's back. Daps just waiting at the edge of the smoke. Breezy also waiting, but they can't wait for too long because the rest of their teammates will collapse and fall around them, and Daps should die towards the AWP. Up to Breezy to try to find anything if it's possible. He's going to be flashed out, but Henny misses the AWP shot. So Breezy should be able to retrieve the AWP, but is still relying on the Deagle. It's going to reload as FNX pushes in. Breezy
tries to be sneaky.
Tries. It's not going to work against FNX. It goes, gee, I wonder where you are. My teammate says that line's clear. You've had no time to cross. I wonder where you're going to be.
Yep.
Now the scores are tied 14-all. Final 2 rounds of normal regulation time. And it's still no clear winner.
If Immortals win this, though, they should win the map. If NRG win this, it's not set in stone. Because Immortals will be able to afford a buy. So here we go. Looks like Immortals setting up for an execute. Over onto the A-bomb site. They've already thrown out a couple of smoke grenades. They still look like they're setting up for something else.
Double pump, so draw out the early utility, and then go again. So there's the wall of smokes onto the A site, get out of Pop Dog. But there's the incendiary grenade from Marky to deny the possibility, but Immortals just one better. The smoke grenade covering the possibility. Now Molotov's close. Breezy coming forward. He needs to make an impact. He's been quiet the CT half. He will take down Lucas.
Or the shoulder or the arm of Daps would have been spotted out there by Steel, so he's just going to hold this line, gets flashed out, has to fall back, throws a flash of his own and repeats. Daps goes down. Great shot from Steel. 4 versus 4 now as the bomb planted for Immortals. It's looking really good for them. Although the post plants, they still got a couple of players close on the site. They could be easy pickups for NRG, and indeed one of them will be. But FNX does take one better than what he needed to. 2 for 1. And now it's 2 versus 1.
Molotov just seals the deal. Peter just has to sprint off and run. No opportunities available for him. NRG tried retaking together, but FNX on red HP, able to clean up 2 of NRG before they can even trade him out. And that was the difference in the play, alongside with Steel, able to go 1 for 1 with Daps. And now, tack pause coming out for NRG, but they've left it a little bit late because Immortals, they have all the cash to play with in the world. They've got the round advantage. They're playing for the victory. NRG, they're playing to stave off defeat, and desperation can make people do funny things.
They at least have the AWP through from last round. If they hadn't saved that, it I think would just be full UMPs from them. Oh, they've got a FAMAS by the looks of things, as well as an M4 on Breezy, but a CZ on Daps. So I can only assume he must have dropped for someone. No, he didn't. Breezy brought his own M4. Funkley brought his own FAMAS. And Daps, he just decided to go for the CZ so he could get the armor, so he could get the utilities, get the defuse kit.
Daps has had a very rough game. The poorest performing player on Immortals is Steel. And still sitting on 12 kills, the rest of them, you know, all around the the positive rating mark. On the side of NRG, it's pretty much the core three. Fugly, Breezy, as well as Peter doing work. And then you have Daps and Marky, who, I know it sounds harsh, but on the CT half where you got to hold on to your positions, they are letting their team down.
All right, Immortals now with the chance to close this one out in regulation time. Let's see how they go about it. 16 on the board is what they want, and they start off nicely, though. There is a trade straight away from Breezy, and Fugly the one to go down. He had a FAMAS. I guess you would have probably wanted to lose the CZ or the UMP over the FAMAS at this point, but in saying that, NRG, a 1-for-1 is better than what it could have been.
Could have been a none for two.
Yeah.
Immortals could have just had someone scrolling across. Bolts could have taken 2 down, but a 1-for-1. You lose the UMP, you take an AK-47. No big deal. Mark is still playing in SL, as Immortals have stacked primarily their forces towards Ivy as well as T-Connector. Henny going to come back and help out his brother Lucas. Breach open the A site.
Still a hold from NRG, though, on the A side. It's a bit different to what they've been doing so far. A lot of the time for NRG, they've been sitting at the back of the A bomb site, very deep in the site, and almost playing a retake game by allowing Immortals to get the bomb down with a sort of a wall of smokes, the bomb down at the bottom of the bomb train, and then NRG tries to retake. But this time, NRG seem like they maybe want to hold on to the side a little bit more, which may catch out Immortals, but Immortals are headed over to the B side, and this could be good for them because they only have the CZ to deal with. Daps could take the timing very, very nicely here and wrap around behind them, but Immortals should be able to get the bomb down relatively safely here. They need to make sure that they check up as though if Daps denies the bomb plant, oh, that's so big. That is so big because there's 20 seconds left here. Lucas, though, he's gone one better, finding 2. Marky, though, he'll find Henny, who's looking in the wrong direction. There's 14 seconds for that bomb plant. It will just go down in time. And Immortals now trying to hold off this retake. NRG, the 2 weapons that they probably wouldn't want having to go through to the retake will go through, though Daps has grabbed himself an AK. And an AWP.
The bust through, but Lucas, he's going huge right now for Immortals. And Marky, well, he can't breach through FNX, who's just so solid and dependable. 16-14, we were talking about it. NRG, they won pistol, they look so dominating, they look so strong, and then they just fell apart.
Yeah, it was looking so good for NRG. They will be kicking themselves for that because, as you said, they won the pistol, they won the anti-ecos, I think, and then
They lost the anti-eco. They dropped the anti-eco immediately afterwards. Immortals were allowed back in.
Yeah.
And then from there on in, Immortals just strolled their way. Not strolled, but they just grinded it out. Great rounds going in their favor. Some critical plays. At the end of the day, NRG really only have themselves to blame.
They do. And the CT economy, it was difficult to get going there for NRG, but they had so many opportunities there to be able to close that one out, and they didn't quite manage to do it. So they're going to have to think forward now into the second map and try and pull out that one. 16-14 was the result on the first map, going the way of Immortals on Train. We'll head over to our second map, but first, going to have a quick break. Stay tuned, though. We'll be back soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1.com!
2 headshots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, FNX! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW getting done. He's looking for a look. He's going to get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Hello, welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division. Match day number 15 of Season 5, and we've just seen Immortals come back from what was looking like almost certain defeat to come away with the win on Train. 16-14, super close. We thought this matchup was going to be super close. I said I thought it was going to be a 1-1, and I guess it's now up to NRG to fulfill their end of the bargain. They need to close this one out. They need to get some points on the board.
Not on their map pick, though. It is Cache, which is luckily a map where every single team should know, but Cache sometimes is a weak point. And NRG going to be a little bit shell-shocked after dropping so many rounds in a row. Going to be looking to, just slowly build up their composure again. Look to build rounds, pistol round, anti-ecos. They got to win their anti-ecos this time on the CT side.
Yeah.
It all boils down to their CT side.
Yeah, looks like things are going pretty well for Renegades as well over on the other side of our broadcast. The mainstream taking that game. Renegades winning 16-11 in the first map, currently up 6-2 on Mirage. That's good news for us, good news for Renegades, who have actually been having some roster changes. Yam had to come back to Australia here due to some, I believe, personal concerns. And so, wish him the best, but hopefully things are going to be good for him. Hopefully things are going to be good for Renegades as well, because it would be a shame to see that team fall apart, but now only a few of the original members remaining. Now, though,
diversifying is always good. Yeah. Getting a good team of mixed talent, seeing what works out, and just trying to gel together. I mean, that's what NRG is. It's a team of mixed talent. Yep. We would have initially thought it doesn't work out, and sure, they had a rough match against Immortals just then, but they're going to be looking to come back strongly on Cache.
Yeah, that is the key one to look at here, if that's what we're seeing on our stream. So, at the final map now, and NRG currently down, currently moving over to Immortals map pick. It's not looking like a great situation for them, even though they were able to keep it relatively competitive in that one. They should have closed it out. They should have done better than what they did. And to be able to move over, or to be moving over to your opponent's map pick after having suffered a defeat like that, it can't be a good feeling.
It absolutely isn't, and this is really up towards Daps and Marky to step up. They had a very, very lackluster game on Train, and especially on the CT side, if you have two of the members not doing their job and holding onto the A site, what can you do? I rarely saw Daps or Marky on the kill feed. I think I saw Daps maybe twice on the CT side, which is just not good enough. No. It's especially considering Breezy also cooled down a lot. He was trying to stay too safe. I would like NRG to kind of go, Breezy, push this line, we'll flash you in, get the kills, and just go huge. Yeah. But he just played safe. He lost too many members, no territory, and then he had too many lines to watch. Really the Henny problem on the CT side for Immortals.
He probably could have afforded to play a little bit more aggressive there as well, given that they had so many rounds heading into the second half. It was 10-5. They are off the T side, onto the CT side, what should be the favourable side. And they had, like 10 rounds to play with, or 11 rounds to play with, essentially. And it just didn't work out for him. The only one for me that did really anything on the CT side there for NRG was Peter, and that was only towards the end of things as well, where the AWP started to get warmed up. They got a few rounds in a row because of it, but he wasn't doing that much early on in the second half. He wasn't that impressive on the first half either. So hopefully we will see Breezy and Peter stepping up here at the same time on Cache and just putting the sword to Immortals. But in saying that, Immortals were looking very, very good there as well. Coming back, they all seem to be showing up and doing a lot of work.
Seems to be endemic at the moment. All the teams looking great on the T side, but looking just weak. As I was using Apple Crumble earlier.
Yeah.
It's very, very similar towards Apple Crumble in substance on their CT side. Just so many holes.
Very aptly.
As soon as a spoon goes in, it just breaks apart.
Good for dessert.
It's very tasty.
I'm ruining your analogy, aren't I?
I'm hungry now.
Yeah.
Who would like some apple crumble and ice cream?
Yeah.
Not over here in Australia. It's starting to cool down. Maybe over towards America, it's starting to heat up.
You can heat up the apple crumble and then it's warm.
True, but not with the ice cream.
Yeah, but that's the best bit, right? That's the best bit. It's the hot and the cold.
Alright.
Kind of like how some of the teams have been tonight, hot and cold.
Pretty much. Pretty much. The only team that was looking better towards the end of their CT half was Luminosity. Speaking of Brazilian teams, it's Immortals going to be on the T side. And this is NRG's turn to strike, but Dap's already tagged down towards 7 HP, and Henny is just going, come on, mate, pick. I know you want to. Just waiting as Lucas going to be slowly crawling out of Z as well.
Good start for Immortals. They got control of the mid area. They know where Daps is. This should be a free pick for them.
Nope. Fugly gets the first pick, and Daps is still alive as Fugly picks up 2 kills from Z. He picks up 3 headshots in a row. And Immortals just trying to desperately shut down Daps, and he was just bait the entire time, and it's successful.
Yeah.
They've lured in a huge shark, well, 3 very big sharks, and Daps are still alive.
All right.
They can still throw him and go, hey guys, want to kill Daps? At the very least, Bolts does pick off one, but Marky, that's what he needs to do in the CT half.
That is sharp. Bolts, well, he doesn't even have control of the bomb here. It's sort of out in the middle of nowhere, but that's a good shot. Opens things up a little bit. He may be able to just sneak across and get the bomb over to default. Plants it. There's no one coming from A main, so that'll give him a chance, but the CTs here, it should still be easy cleanup for them. 3 versus 1. He's a quad, and he's only got a Glock.
20 bullets to work with, though. If he's able to take the one-on-ones properly with a headshot range, it could have turned out to be something special, but he was unable to find the head of Marky. Marky does not drop the opportunity, and NRG will pick up the pistol round once again, but they've got to secure the anti-eco. We've seen them win the pistol round on the CT side to immediately drop to the anti-eco. They have to be a lot more confident and utilize the rifle as well.
Yeah. Immortals, are they going to force into this one? They do get the bomb down, so it would probably make a bit more sense if they would just save this and
They forced up AKs.
But there you go.
I think Bolt's dropping the AK-47. The sacrificial lamb going, FNX, I wish you Godspeed. Go destroy the enemy team for me. I'll die. I will die for you. He has no body armor. He only has a Desert Eagle. So FNX rewarding the faith, but Marky trading out. What a flick from Marky to also take down Steel. Some early pressure being nullified, but Lucas just spotting. He sees that there are 2 on the A bomb site and wants to get the flank towards Z. But Marky's moving back, but Lucas has spotted him out, but he's making a complete meal of the Desert Eagle shots. And Marky will be able to clean up as the rest of Immortals now pushing on towards the A-bomb side, and he leading the charge to the AK-47. Takes a lot of damage. He will lose his life as well. And now it's off to Bolts with the Desert Eagle. Great headshot towards Breezy. Also tags Marky down, but he's dinked down towards 5 HP, which means Daps can clean up with the UMP. Good round from Marky. This is what we wanted to see.
Yeah, I'm still not sure here for NRG if they're going to be feeling particularly comfortable after those couple of rounds, because it was close. It has been close. And Immortals doing a good job so far. But good start at least for NRG. Getting those rounds on the board, that's what's important. Take it a round at a time. Don't let things happen like they did on Train. But starting off kind of well on the CT side. Can't read into it too much though. Only a couple of rounds off the back of the pistol as well.
At least they won the anti-eco. That was a dangerous round because we saw NRG lose a lot of the anti-ecos where they take the buy round and then drop the anti-eco. So at least positive signs on their CT half this time round on Cache.
We're going to see some more positive signs though for the rest of this half.
We
That's
need
what we need to see. Because Immortals have looked dangerous as when they were on their T side. Similarly, their CT side, it wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either.
Fast action towards Highway. Immortals do have P250s. If they get a little bit too close, it may be painful. They spot out 2 towards Checkers. That's going to be Breezy and Daps, and the pressure is going to be placed on towards Breezy, who is tapping away, able to get more kills, and Daps still close range with the MP9, dancing around. Peter does get dinked out, but he's still able to get the kill, and it's Daps dropping the bomb all up to FNX with the P250 lurking towards Sunroom.
You know where he is now as well. Pretty good anti-eco from NRG. Well, not just pretty good, it's basically as good as it could be. Excellent, in fact. And they take those guns all through to the next round here, not having to reinvest in any armor or anything like that either. Do they upgrade these weapons, though? Always hesitant when you see 3 SMGs.
I'd like to see Daps upgrade the M4. It's good to see the anti-eco kills going towards the favor of the players that struggled on Train. Marky and Daps, sure it's anti-eco kills, but anything to build up the confidence to at least go, we can take on Immortals. We can get these kills working in their favor. Ugly taken out, but Peter trading it back with the UMP. Lucas trying to spray through the smoke. It's not going to find any opportunities. And Breezy has managed to sneak his way into A main, trying to play at the edge of the smoke, but Henny decides to back off. Not a good decision to challenge.
No, not at all. Right now, Immortals. Hard to say who's got the advantage here, but generally speaking, when the CTs do have 4 and the Ts have 4, favors the Ts, opens up the bomb sites, and you can see that as well at the moment. NRG only have 1 player over to the A site. He's been spotted out as well. So that's not too good here right now for NRG. They're going to rotate another player up. I think they are. Marky headed in that direction, though. He's perhaps just going to watch mid here.
Peter's still holding towards Vent, so they know that they can't come out mid unless they have to take down one of the NRG players. And it's going to be Peter. He's tagged down low. Mortals will be busting out at mid, probably collapsing on the B side depending on how FNX is playing, but damage done by Breezy. Peter dancing around. Information should be conveyed towards him, and Immortals, if they get the off timing, no, they find the perfect timing to take down Peter, and Marky does allow one to escape towards Vent. And this means Immortals can come towards the B side. Daps has so much work to do with the MP9. Pressure being placed as they all line up, and he can't do enough damage.
Nope. NRG, this is going to be them probably losing this round, though. 15 seconds. The bomb should go down pretty safely. There's no way that Marky can deny that. 2 low HP players, though. If he can find a pick here, he can definitely go for this. But finding that pick is going to be difficult. Immortals have been playing so disciplined so far tonight. Not allowing anything to go the way of NRG, and there you go. Perfect timing from Lucas. First round on the board for Immortals in the first gun round as well. That has to be a good feeling. Getting them on the board earlier than they might have necessarily been able to do, but need to capitalize on that. Put a couple on the board in a row here. If they win this one, resets the economy of NRG, and then they're right back in at 3-3. But if they lose this, NRG starts to pull ahead a little bit more. And so Immortals, it's an important round for them.
Orp in the hands of Peter. Last round, NRG had more SMGs, and it's going to be Steel coming fast up. That flashbang's not going to hit. Peter just watching the line, and he'll be able to escape alive, taking a little bit of damage. A parting shot from Immortals, but FNX, I believe, actually tagged through the smoke down to 12. Maybe in a dink from the M4. That may just have been Marky's M4 doing the damage, and Lucas also on 66. So a good start for NRG as Marky wants to reapply the pressure. Coming straight towards A main and getting spammed very heavily through lockers. Henny taking some more damage, but Marky will be able to get out safe and sound. Peter and Marky low. FNX and Henny low. Still, Immortals have no way to get to one site just yet.
A rotation over to the B site from Immortals, but look at the read from NRG. They've already sent almost all 3 of them headed in the direction of the B site. Fugly, that's a good kill onto Lucas, though. Does make things even easier for NRG now. And NRG just leaving that one player up by truck. The rest still ready for the rotate.
Slowly
playing
clearing out
safe, though. And Breezy. He'll be the first one to get contacted by the looks of things here on the B site. But he's got a lot of backup. There's a player in sort of tree room and another player on the site. Breezy drops that Molotov. That forces FNX back. He's only on 12 HP. Can't afford to touch those flames. Another Molotov comes across, and that should force the other guys back as well. And Immortals, I don't even know if they're going to have time to get into the site here.
20 seconds left. NRG, they're sussing it out because Immortals are using a lot of utility, and they know that this is the go 15. Signal. Marky is just holding on. 12 seconds to get onto the bomb site, but Dap's able to shut one off. Henny trying to get the trade, but it's a little bit too late. But FNX takes out. Oh, FNX does get the kill, but Henny, he's got it all the headshots. He's going headshot after headshot after headshot, but he's got it off it.
Ah, that's so disappointing. It was almost something for Henny there. But in the end, just the timer running down too low. It was really the Molotovs coming out so late from NRG, just denying that push from Immortals, and what could have been if they had have had 2 more seconds there to plant that bomb. In the end, though, NRG come away with a victory in the round. They will reset the economy here of the Ts, but looks like the Ts are going to have enough money to buy anyway. It's going to be a force. It's not going to be a great one, but they want to respond right back.
Peter still has the AWP in his hands, and NRG were able to take 1 rifle over alongside the AWP. They do have to reinvest, so Immortals, even if they are unable to take the round, if they're able to do the economical damage, that should be their overall goal for this. Take as many guns as they can in the next 2 rounds. Do the damage, then come back strong with the AK-47s, maybe even the AWP on Henny, and then shut down NRG.
Well, can they shut down NRG at the moment? Because NRG is looking quite comfortable on this CT side. Not perfect. The rounds have been relatively close, but they've always sort of gone the way that NRG would have wanted them to in the end. Obviously, there's the exception of that one single round that Immortals did pick up, but 4-1, if you can continue to trade 4 rounds for 1, eventually NRG is going to be at 12-3. They'll be very happy with that, but I think that might be a little bit out of the realms of possibility. A lot of those rounds that we've got so far from NRG off the back of the pistols and the anti-ecos, but still, it's a good start. It's a good foundation to build upon now, and they need to make sure that they don't let Immortals come back into this one too early. This is a round that NRG should win. They need to win, so that they can continue just to grind those rounds out and keep Immortals in that back corner backing away, trying to play safe and trying to get something on the board. As soon as Immortals get something, then they might start to run away with this. But good work from Fugly in mid. You see the kills going across for NRG. Not much to say about it, really. It was just good aim from NRG, and Immortals go down in that round. They will have to eco this.
This is the critical difference. Marky has now suddenly gained the confidence back. We saw him missing for the majority of Train.
Yeah.
We saw him generally the first one to die, or maybe just getting one kill, but it's too late. Now he's holding on alongside with his teammates. He's trusting himself a little bit more. Daps, still a little bit questionable. He's missing all of the M4 sprays, which he needs to hit, especially when you're holding Vent. That's such a critical position that you need to be able to hold on to. Immortals charging straight towards the A site, looking just to get the bomb plant down after the smoke fades. HE grenade should do a little bit of damage. Not enough, though, because Immortals have crossed to the other side. If NRG drop this, it would be a severe disappointment. They have to keep these M4s to the next round, as well as the AK-47s.
Yeah, definitely. And they have dropped rounds before to the ecos, so they don't want to do that again. The NRG is in a really good position here just to completely shut Immortals out of this CT side and continue to do so. Looks like that's what's going to happen. Bolts does get one, and another onto Peter, but overall the trade's still going the way of NRG. One gun picked up there by Bolts for Immortals. The bomb should go down, and now we'll see NRG trying to retake again. That's at least good for Immortals, getting the bomb down, getting some guns out of the hands of NRG, and starting to make things look a bit more difficult. Bolts finding another one. 2 versus 2 on the retake here. Fugly, the one with the AK, has to get the work done. Daps actually does manage to take down Bolts in the meanwhile. And Daps will retrieve the AK as the defuse comes across from Fugly. Around again on the board for NRG. It's good.
But it's costly.
But it is costly, exactly. They lose a lot of guns there. The economy, it's still looking okay for NRG, but after they rebuy all of these guns, there's going to be a few players down to around 1,000 or low-ish kind of money. It's not great. You really want to be seeing better from Immortals when they're up 6-1. They've been winning so many rounds, but you just feel as though if Immortals can get one here, or 1 or 2 rounds, they're going to force NRG back on the eco and start to pull their way back into this map.
So NRG going to get aggressive early on towards A main. Henny leading the charge towards Squeaky alongside with Steel. Still having a quiet game. Hasn't picked up a kill in this entire half. He wants to try to make an impact soon. 2 within Squeaky. No one actually in A main. This may be problematic as NRG have taken control of A. The bomb really can't exit. FNX is aware of this potential and Marky just edge spotting it. Shoulder peeking. Able to go. There's one waiting there. Henny taking damage from the Molotov. Marky trying to get out alive, just crouching underneath forklift. There's Molotovs and flashbangs coming forward, and Henny taking a lot of damage. There is a smoke grenade from his teammate to save him. And Henny's trying to find the gap inside the smoke, but the HE grenade doesn't damage him. And Peter trying to go for the wallbang. This is scary. Henny decides to go for the counter wallbang. So a bit of trick shotting happening between the two AWPers, but nothing's happening. No hit markers to signify whether or not you're actually getting the shots forward.
He's in a dangerous spot here, doesn't have any backup. He has to get the frag here. He has to go for one at least. They knew where he was, and he does go down. Not much that he could do there aside from try and take that duel, but would have liked to have seen maybe someone else from NRG ready to peek in and try and get a trade or something like that. Puts them in a position where now Immortals could potentially get this round, but again, Immortals are left it very, very late, and NRG have late round utilities to hold them off. Great stuff from Fugly, finding 2 from what is generally speaking a one and done position by that forklift. He's going to go for another, and he gets that as well. 13 seconds on the clock. Immortals, this round is done. NRG just shutting out
Fugly, ace!
He gets 5. NRG, oh my goodness. 7 on the board. Immortals just capitulating right now.
Fugly was performing well in Train. Not probably to the extent that Breezy was in the T half. Maybe not towards Peter in the CT half, but he was consistently doing the damage. And now he single-handedly, mainly, the damage was done earlier on by Marky as well as grenades and the AWPs. But still to come through and just completely shred through Immortals who had armor, who had the AK-47. That is going to be confidence boosting for NRG and expect them to push the nail in towards Immortals' coffin even further.
Yeah, this should be 8 here. Immortals again back on an eco round. A little bit of armor on Steel and Bolts, but aside from that, nothing to speak of. And Breezy, he finds the first. Could have potentially had the second if he held that line, but Bolts starting to... Well, I thought he was going to push through the smoke, but decides to back off here. Still, good start for NRG. We see Peter as well across the map, finding one onto Henny. Trades coming back for Immortals, but really not enough at this point. NRG just making themselves look even better on this CT side. And Immortals, they have got some work to do because 8 for the CT here of NRG. It's not too bad right now. It can go better, but Immortals, They are in desperate need of some rounds right now.
They should be able to take the AWP off Peter. Nope, Peter has backed off towards the A site, so Bolt's going to be dancing around. They suspect that he was towards B main after Breezy was able to take the first kill. Heard a couple more Deagle shots, and now Immortals. This is looking dire. Down 8-1. Would not be surprised to see a tactical pause called after this round.
I think they need it. Unless they kind of consider this round a tactical pause. They've had a lot of time to talk while Bolts has just been surviving right now. So that could be maybe an argument for not taking a tac pause next round. If they do lose the next one, though, then I think they definitely need to take one.
But if they lose the next one, they won't have the economy to force up. So they have a tac pause coming through.
Yep. Makes sense.
As expected. What would it be expected if it was NRG taking a tac pause?
Yeah.
That would be a surprise.
That is true.
I see Luminosity do that a lot. All right, so Luminosity going to... Okay, they're winning. They're calling a tac pause.
Yep.
They just wanted to make sure they have the pathways to figure out exactly how to take the victory.
At the moment, NRG sitting up 8-1.
It's a tac pause for NRG?
No, I think that was a lie.
Oh.
They were trolling us.
Oh.
It's Immortals, I'm pretty sure. But
it was just a prank, bro.
It was there for like half a second, just to get it. Baited you in.
It got me. There we are. It's Immortals.
Yeah, it is Immortals. It makes sense for it to be Immortals right now, and they are in desperate need of some rounds. They probably need to get to at least 6. If they can do that, then I think that's still a pretty good first half. But the way that NRG is playing, it's not looking like it's going to be possible. In saying that, though, Immortals, when they did take a tac pause last half, or last map, they were able to just sort of close out a bunch of rounds after that. So maybe there is something to take away from it. Right now, they'd be talking about what they've noticed on the CT side, what they can maybe take advantage of from NRG. At the moment, though, it just doesn't seem like there's any weaknesses for NRG. Both
B-side.
sides.
It'd be
Do you think
B-side.
so?
It would be B-side 100%. Immortals won the round from a 3 and 4 on the B-side.
Yeah,
So-
but even still, like, I feel as though the B-side is not anything like a sure means for Immortals right now. Probably is, yes, of the two, the weaker side. But the way NRG is playing, they're still looking reasonably strong on the B side. The rotations come across pretty quickly as well from NRG, and now NRG taking control of mid. So that's just another area of the map that Immortals are going to have to fight for, use their limited utilities to try and take control of, and potentially risk their lives in doing so.
Heavy mid presence coming out from both sides. Breezy, he needs to be cautious because Molotovs will be flung in his direction, and there is one on Boost ready to take him out as soon as he tries escaping. He's playing underneath Boost. Flashbangs coming through. He does have support from Fugly and Daps. He just needs to find the timing. The timing on the entry is so critical. There's a Molotovs. Daps is going to be a non-factor, and FNX going to open the party up. Headshot towards Breezy, and Lucas also getting one as well. So damage done by Immortals. They've cracked it open, and Peter's also down to 15 HP as well. So it's up to Daps and Marky to try to hold on, and Marky by himself, and he can't even take down FNX. FNX on 12 HP, having a stroll through. Another headshot, and Peter trying his best to equalize the numbers. But Daps just lurking around. Surely has found out. Lucas knows.
This is much better for Immortals. That little bit of a pause time, it seems to have done wonders for their aim. They've kind of just walked in here and absolutely demolished some of those NRG players. 4 on the board still alive when Immortals win that round. So it's the first convincing round that we've really seen from them this half. NRG, look at the economy though. It's good enough to buy into this one. Probably not good enough to buy again though. So at least Immortals have been keeping that in check. And there's a chance now that if Immortals win this round, they do start to build upon it. NRG, important one for them, just so that they can really take control of this first half once again and shut out Immortals.
Immortals have realized mid-control is most likely the critical part of taking control of the rest of the map. But NRG have pushed towards Squeaky. Will be getting control, and Steel is trying to regather that side. But Marky with the M4 just too strong, able to get the kill. Tagged down to 41, but he's still alive, which means he can stay on the site, play defensive, and hold on. Immortals down a member. It's going to make their attack just that little bit more dilute. And doesn't spell well, because if you give NRG an all around, that's 9-2. Momentum back, or the sails back in their wind. Wind back in the sails. Sail back in their winds.
Yeah.
Well, that is one way of butchering a saying.
Yeah, you usually like the poet when you're casting. You make up all those
Float
nice
like
sayings.
a butterfly.
Float like a butterfly. That was a good one last night. But this time, it's all gone wrong for you. Maybe just like Immortals right now, but at least they're trying to come back into it, giving it a good crack.
Over to take down Fugly, but Well, they're still going to pass through the A site, and that's a little bit difficult because Marky's able to get one towards A main, and Peter just peeking out, take down FNX, the Danger Man, and Bolts. Well, he had to hope for something incredible.
He gets
and unfortunately, he's not Mr. Incredible.
Yeah, Peter, good stuff from him with that AWP. Starting to show up again now for NRG, and that's not a good situation for Immortals. They get one, and then their economy resets. They will be able to buy into it, but what is Henny going to be able to grab? It just looks like a Deagle. So, a Galil and a Deagle for Bolts and Henny, respectively. AKs for the rest of them. NRG poised to take this one through to 10, potentially even more right now. Immortals are just floundering on the T side of Cache.
NRG has stepped the game up as well. Marky now going 1-1 apiece. Breezy has been spotted out by Bolt, so there is a suspicion that Daps is once again back in vent. But with no Molotovs, or the single Molotov and Lucas, they have to decide whether it's worth trying to flush out vent. Where are these smoke grenades going to go? Peter's got the AWP trained on Garage, and there's Fugly once again at Highway. FNX, he's got to recreate some magic. Lucas is going to be leading the charge, and Daps going to be exiting vent after he's going to be mollied off. Breezy still playing close. He's going to be blinded out by a teammate's flashbang. NRG, this is much better play. Just leave mid open. Funnel the rest of Immortals into their crosshairs. They're more than confident to play the crossfires.
Fugly very, very close at the moment to FNX, but as of yet, FNX not peeking onto the A-bomb side, and the main attack from Immortals is in mid. Does look like the rotation coming across from Bolts. He will join FNX in A main. It will be an A split. Fugly, though, answering this well. Henny takes a bit of damage as well, but he does manage to actually trade out Fugly. There we go, Marky drops the bomb. This should be an early rotate. Already, the NRG players are rotating across. There's not much time to work with for Immortals once more, and if they lose another bomb carrier, this could potentially be the round over. Daps does manage to grab Henny. Whoa, that's a good shot from FNX. And 2 versus 2. It's still doable for Immortal, but Breezy, oh, what? He could have shut that round down then and there, but he just gets flicked around upon by FNX, and the job, it is going to be needing to be done by Daps. A big job for him to do as well. No utilities, just a defuse kit, though FNX hasn't managed to make his way off the bomb default spot, so he could be an easy pickup for Daps, but Daps doesn't know that he's still there.
Daps just dancing around, trying to isolate it to 2 one-on-ones. How quickly does the game change around? He takes out FNX, but he's on 1 HP. All Bolts need to do, single shot, and he will be able to land it. Immortals will drop NRG. shaping up to be a much better half, or to have the potential of being a better half.
Potentially.
It's still 3-9, but NRG, their economy is not great. They're taking so much damage round after round, and they've severely dropped the ball on that.
Breezy is going to be very disappointed with how that round turned out for him. He was behind them, and he could have gotten that round win for NRG, but lets it go, lets it slip. It really matters. Immortals now in with a chance to bring this one back to 9-6, which all things considered would not be too bad of a half at all. Fugly though, he's going to even see if he can say anything about that. Not too much to be said though. Peter actually finding 2.
That's hello.
Okay.
We'll be able to grab that, but Henny coming out from mid, able to get the one-for-one trade. And all up to Peter, last one left standing, but Bolt's a secured tree, and Peter saving the AK-47 may not be a bad decision.
Yeah, I agree.
No, he's going back to Troc. Scary, because Bolts has managed to make his way towards tree, and he's going to spot out Peter. 4 rounds on the board for Immortals, looking to take 2 more. NRG, they can bind this, but it is a very poor buy, but they're going to do it anyway.
Is it worth it? What do you think?
They've got to rely on their aim. So far, Immortals have been able to crack open the midway point, and the aim's been failing on some points. Breezy, only 6 kills this round, on this half. He needs to step up his game.
The thing that's been
really
so good for NRG, though, on this CT side, I feel has been the utility use, where they've been able to just save it so late into the round and force Immortals to play so slowly and come into the bomb site so late that it really forces the mistakes out of Immortals, but won't be an option here for NRG. They are going to have to rely on their aim. They don't have any utilities. They've got 1 smoke and 1 flashbang left on the field. Breezy gets some early damage across, but nothing really to write home about. FNX still fairly healthy on 34 HP, and NRG, they don't have anything to fall back on now. It's just the aim, it's just the rotations. If they can get the early rotations maybe working, that can be something that could throw a spanner in the works for Immortals, but
they're just crawling back. So they use a few early smoke grenades, knowing that Breezy has made contact, and they just crawl back to A site. It's only marking an A site, and he's got so much work to do. Uses the final smoke grenade, and he's actually going to push towards A main. Spots nothing close, but there are a lot of members that are about to barrel down upon him.
There are, but he needs to do this work.
He needs to make his mark right now, and he's not going to do it.
Not good enough. 10 damage, or 10 HP left on Lucas. He needed to get more than that. Peter now with the AWP. Let's see what he can do. Steal on the rotation, or cutting off the rotation, really, for NRG. Doing a lot of work, and Immortals, they're going to be happy with that. 2 for 1 overall. Peter does at least trade him out, but I believe it's going to be NRG trying to save this one through to the next round. They've really allowed Immortals to come back into this first half. NRG, they were set up to get 11-4, get 12-3, but 9-5 now. Could potentially be 9-6 even, if Immortals continue the way that they're looking in the last few rounds. 10-5 though, wouldn't be too bad for NRG. I mean, 9-6 is not bad, right? It's not doom and gloom, but just the fact that they were in a position to put this through to something much better than what they are at now, that NRG surely has to be disappointed.
Absolutely. They were up 9-2. Imagine if they ended the half 13-2. Just have to win the pistol, a couple of anti-ecos on the T side, and you're home free. That said, Immortals have just grinded their way. This is exactly what they did on their side of train, on the T side of train. They were down, they just slowly just pushed forward, had a tactical pause, the rounds came back in their favor. They're just reading what NRG are doing, and into the final round, there should be Immortals barring a huge play coming out from the UMPs on the side of NRG.
Alrighty, here we go. NRG changing things up, getting real fast control in towards mid. Are they actually going to go and try and push out through this smoke? That could be something that they might have expected. It'll be a counter boost here from Fugly. Steel is watching it, and there's just little terrorist faces you pop up. Not what you want to see as a CT. Hello. But doesn't cost NRG at that point. No headshot comes across from the AK. Immortals, though, making their way towards the A site. The smoke is still there, but they walk out through it, and they pick up the entry frag. FNX, in fact, actually finding 2. Immortals, great work from them. The A-bomb site completely open, and FNX gets his 3rd for the round, really starting to step up here right now for Immortals. Steel catching the rotation of Fugly. There's nothing that poor old Daps can do. 1 versus 5. This is going to be a 9-6 half.
Yeah, Bolt's on the lurk. Should be able to get the kill, unless Daps does check the corner, and will be able to get the headshot. So 9-6. It's pretty good for Immortals.
Yeah, good comeback from Immortals in that one. We'll see whether or not they can continue the momentum through into the second half.
Hey Future Pros, We have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh? Ugh.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America. We have one half of Counter-Strike left for tonight. It is Immortals, and they are currently up against NRG. They've done a good job to be able to come back into that first half, at least making it look competitive. Moving over to their CT side, they might have had enough there on that T side to give them a good shot here.
Absolutely. It was 9-2 at one stage. NRG looking in complete domination, especially after Fugly's ace. Well, NRG gonna be... we'll be happy with 9-6. But knowing they could have had so much more is going to make them feel a little bit disappointed in themselves. They're just going to wave that off and go, all right, it's a new round, it's a new day. We're going to dink out FNX and Hanny very early on. Going to make them regret they went to the CT side. Take the pistol, as well as the two anti-ecos to bring it back, or to push their lead forward towards 12-6.
Well, Immortals, they do want to get this pistol round, and it's not looking so good right now. NRG full control of the A-bomb site. They've got someone watching the rotations. It's Marky. He goes 1 for 1, which is good enough considering he gets the information, as well as the fact that a lot of these NRG players are very, very healthy. Not so for Immortals. The Molotov as well. That's going to be big for Breezy because there's nothing to stop Immortals. I mean, there's nothing to stop that Molotov.
There's that smoke. That will stop it.
Yeah, it will. But they stopped that player from the defuse, and now... oh, come on.
Oh, Breezy!
What?
Oh, Breezy! No!
Oh, no!
Surely they can't get away with that. They do!
That looked all so good for NRG. So good. And then that happens.
There were like 2 kits on Immortals, and they just go, yeah, let's not deal, let's just go straight for the bomb. And there was only one person who was watching the bomb, that was Breezy, and he lost himself inside the smoke. He was just going, oh my... So when smoke gets in your eyes, can't really see that well, can't get the kills. Does get the knife kill as a consolation prize, but you lose the round.
Yeah, they should have won that round, NRG. It was looking good, so good for them as well, but now they will have a bit more of a fight to do here. Immortals should be able to equalize this to 9-9. NRG ecoing this one out. They probably eco the next one out as well. Although they got the bomb down. Okay, so they will be able to buy next round. They do have to sacrifice this one would think. Tap's trying to make his way in. The bomb's actually dropped all the way on the A-bomb site, so Immortals know exactly what they need to do. Let's hold the A-bomb site. They do that very, very well, not losing a single gun. So, good anti-eco for Immortals.
NRG, their time to strike back. If Immortals take this, well, we could be in a long half.
We could definitely be.
Could
go again to like match. Almost overtime. Yeah, exactly.
Almost overtime, maybe even overtime. These teams have gone in, just like the Tide. You have high Tide, and then you have low Tide. That's how these teams have been playing all night.
Yeah.
Except Immortals are kind of more at the high tide stage.
They've been like the apple crumble / ice cream dream, hot and cold.
I have to find new analogies.
Yeah.
I feel like
Nuance.
I have this dessert analogy for apple crumble has been beaten.
Honestly, I think I'm going to go to the shops today and get an apple crumble and like have some apple crumble tonight. Just in honor.
It'll be a good way to end the week for us down here in Australia. You know, just kicking back.
It's Friday over here, so it's yeah, it's nice. I like Friday. Pro League Friday's always good.
For everyone over here in Australia, Fridays are good. Yeah. It means it's time to kick back after a long week, especially for us too. It's casting. But in America, they've still got 1 day left, so I guess we can enjoy the early Friday, but we have an early Monday too, which is kind of a cop.
And anyway, let's have a look and see how NRG is going to close this out, because they do look like they might actually be able to close out this round.
Much cleaner.
Very clean as well. Once they get those guns in their hands, they just look a little bit better, a little bit sharper than Immortals in that one. Admittedly, the pistol looked pretty good for NRG too, so maybe that's good signs actually for NRG now heading into the second half. This grenade's not going to do all that much. The bomb goes down, Bolts goes down just afterwards. 10 on the board for NRG.
A lot of AKs kept as well, which means that NRG can keep their economy floating. Immortals don't have enough to... I was going to say, didn't have enough to justify a full buy. Might have to force, and they do for Mars 2 UMPs and 2 M4s.
It's not a good buy from Immortals. They do have a decent amount of utilities at least, but NRG has more. NRG has more favorable weapons as well. NRG has extra rounds on the board that they can play with here. So Immortals, it's not looking like a great situation for them right now, but definitely far from over. Bolts would have liked to have gotten that one. Marky, though, getting 2, opening things up so easily for NRG. The A bomb site now almost open. I guess Hanny's the only one giving any sort of contest over there. Daps in the meanwhile as well. Don't even know how he gets there. Fugly goes down to Lucas, but
they don't have bomb control.
No. So that's
Lucas
not good.
Can shut this down. Marky has to smoke it off, and it's not safe. This could be around going in Immortals' way.
Could. Peter's just watching from truck down in towards CT to make sure no one can rotate up and take control of the A bomb site right now. It's up to Breezy and Marky to take control of that bomb and bring it back over. Definitely looks like they should be able to. Peter spots out Lucas, so these guys should be able to run through that smoke now, or at least put some pressure on. There's a flashbang. It's Lucas, but he won't be able to have enough done there. Marky getting 4 for the round, actually.
Big
good work from him, and that sits 11 there for NRG now, forcing Immortals back onto the eco as well. Should make it through to 12. NRG, despite not getting that pistol, are already having a pretty good time in the T half.
Well, we're talking about Marky needing to step up his game in the second map, and he has done so. Great CT half, and he's now following it up with a couple of crucial picks. Especially when the Immortals are trying to dictate the tempo. If you can shut that down, it's crucial. Especially able to keep so many AKs, or 3 AKs. Daps and Fugly looking to build up their economy. They know Immortals are on the pistol buy. You see Fugly going to be coming quite close towards B main. Going to potentially charge to the smoke, but it is a B site stack, and Fugly blinded out. No one's pushing him. He's going to be breathing a sigh of relief, but he won't be breathing a sigh of relief when he sees so many CTs waiting for him with their USBs.
Well, NRG should be around for them. Let's have a look and see what Fugly can do. Good chance for him to get some easy money. Daps as well, sitting over to the B bomb site. This looks like where NRG do want to head. And
they're heading straight into the stack.
They're heading right into the stack, but admittedly, they still have what they need to deal with this. So Daps looking forward, the smoke in towards Tree Room there, looking like it's going to be very, very impactful. Good job from NRG to cover each other off as well. So the crossfire is working out nicely for NRG, and that's exactly how the anti-eco should go for NRG.
And just basic Molotovs used to make sure that no more pressure can be applied from certain areas. And Bob's their uncle. They clean up. Daps the only man who's quite low, needs to be careful of losing his life. He's only got the max 10 and armor, but would prefer to save the helmet and Kevlar to the next round. Bolt's just looking for any picks he can get for now. He only has a P250, and Fugly leading the charge. Will take him down quite easily with a Mac 10. So money go in the bank. 4 kills towards the SMGs. And Immortals, do they eco or do they force? If they force, it's not the best buy. But they're going to do it.
Well, this could be a risk for Immortals. But they've got weapons. They've got weapons. Just don't have that much utility. And NRG have looked very, very sharp so far throughout this second half. I feel as though the aim at the moment is favouring NRG. It's going their way. Particularly Marky and Fugly have looked pretty good, at least on this map. It was Breezy and Peter last map, Fugly and Marky this map, I think. That's good to see from NRG. They're all stepping up. They're all making things work.
Heavy mid presence from Immortals, boosting one into Vent, then playing FNX close mid as well. A lot of emphasis by Immortals to retain mid control, where NRG, they're just going to play the default, just come back and allow the aggression to wash over them like water in the river over a rock. It's a good metaphor.
If you say so.
Water off a duck's back.
Water off a duck's back. Yeah.
Unless they're underwater, because the water doesn't really get off the duck's back. It just streamlines past.
Streamlines past. Yeah, they can swim really fast. Anyway.
How fast can ducks actually swim? You've actually piqued my interest.
I don't know, probably pretty quick.
Oh, that's something we need to find out.
They've got little flippers on their feet, right? So
inbuilt. That's cheating.
It is, but hey, that's the facts of life, mate.
That should ban ducks from swimming ever again. You're not allowed to swim. You got flippers. You don't allow that. We don't have flippers.
So does that mean we're not allowed to walk on the ground?
Well, ducks can walk. They've got feet.
Yeah, I guess. Gee, this has gone.
This has gone deep.
This cast has taken a turn for the worse.
I think it's gone quackers. FNX will win the deal with the M4 as I've managed to finally punt Elfish in towards Silence, and Lucas at checkers able to take a few more kills. And Peter missing the shot at close range, but the flashbang means he's completely blinded out. Even Marky's blinded out, and he's dinked out. Henny charging forward with the M4, just spraying desperately for the final body tag. It's going to work out, and Immortals do win the force buy. A lot of money still for NRG to work with, though.
Plenty of money, and this is a chance for NRG really to put Immortals under the pump. They get this round, they reset the economy. Immortals can't buy next round, or yeah, they can, but it'll be a force buy. It won't be very good. Not as good as this one. And NRG then get 13, probably 14, probably win the map off that. So this round, super, super critical actually for Immortals. And if NRG can close it out, they might as well just be like, okay, night's done.
All up in the hands of Henny. This is the first time that they've actually got the AWP in the hands of Henny on the CT side. He had some impact on the T side, but not as much.
Yeah.
We also found out how fast ducks can swim.
Yeah, I've just been looking at that. 1.2 to 1.6 miles per hour.
That's pretty quick.
What's the difference between duck speed and normal speed?
That is actually a good question. I don't think I want to know that.
But that's not very fast,
going down a
really.
slippery slope of you try to learn more, and before you know it, you just got to go, what kind of species of ducks are there?
Then you're studying ducks at university or doing research papers on ducks. That'd be you, not me. I'm not smart enough for that.
I think you are smart enough, Elfish.
Ooh. Well,
ducks are... It's finding the field of interest, and NRG, their field of interest so far is trying to dominate the opposition's heads.
Definitely.
Masters in headshotting. Maybe Peter is majoring in sniper rifling.
Yeah.
PhDs.
No, he's doing a double degree because he can rifle as well.
Have we seen
what
the
do they
rifle
call that in America? A double degree? Maybe a double degree?
Double major?
I don't know.
Everything
double degree
is
in Australia.
Then what would double be upside down as they're coming onto the A side?
I don't know, but we're about to find out here. NRG, Molotov's being sent in the direction of Immortals, but Steel answers first. Running one, he's got a chance to get a couple more there, actually. They lined up for him, but not quite hitting the shots. NRG capitalize upon it. Fugly finding another kill for himself. The A bomb site completely open now for NRG. It's 4 versus 2. Just Lucas left alive.
Yeah, Mark, you can hear him sprinting up highway. Easy turnaround. 4 guns retained for NRG. Immortals probably need to just eco this. They want to buy up in the next one, but they'll be 14-9. NRG, they need to capitalize on this opportunity and close this half out in their favor.
Yeah,
they cannot allow this map to go...
Train 2.0.
Can't allow it to be Train 2.0.
Yeah. It's been like this already for NRG, and they weren't able to close it out. They were actually at, 15 and 12. They had a lot of map points to play with, and didn't manage to even take it through to overtime. Was it 14 and 12?
It was 15 and 12 at one
15
stage.
And 12. Yeah, they did take it to... No, they didn't take it to overtime. It was 16-14. It was Luminosity that was 14.
Ah, yes, you're right.
But it was really good for NRG in the first half of Train. They got to a similar situation to this, and then they let Immortals come right back into it, and in the end actually win that first map. If you didn't see it, it was 16-14 in favor of Immortals. Massive comeback from them in the second half.
Yeah, FNX with a Desert Eagle. This makes me scared, but Daps, potentially even a little bit more scared, does decide to dart around, and Bolt's just chiming in with damage. Does tag Breezy only once. Daps playing safe, waiting for one of the Immortal players to potentially push in, but NRG have been spooked. They don't want anything to do at the A site. They are going to slowly make their way back to B. Steel and Lucas. But Lucas instantly drops the AWP of Peter, able to get the entry. And there's a Molotov towards back of Checkers. No one there, but still holding close Checkers. You can see NRG. They know that this potential is here, and Marky crouching will be able to take the engagement one-on-one. And now all Immortals just scattered about, had to try to take the one-on-one aim, or one-on-3 aim deals in that case for Henny. And it won't work out in the favor for them. NRG should be able to pick up this round 14-9. Deagles, maybe FNX should save his. He's got body armor. Bolts go for the kills, but Daps on the hunt behind, just tapping away. And FNX just going to lurk and try to stay alive. Maybe he has to make off, swimming away in duck speed.
Probably not going to be fast enough, to be honest. But
probably not. Nicely
nicely executed anti-eco from NRG. Losing now just one gun so far. FNX with the MAT 10. It's not going to help him next round, in reality. He'd be wanting more, but he's probably not going to get more at this point. Although, Peter is going to peek into him. FNX, what can he do? Not much just yet. And Peter does take him down in the end. So, really nice anti-eco from NRG. The only gun they dropped, the MAT 10. So, whatever.
Henny, glass cannon or no body armor to back it up. Lucas has to debate whether to go for an M4 or no utility, or a weaker weapon such as a FAMAS or UMP. It's a difficult decision to make. There is no kit on the side of Immortals. This is important to note. 14-9, no kit. If NRG are able to get their way onto a bomb site, force it to a 2-on-2, and just chew away time, Immortals do not have the utility to deny areas. They don't have smoke grenades, maybe flashbangs towards a retake, and that's it. And that does not bode well if NRG can crack their way over.
It definitely doesn't.
Big if.
And, well, it's not necessarily, because NRG have looked very, very good so far in this second half. They picked up 5 rounds on the T side. Immortals only 3. So, you say if, it probably is an if, but they have been generally being able to crack their way into these bomb sites. Marky caught with a grenade out, though. That's a little bit silly from him, and a good shot from Bolts, actually, to take down the bomb. This might actually be the if that NRG didn't want.
Yeah, and Immortals do manage to upgrade a few of their guns as well. If Steel can get there in time, no, he cannot. He has to stay with the FAMAS. Maybe able to give that over towards Bolt, who is deciding what he's going to get. No, Lucas decides to be the brother-in-arms. Gives him an M4 and keeps the AK-47 for himself. And NRG can force back up. They've won a lot of rounds. And Breezy will pick up the AK-47. NRG most likely will play a much slower round. They tried for a faster A-site execute. Did not work out.
Yeah, they split up a little bit more default now. Oh, Henny, though, takes down Peter, winning the AWP duel. So NRG having to come out of this one from the start with essentially a player disadvantage. It's not easy. Not easy at all. Steel, is he up on the boost? Or is he just sitting down at the bottom of it?
I think just underneath the bottom of the boost, but they are slowly crawling out towards A-site. And Mark has actually made his way out and punishes FNX for not checking Forklift fast enough. And Fugly's cracked open the A-site with the other headshot towards Bolts. Still
Fugly,
now on the fast.
Yeah, he's watching A main. This is not good at all for Immortals. He re-peeks, though, while he's still reloading. I'm not 100% sure why he would do that, but Breezy does at least take one down. So still player advantage here for NRG. Bomb is down. Post plan's pretty good here for NRG as well. There's a big crossfire set up on the site. And Henny has a lot to do with just the AWP.
Has to go for it. Marky is above him.
He can just jump down on top of him.
If Henny hit that, would have been ridiculous. And he still gets the kill with the USP. Daps, 25 HP up against the 1 HP. There's the flashbang. All it needs is a single bullet, and Henny can't land the headshot. NRG going to match point, but that was a little bit closer than what it should have been.
Resets the economy as well of Immortals here. I think we might be all said and done on Cache, but we'll find out whether Immortals are going to have something to say about that. They are, of course, going to be buying into this one as much as they can, but it has been quite a comprehensively played out game so far from NRG. They've looked good on the CT side. They've looked good on the T side. Admittedly, they have let a few rounds slip away to Immortals, which they maybe shouldn't have, but overall, they're still feeling pretty comfortable and looking pretty comfortable to close out this one.
And, well, only with Deagles to work with mainly. Single FAMAS on Steel. This may be over for them. NRG have not dropped an anti-eco this half, which is a vast improvement from their train game. When they were on the CT side, they dropped a few anti-ecos. Just to close it up, 16-10.
Yeah, they are.
they don't want this to bleed on any longer. You give Immortals a little bit more momentum.
Well, you give Immortals another chance like they had on Train, and Immortals is going to take it. So now is the time for NRG. They have to close it out here.
They'll have opportunities in the future, but this is the best opportunity.
They do have opportunities in the future, but if you've got it now, if not now, then when?
Especially against Eagles. Henny's just going to get the first Eagle kill on Marky. And, well, Fugly's already low, down towards 21 HP, and FNX still wants this kill, and Daps comes across. Goes, no, you cannot touch my brother. And he is going to try to spray his way towards a headshot. It's not going to work out. But Immortals, no utility to work with. Breezy just making sure that Bolts has not pushed through from behind. And Bolts will be pushing through. Breezy checks this at the right time. Oh my goodness, what is with them just reloading and peeking corners?
I don't know.
Basic errors.
The B site now, though, the option of choice for NRG. This should be an easy clean-up for Fugly. The low HP player making it work. And FNX in the vent. He's so crucial right now, but they do check it. I thought they weren't going to. Daps finding 2. This is pretty much it now. 17 seconds just to get that bomb down, but Bolts won't be able to deny that. That's for sure. And trying to retake with ACZ. Cleaned up easily there by Peter. So 16-10. That one on Cache. Going the way of NRG. They secure the 1-1 at least tonight and prove us correct. I thought it was going to be close. It was close. Good match between the two teams.
Cage looking a lot more comfortable for NRG. A couple of critical rounds going in their favor meant after they won those, they shouldn't have dropped the ball. It looked close, probably about the midway mark. They just excelled forward, just accelerated, able to take the rest of the rounds, and that was an easy victory afterwards compared to their Train game where they kind of let things slip. NRG, I think Immortals will be happy with the 1-1, especially given on how Train went.
Yeah,
they probably
for
felt,
sure.
They probably felt, oh, NRG were playing a little bit better, so 1-1 tonight, not bad. But for NRG, I think a 1-1's going to be disappointing.
I agree. I think the 1-1's disappointing. You know, they would have wanted to close out that one on Train. They really should have closed that one out on Train. Probably around the same scoreline that they had here, considering the start that they had on the T half. 10-5 was the scoreline after they moved over to CT, and from that point, you have to think, well, we should have this pretty easily wrapped up. But Immortals were quite good on the T side. Not quite good enough, though, on Cache, and they don't get the job done there. But overall, a 1 apiece. I think that's a fairly even, like a fair result. That's what we would have expected coming into this one. And neither team could really go away from that one thinking, well, we didn't quite get enough out of that.
It's been a solid night of Counter-Strike for all the games being played on the B stream today, going 1-1 apiece overall.
Yep.
So I think all the teams, sure, not the 2-0s they envisioned. You know, those are the dreams that you go to sleep of. I want to win 2-0 every single match that I play. But it's going 1-for-1. You lose one, but you win some, and you get some points, and you have points to work on for next week. Where to improve, what can we do to further better ourselves next time?
Yeah, definitely some good points for both NRG and Immortals to come out of each respective maps. Obviously, Immortals, you can see they have that mental fortitude to be able to come back into things there on Train. NRG, a lot of their players stepping up on Cache after some lackluster performances on Train. But as we look back over how the results of today have gone, thoroughly unsurprising over on the mainstream to see Renegades finding 2 over Selfless and SK to find 2 over Misfits. On our own stream, I'm a little surprised to see Winterfox being able to get 1 over Luminosity, but they did perform quite well on that map on Cobble. Emag, shout out to him for having that good game, and then, well, they went down pretty convincingly on Cache. We've just seen Immortals up against NRG go 16-14 the way of Immortals in the first map, 16-10 to NRG on the second, so, yeah, pretty evenly matched split across both of those games today.
I was going to say, for Cobble as well as Train, I think the story was the CT half was too weak for both teams.
Yep.
For all 4 teams involved today on more of the execution-based maps, CT half was a little bit weaker. Winterfox did better on Cache this time around, but it wasn't enough. And I think they still dropped the CT half 5-10, and then Luminosity picked up the pistol round and just closed it off on their own CT half. So that was, I guess, a story. Teams need to pick up their anti-ecos, also need to hold on and make sure they don't drop any of their execution-based maps.
Well, having a look at how the standings have ended up after this week, looking pretty good for Winterfox. At least they get off the bottom of the scoreboard. Now Selfless securely the only one sitting with only 1 single map win. Now we see NRG still secure in 3rd position, Luminosity still in 5th. Actually, did they overtake Optic just then?
They have overtaken both Liquid as well as... Well, Luminosity has shot up a bit, and NRG now solidifying themselves as 3rd, so Liquid now falling a little bit more behind. I was wondering why Liquid's score is 9-4, but because that doesn't make much sense.
Oh well.
Doesn't make much sense. That's an odd number, so that It'll be NRG and Liquid, I think, tied for third apiece.
Right. Yeah.
That'd be the most important part to get out of it.
Yeah, but nothing entirely too surprising out of those standings there. Nothing too surprising out of tonight's matches. Good takeaways for Winterfox. Probably disappointing for Luminosity, but I think both NRG and Immortals will be reasonably happy with how tonight has gone. So overall, good night of Counter-Strike. Can't complain about it at all.
It was solid viewing, so teams just going head-to-head. We were expecting NRG and Immortals to be close. It was close, going down to the wire on train, and it was fun to watch.
Yeah, we'll have a look here at how things are going to be coming up in the next week of match days. Match day number 16. We do have a little bit going on the second stream because we have to catch up on a few of the matches that we may have missed. So Optic and Cloud9 for us, that's going to be a very, very good one, actually.
Jeez, Optic playing 4 games in the day.
Yeah, that's going to be a big day for them. But look, they're professionals. That's what they've got to do. SK and Optic over on the mainstream to start off the day, and then Liquid and Winterfox to close that one out. So some really good games actually coming out in match day number 16. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward towards Optic and Cloud9. That's one that we probably normally wouldn't see in our stream.
No, that'd be nabbed up straight away by the mainstream, but I guess we're the lucky ones that get to cast that. So that is going to be a very, very good match. It's like almost, the top teams really in North America, like Cloud9, Optic, SK. Those are the ones that I look at to be really, really strong in the competitive sense. So I think that's going to be a really crucial matchup in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely. It's going to determine who's going to make it towards the top and, well, maybe towards the top in the middle of the pack. So it'll affect seeding more as opposed towards actual placements. I think all of these teams are comfortable enough to go, yeah, we can qualify for finals. Mm-hmm. But it's just going to be, okay, we don't want to really verse SK, so we better perform better. Because I don't think anyone wants to verse SKs when it comes finals season.
No, definitely not. But that's going to be it from us tonight. That's all coming up in our next match date. Number 16, we'll have to bid you good night for now. But until then, have a good one.
Opens up the plant potential. Watch Kenny drop down. Hits exist up. 1v1 spotted up. Oh! Kenny! Once again, very quickly, they tried it before. Then it shut down time after time again. Automatic! This AWP got two, goes for a shot. That's smart. Gus gets Skadoodle. Jumps up. Still a bit of time on this. It's going to be a 10-second defuse. He's got to hit the shot right now. Oh my God, Fallen!
Hello and welcome back to ESL Pro League. Start of another week here. I hope you guys had a great weekend because we here on the desk, we had some phenomenal weekends between the three of us. I'm going to be here with Sponge. I'm going to be here with Henry G. I know it was Sponge's first time in Amsterdam this weekend.
Well, not the first time.
Not the first time. So that blows the entire intro out of the water.
It's my first time in London, though.
I was going to say.
So it was good.
I was going to say, by the amount of singing I've heard today, it's the first time you've heard Nightman Cometh.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a good moment.
Good shout.
Quite a niche reference there, but
a little bit.
It was quite good. I enjoyed that.
But it's been phenomenal listening to you sing that all day. You guys doing good? Excited for the matches today?
I'm bloody chipper, mate.
Yeah?
Started to watch some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I've missed it. I missed Counter-Strike. When you spend 5 days away from it, coming back to it, I'm hyped again, ready to go.
Like refreshed.
Yeah.
And we have Fair Dinkum tomorrow as well, the second episode of Fair Dinkum. Introduce you to Australia.
There's going to be some fun bits, Jason. You're going to have a great time.
I cannot wait for that. But what we cannot wait for any longer today is the league standings. So let's check that out. North America is going to come first. But keeping our eye on these across the pond, SK is now settled into a pretty comfortable lead. 3 wins over Cloud9. And NRG is probably a little bit surprising. Have them be up there in the third spot. Liquid slipped a little bit, but I mean, Luminosity, the third Brazilian team to come in and tear apart NA. It's just
imagine if all 3 Brazilian teams come in the top 3 of the.
That sounds very likely at this point.
That'd be very depressing, wouldn't it? These are the standings over in Europe. North has made their way to the top seed. Mousesports had that, but they slipped a little bit last week. They've been slipping all over the place. We'll hear from Mitch about that later. Navi in third, Astralis in fourth. VP and Hellraisers are going to round out the playoff picture, but still a lot of names, as we've known. NIP very much back in the playoff race. G2 can do the same thing. They're very few wins behind, so I mean, nothing settled over here in Europe.
The French are on the way up. They got 2 victories back-to-back. That was good to see. Yeah. I think the improvements out of them are going to come in leaps and bounds.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll probably see them a little bit later on. You can see this is the full week schedule. We've got NIP versus Navi tomorrow. To start things out today, it's Navi Hellraisers. Then we have Mousesports Heroic. Also Astralis Kingwood, if you're interested in that one. But the big one, obviously, Virtus Pro and NVVP being announced as a team that's coming to ESL 1 Cologne, which is pretty cool. Yes. And then G2, we'll see if they can get themselves back into the picture because they are that last place team trying to avoid relegation. So far, a little dicey in that area.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. It hasn't really lived up to expectations yet, but still early days, I would say, and they are going to be good. Well, you need to get into a LAN first before we make our judgment, Jason. I know you have to get ahead of yourself. So.
Well, the nice thing is NIP just won 2 matches last week and jumped 7 spots, so G2 can do the same thing. But speaking of jumping 7 spots, Fantasy standings have shuffled around a little bit. I know I jumped up a couple.
Henry's still
I'm doing all right as well.
Yeah, Henry's down there.
I think they call me the sleeper team. I'm going to surprise the last one. You know? No?
You're done. Your fantasy season is over.
As soon as you put the entire Liquid roster in, you were done.
It was a bit of a gamble, not going to lie. That didn't pay off.
You got the wooden spoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Do we have to focus on me every week?
What's that?
Do we have to focus on me every week?
I mean, you are last place, so I thought it would be appropriate. You are the G2 of the Fantasy League.
It's true.
We've got, Chad, I think Lauren and I are all rounding out that top 3. We'll see if we can bring them up. But yeah, this has been fun. If you guys want to join in on us, because for some reason we actually have had an insanely fun time talking smack to each other and doing it, or at least I have.
Yeah, it's been really fun.
We should have put a prize on the line.
Fantasy.eslgaming.com if you guys want to get involved. Yeah, Henry, there's always one friend that just doesn't have any fun with the things you do. So...
Henry specifically, or just a group of friends?
Every group has that one guy. We have Henry. Okay. Hank, as he's known.
Hank, yeah, I prefer that.
His alter ego.
The alter ego. It seems to be out. It seems like the alter ego is taken over.
Yeah, the evil guy's more out than the good guy, it seems, and I prefer him in a way. It's more interesting, isn't it?
I guess so. I guess it would be a little bit more interesting, but I think I'm waiting to hear if Mitch is going to be
I can see him setting up.
Do you see him setting up?
Yeah.
Well,
He's not in the bathroom today. He's in the bathroom the other day.
That was funny.
Yeah.
Jeez. The comedy that ensued from that one.
Yeah, that was unreal. No. He's ready.
Oh, he's ready now.
Yeah, he's ready. So we will send it over to Mitch. We'll hear from him.
Thank you very much, Moses. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here just to point you towards our social media channels at facebook.com/ESLCS and at Twitter at ESLCS. Now, with DreamHack just on the horizon, it seems that the Mousesports boys have got themselves into a little bit of a pickle. They lost out versus Hellraisers over on Sunday due to Dennis being down with a stomach flu. They were forced to play with their coach Lambert, and this in combination with their star ladder performances earlier on might damper the spirits of the team going forward. But before we get into that and into the games for today, let's go and check out our Pay Safeguard top plays for this week.
It becomes very easy to hold that ace site if you use your utility properly.
And JDM gets a double and then follows it up with a third as well.
Just waits.
hits. Gifty takes down 2 as he swings out. Well played. Olaf goes back in through checkers to try and find the rest of it. He's not got the confirmation as to the fact that they've gone inside of the site, but he will find RPK. It'll leave it to Sixer.
It is Dennis. He has a pistol and they are low. I've seen stranger things happen, and that's a big first step. One shot will kill. Get right. He's going to get it. It's a 1v1. Forrest is on 15 HP, and Dennis delivers again.
Nico, smoked off, looks for an answer. Knows the bomb is being planted. Denied. Finally, FaZe Clan a little bit to work with. Above, Nico nails that as well, and the no-scope onto Edward as he hits the ramp. Nico gonna finally bail them out of a round, and he hits the headshot.
It's still probably a safe bet here that Cloud9's gonna win the round, and certainly the case now. Jason R, nice tap though. Chooses the Ivy path here. So first battle, unless he goes far right, is gonna be automatic. Not sure if Skadoodle just saw him there on that peak. Oh, they're looking towards him, and now only one more to go, and he gets it! Jason R, what was that? Just destroys him in the 1v3 with 3 HP.
Not bad from Jason R, and I believe I did see today that he is now going to be standing in for Optic, I believe it was. So he's going to...
He's all over the place.
Yeah, they're going everywhere. He was just on Complexity, now he's on Optic.
I'm just disappointed we didn't get to see Blue count to 4 again today.
Yeah, that would have been nice. A little bit of counting always helps.
The highest I've ever seen him go is 5. You ever seen him go higher than 5?
Well, technically you can't unless he kills his own teammate.
I just meant in his general counting abilities.
Well, speaking of counting, we've never seen him go to 8, and we can talk about the R8, and Henry seemed excited about some input that he had on this weapon. Because there were some weapon changes. Let me preface that. There were some weapon changes in the most recent update.
Oh, it's actually changed. I didn't even know this.
Look at that rate of fire.
What's the difference, Jason?
Fire rate, man.
Yeah, I think it's
so I think
not as fast.
It's been removed from competitive play, though, am I right?
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one could say it never really showed up.
And what's the difference here?
This is the Para. After like the first 20 bullets, look how precision that is. That's for some covered fire.
Let me in the actual notes, it was to do with suppressing fire, right? So once you start shooting, it's very inaccurate, but then it levels out and it's super accurate. That's the point of it.
It's like a turret now.
Yeah, but okay, so maybe in 1.6 that made sense because you could spam through walls and then your teammates could push out while they weren't expecting. That was suppressive fire, but you can't do that in this game. You don't have the same wallbang ability. No one is buying that in competitive play and suppressing someone behind a box.
Well, I think buying it, I think you just touched on the real issue with that weapon is no matter how you change its firing, no one's going to be buying what is it, 5,700 or something.
You can't justify with that price tag.
Yeah,
it's not even better than the M4. If it was substantially better, you might think it's viable in some sort of situations, but it's still definitely not. Same for the R8. I'm disappointed it wasn't a complete rework. I think it was such a mess when it first came out. Tried to balance it, then it just was made completely dead. There was nothing left of it. So
you were pretty good with that R8.
Yeah, there was one round in London.
There was a couple. That was like a double overtime show match of the R8s only.
Look it up. Henry G R8 on YouTube. It's not bad.
Look, I can't believe they actually introduced that pistol because when we were at the majors and I was talking to the guys from Valve and they suggested it and they said, oh, we had this idea, but we scrapped it because it just didn't work. I was like, thank God they scrapped it. And then to see it come out, like, you guys just have no idea what you're doing.
Well, I know you tell a fantastic story about a time that they also suggested a stun gun. So we'll hope that one doesn't. Yeah, like
it was
shooting
a tether
net
gun, right? So
gun.
you run in and you tether the opponent somehow, and then your teammate has to come and kill him.
They bring the banana bomb one day.
Yeah, that could be good. Super sheep, super sheep in Counter Strike. Okay. We do now have the fantasy rosters. I've been informed. We can bring them back. We can go back to fantasy. Henry's going to love that because here are the standings. You can see up top, it is still Lawrence
Alex
Scott.
higher than me? That's the worst thing.
That
Alex
is the most. He has to
team.
touch his roster. Second place is Sponge, and in a pretty nice third place, 1.5 points behind you, Chad.
Yeah, look at the points separating the top 3 right now. It's bloody tight, Jason.
Yeah, fear the bush.
We're gonna run down Lauren here. I think she thought she was ahead of the pack for a while, but we're gonna catch up.
She's like the limping gazelle at the moment. We're about to just come in there. Yeah, Cold Zera automatic. Look at this team. NA base. She's gone for a bit of a risk. Even Fur. So trying to capitalize on the 2 SK games we have going on. But and then Dupree just to round things out for some reason. This is going to be Chad, the Sydney Underground. God bless CGS. You are still continuing with your 4-man roster.
Look, let's be honest. I only have, I think it's like $815 in the bank. I can't afford anyone worthwhile.
I'm going to tell you right now, though, like, I have like the 2 most expensive players on my team in the league, and I was able to put a full 5 together, full 5-man roster.
Your team isn't as good as mine, so...
Well,
that's pretty good.
That's not bad over there. That's
Cold
not a bad
Zera,
lineup.
Simple and Flamey. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and Navi and SK both play 2 sets of games this week.
Yeah, fantastic. So they have two times the amount of chance to go negative.
We'll come back to this. We'll read this in about 7 days.
Yep.
No, in about 14, because I think we're taking next week off for Starlighter. So 14 days. You remember it. Start the countdown. We'll move on to the matchup, though. The real excitement, kind of. It is going to be Hellraisers taking on Navi.
Hellraiser has been the surprise package in CSGO recently. The last 7 games, only lost 1. They've been beating some big names as well. Envious, Fnatic, G2, Penta, Mouse Sports. They were, like, once the addition of Deadfox as well, I thought they'd be decent after they lost Oscar. I thought, okay, he's a decent replacement. We saw him at the minor having a very good performance. And he comes in, he's actually revitalized his team. They're actually looking very good. They're just qualified for Star Ladder as well, I think it is. So they're actually going to be at the event.
And DreamHack Austin.
And DreamHack Austin. So it's going very well for them, considering like they're, I would say, technically a tier 2 team. They're actually taking down some big names at the moment.
It's actually kind of funny because I know, like, there's just rumblings always about roster changes in the scene. Hellraiser is one of those teams that I know has been pretty publicized.
Do you want to spill the beans, Jason?
No. I don't know any of the beans. I've just heard the rumblings.
You leave the beans to the others.
Yeah, the can of beans is not open. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for leading us into bean territory. Yeah, let's talk about Na'Vi though now, Chad.
Does that have any relation to beans?
No.
Just the opposing team.
Forget the beans.
Just the second team of the matchup.
They're looking good. I like how Na'Vi are looking. You know, there's so much doubt about this team. And personally, for me, I think they've got all the bits and pieces that they need to make this a successful roster. They just haven't had that click. This change with removing Starix from the coach role, or him stepping down, whichever one it is, I think it's going to be a positive one because it's kind of like replacing a player, but without having to remove an integral part. And I think there's a lot of skill in this roster, and we're going to see it flourish a bit more under the leadership of Andy, or at least the coaching ability of him. And I think we've already started to see that in last week in Pro League.
Yeah, they looked very good last week, taking down some big games as well. I think Simple looked fantastic last week, and Flamey seemed to have very good games as well. The resurgence of Guardian as well. It seems like he's not back to God tier right now, but at least he's getting back to a superstar sort of level. And that's what's good to see. He's actually challenging top AWPers and actually looking like it's going to be an interesting 2017 for him overall. We do play Inferno though, which is an interesting prospect. I think Na'Vi have only played that map once, and that was last week, I believe, against Envious, where they actually won the game.
16-6.
And Hellraisers, to be fair, played it 4 times, only lost it once. So it's going to be
6 teams in the world, pretty comfortably. I consider them a competitive team based on that, right? I'm not going to expect every team to be vying for that number 1, 2, 3 spot.
Okay, with that being said, let me change it then. When do we think, because I think at the moment when we see them play, we don't really expect them to be able to hit that peak where they're going to win an entire event. When do we expect them to be able to get back to that? Yeah. When could we start saying Na'Vi could win this event?
Obviously, Starix leaving, he felt like he couldn't do anything more for the team, right? His kind of methodology wasn't working out for them. They were kind of plateaued. It felt after New York, nothing kind of got them back to that level. I like the idea that Andy, like, kind of, he was working with the team before, but now we're going to be under his sort of philosophy of how CS should be played. I think it's going to be a lot looser, a lot faster, and I think that's what's going to let them to get back to that.
I think this smoke right here pops quick.
You can feel that coming. You have no map control. You should at least be flashing over, trying to take a frag down to these discombobulating them slightly. That shouldn't really be allowed to happen. But still, the fact they managed to get that position looked really cool. So
that's the thing. Like, putting it in perspective, the way we see Virtus Pro play Banana, that kind of a tactic will never be allowed because of how much force they put towards that.
And I know Na'Vi like to sometimes cheat that third man over towards B at the start, which means they're not going to be able to get that banana control, probably as easily without taking much more damage or having to push them away with utility. I think the team they were playing there was Vegas Squadron. So, like, once Vegas Squadron had no utility left, they just turtled in the sights, which was perfect for Hellraisers to pull off an execute like that.
Yeah, and that pick, obviously, so that played a big role. So, I mean, this is a map. Na'Vi used to be very good on this map. Now, we've only seen him on it once since it's come back into the pool.
Yeah, so just to touch on why they were very good at it before, they had Guardian, as I referenced earlier, in his God mode, right? So they based the whole plan around him on the T side. It was about slowing it right down, allowing Guardian to go pick towards Banana, edge up towards top middle apartments. They'd wait till like the 30-second mark before they actually went for any sort of map control. Very slow, lots of execution-based stuff. They normally had the early advantage. Guardian was so good back then. But then we've moved on to New Inferno. We've only seen them play once, much faster gameplay. That's kind of the philosophy for this team right now, as in they're like allowing players like Simple and Flamey to go in a lot looser and just kind of work as a unit, try and get the fast frags going in. It's not so much raced around set executions. So Inferno definitely lends itself to both kind of ideas behind that. So right now you saw Astralis last week playing on the T side with 4 players is rushing one part of the map. They was choosing middle, Banana, apartments, sticking together, refragging. And as we saw Hellraisers just then, you can still do the executions as well. So I think overall this will be a very good map for Na'Vi. I think they can kind of lend themselves to both ideas of the ways it should be played. But like we said, only seen them play it once. It was a good result against Envious, but Envious still a new team. I think it was the first time we've seen them play it as well. So it was difficult to really gauge too much from it.
This Na'Vi team, are we going to see them double opping on this with Simple?
I don't think Inferno really lends itself to that right now.
We say that a lot of times. We say that about Cbble. We still see a pretty decent amount of double ops on Cbble.
I think, if the thing that I like when these guys play like Mirage and then they run one AWP is how much they move Guardian around on that CT side, because like he's here, there, and everywhere. I think that's a really good asset to have. So hopefully they can do a similar thing on Inferno, because you can have him in Banana, you can have him jungle or wrap side of mid. You can have him pushing holes, JW style. You can do all these things with him. I think if you have 2 AWPs, it overcrowds the situation, and the AWPer can't rotate to another position because it's already being occupied by an AWPer, and unless you're super talented or you're one of those combat AWPers, like Simple can be, then it's much harder. So as a general philosophy for most teams, I'd say no, but Na'Vi could pull it off with the talent they
I
do
think it's
have.
one of those things, if they find a secondary AWP, they'll always pick it up, but they're not going to base their whole half around. They're not going to have the idea going forward of saying, we're going for double AWPs. Like, if it happens, they can probably make it work. But for me, Inferno is too segregated, like the A and the B bomb site. Like, when a team, like a terrorist, did what Hellraiser just did, they take over the B site, everything's smoked off, the AWP rotating in, he's having a nightmare, right? So it's not a great idea, in my opinion, to have on the CT side of Inferno, but who knows? They probably could pull it off.
So we're waiting on 1 or 2 players, and I want to try something fun. I want to have some fun, boys. You guys ready?
Oh, God.
All right, if you had to pick one spot on this map to use the new Negev covering fire,
all right,
where's it going to be?
What's back right banana. I'm just like crouching, not moving. Got 100 bullets.
Pinning that guy in the corner?
Yeah, I'm just.
So you have to keep shooting.
Yeah, I'm CT, so I'm
okay.
I've got smokes in front of me.
He's not using the covering fire aspect of it. He's just saying walk into that laser
and
beam.
mow them down.
Have a go.
Okay.
Covering fire. I can't really think anywhere on this map where it would be effective. On the T side.
Either one. I mean, he did CT, so I mean.
I guess you could use it like down banana because it'd be like laser accurate, and your teammates could maybe push us. I don't know.
This wasn't as fun as you thought it would be, was it? No. Wasn't that fun?
They don't all land, Henry. Not all ideas land.
We could talk more about what Hellraisers might be bringing to the table.
Okay.
I know they like to do the 3B setup, and it's really interesting the way that they approach their 2 players at A. They like to play very close on the quad/diggity side of mid, like in the boiler and ready to take fights, whereas most teams will sit one either side of mid or maybe both on that diggity side, and they're more like caretakers. They're just delaying if it is an A hit. So, and also, if Na'Vi were watching the way Hellraisers play and they do that setup a lot, you can just walk straight up the guts. You can go straight up mid and contact, and you're going to win that fight because they're usually caught with their pants down. They're not actually ready for a duel that early in the round. So that's something that maybe Na'Vi will employ.
Well, my idea fell flat, but Chad, that certainly was fun to go through all that.
Well, Henry, do you have anything fun?
I've got some fun ideas for Inferno. How much time we got, Jason? I don't want to start rambling on.
You've got about 10
seconds. Okay, I'm not going to go into that.
You don't.
I just want to have a nice, clean game. I think Na'Vi are going to take it. I'll be interested to see whether they go passive on the A side, like a lot of teams are doing these days on the CT side. That's quite a cool idea, I think. But, Jason, why don't you introduce this for us?
Yeah, we are going to get into that first map, Inferno, as we said, between Na'Vi and Hellraisers. Your casters are going to be Pansy and Uber. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Moses. You know what, Lauren, I find it very interesting. We kind of talked about what the boys did on the weekend. Nothing was said about what Moses got up to on the weekend. So
that's true. There's some evidence, I think, out there.
Hopefully we can tease something out of that and sort of... Because I think he had the most interesting weekend of us all.
I agree. If production could maybe look at his Twitter or Yanko's, you could probably get some nice pictures to maybe provide a bit of a story as to what went down, and maybe some fun times could be had on the desk with that. But going back into the matchup, these two teams on this map is going to be fun for me. Actually, this whole series, even looking at Mirage, it's been a very regularly played map for Hellraisers recently with their good results to boot. You take into account who they're playing, though, it's been that French shuffle. Both teams they played against them, they played against VP Online. Pinches of salt here and there, but overall, Hellraisers' results have been good. Na'Vi, there's been a couple of hiccups here and there, but this still should be their game to win. So again, interesting one to watch.
And the rumour mill's been churning out a couple of things about Hellraisers in particular, Lauren. It was actually... Sticko was linked with a potential transfer to Mouse Sports recently. Now, I believe that fell through. At least he chose not to go that way. But this is a team that's looking pretty good. Sticko especially. Zero's always wonderful to play as well.
Yeah, Sticko,
should I say.
His performance has been the outstanding factor. Keep eyes on him. But Edward's seen a lot of information here. But this is all a bit of a ruse. The bomb's still down at the bottom of T-steps, so they might actually not make a play off the back. So they can still back down mid, try and pinch the 2 players who are going to push down Banana to try and go on the flank. And yeah, this is what's going on. I'm pretty sure if they can get the bomb across, they might try and use it. But Guardian's connected the shot, and that's kind of thrown things out of kilter. Sticko stayed alive, but now the plan's kind of been halted for a sec. Sticko's got a flash and 2 smokes. Not seen that put into play. The 3 kind of hit squad, I guess, from Hellraisers just going towards CT Arch. This seems a little messy here, but it's kind of working.
If we've seen that Arch player often get mowed down pretty quickly, but this time it goes a little bit better now for the CTs. It's 3v2. The bomb, however, that's the issue. Flamey's been sat on that one, hoping to hatch a bit of an egg from it. He's going to have to back away from these 2 Hellraisers players trying to pressure him, and it is Zero, the last man standing. Will it be luck of the Irish for Patrick? He's got a 1v2 up his sleeve here. Grenade to come out. Edward, not fussed.
Tough. There it is. Simple to land the shot and keep this one in check. That kind of looked like it was maybe meant to be a B hit or something else, but it just got completely thrown out. There was the smoke of the 2 flashes that were on a player that didn't utilize them. That's all that I'm looking at there. And it may have been the play where you kind of hope that players push down B, down Banana as you've shown presence towards second mid. They're trying to go on the flank. You kind of wait for it. You kind of pinch back. You get the kills. Didn't work out for them. Then they kind of, I think, fell back to maybe an arch trap.
Yeah.
It seemed a little bit here, there, and everywhere. But what's happened, though, off the back of it, look at the UMPs for Na'Vi. 4 on
Hard
the board.
to miss them.
Yeah, and the Famous for Simple, something you don't often see either. So a bit of a rarity. But at the moment, Hellraiser's going for apps control. Decent plan with the Tech-9s. They can definitely operate at that sort of range. 2 smokes, I'm wondering where they go. Angel's just put his down. Hellraisers have clearly put a lot of time into this map, so I want to see what they bring to this.
Yeah, it's going to have to be Na'Vi backing away and turtling up a little bit more on towards his side. The Molotov has helped out a lot, though, and Edwards found himself a brace of easy kills. Angels managed to get himself onto the side and force Simple at close quarters combat, and the USP is not going to be enough to get the job done. Guardian is low. Angel also is very low on health, and he's ultimately going to win that battle out. It's the Desert Eagle that comes to the fore. Now the 2v2, but Hellraisers are looking worse for wear, and Sticko embodying that principle quite clearly, as there's just not enough health on Hellraisers to keep them alive.
Yeah, that molly basically kept Edward in that game, or in that round, and then the entirety of the round was kind of kept together by him being able to focus towards that short push-up rather than worrying about apps, because that molly was able to cut off that one player who was meant to burst out to at least pressure him. So that worked out really well for Na'Vi in the end. It was still a pretty close round, though, overall. They are going to go on a bit of investment this time. Guardian only on that P250. No, it's not even a P250. He's just on the pistol with armor, so he's just saving up for the money to get towards the AWP. On the other side, 1 Deagle, and that's all you need, apparently. Edward's head will roll, and at least Hellraiser get a kill. This shouldn't equate to too much. Why are you peeking back into the Simple?
It's Angel and Simple. 2 incredibly aggressive players. 2 players that really don't mess around, Lauren. I'm somehow not really that surprised to see it. However, no guns lost on the side of Na'Vi. I need to point that out. Guardian is actually able to upgrade from his P2K to the Famous. Seized being forced back away over towards that B site now. This is Na'Vi just going to try and ease into this round. It's a pick for 2 in mid. Simple gets the double. And Zero wants to try and challenge, but again, 3 for this man.
Yeah, and this is all very good for Moses' fantasy team. The more kills Simple gets, the better it goes. Seized, just missing as they go towards short, but Simple's in a nice spot here. Don't know if they're going to check on it. They do in the end, but a great round from Simple. 5 kills from him. A great deal of points for Moses too, but more importantly, Na'Vi get another on the board. 3 rounds now back-to-back. Not the cleanest in the world, but enough to get them there. They didn't get turned over. They didn't get, reset at any point. They're still fine. They still got a nice bit of money. Guardian's able now to get onto the AWP. You look at Hellraisers. They've got a decent buy, though. We've got a lot of mollies as well coming out. 3. So maybe we'll get to see a bit of that B play. Unlikely they'll get away with it for that long.
Here's that early 3 to B play that we actually see from Na'Vi. Something Hellraisers do themselves. It was talked about on the desk. These 2 teams have a similarity. They overlap a little bit in the CT side when it comes to this particular play. So getting Banana Troll can become that much harder. But all Seized really did was hang around and throw an incendiary.
But if anything, it's more just so he can put all his utility down, he can back away from it, and if they did go for an early bit of presence, he's there. He can easily play back around to where he is now towards CTR, which is such a long rotate for the others, of course, so it makes sense to do it. At the moment, though, Na'Vi not relenting on the Banana control. They're actually sticking around for this. You've still got the AWP there. Flamey's going to probably boost Guardian up and over. Sit towards the ledge. A little bit dangerous, but he's got a nice little angle now. You're just maybe making an assumption they're not in that little alcove a little closer. Spots the leg. Goes to the shot. Angel's waiting. Both players looking for this now, and I'm pretty sure Guardian would have spotted that too, but Hellraiser's fighting back in for this nice deep flash there. Going to catch Guardian and force him to back away. Flamey wasn't ready for that. Guardian stayed around a second too long, but Flamey will make up for it and trade out 1-for-1. But the rotates come in, but Hellraisers don't have the bomb with them.
Flamey can't get out right now, and he needs to win the battle, and he doesn't. Sticko knew he'd be stuck in Emo corner. And now here comes the smoke for Hellraisers. We've seen elaborate executes from this team on this site. They might not exactly have what they need for it this time, but they're going to go anyway.
They don't need to. If Sticko's somehow still cracking into this site, but look at Edward. He's still alive. He sat in pit. And Hellraiser's always had apps control. They've been playing through it the entire time. Seized is just going to have to risk it and sit on B. Edward has 1 flash. He's got 3 players at the moment to try and locate. They're slowly working up. Molly goes in. He takes the fight. Can't get away cleanly. 21 HP now. And there is the final big blow. Zero finding him. I mean, the A side's open. Bomb goes down. And Seized got an AWP. Probably going to save this.
Yeah. Quick peek towards mid, then a back away. Lauren, that bicycle spot, does that get Molotov'd out by that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so...
It's not that OP, sadly.
It's not that OP.
Alas.
New information has become available, Lauren. And unfortunately, G2 won't be buying your strats, even though they use Henry's. Just one, Seized. And he's not going to be going for this round. A great round from Sticko there as well. He probably knew that Flamey wouldn't dare to try and back away from the sandbags. He didn't know who was watching the cross. So you're in an interesting position of power as a T-sided Banana when you've sort of got that one player on the CT's pinned down. He's forced to take the battle.
And for me, it was more the fact that Sticker was still finding work towards B. He left Seized over there very much alone, but he found Simple, which was the more impressive part. And they've won the big round here. Okay, the first 3 are great, but the gun rounds are where you want to be buying it and really getting into it. So for them, this is fantastic. This is the highlight of Simple, just kind of going that eco bash. We saw the danger with the Deagle earlier. There's no disputing that, but at the end of the day, it's still 3-1 at this point. Now, the buys come back in for Na'Vi. It's still pretty okay. It's not perfect. There's no mollies. Well, there's 1 on Seized. He was the player who stayed alive, so he's the only one to do that. Now, Hellraisers could try and exploit maybe Banana more now. They know maybe their money's not as robust. And Guardian's looking to try and even the odds. Instantly going for quite an aggressive angle down towards mid. Peeks it out. The smokes come in, not able to get any play done.
Guardian apparently more than happy just to pick the AWP up early rounds. A lot of teams, even on the CT side, are actually going away.
They're going fast. I really like this play. Guardian somehow being able to land a shot through it, but Hellraiser's quickening the pace, but right into the eyes of Guardian. It was a bit of a win condition we discussed that made Na'Vi so good before. The fact that Guardian used to be such an animal on this map, but right now it's Edward keeping control from Pit, and that quickening of the pace merely quickened the round to fall into Na'Vi's hands.
Yeah, what a beautiful play there from Na'Vi. Guardian was ready to receive there. He'd fallen any earlier. They could have actually been quite a comfortable wrap through to CT, and then Hellraisers essentially could have had their way with that A bomb site, or could have moved to B. The linchpin there, Guardian, stands strong and wins the round, essentially. Edward obviously chiming in there as well from that corner, but again, much better to do it with an ally and not on your own.
I like the idea from Hellraisers in a way. I like the quickening of the pace. I like those kind of quick hits, but look at this. Guardian's got such a good read. An Angel gets decapitated so quickly. And in the meantime, you've got the 3 play over to B, pushing down Banana. This is Na'Vi taking back control. Maybe a little bit of a wake-up call from that first gun round, like, all right, they're bringing something here, Hellraisers. Let's put our foot down before it gets away from us. So Flamey and Seized, still exuding control over by Banana. You've got the rotate back coming through. Quite a passive setup towards A to a degree. Edward's not playing on the balcony this time. He's in pit. Maybe understanding or maybe expecting the fact they could have taken over App's control because they're probably on a pistol buy or something less and they liked it before. But they're kind of going back out as well. Na'Vi aren't giving much up. They're playing back into this.
No, this positioning in Banana for Na'Vi just, exactly, it just drips confidence. They're feeling very, very good right now. Otherwise, they just sit back in the corner and they just delay. They're getting so much information constantly. And they're enabling Na'Vi to keep Hellraisers under the thumb for that same period. You can see this position in general, we saw it a couple of rounds ago. I believe it was from Guardian. And this is Na'Vi not really giving too much respect to Hellraisers, who now in turn have to respect the AWP, especially Seized is there. Flamey can chime in now for 1 as well. He gets 1. Spray through, doesn't go for the second. Backing away under the cover of a flash.
Yeah, rotate comes out from Guardian. He's now going over towards B in case they try to make the most of that hit that they got done. But it's a 2v4. So you're probably going to be in a 2v2 either side that you go to, but an aggressive flash allows the play to come out, but Edward doesn't quite see the player. 23 seconds left, Molly goes in, and even all those flashes remaining, that smoke on Edward buys more and more time. 15 seconds now, Hellraisers need to go, and they need to go fast. They're going to try and make something happen towards mid, but they're almost out of time here at this point. I think it's almost save time. I doubt you'll be able to even get towards the site here.
Wrap to CT and save. Yeah, the Hellraisers starting to think about it now. They almost went towards Library and they realized that the Jeek apparently is up. They're going to sit deep in enemy territory and hold on to those AKs for the next round. It all goes awry for the Hellraisers. One, it's a shot down mid, of course. Angel falling first in the round. And then this indomitable presence that Na'Vi put up over him. Banana stopped Hellraisers from advancing any further.
Yeah, this is going to be buying up around it. Okay, so investing into this, just the 2 rifles that remained on Zero and Bondic. You've got a CZ, Tech 9, P250, a couple of nades. Maybe this could be a bit of a nuke up Banana to deny that early control, maybe?
3 players
yeah,
for Na'Vi.
there it is. So they are going to be nuking up Banana. They're going to try and make a quick hit with the pistols and then trade if they don't get it with the rifles. But Flamey's holding his ground. Simple's nade will follow up very nicely, clean the slate almost. And now you're looking at the last 3. Zero's got some good real estate building over by A, but he's going to have to get past Guardian somehow. And Guardian's got 3 angles to worry about. There's still pressure on Banana, but Simple is cleaning them up so well. And Bondic's now in an almost unwinnable position. Simple looks on point today. These shots are landing for him.
To be honest, he's fortunate to be alive because Bondic had the angle on Simple while he was taking down his teammate. But Bondic wasn't able to connect. We'd seen it from his point of view. It might have painted a little bit of a different picture, but regardless, Zero in mid. Sharpest attack as always, but it's going to take more than that. And he only gets himself 2 for the round. Guardian finds him and silences him to make it 6-1.
Yeah, this is a scary Simple. We haven't seen much of Na'Vi on this map, but the way he's playing so far, he's looking really good on it. I'm liking his positioning. I'm liking how he's taking the fights. He's so... it just seems like he's so possessive over Banana. He doesn't want anyone else to get there. He won't back down from it. He doesn't back away from it. Bit of a block there, actually, towards
To slow
library.
him down a bit,
Bit of an
yeah.
awkward moment there for Guardian. If he wanted to try and make something happen, he's going to maybe have to play a little bit more passive. But in this round, it should be okay anyway. They're down to pistols now, Hellraisers. They kind of have to respect it at some point, kind of suffer through. A couple of close rounds, of course, but 6-1 being the scoreline. It's looking pretty decisive so far.
A lot of the talk earlier on, that's going to be 0 going down. Quite close to the start of the round. A lot of the talk earlier on was about Hellraiser's CT side and how they had a decent way of navigating that, but they're hardly going to get there with enough rounds margin to keep losing them here. Simple, living dangerously, and Angel's going to put him to bed. Managed to find him on the top of the awning, and Hellraisers are on the move now. Have the option for the wrap. Edward needs to challenge this. Some pre-fire to the corner, but Sticko didn't actually see him. This is going to force Hellraisers now to change the pace.
Guardian this time. Down in pit. Nice little boost over by the T side, just kind of forcing the angle adjustment. I actually really like that. Why not? Sees does get played in though, so that's fine. And they're keeping control of this Na'Vi. It looked a little bit kind of shaky for a second or two, but they're still pretty much in control. 2 players now going through CT Arch. They don't have any armor. They have recovered a rifle. And Flamey's got a good idea of what's going on here, so should be able to get the drop on them. There's Sticko gone, and Angel next to full. Very cleanly done in the end, kept it from spiraling out of control once those 2 kills came through. 7-1 now being a scoreline. Money's starting to look very nice for Na'Vi. On the other side, they finally have that full buy. It felt like a lifetime in the making, but they have. I just don't know if they're going to be able to get to use it because, let's be honest here, Na'Vi aren't giving up Banana.
No, that's right. So you don't have an opportunity to set up any of these elaborate plays onto B or something similar. Last round, Flamey, good play from him. Played it slow, played it restrained. He knew he was the last line of defense between the wrap and that B site. but now, of course, into round number 9. Let's see if Hellraisers can actually get any ground here. Let's see if they can make some progress. Their own Molotov will stop them from getting around this corner.
Yeah, that's a big problem. Failing your molly there especially slows you down, puts you in a very...
Where's that supposed to go? Over the car?
To the top, just to the top of the cast
Yeah.
on the other side, so they can't peek out with an ult possibly the Guardian could have had there. So
Big mistake there
Yeah,
for a
but-
round like this.
Yeah, exactly. They have been very restrained on using their mollies, though. If you look at what's left, they still have 4, so they could always fall back to B. They do have banana control. They fought for that quite hard, and I wonder if they slow the pace a little. They used another molly to force possibly Flamey or Simple back off the angle, and now the one's come back in return. So Bondic and Zero, if they can stay alive or just not die to Guardian, that'd be brilliant right now. If they can maybe make something happen out of this, we could see some of those more scripted hits they've been working on, but there's still a problem with the fact you have to get past players like Seized, who's got an angle on this, but actually Angel finds it first.
I think you might have overestimated that particular angle. Angel was able to see him, and Seized had no idea he was there. Flamey with the re-smoke. This is going to give time for Simple to make the rotation. This will split the 2 sites 2 and 2, with Guardian even angling towards B.
Yeah, they're going to hear this as well. They definitely heard Simple going down Speedway, so a bit of a read here, a bit of an overread maybe from Na'Vi, putting 3 players here and just leaving Edward towards Pit, but maybe they're confident. Or it could be just for that. They could have just boosted up Simple and backed away, but you can see the smokes coming in. There's merely only Angel here. It's all geared up towards this hit towards A. Angel succeeded. That's big. That's going to sell it a little bit more, but now they've read the plan. Now they know what's coming, and it's all on Edward.
And he meets the flames with his face. He blocks that Molotov out, but he still needs to change position. Gets the first kill and bought himself some time. Sticker's going to fall. Edward might be holding this on his own. Zero must challenge, and he wins out. Edward only had a pistol in hand, but this is given time.
No, the bomb.
Simple has gotten here, and the bomb's
Look
on
at
the
the bomb.
awning. Not
How did it get
ideal.
up there? How? Did it fly
It
off
must
the
have flown
player?
off the corpse of the player on the logo. That's a bit weird.
CSGO physics. Love it, Valve. Nice.
Yeah, that's the only way it could have happened. It's literally flown from his corpse.
Could we, production, can we get a replay on that if we're possible? I don't know if we were expecting at the time towards it, but anyway, if it's possible, that's really quite interesting to look in towards. But
Bizarre.
Beyond that, though, looking at how Edward played it, he bought so much time for the rotate to come back in. The problem on Inferno is that a lot of teams find it incredibly, well, near on impossible to play retakes on a lot of these sites. That's why I was so surprised when we saw a couple of the teams actually being able to pull them back in. I think FaZe was one of them who was really, really successful at it.
Risky to do.
It's just so hard with the timing. The rotates are so very long. So they just didn't give it up, though. Edward stayed alive so long in that situation. But right now, Hellraisers are hitting a bit of a brick wall. And let's see. He's going to find the angle. Angel was kind of expecting it, but he still doesn't manage to find Seized.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't see Seized leg actually through that gap in the smoke. Now, notice that 2 players for Na'Vi are committed to this part of Banana. They haven't just left one there. That's a full commitment by Na'Vi, and it pays off for now. Hellraisers still chasing their tails for the next couple of moments, deciding on their route of approach. Creative little boosts and peaks above smoke like that in Banana, especially as CTs, are really going to give you the edge in rounds like this, especially using the enemy team's utility against them. Banana's under a minute left in the round. The bomb is still way back in towards spawn, and Hellraisers have not committed to an option yet. Might be closer now, though.
I actually really like that. That kind of dry hit in towards B, not showing until you basically take the fight. Now, Flamey, next one in question, actually can't do the job himself. Now, there's a gap in that smoke, which could be an issue, but for now, Hellraiser's trying to get the bomb there fast enough. They actually don't have it on them. That's still on Bondic, so Simple and Guardian can still be a huge problem in this. 30 seconds now remain. This might not be the safest of plants. You can wallbang that out now. Guardian's just around the corner, checking towards New Box first, catches a glimpse, but doesn't land the shot.
Molotov doesn't quite go as far as it was intended to. I think should be going straight in towards Guardian, but it still prevents him from making further progress on towards the site, and Hellraisers won't be complaining with that. A boost here for Simple. What information can he gain? He's up in the crow's nest, and Deadbox has been forced out of the corner. Simple, bit of a messy spray, but he completes it. Bondic replying very fast, though. And now it's Zero and Bondic. Back-to-back. Hits on both Na'Vi plays. This has to be a complete kill for Zero. He needs to bide his time and go in for it, but it's going to be a quick defuse attempt for Edward. Can he get into the smoke? He's spraying, he's praying, and he's found absolutely nothing. Na'Vi still the round out from under the nose of Hellraisers, and that was one the Hellraisers direly needed.
Oh, that's just one of those rounds you sat there.
He second-guessed himself.
Yeah.
I think it was Zero. I think initially he was aiming the correct direction, but there was a little bit of the dispersion on the shots. He was like, nah, he's not in there.
Oh, that is very, very sad for Hellraisers at this point. But for Na'Vi, brilliant. 9-1, even furthering the disparity between the two. Angel, you're going to fall for it again? No, bait out the shot. You're playing with danger, Angel. My word. That's, I guess if you're going to mess around with someone's reactions and so on and all, I probably wouldn't pick Guardian, but...
Still debated him, Lauren.
Yep. And Angel slowly working up.
This is a very light B presence for Na'Vi.
It is maybe a read coming out from Na'Vi. I'm not sure what it would be. They've stacked towards quad side or Diggity, but yeah, it's a very strange read. I haven't seen much to indicate why they've done this yet, but it could work out for them.
Well, our Racers aren't pressuring B any further, so this might be a very clever little play for Na'Vi if they can make use of Seized. Molotov goes down. Now, Angel has been very efficient in his opening frags, actually, in a lot of these rounds. He's usually not where the problem has been for Hellraisers. Usually finds those duels quite comfortably.
Yeah, Seized could be integral to this. If they try and wrap CT Arch, there's a deep smoke towards cutting off Library, which is just to the left of Seized right now. But he's not really been pressured. They haven't actually seen many of Hellraisers yet, Na'Vi, but they still have the 4 players here. The bombs now joined them. And I'm waiting to see where this hit goes. 1, 2 more smokes left, 2 more mollies. Those mollies can be for the pit, but they still need to get past these players. And Seized just going to spray in. Why not hold down Mouse 1? You're getting the shots to connect, and now Guardian supporting the angle as well. Simple and Edward focused towards the other side of things. 25 seconds, and Hellraisers have no real ground to make this play on.
No, I think Sticker's going to try and look for something over at B. But it was a cursory glance, if anything. He's going to have to come back for the rest of his team now. Hellraisers are committed. There's 12 seconds left in the round, and they can't break through Na'Vi. Edward in pit, comfortably. Just the shots are coming through here. Simple went down, and Guardian's able to double cover that angle along with Edward here. It was always going to be a trade in response. Edward finds Sticko, although Guardian has fallen in that round, and the AWP was actually left lying.
Yeah, Hellraisers is starting to run out of time here in these rounds. They've been running the clock down so low. They're not necessarily hesitant, but Na'Vi aren't giving them many opportunities. They've seemed to have found quite a nice balance here. You've got the aggression on B sometimes, Simple, occasionally really taking those extended fights. You've seen the passive play on A. Even when they had 4 players there, they still were playing quite passive. You had C sitting quite far back in CT Arch. You had, I think, Edward and Guardian kind of one by maybe, I guess it's Graveyard, one in pit. And they still had a couple more that, it's quite hard for them to play around that. So for me, I'm actually enjoying the tempo that Na'Vi are bringing. They seem to have that nice balance of, okay, well, we'll go aggressive now and then we'll do this. The only thing I haven't seen from them yet is the mid-aggression. And I don't think they've needed it, really. There's been no need to play into Hellraiser's hands.
We've seen a couple peaks from Guardian early round in mid. We saw Simple play into mid against an anti-eco, so you don't really read into that one too heavily. Exactly. But what I find interesting about Na'Vi, Lauren, is that they know what parts of the map they value and want to fight for in that particular round and what parts they don't. You see, they don't spend much time in apartments at all. Edward sits way back over on the balcony or the pit, and Simple rarely actually peeks in towards Boiler. He gives that over to Hellraisers, knowing they eventually have to push out of that at some stage. But on the other side, you see Na'Vi have such aggressive control over Banana.
Is this in-game music? Rush, did you forget to turn this off, or is this for the atmosphere?
I think it's intentional. I think we're fading it in.
This is atmosphere? This just makes me annoyed because I think I've left the music on in my game. Like, after the recent update, every time you play the game... No, like, there's always someone in my team will have it on anyway, so you can hear when the bomb's, like, able to be defused or not, or, like, close to. It's not exact, but it's close. The music starts playing if it can't be diffused at that time. So, no, I've turned it off, but it kept turning on after the update. I played, like, 3 games because I got forced to play Canals. I hate it.
Canals? You were forced to play Canals?
Blame Palmer Violet.
Oh,
it was the only option. She was like, "Oh, do you play some matchmaking?" I'm like, "Yeah, that sounds great." I did. You know when your friends don't like tell you the whole story and you kind of look at the game and you're like, "Why is there only one map in the map pool? Why is this queue taking 10 minutes?" And then it all becomes apparent when you're playing Canals.
Lauren,
but anyway,
no sympathy. You had ample time to respond to that.
I'm a simple person, all right.
10 minutes. Well, let's see. 10-1 for Na'Vi so far. They've been very hard to break thus far. Hellraisers have had probably a much-needed tactical pause to decide how they're going to go forward. But again, 3-man stack over towards B for Na'Vi to start things off.
Why not? Look at this. Here comes the barrage down Banana, but actually relatively okay. Zero took a touch of damage. Estico as well, and now the second volley comes through, but Guardian's not going to land the shot, and Angel goes back in for seconds. And how did that not hit?
Thirds? 11s?
Yeah, that was close, but still. Na'Vi not giving up Banana control either. Even against pistols, they're going down there and just hammering them home. So, yeah, this is getting pretty rough for Hellraisers, if I'm honest.
Well, again, you want to try and meet pistols outside of their optimal range. So controlling Banana in that way is probably a good idea for Na'Vi. Don't let them get up close. Don't let them get under your skin. Don't let them get in your head. And the only thing in Hellraisers' heads right now, well, for 3 of them is bullets. For 2 is the prospect of breaking through onto the B side and winning this round out. But now it's going to be a little bit harder because Bondic is taken down. Doesn't even see his assailant. The smoke will veil seized shots.
Yeah, that's fun. Just straight through the smoke. Always what you need.
It's not allowed.
You're 10-1 down. You're not having a good time. Yep, the fun police have arrived.
I know, I just get generally irate when it happens because obviously there's players that walk into the smoke, but the whole obviously point of smoke is being able to cover yourself. The players are too smart nowadays, Lauren. That's just the way it is. Deadfox makes a good entry though onto the big side. Cease was already low. Flamey was not though. The head of Flamey goes rolling, and now the reinforcements are coming, but Deadfox is ready for the cavalry. Can they put Humpty Dumpty back together again? It's 1 versus 2. And the bomb with 20 seconds left is not yet planted, but Na'Vi are playing this one very slow, very steady. There should be a peak, and it is from Simple at top of Banana to finish that one off. Too close for comfort.
There were some crisp, clean shots coming out there.
Usually I expect that from Zero more than anyone on this team when he's having those good games, but that was
spicy.
Real nice from Deadfox.
Can we just hit tap real quick when we get back in the game after the replay? Because I think he's been pretty quiet so far. He's a name that, you know, it hasn't been said that much, excluding this round, so I'm kind of curious. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, considering what he got, was it 3 kills that round or just 2?
3.
3. He was not having exactly a brilliant game. So the individuals just aren't seemingly there at the moment for Hellraisers.
We always had these questions about Deadfox when he joined the team, though, as well. We all wondered if he'd grow into the AWP that Hellraisers needed. And, well, guess what? There's no point using on this map for Hellraisers the way they want to play. It's all contact CS. It's all in your face.
Flamey again, well up to the challenge here. Looking for a little bit of action towards Banana, but this time opting to back away slightly. C's going to fall towards site as well. And Hellraiser's playing through what looks like somewhat of a default here.
Might take a bit more than same old for Hellraisers.
Is this a spicy flash for Flamey?
I think this one should bounce in between those 2 walls.
Here we go, let's see.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Didn't work.
Did it really even affect Angel there?
No.
No. Maybe he didn't drop down low enough. Or he was behind the wall. That's Guardian's second missed shot in Apartments in the last 2 rounds. In a little bit of trouble now. Maybe Zero's just starting to work out exactly how Guardian ticks. Simple's found Angel. It's going to get a bit messy now. Stinko really wants to challenge out this B. He's got the talent for it. The young player. Probably not the health points to do it much longer.
Yeah, but Deadfox has opened up a huge opportunity towards A. He's going to force Simple to come back around because he's made such an impact. Now it's all on C's, pretty much. This is good work so far, but I think Simple's maybe getting an idea of what's going on here, and C's is holding a good angle. Edwards. Oh!
Jeez.
Edward! What an animal! Alright, C's now goes for the spray down. He's going to find one back away. That can play in the rotate now. Simple and Edward are going to be making their way over nice and quick. C's still locking it down by himself. 9 seconds, goes to deny the plant, and he does it. They get the bomb down, but he's instantly there. But can we just talk about Edward for a second? That shot.
It's really...
Hello, Edward.
Honestly, like, in this particular round, it maybe didn't have the hugest of consequences. Sure, one play...
It
was spicy, Lauren, it was. It was spicy. It's like a really hot burrito that you don't eat. It doesn't have any consequences for you, but you can appreciate the spice of it. You can look at the tears in the eyes of the person that just ate it and go, that's a spicy burrito.
Here we go.
Sometimes I have to wonder about those particular shots. Is it like a warning shot? He's just testing.
is about to have a field day on that sort of thing. Just like, all right, boys.
Yeah. New Dan video coming out. Sub, like, follow, whatever you do on
That's it. That's
YouTube.
it. But all we can say right now, this is a 12-1 game. I hate to say it, but the more annoying thing here for me is that Moses' fantasy team is going to be off the damn charts, especially when this man's going wild. He's going to find one trade out in the end. Zero's not going to have any of that, but you can see Na'Vi is starting to feel way more confident. They're going for things that maybe they shouldn't in theory. Just that brazen peak out of apps, but they're winning every single aspect of this map so far.
Just a distinct lack of care from Na'Vi at the moment. They definitely feel like they've got the measure of Hellraisers, and they're going to take these jewels and they'll win them out. Hellraisers losing jewels means they lack the tools, the players, to execute these fancy plays we talked about pre-game. Now that's just going to get quenched straight away by the smoke, so Flamey is still safe. Oh my lord, no one's going to be seeing him. Just plays it in the corner until the end of the round. He springs forth. It's 2 kills for Flamey. Under a lot of scrutiny there by the Hellraisers, but burst forth. A comfortable 2-piece. Get on my fantasy. He's on my fantasy team, actually. Let's go. That's
Who have
fine.
you got? Flamey?
Flamey. Not sure why I picked Flamey, actually. I think he was cheap, but now, this is good. I've already beaten Alex. Mate, I've left Henry Jizzle in my dust. He's just a thing of the past now. I'm moving on up. Alex is lost. Now I'm coming for Cartman.
Oh, okay.
You're getting wrecked, boys.
All right. 13-1. Guardian have a little peek. This is just the Rush B, we're 13-1 down. Please do something. Look at the damage. Oh, it's an absolute massacre. No, Hellraisers. I guess, if anything, you made it quick. And after that first half, I don't think you needed to make it any faster. You're 14-1 down. This has been devastating for Hellraisers.
It's quick, it's easy, and it's simple. Na'Vi looking very, very good at the half. It's 14-1. Let's see if Hellraisers can break back in on Inferno or if it's all done and dusted. We'll find out after the break. Well, it's freeze frame, record scratch. You're probably wondering how Hellraisers got here. It has been a tough half for them indeed. Na'Vi have stacked up 14 rounds against them on the CT side, but Lauren, that hardly tells the whole story of what we've seen from Na'Vi so far.
No, I've got to say it this way. Hellraisers haven't played necessarily a bad game as such. I've got to say for Na'Vi, they've been playing well. Sometimes you can look at games and say, all right, these sort of scorelines are purely defined by one team being just a little off point in certain aspects.
Sure.
Now, some individuals haven't turned up for Hellraisers, but you cannot say that for a single player from Na'Vi. Every single one has been pulling their weight and then some. That shot right there from Edward was gorgeous. You've had Simple running an absolute rampage throughout the entirety of the game. Guardian, once he got that orb, came into form. You know, every single player has been providing a lot to this matchup. So you can see it right there. The KDs are off the charts. Even ADR is pretty high up considering it's across the board. Where you look at the disparity on Hellraisers. Angel's doing okay. You had a couple moments here and there from Zero, but the rest...
Bondix even in this game? Crikey,
yeah,
he's
exactly.
had a rough one.
No.
We have not seen much of him at all in that first half.
No, it's been a bit tough for them to actually bring themselves into this. So hopefully they can recover slightly. I want to see a bit more from them, but the problem is the scoreline's so drastic. It starts with a pistol. We'll see how far they can go.
Yeah. Suffice to say that the Hellraisers are going to need to win that pistol and the next round and the next and probably the next 5 to 7 to even get themselves back into position where they can challenge Na'Vi. Na'Vi are a team that we know on this map actually have some tech when it comes to that T-side play. So even if they get pushed to that point, even if these next couple rounds do somehow go the way of Hellraisers, it's going to be a long haul, Lauren, to get them in any position where they can feel remotely comfortable about trying to get back into this game. They are the stakes, ladies and gentlemen, pure and simple. We're not going to dumb it down for you. It's been a whitewash so far, and Na'Vi have been all over it now. We're going to see them go on to the T side. It's going to be Hellraisers on the CT side. A 4-man stack to A will kick us off.
All right, all eyes on Hellraisers here. This for me is just, what can they do about this? If Na'Vi brings something special, I actually want to see what Guardian and C's plan to do. Let's have a look. C's just feeds. That's what he was going to do.
Definitely not on my fantasy team.
Now, maybe a burst out from Boiler, smoke towards CT Arch. Guardian's on with the smoke. That's the only reason I'm contemplating the idea. But he's going for the challenge towards Banana. What is this? What is this round so far? Yeah, this is kind of weird. You've got the 4-play stack from Hellraisers towards A, and that's fine, because Angel's just been tested once, and he passed that test. So Sticko's kind of in a predicament, though. He can't really leave this now. He has to wait to be played in by his teammates. Zero's going to find one, and yeah, Hellraisers lock it down. They have so many players here. There was almost no challenge there for them.
Much better from Hellraisers. Unfortunately, there's a big difference between a pistol round and a gun round, but they play that one safe, they play it securely, and they get themselves at least in a position where they can continue to play some Counter-Strike on this map, Lauren. That's good. Inferno, not so far been their match. I mean, they can always look towards Mirage, but there's work to be done for them still. 4 UMPs brought up, no surprises. Na'Vi did the exact same on their second round. And the aforementioned Na'Vi coming in with Deagles and a Tech 9.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. That plan seemed weird from them. Na'Vi, it seemed like they didn't have one. I don't know what the idea there was, so we'll see. Maybe there was more to come and it just didn't come through.
Sticko gets wallbanged by that.
Yeah, you can basically wallbang most of this. It doesn't do much damage, but there's a lot of wallbangs. I know a couple of the players in FPL started to toy around with the shots down by the door in apartments. If you go to apps, you can shoot, you molly down towards the end of it, you can shoot the door on the left.
Similar to the Mirage shots. Oh,
yeah. Now, there you go. A little bit of control exuded on Banana there. Just going to get the deep smoke down, play through it. Hellraiser still have control. It does allow Bondic to keep tabs in a certain aspect towards ETH, but he's going to fall off it. Now they've given up a lot of ground here. They're kind of allowing Na'Vi a little bit more freedom than maybe they'd like. So C's has gone walkabouts. He's in library now. He's having a good time. Hellraisers are very locked into this site, but they've got a good crossfire setup.
I think they mind turtling here too much. Na'Vi don't have the utility to really break this. Well, they don't have any at all, in fact. So it's a matter of time now. Zero and Angel going to back up to the B site, just in case it's a late round push from Na'Vi, but no. It's pretty much set in stone at this stage, Lauren. And Na'Vi now are just deciding their optimal entry angle and trying to make the best out of not a great situation.
No, Na'Vi looking for opportunities, though. Look at the time. They've run that down to 23 seconds here. Even with this hit coming in, as much as C's can do, when you have a player in pit like that, it's almost impossible to dig them out. Sticko is in a really good spot. Unless Guardian could have timed it to try and push out and do this.
Cheeky.
He's going to get it done, but time, 10 seconds now. You've got 3 players, you're not getting any more. You have to sacrifice so much just to remove that one player. If you have 2 players towards pit, playing in towards A, or any, even playing a retake on it becomes near on impossible. So, at the moment, 3 to 14. It does feel inevitable, but Na'Vi needs to kind of just accept, all right, another round to them. That's fine. And then come back in swinging.
Bondic made a decent amount of money on the MP7 in that last round as well. Was up about 5k before the buy. Channeling all the kills into that SMG, and it's 14 to 3. It's time for Hellraisers to supply some action. There's a CC for Simple here, but no armor to be seen on Na'Vi at all. It may end up just being a bum rush up apartments. Sticko's first nade does not connect. He just wants to hold a more passive angle to receive.
So far, Na'Vi just testing them. Just trying to get anything done. That's embarrassing. Flamey gonna find Sticko. Sprayed. Oh god, is this real? Look at Deadfox, look at Bondic. Is this? No, okay, thank you. Thank you, Angel. Thank you for not letting this round to be the round that you almost lose on.
Lawrence Marty, watch out.
When those rounds almost get lost, it's when the triggering happens. But Angel stays up, gets the job done. 3 kills, big kills, that is. Kind of keeping Bondic and Deadfox in this. You want to keep the guns up as well. I'm hoping they go on a decent buy here. Like, why not? You're on 4 to 14. You kind of need to go all in at this point.
Yeah, that's the thing. A bit concerning that Hellraisers maybe aren't opting to upgrade their arsenal in a huge way. 2 UMPs, okay, we can accept that. They've got an AWP for Deadfox. The first time all game he's had one of these in his hand. We need to see that put to very good use right about now. The Molotov close indicates a less aggressive approach towards Banana here. 3 Molotovs to Banana early. My lord.
They're going to smoke down and follow it. It's kind of what a lot of the teams do at the moment who play this, deep control, the hell of a lot of mollies, deep smokes. You know that they could have pushed up, basically keeping it safe. And then you completely deny it by the following smoke. So I actually like the idea of putting Bondic up here as well. He can, by time, he can spot information. I don't know if he's left a gap on the right side. No, he hasn't. So he can't actually spot if they go directly up towards CTH. But you've got Zero and Angel actually in a good spot for it as well. So Hellraisers have a nice setup here. I want to see how Na'Vi try and dismantle this. They're playing it quite late. One smoke towards Apps will deny Simple off the angle. Makes it hard to make this play again, leaving someone like Sticko kind of untested. Both step out mid. Edwards found one on towards Banana, forcing Zero to rotate. So Na'Vi thinning the numbers, thinning the herd down here. Angels had to pull himself across, but Na'Vi, are you going to rotate off this?
45 seconds left of the round, so if they are going to do that, they need to be quick. Hallmark of Na'Vi sometimes is running out of time in these rounds. I need to see decisiveness from them at this stage. And
Zero.
Smoke? What? that goes behind Angel. I don't know if that was intended. I probably intended to fall into the arch, but either way, Flamey is remaining embedded over at the A side here for Na'Vi, just to give the impression that he and Simple are actually planning to try and plant the bomb here.
It's go time. As soon as they got that kill, Hellraiser should understand the plan. Zero has to step up. He's got to deliver something, whether it be buying time, a kill, something good. He can't just die, otherwise surely Na'Vi have this round. 10 seconds. All he's got to do is play the time, and he can't do it. Guardian takes a quick fight. Bondic has found Flamey, but the site is theirs. Bomb's about to go down, and no one can stop it. They do have retake potential. Nade, flash, kits, but it's so tough to play back into this one. Na'Vi are in a decent spot. Edward can swing around and watch the cross if he needs to. Guardian's already watching towards this, a bit of an adjusted angle, just elevating himself slightly, and you're seeing that HP starting to dwindle now for Hellraisers.
Bit of damage coming across the line here from the UMP, but Hellraisers don't really have enough money for a full buy in the next round. This is one that they have to win. They can't let Na'Vi back in the game, but that is what they've done. Angel versus Edward, the 1v1. He needs to defuse, and Edward is absolutely not going to allow that to happen on his watch. Match point for Na'Vi.
And that was quite hard fought for. They really thinned Hellraisers down. Switching up, hitting B like that, maybe if you saw Zero getting something out of that situation rather than just being picked up, there could have been a recovery. May have been able to play off the retake with the better numbers, you know, slow down the plant, something. He had to find something there, and you know it's going to be frustrating for him knowing that, you know, if only I'd been able to get that done. But it's so hard, of course. It is incredibly hard to make that count. And now, Na'Vi's buy, not perfect, but it's a lot worse for Hellraiser. Sticko's just down to the 5-7.
And this is the first round that lost in this half, of course, and already down to this.
I thought Dead Fox might have made a bit of a play then. It was looking towards Apps. I was hoping it was
It's almost like a danger zone for both these teams. Any further than that corner at the end of Apps, it's just not happening. Especially because teams don't really feel like there's a tried and true way to stop a balcony boost in towards Apps. A lot of teams don't watch it. I know NIP specifically have a big hole in what they cover purposely, actually, and they let it go. Risky.
Dead Fox holding a bit more of a passive angle. And just gets wrecked! Guardian is just an animal. He's better with the rifle than apparently Dead Fox is with the AWP on those sort of angles.
You surprised?
Not really, but Sticko, there we go. Gonna find Seized, nade out, good work, nice crossfire. Nade to follow, slows him down, hinders it, probably buys a bit of time for the rotate if they want to use it, but the problem is now, if you're Na'Vi, do you continue down this road or do you then turn tail and try and run towards B? Guardian?
No, you book it straight in. Do it big, Guardian. Just like I said on train. Sticko. In the Lauren Pansy Scott spot right now, just chilling. Smoke over towards library sides. This might indicate a wrap, potential wrap for Na'Vi, but they need to expect him running into Angel in CT. Pick your poison, Wolfsbane or Nightshade. That's going to be it. No easy way about it. I don't know. I assume they're poison names. They're flowers, aren't they? Whatever, Lauren. You're a flower.
All right, volley to spit. Guardian peeking in. How has he seen this angle? How? What? Does it show up on the radar? Yeah, it must have showed up on the radar. I don't know, that was really strange. 10 seconds now. Flamey left in a 1v2. He's going to find one probably, and now 5 seconds. Does he have time for the plant? I don't think he does. No, he doesn't. Runs out of time. Last couple of moments. Zero.
That sucks. This round is nothing but a stay of execution for Hellraisers. They save no guns. They have no money. They win their round, but they're CTs. It's really hard to develop your economy in general as CT, let alone when you're not allowed to carry any guns into subsequent rounds. And it's going to be the old famous UMPs with Bondic on the M4.
Na'Vi. Taking over Apps control. Dead Fox again hits that little marker. Backs away, doesn't want to go past the window, doesn't want to show. It's kind of fair enough.
He's pitching it, and you don't want to. There could be more than one player on their balcony as well.
They love to spot this sort of thing. You've probably heard them jumping up. You don't want to be doing that. This could be a quick burst out of Boiler, trying to get quad control, catch them before they can fall back towards pit. Dead Fox already getting a bit of a glimpse, and now it's down to Sticko and Dead Fox, who'll be trying to hold this as 3 players in Apps. So Sticko's the big man to watch here once this hit comes in. Dead Fox is going to back away, and here it comes. Flash comes out, it's a little bit late, but Sticko just gets overwhelmed instantly. Couldn't quite land the shot clean enough, and now Na'Vi have the site.
And that may well be it, Lauren. There's 2 players left in Hellraisers. They've both got UMPs to work with, but now they're on the clock. Angel's got himself into a partner to Zero into mid, but Flamey meets Angel. And now Zero, the last man standing, has got sharp aim, like I've said, but he's going to need more than that to take this round out. He needs to move fast. He has no kit. It's going to be a 10-second defuse time for this man. If he has any plans or any idea, keeping his team in this map. Not going to happen. Edward will catch him there at quad, and that's going to be it. Done and dusted. A comfortable victory there for Na'Vi, Lauren.
Yeah, it really was in the end. You've got to give credit where it's due. Every single player had moments that were quite impressive overall. They looked like they had a good plan. We didn't really get to see much of the depth of Na'Vi, to be fair. They just looked good. I'd like to see a little bit more.
It was the kiddie pool of CS for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it wasn't all that in a bag of chips just yet. But the reason we're back is because that was such a quick game. We've got a couple more seconds, I can imagine, to talk. And what we didn't get to hear from Moses at the start of the day was what he did on the weekend.
Yes, he had a bit of a time. We actually have evidence here. So, okay, first of all, he's left the location on the tweet there, Nico. Hasn't helped his bro out at all. He's in Belgrade.
Yeah,
having a good time.
Up Serbia.
I assume a high school disco.
There he is.
He's the high school disco DJ. He's
Now,
got his teacher shirt on.
Jason doesn't look sober in this picture, is all I can say. That looks like that happy glow.
Hello, guys.
Any comments there, Jason? Anything in your defense?
No, not really.
Here's your defense.
Yeah.
You're an adult, and you went and had fun.
Yeah, I did have a really good time. You know what it was? Belgrade was phenomenal. Yanko showed me quite a time over there. That
The
was
time of
good.
your life?
Yeah, one of the times. I think it was the music that brought it all together, the Serbian music.
Did Nico give you any Counter-Strike tips?
We played a game and he just told me I didn't really need any. You guys know we played a couple ESL games earlier today. Don't need any help. Did ask him about the Serbian guy the Serbian player who's going to
Renegades.
Yeah. Didn't know anything about him.
Oh.
Enough, yeah.
What about Yanko?
Worth bringing up then.
Yeah. Yanko knows about him. Yanko says he's got some skills.
Yeah, well, stone the Crows, mate. That was a bloody rip-roar of a game.
I
taking on
would
Hellraisers.
say so. I would say so.
Anyway.
This Hellraisers team, like the amount of times they ran that clock down, they just got stumped. Nothing worked.
Yeah,
they weren't getting ticks.
To be fair to them, they did have some rounds. They did the right thing. They getting the bomb down, getting the clutches. They just couldn't find the closing kill to finish the round. You think back to a few of them. One that comes to mind is when the full defuse comes in for Edward. You think the round's over. He's got no chance in it. Gets the full 5-second defuse in. A few of those rounds came in. 14-1 in the first half. It was always going to be brutal. It felt like they were just getting locked down. That was a Na'Vi kind of textbook performance from them. Everyone turning up. Everyone hitting their shots. Simple looking very good. Very aggressive towards middle and towards second middle as well. Flamey not missing a beat anywhere on the map.
One of the main critiques with Na'Vi is that not all the stars show up when they need to. In this game, Simple and Flamey had a bit of a field day. Everyone, I think had a positive ratio, maybe besides Guardian, but it was just another day at the office for them.
Well, Henry hit on it. I'm glad he brought the name up, Edward, because those of you who are new to Counter-Strike and CSGO didn't really watch much of 1.6. The position that Edward is playing in Pit, he has been a rock there for years on end, and I think in this match especially, in this match especially, when we talk about Simple, we talk about Flamey having great games, Edward almost feels like the reason they won that, because of the times when Hellraisers had success, Edward pulls out some miracles in that pit.
Well, the thing is, the pit's the most important area on the map, I would say, arguably. It's going to be controlling apartments, short and long at the same time. You have to work with your teammates, very good communications. When one person's watching apartments, you need to be watching short. If your player dies towards long, you have to be watching that as well. He's very good at kind of dividing his attention and working out where he needs to be finding frags, and it seems almost impossible to kill him at times as well. A lot of teams try to focus on him and use everything they can on him, but he's changed his position. He's in the corner this time. You've wasted all your nades, and he's just waiting for you and mopping it up every single time. He's very, very solid there. Not the flashiest player, but very intelligent. And those sort of positions always good for 1 or 2 frags.
Those executes that I tried to highlight before the match, we never saw them come out.
They didn't have a chance. As we said before, they didn't. That shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be full banana control and all your utility available to do that, right?
You could see how well Na'Vi was stalling them though, because they were so late on taking the mid wall or taking the top of banana. Then Na'Vi used their grenades late, and it just stalled them up. And that's why we saw so many timeouts and so much indecision. Because once the clock starts running down, you either just run in and get mowed by the CT crossfires that are set up, or you have to try and hope for a miracle or save the weapons. And a few times there they saved the weapons. That really hurts the T-side economy, right? Because if you save and you only have $900 left in the bank, you lose the next round anyway, you're further behind your team in terms of the losing bonus. So that kind of slows things down.
There were some very tragic rounds there as well. You remember the bomb getting caught on quad?
Going up on the roof,
just jumping down to 13-1. Is this happening now as well?
That was an Edward kill.
That was,
that happened
true.
to Renegades once upon a time. Got stuck in the barbecue on the old...
Taipei, I remember that. So back when you could fall between, the only time I've ever seen a bomb actually fall down that crevice.
We were a pretty lucky team in our time.
Oh, well, this got cheerful.
You can't tell. Yeah.
Definitely cheerful.
Yeah.
That being said, map 1 is over. Na'Vi take a big one. We'll have to see, can it be this larger score line, a bigger win for Na'Vi in the second map? It's going to be Mirage, so stay tuned and we'll see you right back.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
League first match was massively in Navi's favor. We'll see if Hellraisers can bounce back. It's going to be a Mirage this time. I've still got Sponge. I've still got Henry.
Just about.
Yep. And I think we are, based on today's games, we are a Mirage team. So let's talk about what tactics is Hellraisers going to have.
Mirage isn't our best map, is it?
It's not.
It really is not. Maybe we're not the best people to break this down.
No, I can break it down fine.
Yeah.
I don't think we got anyone else here, so we'll have to do it.
Go on.
They like a bit of mid-control.
Who?
Hellraisers.
Hellraisers?
Yeah.
Cool.
That's it. That's all you need to know.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
You want to elaborate, Chad?
Well, so what's going to be very interesting right now is if they can work out how Guardian's going to rotate. Because once he gets smoked off from window,
Well, that's the thing. Can you?
He has two main positions that he likes to take up when he gets smoked off, Henry. He likes to connect up with Simple, and they do a bit of a tag team combo in there. Or he just goes back around a ticket, and then they have more of a reserved A setup. So if they know that's coming in, you can pincer it, you can take a lot of room. Get a boost in the window, I actually think is quite possible.
There you go.
Are either of you like wrestling people, like WWE? Who's the Undertaker's partner that you could like, you know, if they're doing a tag team?
It was Kane. Do you remember? Surely you remember.
I didn't get into that world. So what we were saying is...
So Flamey's Kane? Flamey could be
I thought
Kane.
you said it was... Yeah.
Well, it was.
Simple Guardian were doing the tag team and connector, so it would be... Guardian would be Kane then.
Yeah, I know where you're going with this. I know where you're going with it.
No. Well, the simple The Undertaker videos. So
Oh, I see.
There
Now
we
it
go.
makes sense.
Back in
So
the
it all
room.
comes
Back in
back
the room.
around. Okay, that does make sense. Yeah. Okay, so Flamey's Undertaker.
Yeah.
No, Flamey's Kane. There we go. Got it.
Yeah. He thinks it's Guardian because I said tag team in Connector.
On Mirage.
Should we move on? Should get to the next point. That was a good point. Solid point.
Tried. So I take a bit of issue how the Americans say do. So it's due.
Yeah, I agree. Right.
Why do they have to say things so differently?
Did Jason just say that?
No, it was in the ad. The American guy doing the Mountain Dew.
Oh, no, but that's... Yeah, because that's the product's called Mountain Dew.
No, Dew. They say it really weird.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay. Oh, another good point. Another good point in the analysis. Let's talk
Solid
about
segment here.
Let's talk about what went wrong for Hellraisers in that map and see if we can say.
I think everything went wrong for Hellraisers.
Well, the thing is, like, they had the timer, right? That's where I was going to go to. That's a segue to the timer issue,
Okay.
right? So they had a lot of problem establishing map control. They weren't really doing it for most rounds. They're getting shut down, but they have relentless aggression by Na'Vi. That's still very possible on Mirage as well. You have plenty of options on the CT side to go towards middle, for example, push towards Palace, lower ramp. That can be very prevalent. Na'Vi are known to be doing that, especially towards lower ramp as well. I don't think Hellraisers are looking particularly on form right now. They rely very heavily on Deadfox to be one of the top-tier AWPers for them. He had a shocking game just then, didn't really have the opportunity to AWP whatsoever, I don't think. I think he had 1 kill up until that round. He got 3 kills in the 1v5. He needs to step up tremendously. Like we said, everyone on Na'Vi, everyone's hitting their shots right now. Guardian's only player didn't get positive stats, and this is his home territory we move on to. So this is looking pretty scary for Hellraisers right now. I think it's going to come down to the fragging more than anything. I don't think the tactics are going to be that much of a problem for Na'Vi overall. I think that it's going to absolutely outduel them, and we'll have another very similar scoreline.
One thing we saw on Inferno, and we talked about it in the post game, was the fact that Hellraisers just like couldn't get any real kind of map control and kind of leverage it in anything. Running down the clock, not having utility to do things. Here on Mirage, though, this is a map Na'Vi has struggled on recently, which is a little bit surprising with how good they've been on in the past. But watching their defense play so passively, is that actually going to allow Hellraisers an avenue to get into this game in the first place?
I think so, and I think you can't negate Deadfox as much on this map. There's so many more openings he can find a way into the game with the AWP. On T side of Inferno, it's almost impossible unless they give you free kills, right? So I think that will play a factor. But something, when I watch Na'Vi demos or I watch Na'Vi games, I can tell that they're here to play when they're so proactive on their CT side. And this is a map where they do a lot of duo plays, like they send Simple and Flamey go and take Jules at the A ramp quite aggressively. I notice when a team wants to take mid control and they know that, they just keep connector smoke, because when you do a default, you normally send one player underpass and you want to flash for him to pick and clear connector, and then you can kind of take middle as a unit.
Right.
Na'Vi just keep connector smoked, and it delays that default. And what happens is the underpass player feels a lot of pressure. Sometimes he'll just peak when he shouldn't. Sometimes it just gets cancelled and they drop back to a different strategy. So the way that Na'Vi, stop players from teams from taking middle isn't always through frags, it's through utility usage, and I think it's quite smart. And when they do their proactive CT decision making or pushes, I know that they're going to, have a really good CT side.
Guardian with the AWP on this map. I mean, we talked about he's going to have, he has a couple favorite positions. Chad mentioned when he gets smoked off.
Yeah.
Is this a map that he can just take control of by himself?
Yeah, absolutely. Mirage has so many different options for AWPers, especially the start of the round. You can go on pretty much every choke point and go towards B apartments, short, middle, A ramp, steps, palace. And that's the thing. I obviously he has his favorite positions, and you're going to kind of have an idea of where he's going. But the very best AWPers, they'll be changing things up almost every single time. When they get in the zone, especially going towards underpass at the start, looking for that first pick. You might even know he's there, but he's so fast. Like, is anyone really going to step up and out-duel him at the moment? I think he'll be so rattled at the start of the round, they're not even going to want to go near those choke points. Just hold back. It's such a tight default. They're running down the clock once again. The one thing I will say about Mirage compared to Inferno, you're not so isolated as the terrorist on Mirage. You can actually do a set piece from the very beginning if you wanted to. Inferno, obviously, map control, you need some positioning, you need to push the CDs back first, you need to expend utility. Mirage, that's not so much the case. You can actually go for those executions right away. You can go towards B, full execution, go towards A, do it straight away. It's not the best approach, but at least it's something. It's better than this game picked off one by one and being pushed all over the place. You get a chance to get the bomb down. So maybe in that respect, we can see something a bit more from Hellraisers. They get a chance to get the bomb down and actually get some clutches going. But overall, I just don't see them getting a look into this one. No one's really impressed me for them whatsoever tonight. And I think Na'Vi are going to stomp them once again.
That's kind of the scary thing with well, here's the question with Hellraisers at the moment is we've been watching them beat some pretty decent teams recently, qualify for some events. How are they doing that with what we just saw of them in that last map? Like, was that just kind of an underperformance individually?
I think it's one of those things, right? Like, you're never really going to pay that much attention to Hellraisers in terms of your prep. Like, obviously, you know you're playing it, so I don't think anyone's going to put an amazing amount of time into, like, watching their demos and kind of learning everything they do across the 7 maps. I don't think that's going to be a possibility. Obviously, they'll probably take a bit of attention to them, but not as much as you would expect. Maybe they underestimated them. CS is in a very weird landscape right now. Like, obviously, we've got a lot of adjustments coming in on different teams, different lineups. I think they found their peak at the right time in CSGO, just when everyone's kind of finding their feet still. They've actually looked very good recently. But tonight, maybe not so much, and maybe the honeymoon might have come to an end.
Yeah, I was going to say, does that sounds like you don't think it's going to be
I
lasting?
think at this point, when a team like this starts to get really good results, that's when they peak and people start paying attention to them a little bit more, and they start actually watching what they do and actually being aware of it, and maybe we won't see this kind of performances come out from them going forward.
You agree?
Yeah, they can only have so much depth in their arsenal because they only get to certain points of tournaments, right? They don't have to build that. The deeper you go in a tournament, the more you have to build, the more you have to adapt and stuff, and Henry's spot on. When you're the team who can constantly set the pace and no one is going to counter-strike you and no one's going to come in with a game plan to stop what you like to do, you have... you have free range to do whatever you want on the T side, and it's a lot harder to deal with. I was going to cough, and I didn't want people to deal with it.
You said excuse me into the cough box as well.
Yeah. Oh, it was more for you guys.
All right. Okay.
Sorry,
Hear that,
everyone.
viewers? Yeah.
I feel like we have time right now, Jason.
Yeah, we do.
Have
We
time?
do have a decent
Should we
chunk
let
of time.
everyone know?
You want to go back to that fun game where we see,
No.
if you have the Negev on Mirage, where do you use that cover?
Oh, that is an interesting question. I'm glad you asked. Where would I go with the Negev to give cover and fire? I'm smoking the window, and I'm going top and middle. I'm getting on the mid boxes, and I'm just holding mouse one, spraying everything, connector, middle, short, holding it down, spraying my mouse like this. Like you've got to just going like
the
that,
Henry
right?
G way, spraying everywhere.
Does that answer your question? Is that funny enough?
You were better than this, Jason.
Pretty good.
Yeah. You just want cheap laughs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. Well, you got to tweet up. What are we looking for here?
Okay.
Well, JW made a tweet saying, "Hey North, thanks for cancelling Prac 10 minutes prior to it." But maybe I missed the banter.
Obviously,
Obviously,
I wouldn't tweet this. We've got it on stream. There we go.
Ooh, wow.
How did we do this? This is magic.
Maybe someone in production was on the same
That's
wavelength
throwing
as
some
you.
shade, isn't it? Like, keep it to yourself. So have a word privately. He's just throwing them under the bus on Twitter.
Oh, well, players think the best way to deal with anything is by tweeting about it.
But that's such a private issue. Like, just speak to them and say, guys, it's not cool. Don't just go straight to Twitter. Like,
I think, like, if you do...
Straight for the nukes.
Because they have a prac group, right? They have, like, a... Fires and missiles.
You can't,
Anyone get that
can't
reference?
take the nukes back.
No
Say it
one
again.
got it. Fires and missiles?
No. Oh, yeah, I did.
Mitch got it.
That's the original...
That's the beginning of the internet. That
the
is
beginning of the internet.
Yeah,
but I am a bit tired.
They have a prac group. All these players are in, like, a Facebook prac group or some variety, right? So... if you mess up too many times, you cancel too many pracs or whatever, you can get kicked out of the group. I don't know about that top tier level though.
I don't think you can keep North out.
I don't think you can keep North out.
I think after one strike, I think you're okay. Maybe not straight to Twitter, but still, it is annoying. You've got to understand why they're a little bit peeved at that, but still.
I guess the nice thing is seeing Fnatic practicing is kind of cool as well.
What, you think they don't practice? They're a professional team, Jason. Of course they practice.
Listen, how many times have we seen them like go and do an event, roll in, and just be like, yeah, that event like Crim's got like MVP after not playing for like 2 weeks, just rolled in the event, dominated
Wasn't there
everyone.
a reason for that?
Right before the major, he was saying, or they were saying, we didn't really practice in January for the major. We just kind of played FPL on our own.
I mean, that's because they knew lineup changes were coming, right? So they weren't really bothered. Well, they probably were bothered, but it's like, what's the point in practicing? Like, we know we're changing lineup anyway. They still made top 8.
Yeah.
So I guess it was all fine in the end.
Yeah.
It's not bad at all.
If any team can get away with it, it would be Fnatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still got time, boys.
All right. Well, we are on Mirage. So
let's go
Chad's got an
elsewhere.
idea.
We've talked enough about this matchup.
All right,
We've
there we
talked about
go.
the mid
Back to
control.
off
We've
piece,
talked about
boys.
moving the orbs. We've talked about not running down the clock. We've exhausted all topics on these teams.
All right.
Let's go somewhere else.
Okay.
Let me whack open the schedule for this week.
Okay, I like where you're going with this.
I'm gonna have them bring up the standings. I think right now.
That works. We can play that game.
Yeah, we can play that game.
All right, Henry, pick a team right now that, based off of these standings, who's not doing too well, who we can see how they're going to go going into the end of the season. Envious. Oh, really? Okay, you've picked a really exciting prospect here.
All right.
Virtus Pro, that's a rough
start
you're not
to the
happy
end of the
with
season.
that one. Then they have to play Kingwin. That could go a 1-1 for them. Kingwin have been looking all right.
They've actually got a decent
That's
run
actually
towards the
not
end.
a bad end of the schedule.
You'd be happy to take on Mouse Sports and ODRC. We've been saying that Mouse Sports have been, a little bit under the weather, literally, and their results have suffered because of that.
Literally?
Dennis was
because
sick.
Dennis was sick.
Right.
for the
Okay, so
qualifiers.
literally doesn't really apply.
Let's bring up.
It doesn't.
I think NIP. I think NIP would be the
You
intriguing.
want to look at
one.
NIP? Okay,
Yeah.
hold up. We'll bring up the Ninjas. All right, these guys, just a terribly slow start, but they're back. Okay, what do they got?
Look at this schedule. This is tough.
Jeez, that
this
is
not good.
brutal.
So just because you guys can't see the schedule, it is Navi and then G2 and then Virtus Pro, Astralis, North, Envy, and Hellraisers to end things. But that is going to be. They've lost some buddies early in the season. That's not giving them any help down the
That's
stretch.
not going to be a good 5-game streak for them.
Sometimes a good kick up the arse is good for you. Good for you at the start of the season, though, Jason.
Said like a true NIP fan as well.
Yeah. So this is what they need now. They know they pull the socks up and see what they can do.
We almost
So
got you to switch into being a FaZe fan at one point in the season.
I'm still a FaZe fan. I'd say they're my number 2. Yeah.
Number 2?
Yeah. Like, NIP's always going to be number 1, of course.
Well, I'm just
but,
a fan of good Counter-Strike.
Oh.
You hate to see it. That is just so cheesy. That is just so corny.
What about the next matchup?
Which is that?
Mousesports versus Heroic.
That's not bad. That'll be a good little game, I think. Mousesports obviously looking a lot better recently due to maybe the fact they've lost Nico has actually kind of got the other guys a lot less pressure.
Are they though? Are they looking a little bit better? I mean, they've had that great start to Pro League. We just saw them drop 2 matches last week, and they've actually lost qualifiers. Whether they're playing with Dennis or not, they have not been qualifying for events. So
there's a lot of red. They played with their coach in that qualifier, right?
Just for the match they got eliminated in. But
right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that, outside of even that event, they haven't qualified for some other things. So.
To be fair to Mousesports, I think they've done a lot better than anybody was predicting ever since the departure of Nico.
Yeah,
they've shown a better face than I thought they would be able to do. And Dennis has surprised me. He got a lot of hate.
He's got his best stats he's ever had in the last 15 games since Nico left. So that's kind of testament to those players who had horrible performances when Nico was in there. Obviously, they're still winning games because Nico is going absolutely wild. But the fact, as soon as he leaves, Dennis starts playing well. There's got to be some signs in that, right? The fact that he obviously feels like he can be a little bit off the chain now. He can actually go for some frags, hit some jewels, and not be scared of dying. The fact that Nico's not going to be shouting at him, I think that's quite exciting for him.
Yeah, we touched on that as a possibility before anything actually got rolling for these guys, right? Like, this was something that we were talking about when we knew Nico was going to be leaving. And it looks like, for him especially, it's been very good. Spitty, on the other hand, maybe he wasn't in-game leading. We could see like a similar, better fragging performance out of him, but because in-game leading is new to him and he's taken on that role, he's still a bit rough on the scoreboard.
Nice.
And that's the summary.
All good things.
Yeah.
All good stuff. We're going to send it to a quick break. There's going to be one last server change when we come back. We're going to go directly into game. It's going to be with your casters, Uber and Pansy, so stay tuned for the matchup.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the ESL Pro League. It's going to be the second match between Na'Vi and Hellraisers. And hopefully, Lauren, after this, the desk will have more to talk about than the Negev. Hoping for a little bit of a recovery from Hellraisers after a little bit of a rough start on Inferno. Mirage, though, like Henry pointed out, the same tendencies for Na'Vi are available to them here. That CT aggression, that shutting down of Hellraisers to try and get started here.
Absolutely, I wouldn't be surprised seeing it either. It feels like Na'Vi have the wind in their sails at the moment. They seem quite confident in how they're playing, even to the standard that we know they can play to. Individually, they seem quite on point as well. Simple's been clearly put in the hours recently. Coming out swinging now, Hellraisers, I don't know how much you're going to mentally reset after that game. Hopefully they can have a little bit of a switch that flicks and they can pull themselves back here, because that performance on Inferno was tough to watch. Quite a tough one there.
Yeah, it's just a really weak T-side. I mean, simple as that. Na'Vi had all the right tricks as well, and it does feel like they had a little bit of an idea of what they were going into against the Hellraisers. The banana control, while something that we often do see from Na'Vi, they really wanted to exercise that one. They really pressured that particular part of the map to gain advantage there. And players like Edward, who are able to receive, pushes out of apps and get 1v2s, 1v3s pretty comfortably. That's always a good sign. You can't always lean on that. You can't always expect that. And Mirage, we hope, we pray, is a more familiar map for Hellraisers in terms of the style, and they can maybe get more of a handle on what Na'Vi have to play with here. I think last time we saw Na'Vi on this map, they got drubbed by Virtus Pro when Snacks was going off tap, as it were, on that map. We'll see if they've recovered as well.
Yeah, if you want to find a silver lining for Hellraisers, this has been one of the maps they've been getting good results on against good teams as well. It's not just been the kind of... If you look at their recent results, it's actually been quite a decent run for them. Only one loss, really, that stands out recently. However, I don't know if they can get back into this one. We are just waiting on the players, of course. We were just changing servers so the players can be happy with that. And once they are, we'll get this one beginning. But yeah, there's a lot to be said about Na'Vi on this map. It's not exactly like it's a bad map for them in by any stretch of the imagination, but Hellraisers have to be coming into this with a plan. If they've already caused upsets against other Tier 1 teams, you've got to imagine there's something that's been working well for them. So my eyes are going to be going towards them just to see what they can do. We didn't see much of them being able to try and handle Na'Vi, and I guess in a way, if you're Hellraisers, you just got to try and calm Na'Vi down anyway. You've got to stop them running Rampage. Because before, it was just an absolute bloodbath. So if they can get that under control, there's definitely a chance in it. But they have to turn up now. This is going to be a tough one for them to start in, but on the T side, it will be Na'Vi. C side, Hellraisers get to start, I guess, the calmer side of things, not having to make the plays as much, but Na'Vi were pretty relentless anyway, and I think we've just seen Bondic drop, so hopefully he'll be rejoining us soon, because there is a pause already in game.
Yeah, I mean, earlier on there was a bit of a server issue as well. Obviously, I think Lauren sort of pointed that out, where Na'Vi, a little bit higher ping than they should have had. It wasn't like one of the Mouse Sports players getting upset because he had 40 ping. It was just a little bit more extreme than that, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map we often know Na'Vi for. Na'Vi have, with the exception of, maps like Cash, they've been a pretty cushy map pool these days. They generally feel pretty good. I don't love their Cobblestone, to be honest with you. Some people said, oh, they're great on customs, I think their Overpass is good. Yep. I don't love their Cobblestone much at all. But, Mirage is definitely a map where I put them, squarely in the court to do some damage here, especially against Hellraisers who, I don't know if the CT side has really been that great in the past, if I think back. They do have some nice T-side executes, Lauren. That's what I'm looking for here. We didn't get to see any of those on Inferno. We talked it up. It's like, these guys super elaborate, like 3 Molotovs over towards that B site, new box right in the dark corner, everything covered. Well, the only thing that was covering the sites was actually the blood of Hellraisers. It wasn't pretty at all. We want to see more of that here.
They just weren't able to quell what was happening, really. Na'Vi was so aggressive, they couldn't do anything about it. It was like that old Fnatic talk that you'd hear so often. To try and deal with Fnatic on a CT side, you first got to get them to respect you, and then you might be able to play your game.
It's like forcing a team to respect you is such a nebulous concept. Exactly. It's like we talk about it. Like, how do you make Fnatic respect you? Well, Fnatic take Angels a lot. They really go for that head-to-head stuff. Yeah. If you can match them, and I think there are players all throughout the scene that have comparable ability to Fnatic in that scenario. I keep talking about Zero because I think he's an excellent duelist in this game.
I agree.
His aim is filthy good. But again, that's just one part of make your team respect you, Lauren.
Yeah, and I'm hoping we get to see Deadfox on the AWP a little bit more. It was a little bit of a rarity, it felt, on Inferno. Barely got to see a chance for him to get it into his hands, especially on the CT side. They merely had a couple of rounds to play with, so it definitely wasn't there. So for me, it could be a little bit of a fact for him, maybe to find that one. I'm hoping the others pick up a performance as well. The others were quiet. You had a couple of big plays coming out individually, but there was nothing consistent across the board. And just so you guys know, we are still paused in this. The teams, I think, just getting themselves ready. I'm not sure what the issue is, but hopefully it won't be going on too long. As very suspenseful as this music is.
Down.
Okay, so I think there's still server issues going on between these guys, so that will be adjusted going forward. But yeah, this is one having to deal with Na'Vi when they're feeling confident within themselves. When we're starting to see that quite aggressive side of Na'Vi, because it was a big change for them. If you look at it, I think it's something that went a little under the radar. I know it's been mentioned on the desk sometimes, but Na'Vi's quickening of pace, it now seems that they have such a array of abilities almost to go to.
Yeah.
They still can go to that. All right, there's 20 seconds left. Na'Vi haven't made their move. They can still play that crazily slow, methodical game, but we also see this fiery element, and I don't know if it's because they maybe feel they have that kind of firepower now beside them, that they can go to that. Maybe it's the adjustment in coaching. Who knows what it is that's really kicked it off. Maybe it's, well, Guardian's not, the god tier player that he was. Certainly good, no discredit to the man, but before he was one of the best players in the world, first and foremost almost, especially as an AWPer. So maybe with him cooling down a bit, they have to ask more of the others, and you're seeing that delivered simple already having a massive impact throughout Na'Vi's career so far. And I know a lot of people look towards Na'Vi and say, are they achieving as much as we'd expect? I think you've got to give them more time. You're slotting a new player into one of, a bit of a classic lineup these days. Again, I think there's a lot of strength to be seen in this lineup down the road.
It's how do you make a player like... we talk about this all the time. Actually, we really did this topic to death, but just as a side note, making a player as fiery, as simple, conform to a roster that is as calculated and as cold as Na'Vi, it's a big challenge.
It's a fine line, and this is something that I've discussed with a couple of other players as to like their theories of certain like aggressive players. You look at Magisk, for example. I think Chad actually did a segment on the desk not too long ago for North. So Magisk is one of those players who can be very aggressive and quite a solo entity, but that's not always the team's plan. He'll sometimes do that of his own accord. So
E-League semi-finals
is I guess one of those examples. So the thing is, if you look at it in that aspect, you can't lock them down completely, because when it works incredibly well. But do you want to risk it? Is that the theory in mind? So I'm kind of curious if that will ever be a problem down the road, if it'll ever be a hindrance. You can't necessarily just tame the entire player. That's their complete playstyle. You've got to find a way to make them work. You look at Nico, for example. He's big firepower, individual player, likes to play almost on his own to a degree. You used to see him on one side of the map, the team are on the others, and he does more than a lurker role. He was never that just kind of like slowly works out one-for-one trades or anything like that. He was an absolute animal on it. So you kind of look at these people and you think, maybe Simple could fill that role, he could do something like that. But so far he's finding a nice role in this. I think there's a little bit of, kind of fleshing out the roster, should I say, for Na'Vi that could definitely come into play. But I don't think they're there just yet. But you always look at that roster and think, what happens when 3 of those players peak? 2 of those players fully peak. You think, okay, Guardian back in that form. Or Simple hits that real high peak, it brings the team in. And then you think, okay, what about Flamey as well then? Throw Flamey in there as well as another additional. There's so many aspects that could kick in or click fully into place, and then you could have another world-beating team for a while. You look at the Fnatic era, SK era. I think going far back, I guess you can go to maybe NIP era. If it all clicks in, if it all goes right, you could find some incredible magic with this line. I think that's what everyone's waiting on. Everyone gets teased by the idea of it, and they're doing fine. It's no discredit to Na'Vi. They've picked up some good victories, of course. They've picked up LAN wins, of course. There's no taking away from them, but they're not like the back-to-back event winners. There's that very close kind of top couple of teams. You'd say the Danes are currently, I guess, winning that one out. Wherever you want to go on that, there's a couple of other contenders too. But yeah, there's a lot to be seen from Na'Vi, but it feels like they're just slowly getting stronger. It doesn't feel like it's quick, but it's definitely getting there.
Yeah, it's taken longer than some people thought, I think. That's one thing.
Just like getting to the server.
Exactly. We're having a great time with those. And while we wait for a Magic server to appear, that is going to house all of us and my ego. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we should be on with this match. Should only be a couple of minutes at the most, so hang in there. Hold on to your hats. We'll be in just a moment.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, CS family, it looks like we're finally back here. Server stuff sorted as far as we understand and ready to kick off with map number 2. It's going to be Mirage.
Yeah, we've also had a delivery of McDonald's from Alex Nea, so shout out to
bloody
him.
good.
Like, this is a weird thing, but who doesn't like the Coca-Cola that comes from McDonald's? Like, the kind of flat tastes a little bit off. Oh, it's just...
It's like the syrup Coke, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's great. Anyway, that aside, I was just hesitant to actually start getting excited for the game until I see, like, people moving in the server. And we're good. Right, so same buy-up, same purchases from Na'Vi. So they clearly have a plan in mind with this. We've got 2 smokes, Guardian with 1, Siege with the other. Tech9 dropped over towards Edward. He normally raid bosses out towards B, so that could be the final piece of this plan, but it could also go through Underpass. I'm wondering if they do the smoke towards Short. There's so many options here, so I'm curious as to what they're going to bring.
Yeah, 2 smokes in this pistol round, so I
Okay,
like to work
Siege has
with.
done 1.
2 on A.
Yeah, so both towards A. I think one's stairs, one's jungle. So it's kind of showing that it's an A hit. But the play's coming through Underpass, that's going to catch out Angel drastically. He didn't see it coming, so it was a bit of a hit and run. Edward's now got the job done. They can pinch in towards Connector. But what's the plan for CT, or is there one? I'm waiting to see what the plan is here, because Hellraisers look a little confused.
They've got one way to get on this site. One way.
This is kind of scary. They went for the plant, expecting no one to peek out of CT or hoping they wouldn't and play full retake. That's a very, very brave strat here. Well, it's going to work out well with Simple in a position like that. Might get traded. Trying to take the fight, getting 0. And what a shot that is from Simple. Follows up so well. Gets the dink to just secure his position. Now it's a 4v2. Hellraisers losing out on options, man by man, the drops.
Good pace for Na'Vi in this round, but Hellraisers are fighting back at the death of it. Winterfox has a kid to work with here, but Edward and C's close the net. And it feels like Hellraisers had just finished buying their weapons by the time Na'Vi had actually planted the bomb. Very quick from them. Nice mid-control, and you kind of feel really hemmed in when you can only really push out of CT.
And this, it seems a long time ago, but it was quite similar to something you saw Virtus Pro do for a while. They'd always do this kind of underpass plays on their pistol rounds. And it'd always end up towards A, and it worked out very well for them for quite some time. Of course, Virtus Pro known for their play for so long on this map. But right now, Na'Vi with a good purchase, 2 rifles and the 3 SMGs being UMPs. They are still just as deadly as ever. And a very slow, passive approach. Look how far back they are. Maybe expecting the CT side to try and bring the fight to them. It's not going to happen just yet, but Na'Vi have the utility to play back into this, and they're feeling confident individually, so they can certainly take the shots that might be required. Bit of a stack towards A from Hellraisers, 4 players here. Not all dedicated towards Ramp or Palace, but they are definitely there.
Simple flaming our wrap in through Spawn, and Edward makes his way in towards the middle of the map. This is a smoke probably for jungle. Let that one over the top. Or bounce on the other side of Connector, should I say. So they re-smoked mid as well. Mid is under control of Na'Vi.
Yeah, look at these smokes as well. It's a lovely kind of... I guess they've defined their own route towards B. Deep smoking Connector goes on the other side. 1 here, 1 in window, and you're free there. And actually it's a very good read from Na'Vi. No one was on this side. The threats become Sticko and 0, depending on what they can find and where they are. Sticko's found 1 on towards Simple, and there's 0 coming in as well, playing out of ladder room. So they're still doing damage. Bomb's down, though, so... They might call this at some point if they don't get a frag in the next, I'd say, 5 to maybe 6 seconds. Seized could absolutely destroy them all. Looking the wrong way, all flashed up. Swings in, gets the damage done, but can't finish the kills. But Flamey is there to pick up where he leaves off. And now Na'Vi down to 3. And Hellraiser's probably on the verge of saving now. You've got the upgraded armor. You've got the upgraded pistols. You're not going to get much more out of this one. Time to back away.
Well, pistol retake's never going to be an easy thing to do. But what compounded that was the fact that Hellraisers were all positioned inside kitchen. They had no one on short, they had no one in apartments, they couldn't even work from multiple angles and try and get crossfires. It just wasn't going to happen. And it's frustrating for Hellraisers because they obviously forced pistols and armor into that round. They spent a fair bit of money, and now they're going to have to go without.
They will. Pretty back onto the SMGs, though. So the main thing there is that they saved the 2 rifles. They kept those up. They've reinvested into another, so they've got 3 now, and the other 2 go on towards the SMG. So a UMP and a MAC-10. Edward can fly out any area he wants. He can just literally run into B. They can just be doing a big, quick B hit. But the thing is, actually, there's a stack there this time. So this could be interesting. They're not being subtle about this either. They are going hell for leather at this. The consecutive flashes off the back. Trying to look at this boost as well. That was cheeky. That was off the back of the chair. I've never seen that back of the bench boost coming out. I'm not too sure what that was about. I'm wondering if they could find an angle, but so far you can see Na'Vi just crunching through Hellraisers. They are going to be caught off by at least Zero there, and there is still Angel up as well, so they've run into the stack.
Yeah, you feel good about this, though. You can trade at this site pretty comfortably here. Hellraisers have very little to work with, and again, it's Zero and Angel, the last two left standing, as per last round. The upside to this, they actually have some weapons to well, they had a weapon to work with. The UMP of Zero is torn from his grasp very quickly, and sees doubles down for the final kill in that round. 3-0 again. Na'Vi open up the game in a very similar fashion as to the first map. Solid 3 rounds, but now it's time for Hellraisers to bite back in. But they don't have a lot of money even on this 4th round.
Did we catch that boost on the chair, observers? I'm kind of curious if it actually shows you
We were
anything.
too busy watching someone get hit in the back of the head by a flash or a smoke on the side of Na'Vi. Someone got hit as they moved out.
Yeah.
A little bit weird.
Okay, anyway, into this one. This is the important round. It's the buy-up, so Hellraisers don't have a great deal to work with, but something that's a nice little molly as well towards Window. Just going to force him off the angle, and look how aggressive Na'Vi are. This is a very heavy hit. Now, Zero's actually come out of the flash okay. He survives the first wave. The second, not so well, but Zero's still here. A very powerful position. Only if you have the player on the other side. Creates the crossfire. He wasn't there. They go down. Flamey, Edward, hard-hitting players. Smash the side. Bombs in hand. Flamey, that's a spray you don't want to remember.
Ooh, that's average. Now, Molotov going to go in on towards Sticko. He's still half health after that very weird trade. But speaking of trading, Na'Vi do just that to get into the site. Back and forth the kills go. They have the man advantage and the bomb down. So job done. Especially in a buy round. If you want to play fast-paced run and gun CS, you need to accept there'll be some casualties. But they made good time onto the site and they're forced to save.
Yeah, off we go. They did keep 2 rifles, I guess that's something. But for Hellraisers, you know, if you think of the mental game in this as well, even just slightly, you probably want to pick up one of the pistol, you know, you want to pick up a pistol round, you want to maybe do some damage on the gun round. And you can tell that Na'Vi are still playing that style, right? They're still in your face. They're still not giving much up in this. So I don't know how much mentally they're going through to try and suffer through this, because it's got to be tough to be like, all right, they're back in that mode, are they? Great. They're just going to be running at us. So yeah, this could get a tough one for them.
And the truth is, we didn't really get to see much of a Hellraisers CT side in the first map. It was actually the other way around. So Na'Vi showing similar shades of aggression, regardless of what side of the map that they're on at this stage. Feeling confident going forward. Note that there's still no AWP for Guardian, so they really do fancy a bit more of a dynamic style of play right now. But this round might be a little bit more pick-based. The bomb's been left in spawn. Flamey and Simple went towards the Palace earlier on just to see if there'd be an aggressive variation on the CT side from Hellraisers. Maybe push one player with a CZ, flash him in towards Palace. It never came, so Na'Vi don't get that information, but they also don't suffer any casualties, and the mid will be smoked out.
So, mid's been smoked. And that was from Flamey. That was quite far back, I think. And there you go. This is the one that goes to the deep-sided connector. Edward drops that one out. And this is kind of what we saw from their play up towards B before. It was that kind of quick hit that almost got done over by Zero and kind of being towards, I think it was Angel and Zero, who were actually very close to dismantling it because they had to play it towards Ladderum, which kind of threw everyone off. So this time, Na'Vi take their time on it. There's a smoke towards short. Edward's in towards window. And Deadfox is just on the other side. He's going to hear these steps.
Doesn't really matter, though. Knowledge isn't power if you don't have an AK in your hands. Apparently, Edward finds Deadfox comfortably, and this cuts the map in half for Na'Vi. Now Zero and Angel sitting plumb up on that B side are very much cut off from any form of reinforcement whilst Edward lives. Angel needs to play this very carefully, but he can't watch every angle, and Caesar's going to leap down. Zero can at least trade it, quickly nab himself the AK, and take that into the next fight with Guardian. But Na'Vi have decided it might be time just to angle towards A, or maybe not, as Sticko stands tall.
And there's still a player in ramp as well. That's the more dangerous part in this. They might not know about bonding. They know that Sticko's there, but will they predict it? Will they play to it? The bomb's on A as well, and it's very, very isolated. None of the other players are here yet. A quick CT swing around, but look at the time, 14 seconds now. They're going to probably force the plant. Simple could probably fake once and get away with it, but that's about it. Looking for the fight. Just about picks up the bomb, but he took his time on that one. Gonna go for the default plant, 5 seconds. He's gonna hold it down, and you can see the rush comes in. Simple can't escape it, and Na'Vi left it too late in the day. Hellraisers went for the push towards ramp, and it paid off, just purely because, one, Sticko got the kill, and they saw Bondic being played back into it. So well done to those two to be able to make the most of a very bad situation instantly.
And this is a classic case of giving Na'Vi enough rope to hang themselves with, right? We see the timer get into the red, we're like, okay, this is starting to feel more like a Na'Vi round. Now, we're starting to remember, you know, how things go with this team. Na'Vi take mid-control, they split the map in half. But as they try and approach the B site, they lose a player. They try and approach the A side. Not only do they lose a player there, but the bomb goes loose, and then their decisions are taken away from them. So Hellraisers, if they can be comfortable allowing Na'Vi to have some real estate and hold strong on those two sites, they can weather this kind of storm.
A new look to Na'Vi this time. 4 towards mid, 1 towards A. Simple going to set up a smoke. It might be the one towards jungle. This looks quite quick from Na'Vi, or the intention is quick, but the flashes are holding them back. It's hindering their approach, and it's allowing play to come in from Deadfox. Again, this is what we saw almost last round. Edwards again got in towards the room here, and the difference is that Simple's watching for the ramp push. This could be a quick, maybe change on the fly that they come up with, but they've lost out on a player in mid, and now they have to hit the brakes. They have no utility left, really. They've got a molly and a couple of flashes, but Hellraisers are playing quite deep on the site. Edwards now got 2 to deal with.
Now in mid, sees Deadfox, but can he complete the kill? Yes, that's the orb down, but he needs to find the second, and Sticko's there. For some reason, Na'Vi actually smoked the near side of Connector and not the far side like Edward had been in the last couple of rounds. That was what actually allowed Deadfox to get the shot. He peeked above the smoke in Connector on towards Catwalk and found the kill. Interesting change up there for Na'Vi.
And now they've seen Bomb. So Hellraisers pull their players over. They've seen some of the plan. But you can, if you're Na'Vi, maybe read into this, say, let's try and get early control at B, get advanced positions, push, C's right in towards the kitchen, and then you can stop Zero trying to play back into it. So Na'Vi have just kind of really done a loop around him, just kind of thrown one. Now, C's obviously doesn't know that B's completely clear, but he's going to have a good shot at this, because he's going to probably get the drop towards Zero, and Zero didn't see it, but he gets the shot better. As you said, this guy can land shots when he wants to. He's got a molly as well to buy some time, puts that out towards default. Knows that Simple's still going to be coming through apps, or at least one player is, but he can't land the shot this time. Bondic does make it over there, but it's Simple now in a 1v2.
Again, 20 seconds remain in this round. That's a bit risky from Simple to plant from here. But Bondic doesn't see him. He might have a 1v1 against Dicko, and yes, there was no chance for Bondic to respond. He didn't quite know where Simple would be standing. By the time the trade had occurred, it was Simple to stand tall. The next kill comes almost as comfortably. 3 for him in the round. Perhaps a round that Na'Vi shouldn't be winning here. But you can see information that the player had, Bondic had. He didn't see Simple go to plant the bomb. He didn't know that he stopped there. There was no crossfire available for Hellraisers. Really clever played.
A little lackluster there in that kind of 2v1. Losing those is going to be frustrating for them as well. Deadfox now just down to the P250, wanting to maybe look towards the orb later on. But at the moment, Hellraisers again just being overrun by Na'Vi. It's a 5-1 scoreline. Even though the rounds may be close, they might not be any more. Guardian gonna catch Zero out so fast, and Angel as well. Guardian, the one-man army, seems to be getting underway here, starting the march through Mirage. And look at it, he's not stopping. There's a player towards ladder. Would you dare, Guardian? Sticko. If here we... Oh! You don't expect that. Why did my screen just go blue? Oh, wait, it's a player in front of me. But what an aggressive piece from him. They haven't committed the bomb yet. They've forced Deadfox to pull over towards the site. He's only got a P250. I guess the danger man is Sticko at this point, and Bondic should be played in here. Simple just doesn't expect him to be waiting in such a passive angle, but the trade comes out for Flamey waiting in sandwich.
Yeah, Bondic had no further information about the second man on that A site. And for Sticko, for Bondic, sorry, you don't know if there's only one player lurking at A or if it's going to be a hit. C's won't check his corner. Pistols in CSGO are good, especially when you take the opponent by surprise, and Hellraisers again make it a 2v2.
Well, if anything's to go by so far, it's going to be a Na'Vi round. Let's see how they define the situation. So they've got a smoke, a nade, a couple of bits and pieces to play this one out. Flamey's in connector. It looks like they're heading towards A for now. They can switch up. They've got 30 seconds. They're going to just power it through. So both of the Hellraisers playing from CT. Sticko, Deadfox here. There we go. Nice shot from Sticko. Going to back away a little. Find a deeper angle. Edward's going to plant right in the middle of that smoke, and it's hard to find this. You can see Sticko aiming towards default. Not there.
Too far.
Now on the edge of the smoke, it's Edwards! And of course he gets the job done. All picked up. GG, 6-1. And yeah, even when the odds are stacked against you, he just sees the shadow, and it's more than enough for this man. Edward, always rising to the occasion.
And if you see that from Sticko's point of view, it actually looks like Sticko saw him first. Edward saw only a very small amount of him, but this is Guardian as well. Some nice flicks to get himself onto the B side, and that really should have been enough to win the round there. Good work from Hellraisers to keep themselves back in, but again, 2 rounds in a row with individual brilliance to keep Na'Vi going.
4 players in connector. This could be a problem, actually, because Na'Vi are doing the same thing they did before. Are they really going to lose to just a USPS? Oh my god, almost no investment from Hellraisers this round. And it's all down to Seized in a 1v2. Now, of course, Hellraisers don't have armor, they don't have a kit. They can pick up guns, but, Seized has it all. But then again, Hellraisers did just take down 4 of their teammates.
Yeah, sitting in apps, so that's a pretty strong position to be playing in here. Smoke towards short. So it has to be an underpass play. Now, you want to stack this with two AK players now. There's no armor. Came through short, they came through the smoke, but no, C's gets a 1v1 to start this one off with. Bodic knows where he is, but that may not be enough. Molly down, and C's forced back. No chance.
Really smart then from C, just purely because he knows they won't have a kit. He knows he won't have a smoke, so he just, you know, Molly's down. Even though it's quite early on the timer, he knew that it was fine for that. Bondic has got the AWP, though, doesn't land the shot, and it's all for nothing. AWP will be recovered, it has been. Back in the hands of C's. Now, of course, it was sloppy. That's not how you want to see a round play out if you're Na'Vi. You're not happy losing to USPSs, but you win the round in the end, so you're 7-1 up. You're not too fussed.
Yeah, it keeps the economy of Na'Vi at bay, if anything. For Hellraisers, in the last 3 rounds consecutively, they've managed to get it down to 1 player on the side of Na'Vi, if not more. So that's decent for them. 5K is what Na'Vi are topping out at this round, and that's not too bad. That's something you can get over. But losing more rounds from here is going to be harder for Hellraisers in terms of the morale, in terms of their momentum pushing forward. So now, seized and simple over towards the B side. It's Flaming Edward here in spawn. Again, expecting some aggression, kind of thinking back to the prior round, but USP play in towards mid for Hellraisers. Wondering if they'll try it again.
Is this the CT smoke? If it's the walk forward, see if he moves forward here. You can smoke towards CT from this, and it could encourage the players on A to hit out. You can do 1-2 connector from here, but we'll see what he goes for. Waiting for whatever timing it is. Thank you for that lovely view. So we've got the 2 players as well waiting towards A. 2 joining over by B. What is this seized? Are they faking A? This is a real nice A fake if it is. Here we go. Yeah, walks forward, smokes it, and it is the deep jungle one. What is this one?
Just a general.
That's a nice smoke though. Yeah, it's a nice jungle smoke. I think we saw Shazam doing that, and everyone got like excited about it on Reddit. But anyway, it's a nice A fake because then you sent 2 players through towards ramp, you cause rotates, but there's still 2 players here on B. They haven't seen the bomb. Exactly. So they're fine. They see the bomb now, and they get the job done. Nicely played out from Hellraisers, not falling for that. Even though it's a nice plan in theory, it doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, it was a nice setup, but the execution was honestly kind of garbage there. I mean, you actually look at all these Na'Vi players, these peaks that they're making, there's no smoke, there's no flash, okay? All of that utility, a lot of it at least was used to set up the idea of the fake here. So I believe it was Edward and Flamey maybe in spawn. They pushed out of T-ramp with very little except the smokes that were faked from across the map. So you still do want that you can sort of go in clean like that and get a couple kills or trade some stuff out. Yes.
Such animals. Dead Fox, don't do it. Don't do it, Dead Fox.
Definitely do it, Dead Fox.
But yeah, I think this is just highlighting how Na'Vi are trying to play this one out. They're not being subtle about the fact they still have those 2 guns on Seized and Guardian, nor where they are. So at the moment, looking to make the play.
Just some smoke play for the moment. Seized actually took a little bit of kneecap damage there, I think, as it was Zero just spamming through apartments. 3 players in the mid for Na'Vi. Late smoke to mid window. I have a modicum of control. The AWP for Guardian will be important here. Now that's the That's a smoke from short there, so that essentially takes the role of Edward's near side connector smoke. This gives Guardian that more control. Deadfox won't peek that. Flash into ladder, and Guardian now wants to pick it short. Can't find the angle. Angel catches him out. Edward, though, challenges nicely. Picks himself up the AWP, but he's low. He needed to complete that kill to give Na'Vi any real momentum running in.
Oh, and sees 6 HP in the molly. No, that's rough. It's taken down so low. Time to switch over that AK. Get the job done. Give it over to Simple. Let's see if he can go hero with this rifle. Not going to be easy. Still a player on CT on A. One round the back of jungle. And you've got the player on short who could peek out. Zero can do anything he wants here at this point. Simple's going to try and cut right between them, get some map control.
Is he spotted?
He'll be heard, though. So players know where he is. That's the rotate being called right now. And there, Molly as the reaction, 10 seconds now. Simple's going to run in and bang out these shots back to back. It doesn't happen, and there's the shutout. Hellraisers play it calm after what could have been a dangerous round. They deny the two players who had the rifles, or rifle and the AWP. So now it's time for Na'Vi to chill out. They're down to 2K. Yeah, they can just eco this one. They don't need to double eco. Really.
Yeah, put your feet up at home, guys. Edward going to buy himself a Desert Eagle into this round to give him a little bit more spice, but that's really it. Na'Vi, always known to respect the time-honored tradition of shouting up and buying pistols when you get wrecked a couple rounds in a row. There's a more technical term for that somewhere, but we can gloss over. And it looks like a hit towards A. Now, this is going to be unaided by smokes, flashes, or Molotovs. It's going to be purely someone makes a call, and they run.
Now, where's Edward in all this?
Chilling top mid, hoping for some sort of peek. He's got the Desert Eagle, right? So, looking for a peek mid. Ooh, Deadfox actually peeked mid and got hurt for it.
Okay, Guardian spots on CT. So far, no real damage done. Edward's found Angel, there it is. But Hellraiser's keeping it nice and clean again. Stabilizing the money after it's been a very close couple of rounds prior to that, even though they were starting to win them out. There was a couple of rounds prior where there's one left alive for Na'Vi. So if they can bring that economy back to their favor, you can see it's starting to become quite robust. 8K sitting on Deadfox, that's an AWP upgrade. Instantly drops out the M4 that he had over to Angel, who's now got full utility and well set. So, good stuff for Hellraisers. They could get a decent half out of this, or at least a half that's recoverable. For Na'Vi, let's see what they bring now. They've been reminded, we are human. We do bleed real blood on occasion. Smoke down towards top mid, only to allow one player out. High flash goes in, and a quick play. This could be to try and signify that we're going mid again. It's not the case, of course, because the A play is coming out right now. They're going in dry towards A. So, again, trying to keep the attention from Hellraisers elsewhere, but Hellraisers just aren't buying what Na'Vi are trying to sell.
Well, it's not that convincing as well. I don't really think the pitch is great, Lauren. That's the issue. Again, that pressure on towards A without flashes or any other utility to get you in doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Na'Vi get very little for it. Now, that's information. That's gold. Sees 0. But does he expect him to be on the big? He should at least conject that 0 has jumped up. Now he'll know for sure. So this is an important in for Na'Vi. It's going to allow Guardian to get through.
This so keenly. And he's going to wait. This is what I like. It's going to kind of give away a second. He was going to see if there was anyone else there. No one was moving up. Takes a shot. He does die in the end, but now it's
surprised
Guardian
Angel
on
expected
1v3.
him to be there. That was a very good reaction from him. 1v3 Guardian. We've seen it. It happens. It's a thing. 74 points of health. No helmet. Now the spray down. He's very low after that one. 1 point of health is just not going to be enough, and Deadfox can literally just shoot into the breeze and find him. So Hellraisers bringing back 5 rounds here, and there's definitely a sense of Na'Vi letting Hellraisers back into the game with, again, committing 2 players to A when there's not a lot of support there. Sometimes it's just for a fake and having them get completely wrecked. Just like that. That trade is okay, but you've already lost 2 players before those kills came out.
Okay. 5-7 now. Eco from Na'Vi. They can buy up a little bit. They could buy up some pistols. No. Oh, what is that from Edward at the end? Okay. We've got the couple of rifles, couple of pistols. That was a very late buy in this round.
Well, I mean, this is serviceable, but really lacking in utility. There's no point wasting any of this even towards mid, like your standard catwalk and top mid smokes you probably just forget about. How interesting. 3 into underpass now, so Seized is going to try and work with the trio of Simple Flame in Edward with mid control. They're going to have to do it in the budget manner, though. Deadfox helps them out by sort of moving away now, probably peeking towards Connect. Now he sees the player. Edward wasn't expecting that. And Deadfox is able to flash himself out of there, but Simple and Flame is still committed to this. So want to come through Connector. This might be able to surprise Deadfox. He might not be ready for this. Smoke's there. Fondic, though, sees Simple coming. come through, or Flamey, should I say. Simple holds strong, 2 for him.
So hard to back away from that position when you've got pressure coming in from multiple angles. And now it's the 3v2. Simple trying to hold this cross here, but the bomb goes hunting Seized. You've got the bomb, back away, what are you doing? Just leave Simple to that. It's fine. 2v2, and Simple falls. Now it's just down to Seized, who's so desperate for the fight. Now he's got to take it.
You may not know there was 2 players stacked in towards jungle. So now Deadfox and Zero interconnector. They had to go together, but Seized has an opportunity here to catch him out. A quick spray might get the job done. Goes for the peak. Fortune favours the bold in many occasions, but Zero is there. He's quick, at least enough to get that response. Hellraisers put their 6th on the board.
Hellraisers just worked it out. They got it down. They finally have everything they need. Deadfox is starting to make a bit of an impact as well. He's finding a bit of play here.
Got a bit of money too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's doing all right. Can buy up himself perfectly fine in this. And actually, they can end this on a very competitive half. If they close out the next, the next available, they're in a very good spot here. Now, for Na'Vi, full buy, full purchase. Everything you'd want. You've got the Orps out, you've got Mollies galore. This is the round you want to remind them. All right, we were doing pretty well at this map. You've had a resurgence, but we're coming back into it now. Guardian, no luck through connector. Molly's already there from Edward. And Edward needs to be careful. Look how open they are. They're so actively looking for fights here.
Almost daring someone to peak that mid window.
There's a
even a
boost in
2-man
mid.
boost in mid.
Look at Guardian over the smoke as
But
well.
Again, you're beating Orcs, 9 times out of 10 by forcing them to sort of flick it off angle, but that's Flamey. Pushes in towards A. It almost looks too easy for him. Angel kind of being left out in the cold out of this one. He's on T-ramp. He's got an opportunity to work with the rest of his team, but he needs to wait. At least for the time being. That's Zero, astutely spotting Edward just out of the corner of the smoke. Makes a bit of noise. They'll know he's in the mid window, but that's smoked at this stage.
Zero, again, finds another. We're down to 2v2. Bomb hasn't been picked up nor collected. Seized. Finally gets it in hand, but in between him is the man we've been talking about, Zero, and they're both kind of predicting this could be here. Zero's waiting, Seized is there, and Zero's doing it all. 3 kills, keeping his team in this round. And a 7-7 scoreline coming into this wouldn't be bad at all after the shocking first couple of rounds they had. This is a good recovery, but it is Simple.
But
Maybe
it's
a
not
nickname.
easy, Lauren.
Yeah,
It's not
exactly.
easy.
Let's see what he can do with this. 30 seconds, so many angles to check, and it's just too many for him. Zero will close out with 4 kills that round. So well played.
That's 6 in a row for Hellraisers, following that up. So it's been a very competitive second part of this half for them, at least. And that was well predicted. Good timing to wait for the play with the bomb to push through, and that's Zero, my man, having a good game for himself thus far. That's not just him. Bondix also had a vast improvement over his first map tonight. And Avi's just seemed to be that little bit muted, a little bit quiet. The yellow and the black just a little bit, few shades duller this evening. Avi's buy leaves a little bit to be desired as well.
Yeah, not exactly what you're wanting, but here we go. Another cheeky little boost. They're trying so many of these off-angle boosts. Bondic will find Edward there as well. It's going to spur on the rest of Na'Vi to make the hit count, but a bit of a brick wall begins as it's not easy to work through this, but Seized is amongst them, right next to 2 to be precise, and he walks out at the right time. Now Deadfox has time to adjust. Molly goes in, but Flamey's already punished Bondic, and it's already a 4v3, but brought back.
Yeah, just as Deadfox was peeking again, is this Na'Vi throwing a round away that they had such control in? It's possible. Guardian now has a chance to plant it. This is where Na'Vi need to collect themselves. Last round of the half, they need to make it work, but Flamey's down. Guardian's lost his wingman now. He needs to do it on his own. 2 very low health opponents on the map. 1 goes down. Now looking for 1 more. Guardian makes it happen through the top of the box. Stunning work from Na'Vi. They bring it back at the end of the half. It's 8-7. After 6 or 7 rounds, 1 in a row by Hellraisers. It's Guardian here to stand tall. Don't tell me you even saw the play through there. I don't even want to know.
What a half coming through there. Na'Vi making... This game is back and forward, but it's a very unique sort of version of it, right? It's a very strange atmosphere. Hellraisers finally working it out. Na'Vi having such a good first stretch of results. Who knows where this is going to go in the second half?
Break time. We'll see you soon. All right, Lauren, we're back here. It's Mirage and Hellraisers lifting their standard, to say the least, up against Na'Vi.
Yeah, well, after the first debut that we saw from them coming into this on Inferno, you had to hope that that was going to be the case. And it didn't look like it at the start. It was a very one-sided beginning. Na'Vi get themselves very quickly up towards that 7-round marker. But then it happened. Hellraisers turned up their game. Everyone started to operate on a higher level, and they brought it back. Now, it didn't end up perfect for them, but an 8-7 half is good enough. Of course, the last round secured there by Guardian was a little bit of that magic you can see him bringing out every now and then. A very, very talented man, of course. So, now it's all on you, Hellraisers. What do you have on your T side? Na'Vi, already showing what they've got. I don't know how far they can take this one.
We've seen Na'Vi's T sides be, by and large, more successful than their CT sides. Generally, I mean, that's almost the way this map kind of goes sometimes, but I like watching the pace that they can bring on their T side. CT, well, it's going to be something for them to be thinking about now, looking in, as Hellraisers are also a team known for its aggression, especially players like Angel. He's almost that original, really up-in-your-face player from way back when. He's not messing around, and now that he's flanked with players like Sticko, Zero, and Deadfox, who really know how to turn up the heat, this is going to be an important half coming in. Deadfox had the AWP a little bit as well in that last half, managed to actually make some moves with it. Even Sticko picked it up in a couple rounds there, showing that he wasn't too bad at the rifle either. Options are plenty for Hellraisers now as they move into their T side.
We've said before about them, they do seem to have quite a lot of those scripted sort of ideas how to approach their T sides. And looking at the purchase they've made, it's almost symmetrical to what we saw out of Na'Vi. It probably won't be the same hit, but you can see that they bought the exact same items. And I'm wondering if they're going to go for just a quick A hit, smoke out, see if Zero can make something happen from this. And let's see how those smokes go as well.
Well, it'll just be Flamey actually sitting on that A side to begin with now. Have some help at least from Connector. So a couple of smokes come down. Flamey needs to do a little bit of heavy lifting on his own for the moment. Tries to avoid Zero, but gets absolutely nothing done. Guardian, though, with the P2K, finds one out of Connector, but Na'Vi need to respond now.
Did they fail on those smokes as well? That's made it even trickier. They get all the info. They see everything now through Connector, if not land shots. But it is a 43 retake. There's still a chance here for Hellraisers, especially when Deadfox lands that sort of shot. But C's now in trouble. Double face over by CT means that Hellraisers stay in this one. It's a 2v2 now, and they've got to play back into this. Na'Vi, Edward watching the push up from CT. Guardian's there as well, and well, there it is. Shut out of that one between Zero and Bondic. Well played between the two of them towards CT then.
Yeah, and you know what as well? I'm sorry. Na'Vi, not great aim in that round. There are a lot of those battles. You're using USPs, right? You need to hit the heads. That's pretty straightforward stuff. They're getting pretty wrecked by Glocks pretty consistently in that round. Not ideal. Sort out. Sort out.
What is this by as well? 2 Galils? I haven't seen that in years. Oh dear. Well, they work. Seems you know, the UMP isn't everything. Still got 3 UMPs, of course, so not too surprising. A little quick smoke towards Connector. And Edward trying to make some little bit of magic happen there towards short with the Deagle, but he's not going to have much luck. And Hellraiser's taking a trip around the map here, but speaking of Deagle, Simple will make his ring true, but Hellraiser's still heading towards B.
Yeah, it's always traded out, though, every time. Seas now has the scout. Deadfox is susceptible to one hits from that weapon, but Angel's found Flamey elsewhere, and it looks like it might be headed over towards that A side. Angel and Sticko have control of that mid building. Sticko doesn't notice the player on his left, but still, there was cover there for him after Angel went down. Comfortable rounds here for Hellraisers. The pistol definitely seemed pretty straightforward for them, and Na'Vi just have to take 5 and wait for their chance to buy out properly.
Yeah, you're not looking for much in this round coming out from Na'Vi. Got a Zeus on Edward. See what he can use it.
It's just a tribute to a fallen comrade, that's
exactly, 2 of them.
Wow.
Simple and Eddie, what are you up to? What are these 2 up to? They going together? No? Okay, different plans. There's the underpass nade. So they know that someone's watching it, so he's got to be a little bit mindful of that. So Edward's just going to play on timing, however he feels, if he has information. And here we go. Maybe get a bit of Zeus action. It's not what you expect. And no. Zero is faster, better, stronger, gets the job done.
Better hair too, sorry. Well, it happened. The Zeus came out, it didn't find too much. Simple has one as well, but Flamey otherwise engaged at the top of mid. Deadfox and Sticko able to just juggle him pretty comfortably now. Hellraisers a plethora of options. They've opened up their map. They've made themselves pretty comfortable pulling forward. And now not losing any weapons for them here, again, would be really, really nice. Save that bank. And they're going to make the way over towards that B side. Simple, all on his own over at A. Guardian going to join him. So, what are you saving though, boys? That's the real question. A Zeus. All right.
They're just into it. They believe in the Zeus.
Not a terrible time to discuss things as well for
No,
Na'Vi, especially coming into this gun round.
Yeah, it's a good time to have a little bit of a chat as well. They can maybe get some exits. They're hearing steps, so could do with doing any sort of damage here. Not going to happen that time.
Dude, the Zeus, come on, man.
Simple. Simple. No.
Behind him up.
I like the ambition on it, though. Just jumping in like, please, just get me far enough. Anyway, all that aside, those rounds are out of the way. Hellraisers picked them up quite cleanly in the end. We do finally get the buy coming back in from Na'Vi. It will mean very low on utility because there's just very few kills for them throughout that. So they're down to bare minimum. No kits across the board. A couple of smokes, maybe a few nades.
No
one
kits.
flash.
That's okay.
They've opted for the head armor as well, maybe just purely because they still believe that those UMPs are going to be in play. There's, you know, there is method maybe to the madness, but so far, I have to wait and see. Two players now crossing out towards mid. Edward catches a glimpse of one. Does know Dead Fox is there as well. One pinching through run pass. There's a bit of a mid-play control here coming out from Hellraisers, but the success is coming through from Palace. Flamey continuing the chase, even though Simple's...
Yeah, a two-man push in towards Palace for Na'Vi. Not bad. It's not actually something the Hellraisers tried at all on their CT side, should I say? But it didn't work out, so that's by the by. It's going to be Sticko into ladder room now. Smoke prevents him from seeing Guardian, but he definitely hears the shots as he tries to back away. Big times for seized, and he's not able to stand to the occasion now. Edward needs to deliver, but they're risky peaks indeed, and Angel gets two as they enter onto B.
Yeah, Guardian's got the cross, but such good positions already coming in for Hellraisers. They're in fine spots
Angel's
here.
just wrecking them.
And they're going hunting. Look at this. Angel is so quick on the hunt for this one. Looking to see, mate, could he get an AWP? You know, theorying, was there a chance for it? We just want to get the guns away and get the full upgrade. If we can get Sticko another gun, even better. No repurchase for them required, really, apart from utility. Moves down. One Guardian will not be moved. Staying alive, even though the round has slipped away from him. But will he expect bonding?
No way.
No. Can't do it all. But Hellraisers did have a bit of cheekiness in that round. They still have the UMP, so they're fine on money. That's still perfectly fine, and it probably means there'll be an AWP coming out for Dead Fox purely just how much money he's on. So that could be a factor. And see if he runs it. I'm not sure how he feels on the T side, if it's something he wants to go to. Might not. At the moment, though, Na'Vi going to have to respect this one. Their money's in dire straits.
Angel aggression. He just stands there, doesn't even AD, and just taps at the corner, pre-firing and waiting for Edward to peek again. Hard to play around that, and Angel now finding a burst of speed. Hellraisers are going to need it here. They've got themselves a 3-round buffer, but it takes more than that to win in CS. They have, however, forced Na'Vi down to only 3 kits of armor, 2 helmets, and no utility to speak of. Obviously, the helmet factor not so important now that all of those UMPs have been traded in, but still. Now, comes the push on B. Seized is going to be blocked out from this one. He does see zero as the smoke comes up.
I really like those smokes, though. They've done like a set piece. This is kind of not necessarily the highest standard of hits towards B, but it's a nice idea behind it. But now they need to keep it clean. It's trying to not lose out on players, and Guardian's having none of it. Seized, plays back in. Guardian again finds Angel, and now we're down to 2v1. Sticko stands up so far. No! He ends it like that. What an animal.
Sticko that up, your Na'Vi. Almost had the round, but the pistols were not enough to get it done. Get it up, you boys. Hellraisers lead by 4. This is looking like some really good CS now from them. And yeah, you say that it's maybe not a super elaborate execution on B, but we don't really see any kind of multi-smoke execution on their B side. The fact that they block both arches of Connector is just interesting in itself.
I like it. It's what you kind of want to see from teams like Hellraisers, because I don't think you'd put them necessarily tier 1 on occasion. They do slip a little on their own accord. They've definitely been getting the results to back it recently, that they're starting to get up there. But I'll come back to this point in a second, because that angle, that looked so on, but I think he moved at the end and it just kind of denied the shot. But that looked so close. That's very unfortunate. But you kind of want them to put the time in to be able to do that sort of thing. That's what you get the time to do. You're not flying to events every week. You're not doing, PR sessions every 2 days. And it's good to see. It's nice to see. But look at the attention from Na'Vi towards mid. You basically got Seized on B, Guardian on A. Flamey's playing through Connector, kind of by jungle. He's been found. And now the hit comes in, but will it check Simple? He does get 1, but he falls. So now, again, good numbers, like the Wolfpack hit coming out from Hellraisers here.
Yeah. War of attrition being lost for Na'Vi in this round. It's been effective trades, efficient trades across the map, and Hellraisers find another. It's Edward. Guardian, he gets spotted out, and the nade lands right at his feet. Seized. That's the wrong weapon for that kind of fight, my friend. You're not saving yourself the AWP, and Hellraiser's now getting off to quite the lead. It's got to be a pause here for Na'Vi. Something's got to give. That damn wall is breaking, and they need something to plug it with, and the USPS is not going to be enough.
Mitch, this is good for everyone out there apart from Moses as well. His fantasy team, it may not be flawless. I was getting worried when I saw Inferno. I was starting to get a little bit,
Oh, Flamey's getting pumped, though. My team's going to get wrecked.
Good stuff.
Does he have Seized and Edward on his team?
He had Flamey and Simple, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's Simple. Yeah, see, I've got Flamey in my team as well. It's not a good thing. I'm not enjoying this. To be fair, I'm currently beating... it's not really... I'm currently beating someone who doesn't even update his team anymore, and Henry G's. So it's not really saying much anymore, is it really?
Look.
He's broken. Hank has taken over. There's no way... It's not like that Yu-Gi-Oh guy where he transforms when it's time to duel. He's just stuck in Hank G mode. I don't know. He's got that thing around his neck that glows. Either way.
He's got a choker on, you're saying?
Yes, he does. It's really nice. Hank G wears a choker. Not where you expect it to be either.
I don't even want to start this conversation. God help me.
He also wears a garter belt, but that one you can't see when you wear shorts.
Fantastic. All right, 2 seconds till the unpause comes in, and it can't be quick enough to save me from what I was probably about to say. So, Hellraiser's full buy, good money, everything's looking nice and spicy. Whoa, what are they what is this? What is this?
You asked for spicy, Lauren.
I love it. It's like small nuances. I guess that they know they're going to be on a bit of a crappy buy, so they're maybe expecting that mid-aggression. Maybe try and push somewhere, and they have, but they push towards Palace, not towards middle. So it was actually quite a nice idea from it, but the pick still goes over towards Hellraisers. That's going to alleviate a lot of what maybe Na'Vi could have achieved there, especially considering I'm pretty sure C's was one of the players who had a UMP.
Yeah, I think he was trying to play through underpass there. I think that's where Dead Fox may have caught him. Either way, that's bad news for Na'Vi to lose that one early on the round. And yeah, true to form, this is the second time we've actually seen Na'Vi put 2 players in towards Palace. They'll stay there. They've actually got Edward watching towards the spawn route and Flamey watching towards the balconies. So they're not going anywhere. This is some back-to-back level stuff. And we'll see if it's going to be enough. Edward has a 5-7. Hellraiser's playing this slowly. The off angle was there for Edward, but he's able to correct, and that's Bonic. He finds yet another one. Na'Vi now starting to sink. Can't really keep themselves afloat when Hellraisers are keeping the pressure up like this. It's crazy. But Simple has a UMP. A long way from the action, though. He's the only one with the kit as well. There's no chance to win this round.
There's so much utility left on Hellraisers. This would need like one of those hero individual moments from one of these 2 players, either Guardian or Simple. Both very able to do it, but you look at the situation.
The spirit is willing, but the body is weak, Lauren.
Something along those lines.
And so is the Deagle in some cases. Probably not the ideal retake weapon. We'll see. Guardian tried it. Yeah, trying to do something. We'll never know. And now Simple on his own. He has a kit, but he doesn't really have the time. Does he want to back away? He's probably worrying about getting caught via mid-room. You're smoking the bomb. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. All he really did in that round was contribute to global warming, but that's fine. 14-8. Hellraiser didn't have the weapons. This is where Na'Vi can buy up. Maybe a double AWP on the CT side. Okay, I like it. Something's got to change, and this might just be the tickets.
Double up. All right. Bondic. What is this smoke? Is this the window smoke? Yeah, this should drop in towards mid window. You run forward until you hit the fence. And it should drop in now. There is. Look at that shot. Who's observing? Is that Pat or Rush? I don't know.
Probably Pat.
Whoever it is, yeah, Pat probably. She's diligent.
She's on
but yeah, so
she
far,
is all that.
Yeah, so far good stuff. Hellraiser's getting a little bit of mid control. Probably gonna have to battle it out a little bit. There are still players closest by. You got Flamey up towards Ladderum. I think it's Edward up on short. They're not letting them take full mid control, but you can see them vying for it. But Hellraisers aren't really tendering towards that much yet. You got the slow build up through underpass, clearing this one out. Molly goes towards short to push Edward off the angle. And here we go.
There is smoke there, Angel. Wants to flash himself through it. He's actually there with Sticko and Zero. And Guardian takes the first and the second down. Oh, there could be more to fall. And Guardian, you know he wants it. Waiting for the other player, but it was actually simple with the other AWP. Chimes in, finds the kill, slowing the pace down, but Deadfox somehow finds simple. It's a 1v3 though. You don't often see him win these, and he just decides for the Molotov at the wrong moment.
And the bomb's surrounded completely and utterly. Cheeky little smoke over the top there, trying it out. Don't know if it's going to work at this point. You've got 3 players all in one place. Surely you don't get this job done. 30 seconds. He's trying to bait out the shot, trying to bait out anything. There's one. There's a player just above him on the stairs as well. And it might be Edward just to hand out the execution. Maybe not. It's still a 1v2. Deadfox again, desperate for this bait. Toying with Guardian. You can't toy with a beast like that. 4 kills for Guardian that round. And a lifeline for Na'Vi.
And one of the things we see Guardian do so many times is take an excellent first shot, and his repositioning for the second and subsequent shots is always very good. He keeps himself safe, gives him the split second he needs to scope back in again and get ready to hold the angle, and then he lets rip. One of my favorite clips of him is playing inside checkers on Cash on that B site on CT. It was fantastic. I believe he got 4 in that case. It's what he does so well. And sometimes just committing more and more resources to a player like him is not the answer.
Oof. What is the answer for Hellraiser? Still okay on money. Weird smoke in mid. What was that? I don't think he meant it. I don't know
was it towards connector or?
Kind of, but Seized could be having fun here. Here comes the B hit. Molly goes in. It actually goes down as well. I thought I might have gone into the smoke, but it's brilliant. Seized denies everything before it begins. 2 big kills there. Holds them up. The little pronax flash. Molly comes out back in return, but he's seen it all now. 3 players stuck here. They can abort. They can run off. This is still 1 minute 10 seconds. And I would not want to be going to B if I was them.
Yeah, but they need to be quick. If they want to go to A, they need to make sure they're not running into something that's already been set up. Simple was on his way to B, expecting that it would be a full commitment, but now he's backing up. And Flamey will at least be able to spot this. Unlikely that he'll break the barrier at this stage. Probably just try and see if there's anyone playing up close. And Angel, you've got to be expecting a player in ladder room by this point. I don't terribly hate the idea of going to B, albeit via a different route. If you're Hellraisers, you still have 3 players, 35 seconds. That's the only concerning part here. They lost half a minute purely getting into position.
Flamey might be able to spot some of this as well. If he goes to the right side by that little bit of a check window, you can see it. He's definitely going to hit that. Angel somehow gets the better of him, though. That's a bit of a problem. Now, Simple's the one who can stop this before it fully starts. 15 seconds. Let's see how he plays this one out. There's 3 players about to just hammer it towards him.
You gotta go. Simple. Close. Finds the pick.
That's the bomb.
Guardian found the first one as well. It's the no-scope that gets it done. Sticko to fall. And there was a chance there. There was an opening for Hellraisers created by Angel in the middle of the map. But look at this play. You almost think he's going to go for that high peak. He's getting ready for any angle, and he judges it just so well.
Those shots from Simple, he does it so often as well. It's so hard to watch when you're seeing the opponent having to suffer from what he can do damage-wise. So many moments that man can provide where he just hits those follow-up shots again so well. Somewhat different to Guardian in style, but they do get the same results.
Guardian plays some really nice close-angle LARPing as well. I mean, I remember when he finished the map on Train with that ridiculous no-scope up close. I mean, you can do it. And if you watched a recent, was it a GIF retweeted or something of Simple practicing? He's playing the Uletical map, the aimbots map, and he's literally no-scoping everything from 20 paces. So He got like 6 in a row.
Just putting in the hours, why
Pretty
not?
nuts.
Eh?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play like Simple, you got to train like Simple, I believe was the caption. Attack pause here for Hellraisers. They realize they're so close. They still have a lot of money, but this is the last round. After this, they're going to be heading over towards pistols. They're going to have to behave themselves.
Hey, let's not ever write out how much impact a double AWP can have. We see that Fnatic seem like two different teams. There's the Fnatic when they can afford 2 AWPs, and the Fnatic when they can't. It could be we either win a game very drastically or we can lose a game very drastically. It's something that can change so much. Now, we haven't seen Na'Vi running it as much as they used to, it seems. Like, maybe they moved a little away from it. We started becoming a little bit of a question. In fact, like, do we like them running
Well, we asked it so much because we were very excited about the prospect of Simple AWPing in this team.
Yep.
And then we found out that was confirmed by Simple himself on his stream. So, like, I'm actually going to be the secondary AWPer in this team. Like, okay, fine. Hopefully there's a lot of double AWP play. That's kind of what you hope when, at least at that time anyway, when we were following the whole transfer of Simple to Na'Vi and wondering what kind of role he was going to take on. This is a very different role than he had in Liquid, it's safe to say. But still, this double AWP, by and large, is paying off really nicely now for Na'Vi.
Okay, so let's look at the start. It looks like we're going to see the mid-window smoke from Bondik again. This is it, going through. That'll be fine. Now Sticko and Deadfox do the flashes back-to-back. Allows them to play out from this. And again, vying for that early mid-control, but that's not what Na'Vi are playing for. Bearing in mind, they do have the double AWP, so it'd play well towards it. Na'Vi's still playing kind of, you've got Simple over by A, playing quite passive. They're almost giving them A, almost, and then playing on the retake of it. It's the only man who stops the initial hit, I guess, really is Simple at this point, playing up on the balcony on the toll booth area. He's got no one towards jungle. Guardian can be there, but he's also got to care for window. He's got to care for just about everywhere else. So it's a little tough here, but Hellraisers may be falling into somewhat of an A hit here. Eldred's not actually quite on short at the moment, so they might have safe passage after that part, but beyond that, it all gets a bit rocky, and this is why Simple waits on the other side.
Is Guardian going to flash himself through the smoke? Oh, I think he went for that one, but Simple managed to find Sticko to start things off. Now this double AWP comes into play. Like Surgeon Scalpels, they're going to apply themselves to this A side and try and dig Hellraisers out. So far, it's only been AWP kill. Zero somehow survives that one. I'm not sure how, but Guardian is getting kill after kill. 3 for him in the round. What do you do about these double AWPs? Hellraisers now have no money to work with, so they don't even get to test any theory they might have in the next round. 4 kills across AWPs for Na'Vi.
Only Flamey to be able to chime in with the rifle to finish that one off. And there's still money.
I got some money
on Hellraisers, but generally you fall back to sight hits. Direct sight hits. You don't go past mid, don't collect anything, just go straight towards the site. And that's probably why we're seeing such a way more attentive play towards B from Edward. He's kind of fallen off of short, playing actively towards it, maybe expecting that to be the next answer. And this is exactly, again, 3 players towards B, because they think this is the logical step for Hellraisers to go to. And actually, they're not doing it again. They're trying something different. It does mean you're still going to have to try and get past Simple. If you play out of Palace like this, they're still going to have to handle that. Now, they've fallen off of B because it wasn't just that direct hit. You've got them kind of dispersing throughout the map. Edward now more just basically towards short. Nades coming in. And we'll see how they try and sell this one.
They really have put Simple in charge of this A site at the moment. So it needs to be quick. Deadfox is actually AWPing from Palace here. The first pick could really open the side up. Flamey also just took his charge peeking out from jungle. Molotov's up in apartments. Oh, Sticko. Hate to see it happen. He had 1 health left and 0 response. He gets the kill. He finally goes down, and that's the trade. That's the entry over on towards his side. No! Flamey can't find that kill. That might make things a heck of a lot harder here for Na'Vi. And with one player, you have to believe that's true at this stage.
An easy Edward 1v3. Sticko 1 HP, Angel 17, Deadfox sitting pretty on 100. Edward fluffs the movement, doesn't go for it.
And take 2. No.
Nice.
Angel's there now.
Keeping the AWP, and CT becomes the issue. Deadfox takes the fight. And it played out well, that strategy in the end for Hellraisers. I was a little worried, but nicely done. Selling it on B, you can see the rotate. Guardian having to get over towards B, and oh god, what a way to die. Guardian, this man, oh
I can't believe we didn't see that first. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, you never expect to see that happening. That's
how
why
are you meant to
sometimes
ever, like, anti-strat that sort of thing, you know what I mean? Like, how'd you get
why
around
him just
that?
going stupid with AWPs? No,
Yeah.
you don't. You just don't. It is match point, though, ladies and gentlemen. And Hellraisers have everything that they need to win this round. C's can only afford himself a CZ at this stage. That's troubling.
Deadfox actively looking towards the C's. He's been playing this spot quite regularly. He's smoked out, though. Deadfox needs to back off from that. Nothing you can really do once that comes in. There's the boost again in mid. You can see the foot just above. That's Angels. Just wait and see if there's that mid aggression. We haven't really seen it from Na'Vi. Again, maybe just thinking, okay, they're kind of out of money, they're running low on money, let's, just in case they try something. Not a bad idea. Seized is slowly working up through B. This might give a wrong idea that he's got this far, but he should be aware this could be a possibility. Winterfox walks in, and he gets the shot delivered. Perfect work from him. Now it's a 5v4, though. How did Na'Vi play this one out? Edward could be in such a bad position if he gets caught out here from either side. 2 players up short, 2 through Palace. There's so many angles to be worried about now. Edward has to back towards site. Again, kind of being corralled around by Hellraisers here.
Yeah, we wanted a Hellraisers execution. We might have just got it for ourselves. Sticko with 2 on the entry. And this is looking bad. It's looking really bad for Na'Vi now. And even Guardian can't turn it around. It's got to be Flamey to deliver in a 1v4 situation with half of his health remaining. No grenades to be salvaged from the corpses on his way in. He needs to do it with nothing but the weapon. Good start. He took no damage from Sticko. Half a clip remains, but God, it's going to be hard for him to even get to this side. That Molotov is a problem, but he finds his second. Baby steps for Flamey. They're obviously out in the open. Good little pre-fire from Flamey, but it takes a bit too much damage now with 2 points of health. This is going to be a Herculean task to try and achieve. Bit of a tickle on the bomb. Going to force some play. 8 bullets left, though. He doesn't even have time to reload and get the second player. Oh, it's all but over. It is Bondic to find him. Comes around the backside. Prevents any chance of defuse, and Hellraisers split this series with Na'Vi. It was talked about, Lauren, off stream, that Hellraisers have been beating some quality opponents, and now I get to see it for ourselves here.
Yeah, it was really impressive. Mirage seemed like night and day to Inferno. I was a little worried that maybe Inferno had bled through into their minds, continued in the back there, but they really worked it out. After such a good start for Na'Vi too, they went off on that big run. It was recovered, and, well, credit to Hellraisers there. They fought tooth and nail for that.
Great recovery, and for Hellraisers, these are the things that they have to do if they're going to beat these top quality teams. Great second half from them, and now let's head over to the desk and have their take on the match that was.
Not too shabby. Hellraisers bounced back, a good win for them. A rough second half for Na'Vi. I think they were up 7-1 at some point, and they almost get blanked in that second half. This CT side of Mirage for Na'Vi has been causing them troubles for some time now.
Yeah, absolutely. After going 7-1 up as well, for okay, Inferno was bad for Hellraisers. Looks like it's more of the same, is what I kind of speculated going into this one. Started off exactly like that. It looked like Hellraisers, they had some mismanagement in terms of their economy to kick things off. We were kind of discussing on the desk saying it was weird that Winterfox couldn't get himself an AWP for so long, considering he had such a poor game with Inferno as well. Comes onto Mirage, just has a FAMAS in the first gun round. It looks really poor for them overall. But then they get a few rounds on the board. They actually got, like, I think it was 6 in a row, and they had a decent half. They finished 8-7 from that amazing 3-on-1 Guardian to finish the first half. And then, for some reason, Na'Vi just can't get on the board whatsoever in that second half. It's not till the dying sectors when it gets to a match point.
I think I got the 14-8 before
they
right?
And they start getting something together. At that point, it's just too little too late. And they make some interesting rounds there. They kind of bring it back to a convincing scoreline. But Hellraisers, they looked like the better team there after the first 8 rounds.
Yeah, I think in the first 7 rounds for Na'Vi as well, they had 2 bailout rounds. Cbble won that 2v1. And was it Edward or Guardian also won a clutch? So that kind of helps. I think one of them was a reset round as well, which gave them more of a buffer. On that CT side, yeah, the double ops were pretty good. They got some action going. Guardian with some highlight frags and stuff, and it seemed to work, but it was too little too late by then, and Hellraisers just had to close it out.
Should they have switched that earlier, or was it too little too late because they just didn't have the money for it earlier?
Obviously.
It's difficult to bring out a double op setup straight away, right? Like, especially when you don't get any rounds, you're 7-0 down yourself. Obviously, you're doing a lot of force buys there and trying to get the M4s out. Just you're trying to get something together. So when you start winning rounds, you can actually get the double ops out and actually do something with it. Once they did that, it was very good for them. But like we said, it was already a bit too late at that point. Very close to losing the game, and it was just about a matter of one mistake or one clutch going against them before it all fell apart. And yeah, credit to players like Sticko as well. What an amazing half he had there towards the end. It's actually very impressive.
That clutchy one, that was nuts. That
very
1B.
Good. Yep, very
nice little one tap.
Not too shabby, yeah. So nicely done from Hellraisers. They do bounce back. They go 1 for 1 in the evening. When we return, we'll get some mouse sports action. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
ESL 1 is coming back to New York City in 2017. September 16th to the 17th. Get your tickets now at ESL1.com.
Thank you for joining me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back here in my little corner. Our next match for the night is going to be Mouse Sports up against Heroic. And as I mentioned earlier on in the show, it's been a little bit of a tough run for Mouse Sports thus far. This weekend, they failed to make it into DreamHack via the qualifiers. But this isn't the first time this month that's happened. This happened earlier on in the month for their Star Ladder qualifiers, and they won't be featuring at that particular event in a week's time. If you think you've got what it takes and your team does to take these particular spots away from teams like Mouse Sports, then try your luck and skill over in the Mountain Dew League. The Mountain Dew League is giving amateurs a direct path into the ESL Pro League. To find out all the details on that, you can head over to esca.net/NDL for all your details. And of course, we've just seen Mirage, but now it's time to get Rush to show us how to do it like a pro.
Hey, Future Pros. Today we have a nice and simple smoke for mid-window. This smoke is very handy if you get stuck behind the mid boxes against an AWPer. This smoke should anger the AWPer immensely, so watch out for him rage peeking from connector. For this smoke, you will need to be behind the mid boxes. Crouch down in this corner and aim at the corner of this box. Then just let the smoke soar for around 3 minutes and you should have a perfect mid-window smoke. Good luck!
Another, what we're calling here on the desk, semi-decent pro tip. There are some weird things with that smoke you want to be careful of. Chad, do you want to fill us in on anything?
If you do it wrong, it can land too deep, and then the AWPer can actually use it as a one-way and a shroud of cover for him to take shots, raging and
That's
dissipating.
why, if I play Mirage and Rush, it all goes wrong.
Chad's going to have a new video feature called You Never Go Too Deep. It's going to be all about smokes. Anyways, Mouse Sports is taking on Heroic tonight. That's what we have coming up next. That's going to be, I mean, that we did highlight, Mitch did in that segment, some of the struggles Mouse Sports has been having. Really, I mean, what kind of started out as a great start to the season, I mean, they're still not bad. They're still in the top 6. I think they're 3rd seed, but they have dropped out, and I mean, they're just not looking as strong as the season started. So, I mean, this team, are we still feeling good about them, or is this kind of like the beginning of the downfall?
Well, the thing was that they did well against the Danes early on for Mouse Sports, right? They did well against Astralis. I think they might have I think they split it 1-1 against them, and they did well against Heroic as well. No, it was North, excuse me, they 2-0'd. So everyone looked at that and went, that's kind of impressive. The other results were, I guess, more as to what you'd expect to be seeing them. They did manage to lose out to Virtus Pro Online. It started to fall apart as of late, I guess. But beyond that, it was this good start that everyone was impressed with, NIP being swept under the rug. But then again, NIP weren't great at the start of the season either. It kind of all started to make sense. So they played a couple of opponents that weren't in prime form into the same sort of category as you'd expect. But still, all in all, they did have a good run at the start.
Yeah, no, we are going to get on to Heroic as well. And I mean, we're just going to get right into it because we're going to come up towards match time. We're running out a little bit of time. I know you have a clip of them doing some fun things in the lower bomb side on a nuke.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people do these wall of smokes outside and they get that lower control, but a lot of teams don't take it as well as what Heroic do. They get a lot of real estate when they do this before they get the bomb down. They're not just rushing into the bomb site to get control of this window room with numbers. There's 3 of them there right now. Snappy using his utility to cover off what I like to call Megaton. You've got other players. So Valdi has the vent rotation completely cut off. Snappy's gone and cleared. He's got Megaton covered. The bomb can go down. Yugi has this little decon door covered, and everything's basically covered by Heroic before they worry about planting that bomb. It's just about making sure, and Modi on the lurk is even better. So if you go into that lower bomb site, you need to make sure you clear all the doorways, all the corridors before you get that plant, because the last thing you need is a sneaky CT popping out and taking heads.
And it can obviously be tricky doing that because you have to use a lot of utility to even get in position to be able to take that lower bomb site. So you need to be very, very careful how you use all those smokes.
Precisely, Jason.
Yeah. Why Megaton? Is that because of the missile that used to be there?
No, it's Megaton because of Spawn's brother, wasn't it? He had an awesome Deagle clip from there. He had like a clutch in the movie Clutch 2, I believe. Check it out on YouTube. 1.6 greatness. Best game ever.
Yes, best game ever. Heroic is going to be their opponents, and these guys, I mean, there's a lot of talk. These Danish in-game leaders. Snappy is another one that's gaining a lot of respect. We have a different Nico, and then Valdi obviously is going to be a big star. Is the kind of the rising star in Denmark, who a lot of people just look at and say this is another incredibly talented player who is just kind of relegated to the 3rd best team in the country just because everyone else is so good as well.
Yeah, I think this match has got a bit of disparity to it. Mouse Sports haven't been exactly proficient on Nuke as of late. It's probably been one of their toughest matches, or at least maps, whereas Heroic are actually incredibly strong. It's one of their most played on it, still have a decent win rate on it. They do it against good teams. So I think that the Mouse Sports spiral might become apparent, at least on this map. They could recover on the other, but I think you probably should see Heroic with quite a strong standing on this.
It was last week they played Virtus Pro, and they hadn't lost a map this season outside of Nuke until VP. VP was like the only team that beat them on a map that wasn't Nuke. So even when they had this good run of form, yeah, they were very much a weak team on Nuke.
They've lost 4 maps and 3 of them have been Nuke.
Yeah, that is an easier way to put it.
3 of them have been.
It makes me wonder why they leave it in there. Can't you just straight ban other maps? Like in the
we
veto
won't
process?
get into the veto system, Lauren. It's too difficult. The
Have
mind
they actually
boggles.
explained it to you yet in full?
Yes. But
Don't go into it. We don't have time for this.
We don't have time.
I can see you stressing out as we go. Another person who was stressed out earlier today was Sadicus playing Witcher 3, which is very confusing. I don't know how you can get stressed out playing that, but take it away, Matt and Henry.
I mean, if you played real video games and understood real skill, you'd understand what frustration was. But you seem frustrated because you've already lost your hair, or at least pulled it all out.
Back to the hair.
Always will.
Well, we have a good game for you coming up here. Masters with Heroic. Heroic definitely on the ascendant right now. Great showing Katowice. Getting to the semi-finals, no less, as well. That was quite a good showing after winning their group. Mouse Sports also doing all right after losing Nico. I don't think anyone really expected that. So this could be a decent game coming up.
Could be.
Got to help me out a bit, Matt.
I don't think it will be.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
think both teams are actually. I think Heroic, yeah, they had a decent run of form in Katowice, but I think it was a one-off. I don't expect that to be something we see from them regularly, and I think most sports are just waiting to die at this point. No offense. I think I'm encouraged. I'm excited. I think Oscar's playing like he should be. I think Dennis has a little bit more freedom. I hope it continues, but I can't imagine with the schedule they've got coming up. They finally hit the point of the season where other teams are hitting a form now that they're getting used to their new lineups. And well, I mean, they themselves are doing the same, but everyone else is that they play is in a position that I think they're the underdog in just about every game they've got left.
Well, we'll see. They still are contention for the finals. They were
this game is one they could win.
Yeah,
this is the VP they had, and then I think they have Navi next week or someone along those lines. But this is a game they must win, in my opinion. Mouse Sports.
Difficult map against Heroic as well. Nuke are very, very good on Danish teams in general. Are very good on this map. So this should be quite an interesting one. I'm not really sure what Mouse Sports present on Nuke. I can't really recall many games they've played on it. But let's get into it, shall we? Heroic on the T side here. It's going to be Yugi with the Tech 9 and body armor. Like we said, a lot of teams like to do upper rushes here, especially that Superman setup. They won't be doing that just yet. Little decoy towards Ram to kick things off there. That gives away the Tech 9, and we'll see whether they go for anything faster. Nothing towards outside for now, and Oscar wide to receive towards the hub position. Flashbang coming out, and it'll be the execution.
Big misses, big misses. Headshot was there, missed twice, and then got taken down. Yugi's got the shot on Oscar, though. That'll allow them inside of the upper site. Again, Oscar should have at least gotten one in that position, but bomb being planted. Chris has to sit back. Dennis double checks to make sure no one else is outside, and he can start to focus his attention inward, and this will be the start of the retake. Nade bounces off the hut, goes toward the vent, does do decent damage on toward Madi, but it only takes him down to 59, so he'll still be able to fight on in the pistol round as Dennis sneaks by, spots one inside of the hut, or rather, excuse me, the squeaky position, which is enough for Lowell to act upon Valda, but he's going to hold this. 10 seconds in a 3 versus 3. Okay, he's got to get off it now because he hears them in hut. No one able to watch it. Does find the first kill. Looks upper. That's where they've lost ground, and Snappy's able to take him down. It's all into Lowell.
Not really much Lowell can do here with no kit. He might get both the kills, but that's not going to happen either. He'll save his 5-7, probably the best move to make at this point. The round was unwinnable. Came down to that 10-second defuse, which is ambitious to say the least. 3 terrorists remaining. You go for that. You've got a lot of trust in your teammates. Didn't really work out for Mouse Sports there. Oscar, like you said, missing some opening shots towards the hut. If he nails that first kill, maybe they've got a real chance of winning that round. It didn't come in, and here comes the force buy from Mouse Sports. Chris J picks the scout, of course, at one point. Renowned as one of the best scout players in the entire planet, so we'll see whether he can...
Yeah, I think that's back in the days of the jump scout, but he's still definitely proficient on the weapon, hopefully still just as good or somewhat close.
Yeah, like it's not as an impactful weapon as it was. Like you said, that the jumping was ridiculous, and some players really were good at that. But let's see whether Chris can open things up. There's a nice little tag, doesn't get the kill quite yet, but he does take Yugi down to 30 HP, and he gets Nico as well with a headshot, so living up to the task, gets 1 kill and a half as well, and it's down to a 4-4.
Kill and a half, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Apple and a Geno.
What's a Geno?
Don't worry, everyone in Canada knows what I'm talking about.
Fair enough.
What's an apple?
It's a piece of fruit.
It's an assist, and a Geno is a goal.
Oh, okay. So it's a hockey thing?
Yes.
Right.
Madi starts to work in toward ramp. No one occupying that ground on the Mouse Sports side. Chris J's gone down. Did manage the 1 kill, but Dennis now has the scout to wield. Gives it to him with a deagle as well, so even if he hits a body shot, that'll do. That didn't quite catch it. Did he? I think he actually did. I take it back.
No, that was at the beginning. That was the one and
that's
half.
what I thought. Okay, I was going to say, I didn't think that landed, but I saw 31, and Yugi was the one up close. But it is still Madi that's down below. They forced the rotations acquired. Smoke off for Speedy. Sits with CZ. Taps it. Ooh, he's got the lineup correct, Does hit Snappy for Amir. 23 HP. That'll allow the bomb to go down, though, and they'll cover it off from Toxic. Dark spot as well. And pretty easy to find Oscar when he gets toward the control room. Lowell will do what he can here. Economic damage is sufficient enough because winning this round with Kid on Lowell, mind you, it doesn't look likely. He does have armor. I'll give him that.
Yeah, well, he has got the kit back. 2 T's to find in decent positions here. Lau should be completely locked out of this defuse. The bomb's in a horrible position as well. Picks up an AK, trying to just keep it alive as long as possible. If he does stay alive and the bomb goes off and he sees them down with him, that doesn't happen. Modi finds the kill. There it is, the 2-0 comes with Heroic. That was the force buy from Mouse Sports. They got a little bit close there with the scout kills and tags from Chris J. They get down towards lower. It's a 2 versus 1. Not really much you can do about the kit at that point. It should be the full eco now for Mouse Sports. So USPs, maybe a couple of PT50s here or there. Lau's got a little bit of extra cash. He gets a scout out, in fact. So, okay, interesting. I think that's maybe spending a little bit too much cash, in my opinion, but he's got another $750. Okay, Lau, you're feeling brave. Got a 5-7 as well.
Yeah, why not? Chris trying to see through the smoke, won't be able to do so. Meanwhile, though, Madi, snappy to lead the way, is going to head in toward ramp. They've already pushed Speedy back.
Oof, that hit.
That one certainly did. And that's Madi on an AK as well. It's not snappy. He's got the Mac 10. Does find Speedy with it. Chris, the slightest pixel gap is what he's trying to work with. Ambitious. Do you trust Chris's reflexes?
Not with that angle. Would be
That's like impossible. That's a pre-fire angle. But it is Chris J.
Well, unfortunately, we did say Lau going to this round left himself with $750, so he's not going to have an awful lot to work with going to the next one. He'll be able to get maybe an M4 body armor, but that's about it. Dennis here trying to find a frag. He will indeed pick it up. That's Snappy going down, gives away a Mac 10. Not going to be keeping it there. It's just up to Chris J now. 4 versus 1, scout in hand. He might want to take them to the gun round and hope for the best going forward. I don't think he can get the AWP out, so let's see what we can hold with this weapon. Like we said, very good scout player, very proficient with this weapon. Maybe in his play towards heaven, not challenge too much, just trying to get those smokes and maybe get a couple of tags as they're going towards secret. But 4 players will survive for Heroic here, and it will be 3-0. Like we said, Lau's money is low, $3,000 for him. He has to go UMP, doesn't really have a choice at this point. So there it is, it comes in. So 2 UMPs, 2 M4s and a scout. Not the best first gun round here for Mouse Sports.
Nah, it's the best. They're going to make it work, you watch.
Yeah, well, yeah, you always can, to be fair. But with the UMPs, I guess I always underestimate them in the buys.
Yeah. It's ridiculous what they can do.
Yeah, traditionally that should be an awful buy.
It's the scout that's the weakest link, to be fair, when you consider it all. Ooh, see, there you go. UMP finds one already, takes down Yugi, but it's a fast play toward Squeaky. Lowell's got another kill in the UMP. In fact, the UMPs have done all the damage. The scout goes down in Chris J's hands. They're only down a man. It's the only gun that did not get a kill. M4 certainly will. Flashing himself in, though. Dennis didn't give him much information to work with. Shot down the line in the middle, but there was 2 on either side. He didn't spot either, and now Speedy's got it back to a one-on-one. However, bomb not planted. He's got a reasonable chance in this. Both are low.
Yeah. But he's lost track of Modi at this point, so the pressure's
certainly
on him.
That sucks. Oh, I thought that was actually going to go right down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, can you imagine?
I thought it was going to go right down.
Yeah.
But now he knows for sure he's not heaven. This is even smarter from Modi, but if he plants lower, he's rotating ramp.
No, this is good, though. If he
Speedy's going to read it.
He still doesn't know whether it's lower or not. He won't be able to see the bomb when he comes out, right? He'll have to be second-guessing himself. This is a really difficult call now. He has no idea where it is.
I think at this point he hears. But I think directional sound would give it away at this point. Because obviously he'd hear it above you, too. So Speedy's going to look forward. He'll see the bomb now. But Madi's been smart to get away. I thought Speedy's timing was going to put himself on. He's going to hold 10 seconds. Madi's got to check this. He will. Surely. There's about 4 left on the defuse, I think. A kit may have done it. 4 or 5. I was trying to count, but Madi gets it.
Let's be real, though. That's the only round. That's the only way Speedy can win this round, right? Because he has no idea what Madi is. There's about 10 different options, right? His best bet, go for the full defuse and hope you phase him out so much he thinks he counts to 5 and thinks he doesn't phase, and he thinks you're not going for it anymore. He doesn't account for you don't have a defuse kit. But Madi reads him very nicely, comes in for the easy frag, and he had such a huge advantage there. As soon as he kind of worked out, okay, probably wasn't have the kit. They were forced by after those horrible decisions, the economics in the early stages. Very well played by Modi, great awareness. It's going to be another partial buy from Mouse Sports now. 4-0. And we go towards outside. A bit of aggression towards ramp as well. Dennis will be nuts. CZ and Oscar narrowly missing out on the headshot there. And he'll be rotating towards the vents.
Snappy. Trying to be quick with the Mac 10. Does get Speedy down. He was too snappy for Speedy.
I knew you were going to take that somewhere. And you always deliver.
It's a pretty obvious one, I think. Lowell's going to get Molotov'd off and head back on to the higher. The Heil? From Lowell to Heil? We'll go with a bunch of them, Henry. Let's just force them all in. Just crowbar everything, including ourselves in the face.
All right, well,
Half-Life 1 style.
Could you do that Half-Life 1?
Yeah, crowbar was like the first weapon you got.
Well, I mean, could you crowbar yourself in the face?
No, but that'd be amazing.
Right, that's what I meant.
Take that, Gordon Freeman.
Yeah. Well, 5 players surviving here for Heroic. Very fast outside take. The Deagles trying to do the damage they could as the smokes were down, but clean round overall for Heroic. It will be 5-0 here on the T-side of Nuke. It's not the worst thing in the world, all things considered. It's not like a CT-sided map. It's like off the scale anymore like it used to be. But Raul and Dennis trying to get some exit frags here towards the ramp room. Dennis hoping his teammate can bait him in slightly. We'll see whether anything works for them here. I don't think any terrorists coming towards him whatsoever, so that's not going to be happening. There's a 5-0. Plays you like, but maximum loss bonus from Mouse Sports now. Should be good at the AWP out, you'd imagine. Here it is, 7k for Chris J. Another UMP for Oscar, though. That's a bit of a shame for him. So, interesting enough, it's Chris J who's going for that main AWP role. You'd assume it'd be Oscar, right? But I guess they depend on the map and who's feeling more comfortable on the day. Like, Chris J, obviously a very professional AWP himself, but Oscar, you'd assume he's like the superstar AWP of this team, right? But it seems on this one, it will be Chris J going forward. He'll be heading outside, of course. There's actually going to be 3 players, maybe 2 going towards main entrance. We'll see whether Chris J goes aggressive here at the start. Smokes down, seeing if any players jump into his crosshair. There are a few waiting towards outside. No one's in silo just yet. Will he be deploying the smokes?
Did you know that originally they wanted Gordon Freeman to be voiced by Morgan Freeman?
I didn't know that.
Because they're actually cousins.
Okay. Whose cousin? The fictional character Morgan Freeman?
Yes.
Right.
They wanted Morgan to voice his cousin.
Okay.
I mean, you know, like, yeah. You know what I mean. They tried. Would have been too epic.
Well, Speedy does get the first kill. That's towards outside on Modi as well. So an advantage finally from Mouse Sports. Is Oscar going to give it away? That's a questionable position. The range in the UMP doesn't lend itself to that sort of angle. I would say put yourself in the hut, sure, get close range, and if anyone commits towards hut, you get the kill. But him challenging an AK at that point, he hits 1 bullet. That's onto Yugi. There's about 20 damage. It's not really worth it, in my opinion. It's going to be a 4-on-4. The advantage back towards the T's, and they will commit towards the other side. Lau stepping up, though, gets the first frag. Cannot find 2. It's up to Dennis now to hold the line, and he can't do it. Down to a 2-on-2. Chris J, though, brings it back in their favor once again. Yugi up against Chris and Speedy.
Yugi goes for the plant, but taps. This will force Speedy. Oh, to look, but he thinks he's not coming. Goes back to the bomb. Missed perhaps an opportunity to take Speedy down, walking out from the vents. Yugi has to make a play. 1 versus 2. 23 seconds as well to work with. Flash out toward the annex and down the vents he goes. He's going to try and beat them there. Molotov behind him. That'll disallow the rotation in, but he's taken to the wide side for the plant and the ramp. No peek yet. Chris J was there. Knows where the bomb is gone. I think he shoulder peeked him all the way through. Goes back for more.
Yep, a little bit rough there, but Chris J manages to pick it up. Good awareness from him. As soon as he got Molotov out of the position and they saw the flash towards main entrance as well, he gets towards ramp and just pinces him in. His teammate can't join him, but he's got such a safe position there, especially the AWP watching him wherever he may go. And into the water once again is the remaining T. But that wasn't the cleanest of rounds for Mouse Sports yet. Still going to have a rough reinvestment into this one. They can balance the books with some drops, but you can see it's a pretty much full investment. So Speedy, Oscar, and Chris J down to 0 cash. If they lose this round, it's almost certainly give you a double eco going forward. So this is what really matters now. They need to start stringing rounds together. Lose this one, they're going to have such a huge deficit. So this has to be a win for Mouse Sports here. They have the full buy in the AWP as well. No up on the T side, and we'll see what they present as we go to round number 7 here.
Chris, tight angle to play, looking try and get some information outer. As that transpires, it's Oscar that wants to hold off the smoke at inner. Meanwhile, Nico still playing in this game, despite Mouse Sports having lost Tim Henry, the other Nico.
That's true.
There is too many Nikos in the scene. I think it should be forbidden for players to use that name moving forward.
Yeah, you should set up a petition for that.
It's like numbers. You know, if there's only one number 99, you can't have it.
Chris J now going to be challenged by Modi. Oh, this is such a difficult duel. It should be Modi getting the advantage here, but Chris J, you feel like he's going to hit his shot. He actually does as well. So that's enough for him. Considering he got put in the corner like that, he was done for. The fact he gets 1 kill is enough. Dennis will be chiming in as well, like we said, returning to decent form here. And Lau up against it, and the Flames finds a kill as well. It's going to be a 3-on-2 advantage for Mouse Sports at this point. Dennis in a decent position towards outside, but Yugi has got top of heaven. 40 seconds remaining as well. It's up to him and Nico to try and find something here, and a bit of space found by Nico as he takes down Dennis. 2-on-2 comes in.
2-on-2 comes in, and both will be playing it from heaven position. Good shot, Nico, to start it off. It's Oscar to hold both. Low HP.
Oh, it's so
Just committed to the site. One shot enough on both, but he can't land the last bullet. If he had and got down to the 1-on-1, he would have had a real chance at it. But Mouse Sports going to get reset as well. They stand on the desk. Of their 4 losses, 3 are on Nuke. Why do they not blind veto it?
It's crazy, right?
It's ridiculous.
It's mad. They're getting so many wins. They keep losing on this particular map. Why does he keep coming in?
Get rid of it.
And
you're going to lose Pro League finals because of this.
As we said as well, this was a harsh reset for them as well. That round had to be won. The clutch didn't work out for them, and it is going to be a horrible reset. I haven't got the stats on my screen, but I think they're around the 2K, 3K mark each player. They force into this. It's going to be a nightmare going forward. We'll see what they end up with here. It is paused. His Yugi stats, he's on 8-4. I have to say, Nico gets a 4K in that round as well. We were particularly impressed with him at Katowice.
Yeah, with a deagle.
Yeah, his train inside holds, solo holds are very, very good indeed. He wasn't a player on my radar at all. Obviously, there's another Danish Nico who's played for Dignitas. This is another guy, so don't get confused there. But it's the first time I really watched him properly, and he was fantastic. I saw Devout about it as well, and he thought Nico was very good at that event, but that's about 60% of what he can do, of what he's seen he's been capable of when they're playing in boot camps and stuff like that. So there's definitely more to come from this guy. Like the Danish scene are very excited about him. And it is going to be 6-1 for Heroic. Mouse Sports now. We'll take a tactical pause. Really good chance to do it. Kind of recalculate and work out what's going on here after taking such a huge battering in that round as well. They had to win that one after picking up the first round on the board. Full reset means they get $1,400 in this next round if you're not aware of how all the money works. Pretty much guarantees an eco. Or you know your double eco and you force into it with deagles, maybe some shotguns.
Yeah.
UMPs, deagles, whatever, and you try and win the round, you try and force it, you try and take a gamble there, but it still means you potentially might lose 3 rounds in total from doing that. So we'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, like I said, this is a big double header, these 2 best-of-1s for them in this season in the context of things.
They have forced him out.
Yep. Well, I think it's the situation you mentioned.
Yeah.
They're near double eco territory, so they might as well go for all they can, go for broke. If they win it, fantastic. If they lose it, well, they're back to where essentially they would have been either way. It could weaken them, for not 3 rounds down the line, but I can't quite see the money, so I'm not sure.
No. Well, it's a UMP. Dennis on the M4, the only player with a rifle here. Pistols in hand as well. Speedy, he knows he has to make something happen here. They're going towards ramp and the lobby. They get pretty much nothing for it. They get 1 kill. Dennis' position given away. He should be dealt with momentarily. Suddenly is going to be Varda, takes him down 7-1. Only $900 into the next round. You can see that reflecting his scoreboard right now. Has to be full eco right now. They get 2,400 in the next round, so there is a buy available. I think they can just about get an AWP. Oh, yeah, Dennis could just about buy one. Chris J can't. So this is a real rough situation going forward. So I don't think they can buy a single thing here. Like Dennis, he might have to drop an AWP. He'll have to go full eco as well. Lau gets P250. Had a bit more residual cash than his teammate. So it's 4 AKs for Heroic. Snappy on the Mac 10. He'll be trying to farm some cash here, throw himself into situations first. But this is almost guaranteed to be A1 at this point. There's almost no chance they can win this round unless something absolutely nuts happens with these silenced USPs. Molotovs outside, just eradicating some risk here. Don't really need the smokes at this point. You know they're going to be double eco. You can read the money yourself, obviously, as a top player. But here we go. Dennis might have a chance for a kill. Denied by Valda, though. But Oscar, he's got another chance. And there's some decent exchanges there. Lau with 2 from Secret, but I think that's all they'll get.
Yeah, that's all he gets. Down he goes. Pistols do nothing at all. 8-1 T-side Heroic. Haven't even really need to see the execution Chad talked about. The wall of smokes. They haven't needed to do anything, really.
Not yet.
I mean, to be fair, there was a couple close rounds in the first 5.
Yeah.
There was 2 1-on-1s. The Maudie, particularly. I think a 2-on-1 and a 1-on-1 to be specific. But yeah, I mean, it's falling apart once the money breaks again, and that's exactly what happened.
Oh yeah, they go to this round with no kits. 1 player on an SMG. Upper rush coming in. Perfect call from Heroic, in my opinion. Going to try and find his first frag, but Oscar's on top of it. He's going to have some backup from Lowell as well. It's a bit of a bloodbath towards Squeaky Door. 3 kills coming in from Mouse Sports. Chris J should finish the job off here. He gets the kill on towards Nico, and Snappy's left with 7 HP. So the upper rush comes in. A decent incendiary was dropped as well to actually segregate the teaser coming out the Squeaky Door. Very good job, and Mouse Sports might be able to build upon this now, keeping 4 players alive. It's actually a decent round coming in for once.
Well, that'll get them rolling.
It's something.
Oscar's still not. AWP.
No. And to be fair, the reinvestment of all the grenades are still in a difficult place. They need to start getting a couple of rounds together now. That was decent. 4 players surviving. He shut it down. Didn't have to come to a clutch at all, but you still only have 2 rounds on the board here. No AWP, like he said, but Yugi, he has got the AWP. He'll presumably go towards outside. This looks like back to more default mentality here. Get the smokes down towards outside. Maybe sell one player's gone down there or fully commit with 4. Pick either or. And they will be going with the latter, it seems. 3 players down towards Squeaky. Yugi staying outside. Comes up with this goal, very important. Oscar gets nothing for it. That's a poor position for him as well. He's got no options to fall back there. He has to get the frag. And it's really 50-50 at that point. I'd say the T has the advantage more than anything. He could have backup from his teammates. You've got nothing. He gets taken down, and Speedy, he's in window room, but it seems like they have some sort of awareness. They're not even committing. They're going back towards upper. Molly's getting towards heaven as well. They've had to force a rotation already, the CTs. This is actually looking pretty bleak already. And Yogi, he finds that shot from heaven. Watching from main entrance, I should say, that's round over, in my opinion. How can they retake this site?
Yeah,
I think they have to save the 3 weapons.
Yeah, they have to, because they're going to be in another reset situation. It's going to be 3 rounds this time, but Chris, he'll head back towards Secret. Speedy, make his way into the same stairwell and likely stay put. Goes a little bit too far, does Chris, though. And Vald is waiting, knows the situation with the money, and deals with it accordingly.
Yeah, just Speedy remains. Very fast round there for Heroic. Pretty basic stuff. Outside smokes come in. Get the first frag. That's idyllic for them. They're thinking, okay, we've got a 5-on-4. Our smokes are still blooming outside. We forced the rotation down towards lower. Let's just force all in towards the upper area. There's going to be only 2 there tops. We've already got someone in towards heaven as well, and they've got that final kill. That's pretty brutal. 9-2. And it has to be another eco here, Matt. It might just be a force in again. I'd say you probably at this point, you ran over 12, you're 9-2 down, they need a miracle. So maybe Lau, 4K, he can get an M4 out. Oscar and Dennis get UMPs, shotguns. I'd give it the partial buy, more conservative approach. Maybe they're thinking, okay, boys, should just get 10-5. As Zeus comes in with Speedy, he likes the Zeus, to be fair. We see him use it quite a lot. Not to great effect, but he likes to use it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? If in this situation you're 9-2 down, you might as well look for something to have fun with. Sometimes I just alt tab and play Slither.
Yeah, why not?
It's usually better than CS in most cases. More clutch situations.
Yeah, more tactical.
Yeah, more trades as well. You bait someone into it.
Yeah. And more cheaters.
Yeah, Chad being one of them.
Not you, you'd never do that.
Nah, absolutely not. Ridiculous. Ridiculous concept.
And like we said, Mouse Sports, okay, taking the more conservative approach here, probably saying, okay, 10-5 is winnable. If they had forced into that, it could force another double eco situation. So the money wasn't too dire for them. They're going to be in an okay situation going forward. So Oscar's down to 6 HP. He's towards the upper bomb side. He's got the Deagle. Very good with that weapon. In a decent position to try and make something happen, but it's unlikely, to say the least. So we hit the 1-minute mark. Bomb's still down in T-spawn. So Heroic just biding their time, not giving too much away here, just making sure they keep all 5 alive, stick together, drop a smoke towards main entrance, probably smoke off towards heaven as well. Oscar might get 1 kill, but he should be taken down pretty quickly.
Oscar gets taken down more quickly than that. Quicker than that, I should say. And it's Volda to get another kill. All 5 stay alive. Heroic's going to have money for days. To be fair, they've got 2
amazing,
rounds.
but
Yeah,
like
they've got 2 rounds. Around the half.
Around the 30, yeah, it's absolutely fine. Like, let's have a look at the Mass Sports match. It's going to be more interesting, I guess. Okay, then. So Chris J gets the AWP. Like we said, it's interesting that Oscar isn't on AWPing duty right now. It's Chris J. But like we said, they're probably both very happy. Like they've picked the maps they feel more comfortable on. Chris J already said, okay, I actually really suits my style of AWPing, holding tight angles and flick shots. I'd like to bring that out. But UMP, once again, I can't remember around for them. They've had like a full array of rifles and the AWP. It's always been one compromise, and normally Oscar. But here we go. Then 1 kit available for them. In terms of nades, they only have flashbangs left and 1 smoke. That's it. This is a real rough round for them going forward again. That's why Dennis has to go a bit aggro here. And he might find Snappy, to be fair. This is almost a guaranteed kill. Oh, God, those are the worst. Just they start moving, we have to pull the trigger. Gets away with it. And a 5-on-4 comes in for Mouse Sports.
Decent position to be in. Oscar. SMG, we said it, not on the AWP. He's going to hold on the floor inside. Try and make haste while he can. Smoke goes down, though. That'll disallow him to move much, and Monty's going to face off with him, keep him occupied while the rest go towards Speedy. And Nico, a good shot's going to find him. Monty's going to hit Oscar, getting aggressive, trying to compensate for it, and it catches them off.
Yeah, an interesting decision there from Oscar, but might not be the end of the round for them so far. It's going to be a 3-on-2 in favor of Mouse Sports. Yugi and Nico. Yugi with the AWP as well. He has to go with the CZ into this initial situation. What's Chris doing? Why is no one watching the hut? That's insane.
Yeah, just walk in.
That's really clumsy from our sports. The fact they're not even aware that could be a possibility. They walk out and just get 2 free kills like that. Pretty poor. But Lau can still win this. Certainly capable. Hasn't got a kill or any nades, but he's got very good aim. Let's see whether he can pull it off.
Ooh, that's good aim. Just spotted through there, and Yugi gets nailed as well. I'll take the op. Thank you very much.
I'll do.
And get the defuse with 10 seconds. He's got to get on it eventually.
Problem is, only one player survives. They're going to get $3,500 for winning this round. So he gets the AWP, that's fine, but he has to drop that, right? He buys his own M4. The rest of the team will be struggling somewhat for weaponry. I think they can get a relatively decent buy. In fact, he saved the orb, but it won't be fantastic. You can see 3,500 for 2 players there. Make it 3. And we know there's a lot of money available. This is the replay, right? Let's have a look at this map. The fact he walks out, why is no one thinking Hut's a possibility here? That's such an easy kill for Nico. They can't believe his luck. His teammates left in a horrible situation there. They just look towards Hut. They have to drop down. Nico, they don't win the round, but that should have been a victory. The 2 versus 1, very well played by Lau, to be fair.
Yep.
I think that was a bit off from Heroic, to be honest, in that clutch. I don't see why he had to run out. He's nowhere near the bomb. But still, the buy comes in. Once again, 1 player down to an SMG. We said there would be 1. It's going to be Oscar. Orbs out and 3 M4s as well. Certainly limited, and this is be another huge reinvestment for them. If they can get the 10-5, great. If they lose this round, it's almost certainly going to be 12-3. So this is the round that really counts. 10-5 doable, 12-3 not so much.
Yeah, 12-3 used to be a scoreline we would see on Nuke that was recoverable, but usually when you came off the T side and swapped to CT, and it ain't so much like that anymore, Charlie.
Well, they get the opening pick once again. That's going to be Dennis. He actually has been playing pretty well this game. Like, he's got the confidence to push outside and get towards T-spawn. And I think it was posted on Reddit, like, last week. You saw his stats, last 10 games, they're all above 1 rating. And, like, that's the first time he's ever had that. And that's since Nico left. And that's, I think that there has to be some sort of...
I think 100%. No, I think everyone was very timid with Nico on the team. They were all scared to...
If I die, he's going to shout at me, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So they're all, like, more tight-knit unit now. And they're actually friends. And, like, probably say, like, take some chances. Let's try and get some kills. And if it doesn't work out, no one's going to shout at you. It's fine.
Yeah, well, sometimes when you have one overbearing ruler, good chance Dennis gets 2 on the way through. Yeah. That's going to give Oscar a chance, knowing Yugi's going to follow up, try to dance with him to find him, bowl him out, gets the bomb as well. That's going to pretty much screw the round unless Maudie can surprise. It's Chris up close, spotted already by Speedy. Good read. Yeah, sometimes if you have one overbearing ruler, you don't want to piss off that person, but when you have no one that's really a designated leader, sure, there's an in-game leader on the team, now we know that, but you can kind of just play your own game. You don't have to think every move is being scrutinized by someone.
No, I've been in teams like that before as well, and you just feel like there's one player like who thinks he's so much better than everyone, and like he's going to like kind of really... You feel like you've lost the game for him if you die, sort of thing. You feel bad, right?
Exactly.
So that's obviously going to be something fun to do with it. But it's great to see him playing better again, and I like him as a person, so that's good to see. Anyway, it's round number 15. It's 10-4. Mouse Sports, like we said, they had to win that previous round. Otherwise, it was certainly going to be 12-3. They pulled it off. Going to round number 15 here. They've got, I was about to say man advantage. Yugi got under 44 HP. A decent start, nonetheless, as we hit the 1 minute 25 mark. Nothing towards outside as of yet, but that's where Heroic are making their move towards. They all go down to low, but Chris J changed his position up this time. This is what Lord Warp is doing this map, spend most of your time outside, and every now and then go towards ramp just to make things up. There's going to be smokes towards outer. Speedy waiting towards secret here. He has to be the difference maker. Get at least 1 frag. Can't go down with 0. It's going to be happening, unfortunately, for him. Gets no backup, and quite a horrible situation. That was always going to be a one-and-done scenario for him. Doesn't even get that. But maybe his teammates can compensate. That's even worse from Oscar. Not even a fullback plan there.
No. Gets wrecked. Give Snappy control room to work with. We talked there, Chad specifically talked about how they do this. They get down and limit off the lower site by taking over control room, jumping through, and then covering off whatever the heck he called that position. Ooh. Good shot from Chris, though. Gives Volda a chance to get back at him, but not before he finds 2. That brings Lowell back inside of the lower site, and bomb. It'll stay on the deck for a moment, but give that moment a chance, because Lowell, he located Maudie, but couldn't get the shot off.
Well, it was a rough half of Mouse Sports there, but 4 is actually pretty good, all things considered the way it was going to go. And Heroic, definitely the more assertive team there, but it's not outside the realms of possibility that Mouse Sports can bring it back. So 11-4 in the first half. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a quick break and see whether they can pull it back.
In the future, this map will not exist. Valve will remove it from the map pool because eventually we will go to solar energy and this place will be dormant, docile, and torn down, and I can't wait. For now, we have to play on Nuke, and the score is something we're used to seeing. A one-sided matchup, although I will say not so much on this iteration. 11-4, Heroic leads the way.
Yeah, some good clutches from Mousesports. Keep the head above water almost. It's still possible for them to win this game. Comes down to the pistol, though, really. We'll see where they can pick that up. So, little highlights of some of the rounds towards the end of Mousesports are actually starting to get rolling there. Snappy with some good entrances towards the lower side, but it wasn't quite enough. Chris did what he could towards this final round, but it was Val the finish off the job. 11-4 will be the first half score. Here's the stats from the first half as well. Leading the way is going to be Nico for Heroics, and great rounds from him. Modi and Co not too far behind. To be fair, everyone contributing on the Heroic side. Lau, that can't be right. I'm sure he died more than 0 times. So he seemed to have a relatively good game. As Dennis, to be fair for me, was the MVP of Mousesports. He seemed assertive. He was getting map control towards outside of the CT, finding those first frags, and actually looking like he was actually doing something instead of sitting back and trying not to die, which is something we touched on quite a lot in that first half. So it's good to see him kind of stepping up. Chris J, the main AWPer for Mousesports, and Nuke, interesting enough. Considering you've got Oscar, who was considered at one point one of the hottest AWPers in CSGO when he was like a free agent, right? So that was interesting to see Chris J to be on that role. He actually finished on 4-14. Didn't get the AWP at all. He was on the SMG pretty much every single time. The economy for Mousesports was in the bin for most of the half, I have to say. So we're with the second half now. Mousesports, of course, in the T half. They need to win this pistol, otherwise this won't be possible, I'm afraid. Don't really have much wiggle room going forward. So I think we have a small little issue. We'll get into the second half momentarily.
Maybe they just got the memo that solar and wind power is better for the world, so they're trying to decide what to do with the facility. I think they're going to turn it into a swimming pool.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most logical thing. You've already got one downstairs.
Yep.
So just rip out the building. You've got yourself a pool.
Make it a what's the place that does the nude baths as their spa?
The nude
Turkish
bath.
bathhouse? No, what? Not Turkish.
Roman?
Who is it? Roman. That's it. That's the one.
Yeah.
Make it a Roman bathhouse.
Yeah, well, we'll look into that. So yeah, the guys just warming up on the server right now. Let's kind of theorize as to what the T's can bring to the pistol here. We've casted this map quite a lot now. We've seen some very interesting approaches. Like I said, it's normally the upper rush. I like the most if you have the decent spawn for it. You normally get that Tech 9 and armor out first, squeaky door, but they have got a smoke and a Molotov here. That suggests something a little bit more technical. It's going to be speedy with the Molotov, presumably Molotoving the hut. And then the smoke will go towards main entrance from Lau. It is a bit of an upper rush, but a bit delayed. And here we go then. Oscar leads a charge.
Does indeed. Shots, spots. Oh, Nico. He just saved Oscar big time. That's one time I will say the config and whatever algorithm it uses is absolutely correct, because his teammate got left on 2 after getting dinked up, and he managed to survive due to that good shot. And the 2 HP is more than enough to find 2 kills for Valda. So crucial, that single kill from Oscar.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. Valda with 2 HP, hiding the corner, still finds the accuracy and that range, even though his teammate, or his opposition, I should say, knew exactly where he was, knew his HP, still gets taken down. No bomb planning from Mousesports. Do they force into this one? Sort of. Haven't gone all in. 2 players with armor. They're keeping, okay, as the time ticks away, they've saved about $800 on Speedy and Oscar. That's about it. So they don't get any armor. I think you have to do one or the other, really, on this sort of round. Presumably everyone should be force buying, right? You need to win it. It doesn't really make sense. I guess Oscar might want to get the AWP in the first gun round, and I don't know why Speedy wouldn't join in. He's only got a Glock. But that's where we are. Going to round number 2 here. Looking like it's going to be a 13-4 with this sort of buy. We'll see what they bring to the table here. Someone has to go wild with the Desert Eagle. Wild with a very defensive position towards outside. Just wants to get one kill, hide in the corner, wait for his teammates to rotate in. And Lau, he probably can't believe his luck at this point. Why is someone stopping me outside? Something's not quite right here. There you go. And also, very safe position. They know they can't get flashed out or molotoved out, so they can just hold up and they get these frags done. Christian gets spotted by Snappy. This will be quite an awkward duel, though.
Snappy's stuck inside the doorway. Chris gets through Squeaky. He lost the angle, and then the Tech 9 running around was able to take him down. Volda will do the same to Speedy, though.
Spotted his little booties.
Yeah. I don't know if they're that little. They look pretty good on that model. They look proportionate. I'd say about a size 9.
Size 9.
Maybe 10. That's a 10. Dennis, good shot on Nico. Gets the headshot on Deagle, but goes down immediately after Heroic, holding on 4 kills for Volda. 6 in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Oscar still struggling 4 for 16. That's always a rough time on the old TeamSpeak. Guys, what's going on? He's supposed to be the superstar of this team. But this has to be the full eco for Mousesports, I'm afraid. They get a couple of Deagles out. The players didn't get body armor. Dennis and Oscar, they have 180 to work with. Maybe just the upper rush comes in. Hope for the best. Let's hope someone gets from 1 digs here. Oscar, you've been poor so far. If you can find 2 kills at the start of this round, all will be forgiven. He gets 1. There it is. Here we go.
You're willing to forgive a man that easily, Henry?
Well, we can't plan there anymore. Down you go.
I don't believe in second chances. Well, then Yugi getting kills, though. Lowell tries to sting out. At least the bomb gets in. It'll give them some money moving forward. Oscar's gone. Speedy's the last alive.
How far away is he, though?
Quite. Oh, I take it back. I thought he was in the upper side still. He had it just to get the diffuser, but goes down nonetheless.
Yeah, I guess, to be fair, a round they had no armor, no nades. They get the bomb down and 2 kills. That's not too bad. It's all right.
Problem is the scoreline now.
Yeah, that's an issue. But they got the bomb down. It's not over quite yet. They can still win the game, right? So the AWP's out. They got the AKs as well. So Oscar's on the AWP. Dennis with a very good spawn as well. We're going to round number 4. Heroic, though, 1 round away from match point. So a lot of work to do for Mousesports and the T side especially to see what they can do. It's not a map that's been profitable for them in the past. They've played it 4 times so far and lost 3 times. So let's see what they can bring to the table here. Towards ramp we go with all especially smoked out. It's going to make it very useless at this point. Valve, he's towards outside. He's not really doing too much yet. They're trying to find a pick, it looks like, from Oscar first before they really commit to anything.
Might be tough. Nico, meanwhile, sits and wait on the floor. Chris J will take over toward the radio room, and it's Maudie that has the task of covering ramp. It's a different angle as well, more defensive, you can tell. Just waits with a gap to show, and then we'll rotate down the ramp room. Flash goes in, Chris relocates accordingly.
This is the pick we were waiting for. It's Oscar. Edges his way towards ramp with Chris J as well, but Modi blows him out of the water, and that's all he wants. 1 kill, and he's out of there. He's anchoring that position by himself. Doesn't get better than that. He finds the AWPer as well. 45 seconds remain, so Mass will still have a bit of time to work the map, but it's looking pretty grim after that one. Yes, they get ramp room, but how much did it cost him? Yugi hits the shot towards Chris J as well. Doesn't get the kill. And it looks like they'll be going towards lower at this point.
Is getting all the way around it outer though. This is going to be big. This is going to be perfect. Thanks, Chris. Spots 2. Takes Speedy right away. Manages still to get down. I don't think Speedy made the call correctly where that came from because he gets the bomb down, and yeah, that'll do. Thanks, Donkey.
That should be game done, I would say.
Well, 15 rounds, but yes.
Yeah,
with going with it, of course. I know what you're going.
We'll see. Lau, 5 versus 1. If you get a kill, that'd be okay, but it gives a position where he's going to die for the time. No! Needed that AK, so that's rough for him. He goes the next round of no money at all. And here's the replay of Valda pushing in towards the lobby from outside as well. Very well done by him. And it's looking rough for Mousesports. They have got match point and 1 player of no money as well. Modi, what a shot that was taking on the AWPer. Fantastic work. So, here's the last buy, Matt. It's 1 scout, 2 Tech 9s, 2 AKs, no nades. Let's go.
Where are we going?
We're going to Wintown with Heroic.
Oh, okay.
Want to come?
Not really. Thanks for the invite, though. I think I'll play Witcher 3. Good shot from Modi. Takes down Chris. That's the first express ticket to Wintown. Look at Valda go. Gets 2 with the transfer over to Dennis.
And Speedy will take him back, but that's all good and well because Speedy's left on 7, and Snappy's going to try and go after him once more. Tech9 trying to use the movement mechanics. Bomb down, game done.
GG. Lyle, the last player remaining, 4 versus 1. He knows it's done, but he wants to kind of boost the frag totals, I guess. Get a couple more kills here or there. At least he can't say it's his fault. Don't know what he's waiting for. Let's see what he can bring to the table here. Tech9, get the AK maybe. 1 win remaining. This will be a hell of a clutch. That's the start of it maybe. Gets Moddy. Doesn't have the bomb though. That's a bit of a problem. That's outside. But this should be it. It's another kill. We've got something here.
I've seen a Spaniard fight in a losing situation many times. His name's Fernando Alonso. Apparently Lowell wants to replicate him, but just like McLaren, he'll blow up in the end. So that makes it Heroic's game.
Yeah, pretty easy for Heroic, I have to say. It wasn't as tantalizing as I thought it would be. I thought these teams kind of equal in Pro League right now, both fighting for a spot in the finals, and Mouse Sports look pretty weak. Heroic run away with it completely. Nothing really going on in the second half.
Nuke if you're Mouse Sports.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's probably quite a smart idea going forward.
Let's see if the desk agrees. It is all yours.
I think we do agree, gentlemen, that this nuke is now becoming a massive problem for Mouse Sports. And I mean, Heroic has had some great wins on it going back to Katowice, beating Virtus Pro to even qualified to get out of groups and into the playoffs. These are now 2 teams on very different trajectories where Heroic seems to continue rising, and Mouse Sports now, after a good start in Pro League, have struggled elsewhere, and now they're dropping matches. I think it's like 3 in a row, 4 in a row now. Yeah, they're going to start dropping off these standings, which we know are just so close.
Well, they need to get away from Nuke for one.
Yeah.
I think it's their, 3rd most played map, and it's almost their highest loss rate out of the maps they play on a regular basis. It clearly doesn't work with them. They're playing against specialists all the time on it, and I don't know how it's still on the map. Well, I don't know if it's a mistake from them to leave it in there, if they still have some weird sort of confidence in it, but even the way they play, they're being outclassed by pretty much anyone who's running it on a consistent basis. You look at Heroic, you look at any Danish team, very, very strong. You look anywhere, pretty much. You have Virtus Pro again, pretty solid on it, of course. So it's just like, I don't know where they go to on this one. Hopefully there is hope for them left with the next map coming up. That's a far better pick, hopefully, but I don't know.
So, I know I didn't want to go into the vetoes, and I don't really, but
we can skim around it.
But they get 3.
Yeah.
Just ban Nuke. Your map pool can't be that weak, surely.
Instead of going into the vetoes from that aspect, let's look at it, Chad. What's it like as a team or as an in-game leader, as the person doing the vetoes, deciding what map you're going to play, when you feel like you're strong on it? Or maybe they've been working on Nuke in practice, and they say, we need to get good on this map, but at this point in the season, it's not working, and now it's risking their playoff. So, I mean, how do you kind of figure that out? You know, do you continue trying to pump Nuke? Do you continue trying to make that work, or do you go away from it at this point?
I think you'd go away from it. I don't know why you'd keep playing that map right now. There's ones that are easier for people to pick up. Like I think Inferno would be a much easier adjustment. They've shown they're happy to play that. Mirage and Cache are always very easy. They would have a good train team on paper. They have a lot of people that can pick up the AWP. It's just, I guess, what they've had limited time to work on, and for some reason they think Nuke is where they needed to start. But when you have really strong teams like Astralis, North, Heroic are quite good on it, Virtus Pro, all in the league, and these are teams who they're playing on this map and losing to, you might want to reconsider it. Go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Different trajectory.
That's fair. I mean, was this all about the map alone? Was there any, like, was it a little bit of players, like, just didn't really look...
Yeah, yes and no, right? It kind of like fits into the map idea as well. If you simply don't play it well in that map, you're not going to play, any better than expected. But to me, I think I want to take a fresh look at them when they come into the next map, almost like it's a fresh team. Hopefully there's no drag on from the last map where they're just kind of annoyed that they just got pretty smashed. The next map's a good map for them. Statistically, it's good. They've had good results. I'm kind of hoping that is where we see, the good mouse coming back again. The mouse boards that everyone started to get a little excited about. I want to see the benefits there. I want to see Oscar playing well. I see all the good factors coming back in.
All right, just really quick, because I do want to touch on, I think it's only fair we touch on the winners of the match instead of just, maybe the map and everything for Mouse Sports. Heroic, this team is now on the rise. This team, I mean, they've been like this for a while. Katowice was a very big peak, probably their best accomplishment to date with this roster. But this was a team that, lost Glaive just a while back at the end of last year. And now, there's still...
So many roster changes, though. It is hard to
They used to be like a Danish farm team, and now, but they still are competitive every time they have a new roster. Is this all Snappy? Is this in-game leader, or is this just a very, very good put-together team?
I think it's well-rounded. The players they keep picking up seem to be talented, right? That Nico guy has some skills.
Definitely.
Yugi as an AWPer is developing well into the team. Obviously, we were talking about Valda. He had a fantastic performance once again. He's a star in his own right. The experience of Moddy and Snappy seems to complement everybody pretty well. So it is a good unit. It's not like a world beater, I wouldn't say, but they're definitely on the rise, and they're someone to worry about because they will counter-strike you. They will put in the hard yards, and they do have the right approach, so they can get those upset victories. It's one of those teams, though, looking at this league, I don't want them to, no offense, to Heroic.
Here he comes.
No offense to Mouse, but I don't
This
want
is
them
how
in the
it
top
starts.
6. We want the top 6 to be the teams who we all love seeing on LAN.
We haven't gotten that wish yet. Did you have something you wanted to chime in with?
I just think that they're in the right atmosphere as well, because they're with, I think it's like the refresh group, right, as such, so they can use the same facilities. I don't think they get the sports psychologist side of things, but it's all available for them. If they want to work hard, they're in the right place to do it as well. I know they get support through it, because I was talking to Messioso at Katowice about it.
Graham
So,
looks after them.
yeah, he does a bit of analysis work as well. But yeah.
I don't know
all
if
fun
everyone
times.
can hear Matt or not.
No,
but
he's literally just a psychotic voice in our head.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
it.
It's like a
After years
nightmare.
of being
It really
broken
is
down.
my nightmare. Either way, we'll get away. We'll get away from this nightmare. Refresh has got to be happy with Heroic's performance so far since Katowice. We'll see if they can go 2-0 on the night. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1 Code! 2 headshots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no! FNX has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW getting done. He's looking for him. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god!
Nuke ended 16-4 in the way of Heroic. We're on to the last map of the evening. Once again, it's going to be Mouse Sports taking on Heroic, trying to bounce back. We saw it earlier from Hellraisers. This time, it's going to be on Cbble. Do we really think Mouse Sports is going to have something in the bag? Because not only do they look a little bit lost on Nuke, but, I mean, individually, 16-4 is just a smackdown.
Nuke's not a place for them.
Yeah.
They need to stay away from that. We've gone over that. So Cbble, I'm going to, just based off what Hellraisers did, more baseless predictions. I think they can bounce back. They'll definitely have better individual performances. Dennis still playing well, a guy we keep touching on as someone who's performing much better for this squad. In terms of the overall, it's difficult because I think this is a good map for Heroic too. It's just if you can stifle them and the strategies they want to run and the order they want to do it, that's where I think Heroic will struggle. And I think individual performances from Oscar can definitely do that.
Yeah, I mean, let's just get right into it, Chad. I'm going to go on a limb here and say your clip is ready. So, I know you have a strategic clip that you wanted to highlight for Cbble.
So this is a map that we talk about. It's very difficult to get territory on as the CTs. Here we're going to see Spitty throwing some lovely flashbangs, so Lau is able to go for an aggressive pick. LDLC turned out to be rushing him, so he doesn't get to take the full-on pick like you would. But sorry about the sounds. I'm not sure why that happened in the demo. But basically, those flashes are a way to jump up there and pistol round because you're not having to worry too much about smokes or Molotovs or really getting taken down from range. That's a good way on pistol round to get a lot of early information. Speaking of pistol rounds, we saw Heroic run the same pistol round on their T-Slider Nuke as what they did against Virtus Pro when they beat them in Katowice. So this is a thing that I wanted to talk about in this segment. These teams are playing in so many different online leagues. They're playing in so many different LAN events, qualifiers. There's so much Counter-Strike going on right now. And I remember as an in-game leader, it was so difficult to keep strategies fresh and to keep new ones on board, right? You can never go into a game expecting to get counter-stratted, but a team can watch your demos and look for tells. And then if you do one of those little tells, then they're going to click onto it and they know how to react. They've prepped for that. They've done the theory. It's so difficult in this landscape right now, I think, for these teams to keep coming up with fresh new ideas and making sure, would they watch that demo? They have to make sure they don't get any of that stuff in their head and they just need to be clear on what they want to do. I'm going to stop talking now.
No, you're absolutely spot on, let's be honest here. But it's like, as much as, there's not much more to add to it. It's hard to keep them fresh, but then again, you're the other teams. How much time are you going to put into watching someone like Heroic?
It's a weird one.
I know that sounds almost arrogant, but you wouldn't put Heroic in like the top 3 spots or top 4 if you're going to be looking at people's demos as teams you're going to be playing against. Would you instantly put Heroic on a pedestal? And same to Mouse, you'd hope they would. You'd hope they'd have someone out there grinding through the demos, making these points for you so you can just focus on your game, information gets passed through. But still, I kind of hope that they have that in mind. Did you see anything from Mousesports indicating that they actually knew that Heroic might run that pistol strat?
The way that Oscar was positioned, he still got absolutely flattened by Yugi, I think it was. But like the way that he was positioned was if they ran that strat, the first player doesn't check the position he was standing in. They run out the hut door, and the second player swings out. He just missed his shot. If he hit his shot, it could have been a whole different round. So yeah.
To play devil's advocate with that subject matter, I mean, is there anything to the argument that that's something that the teams need to avoid? It's not so much the landscape; it's the teams deciding which leagues and tournaments to play in. When people say, "Oh, teams just need to play in less things."
Yeah.
Is there anything to that?
I think when you're a team like either Mousesports or Heroic, you should try and plan everything because you want to get to an event where you can establish yourself, get a top 4 finish, show that you can do it. And more Counter-Strike, the better. When you're a top dog, I don't think you should be playing in everything at all. I think you should be very selective. You should be like Virtus Pro and like Na'Vi towards the end of last year, being very picky, very selective. You need to keep a balance between, obviously, outside of the game and work. Yeah. And I think some of these teams, they're maybe like Heroic, they're full of a lot younger players, so they're just happy to grind, and they want to grind until they become a really good team. And that's what we saw from them in the middle of last year, and the way that they came out of that. And I think for this level of team, sure, play everything. But if you're like an SK or whatever, give it a miss. Be more selective. You have that luxury,
Don't worry about it. I got to cut you off anyways. But yeah, I like that. We did good. Second map coming up. It's going to be Cobblestone. And to take you through that, it's the same guys. Fortunately, Sadakist and Henry G taking us through it.
It is fortunate, because if it wasn't the same, and we know it's double best of ones and we weren't here, it would likely mean that we were fired, and honestly, I'm expecting that at any moment.
Yeah? For what reason? We've been pretty good boys.
Have we?
Think so. It's been all right recently.
No, fair enough.
Jason seems happy with us.
Yeah, it's true. We have to keep Alpha happy. If Alpha's not happy, everyone's in trouble.
That's true. Well, we do move on to Cobblestone. That was rough for Mousesports, but it's the thing with online CS. When you see one performance happen on one map, it can be completely polarized on the second. So we saw in the first matchup as well. I thought that was going to be Navi getting a quick 2-0, but it wasn't the case. Hellraisers brought it back on the second map. We didn't think they had a chance. So you never know. But Heroic should be picking this one up. Danish CS and Cobble especially, always been very good. And players like Oscar didn't turn up for Mouse Sports at all. Speedy was quite quiet as well. We need those big names to start lighting up the scoreboard here. Lau didn't really bring much to the table either. I want to see Oscar on the AWP this map. We're getting into it now, though. It's going to be Mouse Sports on the T side here. Heroic, of course, on the CD side. We'll have a look at the T buy, see if we can work anything out from this one. It's going to be Oscar who's on towards the Superman buy. It's a tech line and body armor. There's one smoke for Speedy. I'd assume that's going to be used towards Connector, and they'll go towards the B side. That would make sense at this point, with Oscar leading the charge towards drop down. But they are sending a lot of presence towards middle for now, so maybe this could be the fast mid-execution smoke towards Connector. And just trying to overwhelm the A side. They have one player waiting for them, that's Snappy. He's by himself on the A side of the map. He could find himself in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, he goes aggressive. A lot of teams not doing that so much anymore in the pistol round for this exact reason, that you get overwhelmed. They clear corner. He manages somehow to get back inside of the site. We'll give him credit on that front. He's got Mahdi rotated over as a result of it all. He still needs to find some space to make a play.
Indeed. They have the smoke lined up for Connector right now, but there are 3 CTs waiting for them. It's Chris J. He's going to be selling something towards the B side of the map, or just holding drop down, getting the backstab in, or maybe a little flank. We'll see what he decides to do. He's going towards upper platform for now, as you can see on the mini-map. If he can force a rotation, that'd be great. If he gets 1 kill, that'd be enough. Let's see if he strikes before the smoke goes down. I'll keep my eye on it. It's coming. Promise you that. And yeah, he'll be going in first, trying to find a kill, maybe force a rotation before his teammates go. They're not even moving as of yet. They want to see what intel he gets. And he's trying to tell them, slow down, I've got something here, but don't get anything. And it's going to be a 5-on-4. The smoke coming towards Connector. And here comes an explosion towards there. It'll be a rough round now for Mouse Sports.
Yes, indeed. Shot from Valda at the balcony. Going to try and do what he can. Snappy that actually has a real chance at this. They've not yet swing wide. They certainly will. Lowell gets the kill, but it's Yugi to get one back. At least one back. They need a lot more than that, though, with Oscar still fighting forward. He's one of 3 left against 2 CTs. Make that now a 2 versus 2, because Nico...
Bomb's still down.
He's evened it up, and you're right. Bomb is down, which means they won't be able to grab much of it. 19 seconds to try and do so. This becomes a much, much larger issue. Gets planted. Gives Oscar a bit of a chance to work with it.
Yep, there it is. Oscar to finish off the job there. 4 kills from him in total. We said we wanted to see him. So lighting up the scoreboard, he certainly delivers there. That's about as many kills as he got in the first half of Nuke. So that's not bad. He does a very good job. And you can see what the CT's mentality was there. It's a 2-on-2. You know they're going to have a difficult time getting the bomb down. As soon as you hear the plant coming in, you know they're going to be committed considering the time is low. That's one player taken out for 4 seconds. That situation, that's what the CT strike at the same time. But Oscar's ready for it. Nails the first headshot, and he gets back from his teammate as well. 1-0, a decent start for German organization here. It's going to be a little force buy from Heroic, CZ, some head armor as well. And Snappy gets a chance to get a first frag, actually gets in as well with a second, does damage but can't find it. It's going to be Lau to even things up, and a 4-on-4. As Yugi, he goes back towards long A, wants to continue the challenge here. Decent nade from the CTs, and Speedy might be going down here.
Might be, oh, good shot from Yugi though. Take back that might. There's no hesitation of doubt in that shot. They catch off Mahdi getting pushed outside of the site. Valda's going to get Molotov down. He's got to go toward the APC. Valda dancing on either side. Isn't exactly sure which way is his best option.
Still a little work to do here from our sports. They don't know where Valda is. He's by the APC. He's got a gap and that smoke as well. This could get interesting, especially when that's going on as well. Valda can hear them going on towards the site. He's pretty much won this by himself, I think. He's going to find 1 kill for sure. And the double denies the plan.
Sick.
That was really cool from Valda. What patience that was. The fact his teammate Nico gets the kill as well, that's just perfect. He's got vision. He's not grey screen by the smoke. He hears the footsteps of them going to the side as well. They think that they're safe. He shuts it down. Very nice accuracy from him. That's the force by victory for Heroic. 1-1. No bomb plant coming in. Do Mouse Sports return the favour of force by of their own? Doesn't seem to be the case. They're leaving spawn with nothing. Just 1 PT50, that's it. Could be buying for the next round. They get $900 to the next. I think we had about 2k anyway. So we will be able to get AKs into the next round. So this is the right move to make. But now Heroic can rest easy. They'll be up against pretty much nothing. No grenades, not even a flashbang to work with towards the B site. They'll try and head, but Nico, he's heading for some upper control here. I'll find him through the smoke. That's Dennis going down, and that should be the round concluded at this point as he keeps finding kills.
Keeps indeed, Valda. Still spraying in toward the platform position. Gets away with it as well as he relocates himself off of it. And this is where he suddenly starts to come alive. We saw it last game as well. He got 6 kills in the last, or I shouldn't say in the last, second half, but in the 2 rounds, he's starting to get rolling here. And last round, clutches it back with the pistols. And this time stands tall in the B sights. It's 4-1 early on. It's only 3 rounds, but those 4 kills all very, very important.
Here we go, then the buy comes in. Chris J on the scout once again. He does have 4 AKs around him, but they are lacking Molotovs. They only have 3 smokes to work with as well. Certainly not an idyllic buy. Round number 4, 2-1 in favour of Heroic. Chris J got a lot of pressure here, smoked out. Have to pull the trigger. I thought he'd take a little pop shot there, but not meant to be. As we go into 4 players focusing towards the A side of the map. That's Mouse Sports, of course, and they're looking for some long A control here, but Snappy and Yugi are waiting for them. Yugi not with the AWP just yet. He's still on towards the M4. 3 UMPs in total for the CTs as well. Nothing really obtained by Mouse Sports as of yet. They didn't really have any control of the B halls whatsoever. Taking a bit of a gamble here. That means they have to operate quickly. They can't really allow themselves to be, well, they can't just sit around doing nothing as a point of trying to make. Snappy should find this kill, but Oscar actually takes him down. Refract Yugi comes in, can't make the kill happen. It's going to be a 5-on-3 just like that.
Certainly will be. Lottie does get taken down by Speedy in the end. Yeah, Lowell's going to back off this. Lowell's going to hold the vent, make sure they can't rotate back over. Bomb gets planted A side. And it's Nico that waits on the stairs with an AK. AK that he will very much try and hold on to into the next round. That's already much on display.
Indeed. Well, Mouse Sports, they could have forced one in the previous round, but they decided to get their $1,900 into this one, get the AKs out. They picked up an M4 as well. They've had a very clean round here. They're sticking together, going for that long A control, finding the frags required, and the CTs with the UMPs can't really do much about it at all. It's going to be 2-2 here. Back and forth game after getting battered on Nico. 16-4. All right, completely run over Mouse Sports, but putting up a better showing this time on Cobble. I do expect Heroic to win this one as one of their home maps here. Mouse Sports, I can't really remember a time where you've ever said, Mouse Sports is a really good team on Cobble. I don't think that's ever come out of anyone's mouth, but we'll see whether they can step up here. 2-2. Money still available for the cities to buy in. They're going to drop Yugi and AWP as well. So this is when the game really begins. As we go into round number 5, presumably going towards the B sites, maybe on the upper platform, has to work a little bit harder considering his teammates don't really have much to work with. Modi just a smoke, Snappy just a flashbang. So you feel like Yugi, he knows he has to go a little bit more above and beyond as we get into round number 5.
Well, Snappy holding off to let his teammate get down into danger will mean they double up the A side. Chris J smokes off the box. They could be in the right place at the right time, Monty and Snappy, because
I do like this crossfire.
They have pushed them back. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
You can be my wingman. Bullshit. You can be mine.
Well, the idea is one watches long, one watches middle. They're kind of synergizing. If anyone gets overwhelmed, you can take a risk and challenge both positions at different heights they have. Let's see if it works out. There will be some presence towards middle. Flashbangs towards long as well. It's Speedy and Lau to challenge danger first. Modi finds that frag, repositions, but he goes down. Now it's up to Snappy to see if he can get anything more out of this. Gets in the same position Modi was as well. They won't be expecting this, but it's a nice pincer, and it seems Mouse are aware this setup could be a possibility. The man advantage for them once again.
Nico dodges the flash, hears it inside of the smoke. And now he'll sit and wait and hope that they'll walk toward his crosshair. The likeliness of them doing so slim because they're out toward long A instead as Valda gets himself positioned at the cannon. And if I were him, I'd put myself in the cannon and be the human cannonball.
Or the clown.
I am both. Do you know why I'm a clown?
Why?
Because Jason hates clowns.
That's true. Well,
if anyone wants to scare Jason at an event, dress up as a clown and run at him with a cream pie.
I knew you were going to say.
Bomb gets dropped. Good play as Valda comes out for the cannons. Late, they go from a man down to a man up. It's Speedy versus 2. 6 seconds, round done. Don't even peek. Oh, 4 seconds. You might get there in time to find Valda, but the smoke down's going to do it. He has no certainty of where he is, and he goes down after the time.
They went for a little chance A split then, but just didn't have enough time to work with. Speedy got 4 kills in total. Be a big gutted at that one. That cannon position so strong if you can play it correctly. Val doing a very good job there. And the fact he killed Speedy after the time as well, when he got no money going to this round. I think his money was okay regardless. So yeah, you can see it's about 4 grand. So 3-2 though, very back and forth affair as of yet. But Heroic have the lead for now. Another buy coming from Mouse Sports, limited at that. 4 AKs and Laos down to the UMP. They do have a bit more utility in the previous round to work with this time. Yugi though, AWP towards long A. Quite a tight angle, get that one shot in. Normally get a flash in that position as well. You see Fallen do this all the time. Gets flash, pulls the trigger. Snacks is also very good at it as well. They always seem to find kills. Let's see what Dennis uses the flash. Everyone does in that position. Here comes the flash, and we'll see what I mean in a second. He's not using it. Oh, there it comes. Let's have a look at Dennis. That's what he does.
Flash in, Dennis peeks.
There's the shot. So the AWP will always get flashed. It's just down to him and his wait like a second and pull the trigger, or just pull it straight away and hope he gets pulled back. Sort of the latter at that point.
Or does he not pull the trigger at all, Henry?
And has let himself go down.
Well, no, it's you know, he runs back, then do they know if he has the op or not?
Yeah.
Jedi mind tricks. That's what I call those.
Oh, Nico, he finds a headshot to Chris J. 5 and 4. And 1 minute remaining. They haven't really got any control of the map whatsoever. They've got a bit of position towards long A. That's Dennis, though. Hasn't really gone farther than the midway point. And Yugi's fallen back to the A side. He's backed up as well by Snappy. So this crossfire as well. It's quite cool. You can see they've got little setups they work with. So one player can concentrate towards middle, but he's covered from long A as well by his teammate Snappy. So this is looking quite promising for them. 1 and done position for Snappy, but if he gets 1 kill and gets information, that's fine. They still have the advantage.
Snappy's gonna wait and try and get the shot. Last time he got obliterated when he was here. This time, sees one, takes it down. Shadow shows for the second. Pre-fires in. Dennis walks and drops. It's on to Lowell, 1 versus 5.
Yeah, really cool little setups they have here. I like that. One was danger, that one on the site as well. As everything's covered, I feel comfortable watching it. I think, okay.
I feel comfortable.
It's like there's some idea behind this. You can see what they're doing. Makes sense. Now Sports probably want to start favouring towards the B side, considering there's 2 CTs consistently at the A side of the map, but that's Lau surviving by himself, no bomb once again, so he's only got $200. His teammates can't really force around this. He might have wanted to go down with the ship there. We'll see what he can decide to do as we have the round number 7. Has to be Nico, surely. Lau very good with the rifles. Let's see what he can do. As we have Nico with a decent spawn. He's got the AK-47 as well. It's always very beneficial to the CT side to have AKs. It might sound like an obvious statement, but the fact you can take actual duels and hold tighter angles, take one-shot kills, instead of having the double taps or the spray downs to the M4, makes you be more aggressive and feel more comfortable in certain positions. And it looks like a little B rush. Maybe not a rush, but certainly B focus from Mouse Sports here. Lau with the AK-47. He'll be heading towards their platform, using his teammates as cannon fodder. Hopefully giving him something to work with there. But yeah, it goes down to 9 HP. He'll probably give that AK away, but his teammates haven't got armor, to be fair.
He could get lined up right now so easily. Oh, does fall. He's not below HP, though. That's Oscar. They're still finding kills. Dennis gets 2 on the way through the smoke. They've dinged up Maudie. This looked so good for them to just spray into the B smoke and win out the round with relative ease. Now they've got to clutch this back. 2 men down. That nade's too far. No. Yes, they're both at tree, so it goes too far. Speedy finds another kill. They may pick up this round. Yugi's got something else in mind. That nade should do better. Directly behind the statue. 1 goes down. That's Oscar, and he gives himself a fighting chance. Kit in hand as well. Molotov and smoke. Could Molotov off long, smoke off on the bomb. He's gonna do the stairwell instead to try and push them out, but he's got the nade. Oh, on top of the site. Nice shot on Yugi, so he's not, the reason I say he's got the nade on top of the site, he's not expecting the second player, so Speedy's able to walk out.
That's actually very well played from Mouse Sports then. That's a guaranteed round victory at that point. You've both ways, and they got the communication. We know he's got an AWP. He's going to be taking down one of us eventually. As soon as he takes a shot, you need same time I go down. Obviously, there's a 1.5 second like reset time on the orb. So the fact is, that's guaranteed. Like nothing Yugi can do to win that round at that point. So that was, even though it comes down to the 1v1, it looks close. There was never a moment there where Mousesports thought they're going to lose that round. So very well done from them to pick it up. Good entrance kills by Dennis, indeed, of the P250. Great work by him. And they pull around back. It's 4-3. And now the money's starting to look a little bit grim for Heroic. Three UMPs and 2 M4s. Lacking grenades. Yuki with absolutely nothing. Buying the orb, of course, as well. There's a smoke from Valda just to lock out the entrance point of the platform. Not much Mousesports can do for the next 15 seconds now. So at this point, sit back and wait. Towards the A side they go once again. They have a much stronger chance of winning this round, considering the CDs don't really have much to work with, especially no Yugi AWP. Snap is towards long. I haven't seen that angle before. That's quite interesting. It dodges. Okay, it doesn't dodge the flash. Actually lands directly in his screen. But he gets a kill regardless. Lau goes down.
Snap. Ooh, dead. Speedy gets payback for the last map. Dennis will take down Yugi. We could have a tie game immediately after this. As Balda gets ever closer to the bottom of middle where the bomb does reside. Grenade in. 1 HP! And he can't quite take down Dennis. Losing with 15. Nico's going to slip up behind them. I stay silent. I don't want to give it away, you know?
Yeah, they could be listening.
They could be listening. Monty's got the shot on it. Chris. Dennis will take back 1, but this is where Nico, 1 versus 3. He doesn't have a chance to win the round, but might be able to get a gun or 2 down. He's starting to consider it. Gun barrel sticks through. Thanks for the op. Still wants to go for it, you know?
Well, he's got a chance. He has got the kit, and only 2 players to find as well. He knows one of them's going to be low HP at this point. This kill is the one that really matters. Finds Dennis, takes him down. Now it's just Speedy with 15 HP.
You're right. You're so right. He could easily pull this off now with Speedy tagged on 15. Knows he's on the site. Molotov's going to push him. He's going to push him out. Knows he's likely to drop down the wall too because it's thrown wide side, but he moves too soon. Speedy stays in it, expecting the face. And the round won by Nico.
Nice work by Nico. That Molotov was very well played indeed. You can see Speedy. He knows if he drops down, he's going to die to the UMP. There it is. He's just hoping the fire doesn't spread to the edge of that wall. And it's going to be the round of victory for Nico and co. Well, round number 9 comes in. It has been very back and forth so far. We thought Mousesports had that round tied up, but it wasn't meant to be. They get the bomb down. That's an extra $800 per player on top of their first stage loss bonus, but that's not really much to write home about. It has to be Nico at this point. And it's 5-3 in favor of Heroic, just Eagles and P250s. But that didn't stop Mousesports before. Let's see whether they can have similar success here. Number 9. All comes out for Yugi and 4 UMPs around him, and the Deagle headshot from Dennis once again. He seems to be very proficient with the pistols these days as he opens it up once more and picks up only a UMP to be fair, but it's something. He can swap that over to maybe Speedy, who's only got a Glock. Oh, he's giving it to Oscar. I beg your pardon.
Well, it's something. Good shot to try and start it off. Better one the second time as he does take the kill into Oscar. Well, UMPs. Speedy being one of the ones to wield it as he's grabbed that over, but it's going to be a tough ask for him to try and do anything at this point in time. They do have Snappy down, obviously, but he's still posted on the AWP. Thankfully, that op could get caught off. Bomb's down, that's fine for a moment. And Volda's going to rotate in and catch up too, but they have slipped a player into the A site at Stables, and Yugi could get, oh, exactly, that could be caught by it.
This is getting a bit dicey for them now.
Yeah, the op goes down. This is where they rotate. That single player in the A site just foiled everything.
3 versus 2 now. It's up to the UMPs of Nico and Valda. It's going to be Valda that finds one. Don't get down to a winnable situation at least, but Chris J has got the orb.
He gets planted after it was down and in the possession forever as well. Just simply off of that, Chris getting a kill. Nico knows Chris is on the site, has to get the reload in. Chris goes for the peek in that time. Won't re-peek it out, but he'll get pushed out because, yeah, there's nowhere to hide on those angles. Dennis now knows where both are, though. Smoke goes down on bomb. That's a problem. Has to play on one. Does find it. Wide peek. Second shot not there. Nico's going to grab it, get the defuse as well. Heroic's going to pick up number 6. And they'll extend the lead.
Indeed. Dennis pretty much did all he could to win that round, but wasn't meant to be towards the end. Let's have a look at his opening kill. It sounded pretty crispy. Not too bad from Dennis. Through the wall as well. Takes down Snappy. That was to open up the round. But it's 6-3 now, and Mousesports get the plant down. And with the second stage, lost bonus in those 2 plants, managed to get a full buy here. Oscar on the orb. Like we said, on Nuka was interesting. Chris J was orping, and Oscar had absolutely horror show of a game. But let's see what he can do on the T side of Cobble with the sniper rifle. Things starting to build up for Heroic slightly as well. They do get the full buy this time. Molly's down to UMP, but still, no one's economy really swelling at this point. Either round will break. It's all Heroic, and it looks like a big execution coming in. This will be the wall of smokes. This is normally a go-to when things are getting a pretty dire, but Nico seems to be aware and looking to challenge.
I like challenges. Challenges are fine. Speedy's got Nico. Flashes himself back in. Good timing, but it's Maudie that takes down 2. Chris, he gets 2 of his own, including that of Maudie, so it does mean there's now 2 versus 3. Make that 1. Snappy's the only one remaining. Decent position, but not really given the situation. The fact that Bomb is on the statue, but Bomb is low. Bomb is low and deep. Bomb, oh, should have been denied, all things considered. But couldn't find the angle. They now triangulate. He goes down.
If he gets that plant straight away, the planter down straight away, maybe there's a chance there. But as soon as he misses it, his teammates, the T teammates, recalculate and surround him, and the round was over. That was a big round of Heroic. You can see that money hasn't really got to a stable situation. 6-4, and they're going to be double eco regardless. Going to try and force out what they can. So 2 UMPs come out, and Yugi, he's the AWP, doesn't buy a single thing. Nico just down to a deagle, but don't let that change anything. He's actually very, very good with the deagle. We saw it in Katowice, how much damage he can inflict with that weapon. As we get to Snappy, though, represented with Dennis, who's just throwing himself for a smoke and just about gets away with it. I'm not a fan of that decision at all, but gets the kill regardless, and no harm, no foul.
Yugi's going to wait at stables, trying to use sound cues where he can to hear them inside of the danger position and figure out exactly which way they're heading. But this is bigger. Volda in behind, CZ, dead. Oscar stares him down on the AWP.
Oh, this round should be over at this point for Heroic. UMP and some pistols. No kits, no nades. 5 players up for Mousesports. Dennis is low, but this would be an absolute miracle for the cities to pull this one back. But it is Nico towards the B side with that deagle. And I'll put it up maybe a little bit too much, but let's see what he can do here. As he can see the smoke starting to come in. I said he's the master, and there's the first headshot. Looking for more.
He's very, very good with this gun. Knows they're going to be closer. Reads the flash, means they've got to be there. Lines up the headshots. He's got number 3. Bomb down as well. There's the 4th. Nico nearly goes for a deagle ace. And no, I'm not talking about the Bosnian. I'm talking about the Dane. He's given them a real chance, and the Speedy now has to clutch back 1 versus 2. He's got 31 seconds and a smoke out, so he'll be able to plant, but he has no idea as to how close the other 2 are. Aztec doesn't commit to the plant. Gives it away as well by firing the AK. They're going to boost above the smoke, and they should get full vision. UMP as well for Maudie. It's lethal. Tries to tap it once more. Beat it out, but gets in the open. He's down to 41, and Maudie comes around. What a round from Nico.
We said it had to be a miracle. I don't think I could have played that up any better. We said he's going to be good. I thought, okay, he'll get 1 kill, maybe that'll be it. He gets 4 and wins in the round. That's so sick from Nico. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that momentarily. An absolute amazing round from him. Let's just enjoy this for a second. The first one was good. I thought he had no chance of getting more than that. He should get refragged. There should be a faster face for Mousesports, to be fair, coming in there, but he lights him up all over the place. It's headshots for days, and it's going to be 4 kills for him, and pretty much wins the round single-handedly. Speedy couldn't do anything about that situation. 7-4, a lifeline found by Heroic. God, that was good.
That was very, very good. I very much enjoyed that, especially the second one where he knows, okay, I'm flashed off. A lot of people would just say, nah, I'm going to repeat it and surprise them, or just think that for whatever reason they're invincible in that situation. He just sits and says, okay, you flashed me. I know you're going to be at the tighter angle. Nails that. Alba's got Chris down by the UMP. Talk about bringing Heroic back into this. They've got a chance to break the economy, but that said, they're weak themselves, and Oscar, op down drop, Shocks-esque, is able to pick up 1 to make this a 4 versus 4, and he's not done at that. He'll start to look. Oh, shoulder peeks out, sees Maudie, fires through the wall and puts him on 25. Thinks again, though, realizes statue's occupied. He knows it's very likely to be pushing from the window. Speedy does find the shot. Speedy finds yet another on Yugi. Snappy tries to make it interesting. In fact, 4 HP.
Yeah.
Dennis has to trade that, but it wasn't like it was a duel. It was a simple trade for him.
The brawl of around that was. Trades all over the place, comes down to the 1v1. Mousesports pick it up. Sending Heroic's money into Dire Straits once again. It's round number 13. They will be forcing into this round. You can see 1 UMP comes out with CZs, and Nico on the 5-7 this time. Doesn't fancy the deagle. He thinks maybe he's exhausted all of his magic for now. As we get into this one. 3 AKs for Mousesports, 2 UMPs as well. Pretty standard setup for them at the moment. Just holding up towards middle, seeing any aggression come from the CTs. Lau getting ready towards mid doors. He's flashed in by his teammates if required. Oscar just spotting above that rock. Chris J, he seems to be happy to play that B position by himself most of the time, walking in and seeing if he can get anything for his teammates. They know there'll be lower money here. I don't think I'm anticipating the full force buy, but let's see what happens. As we start to edge our way towards a B execution here, nades towards the steps.
I nade toward the steps indeed, but no one there. Do you know where those stairs lead?
To the Hobbit hole.
You're right. That is absolutely 100% correct. You know Gandalf didn't use the steps, though?
What did he use?
He just, you know, floated there, I guess.
Does he float?
Myth. Rest of it's true, though.
Oh, NIP smokes for Mouse Sports. Let's go. Normally means you're faking from these smokes towards the A site. You don't have to, though. But they will be doing that indeed. So smokes towards B, trying to hold the CT towards that side of the map, push up middle. And it looks like it's working quite nicely for now, but there are still 2 CTs towards the A side of the map.
Chris is going to get the stables, clear that. Well, it's not off the balcony. Speedy's already hit a shot to events. They line them up to get the shot and double up onto Speedy. That's taking care of all things considered, including that of the barrels, and they'll save what they've got, just the armor and pistols, but no frag money to be given away to the UMPs this way. And it'll give them armor in the next round. In fact, they may have wrap around and go for exits. That's not a bad idea.
That's a nice round from Mouse Sports. They know they're on pistols at that point, right? So if you throw all the smokes towards B, when you've got pistols and armor, you see those smokes come in, you got to assume, you got to take the gamble, right, and think, well, they must be coming B at this point. You see these smokes, you're not going to be calling fakes. You don't really have the weaponry to go hunting for it. You're still to hold up and crossfires. That's quite cool for Mouse Sports to deploy that at that point up towards A. You get the 2 kills required, watching the flanks as well. It's a very efficient round from them. So well played, and it should be an eco in round number 14 for Heroic as well. This is a chance to tie things up. 7-6 at the moment. And you can see Heroic going to be saving that armor and pistols here.
That's intended, as I said, to know that they don't want to give any more frag money away to the EMPs. I mean, it's interesting that they consider that, given that it's the last buy. But more importantly, they want to save their armor because they don't have a lot, and it's round 14.
Indeed. This is pretty rough for them. I could actually end up losing half, and it started so well for them. The Mouse Sports have...
And they were saved by a deagle.
Yeah, right.
That was the second lifeline into it after it was starting to slip.
God, that's more than a lifeline. That's a miracle. That's nuts. Like, it was a round where they had a deagle and speed to 50, that's it. And he just goes absolutely wild. But still, towards B we go. It's going to be Nico hearing the footsteps of Chris J on the upper platform there, but... can't really get to him just yet. Goes towards the steps at this point. Which I should be aware. They get caught in a nade out. And Nico get a bit more out of this. Looking for the second frag as well. Does some damage as Speedy takes him down. Modi gives Heroic the man advantage. Still a lot of work to do here with the lesser weaponry.
Valda tries to jump back up, but it's Lowell that gets him down instead. And Yugi, I'm going to guess he gets one. One kill.
I'm going to say 0.
You're going to say 0? The fact that Lowell's turned around may indicate 0.
I'll say they're being very calm about this. They've got a minute to work with. Don't rush the plant. Check every little crevice you can. Miles low HP. He'll be holding drop down. And it's up to Yugi. Needs 1 frag, and Matt wins.
I win anyway.
You can't win regardless.
No,
that's not how it works.
I win regardless. I still win.
You still win. Well, I guess I can't argue with that. It's going to be 7-7. We go into the final round here. Number 15 and UMP for Valda. They do get it all for Yugi, but you have to say it's been a Mouse Sports affair in the last few rounds. 3 in a row for them, actually. It was a very back-and-forth game until this point. They're the first team to actually string 3 rounds in a row together. So number 15 comes in here. We have a UMP once again and an AWP. Lacking a lot of utility here. You can see they've opted for no head armor. Obviously don't need it against the AKs, but it's just indicative of what kind of position they're in right now. Round number 15, Chris J towards B once again, trying to find that first pick as his teammates go towards the A.
Chris gets aggressive and then backs away, given the utility put out in front of him. Speaking of put out, Henry.
Go on.
Nah, I won't. That's rude.
Oh, I see where you're going to go with
that. Yeah.
No need to be coarse on the broadcast.
Nah, it's true. But I was going to say those flames need to be put out. That's what I was going to say. Yugi
Gets Dennis down. That's the flash shot you were talking about in the last half, exactly. Or
Indeed.
not in the last half, rather. Excuse me, early in this one. It's been a long half. A lot of slow rounds, to be fair. This is the 15th, the last of it. Will slow itself again after that pick. Oh, careful. Nico's in position, Chris. Nico's in position, trades it, though. Gone a second sooner, he may have been able to keep Valda in the equation, but does smoke himself off, get back to the site. Flash is going to go over, Speedy's going to drop bomb, go in, Flash catches Nico, and it's well timed. They knew he had to be transitioning out of that position, and in with the op, Oscar will go, bomb. Hands of Speedy has to cross. They've used the smoke already, though. Oscar's got one, but he's late to use it. Yugi takes him down. Oscar's going to have to deploy it at this point, 7 HP. And he goes back, thinking that the smoke will pull them out to try and get position on him as he plants. Realizes they're not, fires into it. And now the plant does come in.
Not
the
really
good news
much.
is, Henry, they'll get money from the plant.
Yeah, nice work.
Thanks.
It's the last round, of course. That's not going to happen. So Oscar there, you can see what he's trying to do, but very well played for Heroic. They will be picking up the first half victory. It's going to be 8-7 in their favor. And after getting absolutely manhandled on Nuke, you have to say Mousesports did a decent job there towards the end to actually bring it back to a winnable situation here on Cobblestone. Still anyone's game. We'll take a quick break and see how this one concludes here on Cobble.
Well, things are going perhaps a little bit better this time for Heroic, or rather, excuse me, for Mousesports, because 11-4 at halftime at Nuke. This time they split the difference and go 8-7. But as you say, Heroic had a good chance, as you can see in the score in these highlights at the top. 5-3 up to, I think, 6-3, and then 7-4 with a Deagle round that was absolutely incredible from Nico, and then things slipped away from them.
Yeah, Mousesports managed to chain 3 rounds in a row, but Heroic closed it out. Nico, so that Deagle round did save him somewhat. Mousesports should have been winning the half, all things considered. But we are getting ready for the second half here. We swap things over. Heroic on 8 rounds as they go into the T side here. The stats for you. We'll see whether we can have a look who's leading the charge here. Nico, of course, 16 kills, 8 deaths. Yugi, considering he's the AWP, that's a very poor game for him. Only 4 kills in total. I want to look at Oscar, though. What's he up to? 11 kills and 10 deaths. He had a very poor game on Nuke. Speedy leading the charge. And Cristiano on 4 kills as well. That doesn't seem right to me, but I guess the scoreboard doesn't lie. Maybe it does. Lau's on 0 for 0. But, you know, we can't get them all. Speedy, though, I'd say that's bad news if Speedy's top of the scoreboard for you. Got some of this superstar potential. Lau, Oscar, and Chris J. Like, they should be the top of the scoreboard, right? If Speedy's going above and beyond and getting those kind of numbers and players like Chris only on 4, that's not great. But still, Heroic. Definitely the favourites going into this series. They had an amazing game on Nuke, 16-4. I didn't think it was going to be that much of a stomping, to be fair. But Mousesports probably needs to get off Nuke at this point.
Yeah. I think I tried to ask through my little talk, my psychiatric nightmare voice for the desk over there.
Go on.
I tried to ask how long the vetoes are done in advance. I think they're 2 weeks in advance, aren't they?
I think it's probably, I would say 1. That's me.
I think it's 1 sounds right. But maybe it's not. Yeah,
It's 2 weeks
Monday, maybe it's Monday. Well, that's what I think it used to be, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it?
I've always put it as 1 week ahead.
Okay, well, Okay, so it's on Sunday, so it is that week. Okay, so it's not like they had Nuke in and then they got really bad on it in the meantime. You know, I was trying to theorize like maybe it was done so far in advance they didn't realize and get it out in time, but no, if it's done on Sunday, that's just pathetic. Get rid of it.
That's pathetic.
It is.
Well,
I'm not here to make friends.
No, it's true. That's never have been.
I'm here to be honest.
It's going to be the second half, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise as we get ready for D come on. That doesn't really work online, does it? But you can make noise at home if you like. You can enjoy, pretend you're in an arena.
Yes, if you yell really loud while you turn up the volume and they hear guns shooting, you may even get your neighbors calling someone to come visit you.
We've got a little boost here from our sports, something a little bit elaborate. 2 players going up towards drop down. Never seen this before. 1's normally fine, but 2 going in. This is interesting, and it's going to be Chris J to open things up as well. Successful boost coming in. Lyle's joining in. This is actually very cool.
I don't mind it. Oh, he spotted another as well. That's Marty. He saw Marty's body. Chris is going to get closer and closer on this as well, knowing that there's no one else toward the fountain. Oscar doesn't need to overcommit to the peak. He knows Chris is rotating in behind them, so he just double checks to confirm that they're there. In comes Chris. Flash out as well. Oscar gets bombed down. Chris is still going to be a menace. They've got to commit to the long corner. Pinched off, but Dennis does go down inside of danger. Still, though, Chris is in position to hold them off if they were to rotate back. Valda's made a case for it, though. Oscar's found. Lowell's got to back away. They've somehow pulled this back with 2 kills to make them doubt their positions, Mouse Sports.
Well, Mouse Sports with quite the lead right now, where Heroic still have their smoke grenades. That's one thing they've got going in their favor. They've thrown a smoke towards Connector just to pull a rotation over. They will be heading back towards B, but Chris J's position should lock them down here. They seem to be aware it's a possibility. Chris J wants 1 kill here. That's absolutely fine. He does not get it. To be fair, I like that from Chris. I thought it was a great position. He's had to land the shot. Now it's a 2-on-2. This is very winnable for the T's. They still have that smoke. I think they're thrown it towards Connector. Here it comes. Flash is good as well. Lau might have to fall back here. He gets behind the rock just in time. The bomb will be planted, though. Headshots all over the place.
I can hear them, but I only see 1 kill show up. Means it's down to a 1 versus 2 for Lowell Mouse Sports. They had such a good start. This was a 5 versus 2. Valda with 3, Nico with 1, and Lowell's got to pull this back. Bomb planted, doesn't have a kit. They're going to push him as well. He knows it. He's likely expecting it, but they make it work. That's an incredible clutch. Absolutely
Sensational there from Valda. Another 4 kills for him. And you have to say, maybe Mouse Sports got ahead of themselves in that situation. You get that kind of 5-on-2. You should be playing for the bomb, right? Like, even though I like Chris J's position, is like he looked like he caught them out. If you're thinking about it, if you just want to win the round purely just that, you just get crossfires on that B side, right? You just deny them across the board and don't give them anything to work with there. Don't even let them have a look into the side. Make them commit fully before they even get a duel. They get picked off 1 by 1. And to be fair, it was very unlikely. I'd say it was a calculated risk at that point, but still one that didn't have to happen. And it's going to be a really frustrating one for them to give away. It's going to be 9-7 now. Forced by fully for Mouse Sports. Even Oscar's joining in. So if they don't win this, he will not have AWP going forward.
Yeah, there's a thought for you. No AWP on Oscar.
Is that a Moses impression?
No. Well, maybe. I mean, Americans do sound a little weird. Chris, he will sit and wait with the deagle that is very similar to another deagle that's already in the game. Dennis with the CZ will back away to cover from either swing at door to get to rock or window side as they wait for the rotation from A. That'll be Oscar that rotates. P250 for Oscar. Valda, UMP, tries to dance out. Dennis finds the first kill on a Nico either way, and now they enter. But the pistols are doing all right, you know.
They are doing
Almost got 1. Dennis finds another. This is a 4 versus 2, and Yugi on an AK is already getting picked apart. He's down to 82. It's only 1 bullet that hit him, to be fair, but they know exactly where he is, and Mahdi's going to try and go for the long-range shots on the UMP. Bombs dropped over the wall. They have to commit. Good shot, Yugi, to start it off.
Yeah, he's had a rough game so far, but this could be the difference maker. If they can pick this round up, should have been very good set to win the round, but unfortunately, Lau, he's going to find another kill, and it's just up to Yugi now. 3 kills to find, 20 seconds remaining. I don't think it's possible, but the nice little crouch spray works out for him. A 2 versus 1 now.
He doesn't look comfortable. He doesn't look convincing in any of his shots that he's gathered. Crouch spray almost was luck and desperate at that point, but it's done.
Certainly is. We said this was a very back-and-forth game, and the first half scoreline certainly suggested that as well. 8-7, and after picking up the pistol in a 5-on-2 fashion, Mousesports returned the favour and managed to pick up the 5-7/CZ round, so good work by them. So it'll be a force buy, of course, from Heroic. They don't give in as easy as this, so it's going to be PT50s, Deagles, and a UMP for Snappy. In terms of the utility, they have a smoke, 2 of them to be fair, and a decoy. So let's see what they can do. Nice little boost here from Mousesports. Don't see it that often these days. It was quite prevalent and in fashion for a while, but it's quite easy to pre-fire and flash out of position, and if pinstering towards the A side as well can be quite hard to hold. But Oscar, this is the great setup. One player at APC to watch towards long 8, the other player boosted, watches middle. Quite standard, but it does work out quite effectively as he's waiting to get his first shot here. Chris J on the scout this time. It's Oscar to see whether he can fill those big boots Chris J's.
Position from Dennis, boosted up. You can almost drop away from that, but gets damaged. And not quite enough that the scout is able to one-shot the rest of them, though, being Nico. And then Vold has obviously realized officer's tagged. Nate goes over. It's Lowell. Backing off of it. Chris just chime in, brings it down to 2v2, and HP low. One thing they have to be careful of is not to overcommit to wrap around to deny the plant, because this happens. Yugi sits and waits with the Deagle. Bomb still not planted as a result of it because they got off of it, but Monty stays alive with 2 HP. That leaves a bit of 2 versus 1. Chris spotted, but that should be enough now. 100 HP versus 2, surely.
You'd think so, but it's Moddy.
Stranger things have happened. Monty spotted, though. Chris takes him down with ease.
Well, a decent effort there from Heroic, all things considered. Went into that one of UMP and some pistols, managed to bring down to a 1v1, the bomb going down as well. They could force into this next round. They won't have great cash themselves, but it'll be enough considering that the CTs have a difficult reinvestment. To be fair, the money's actually better than I thought it was. It's going to be Chris J with 50. He can drop it over, so maybe it would be a good idea just to take the eco, but Heroic do go for it. As I said, after getting a couple of tight situations there, you want to see if you can overwhelm the CDs with a chance of their bank accounts to really get out of control, but I don't think they were aware, like I certainly wasn't, Mousesports had that much cash ready to go there to get an AWP out, 4 rifles as well. It's not as weak as you'd think. The 2 UMPs, Deagle, and 2 Tech 9s. Pretty rough by all things considered, but straight towards B we go. Maybe it's just a full set piece off the bat.
Lowell's ready with the nade. Chris nade himself. Oh, they're not going to double those. Yeah, if they had doubled that, though, they could have done significant damage. In fact, maybe even taken Volda down, but Monty's going to take out Chris. They're backed off while Smoke's very successful. No one on the inside of them. Flashes Flash was successful. I think there was just the one, but as they charge through, well, it's not a... Maybe not now. I was going to say, it's not a bad shout to try and do so, but that shot, encouraging enough. The problem is that either team is so fragile that if they overcommit, they lose the momentum that they have, whereas they can still force around this decently if they elect to save, and I think now they will commit to that.
Yeah, when you've been completely smoked out and you're getting flashed through and not getting the trades you need, you're thinking to yourself in the bigger picture of things, maybe we just save the AWP, save the M4, and look to the future and see if we can actually get into this round. It's very unlikely to retake that site, considering they could have been in a triangle formation. Heroic there, just locking them out as soon as they commit towards the site. So it's going to be Mousewell saving the weapons here, and Heroic, like we said, this game's been very back and forth so far, and it keeps on delivering. After the 2 rounds in a row, that's Mouse Sports, they get sent back to economic hell, as it's going to be 10-9 in favour of Heroic. They do save the AWP and the M4 though, but you can't really force one on them. If you look at the money available, they can drop like a couple of UMPs. It's not going to be pretty, but it'll be enough. A scout comes out as well, so it's enough to work with here. But after losing this round, it could mean double eco sort of territory. We'll see what they can bring to the table. CZ, 1 UMP, 1 scout, and those saved weapons from before. It's not much, but it's something.
Just 1 round the difference. Chris is going to bait the Flames to the position at long. Scout to work with. Monty's looking up. They're setting smokes. And he gets a little bit antsy, I have to say, not to at least get a body shot onto that. Information that they're no less and looking to execute. So they get more aggressive. They get the rifles in position. And Flo will find one. An assist as Chris will contribute to take down Monty. But those are each traded out. That's a better shot. As Chris finds Valda, that stabilizes things as well. This is where we said the force around the remaining weapons in the last round. That means, however, though, that they have an... Well, that might change it. Chris getting another shot on Nico. An AWP and a scout to go with a UMP up against now what is just 1 AK. With 2 rifles beforehand, a real chance that could have been a problem. But Chris, I have to say this very well. We said it last map, one of the best scout players in the world to find 3 in this round.
Yeah, he always seems to deliver. And this game is a real brawl here, Matt. No one wants to give in. No one seems to be ecoing at all. And I think we do have another force buy from Heroic. This game is nuts. So it's going to be AKs and UMPs. The idea behind this is it does make sense, I promise you. The fact is, you don't want to allow the opposition to have easy rounds in a row, keeping 5 players alive. You want to keep applying the pressure until you absolutely have to eco here. Fast play towards middle. Let's try and change things up here. And Oscar could get caught out. He's got the AWP towards danger. Well, these are shots, and he's actually let them slip by. He's going to have a lot of room to work with here, but the flashbangs could work against him.
Flash to Speedy, backs off slightly. Oscar's still waiting for them to walk in. Leg shot on the first jump. I thought he made up for that. I thought he hit the shot over the windshield, but it's actually Speedy that did. Chris manages to get 1, but Speedy will perish, and that means Chris has to wrap around with Bomb already going down. Sees a shadow, doesn't. I thought he did surely behind the van. Looks away. That gives him a 3 versus 3 in the post plant that Snappy's going to add to by getting Dennis. This goes Heroic. This is going to be 10-11. And money, an everlasting factor in this half as it's gone back and forth to start things off. We've had 5 rounds, 3-2. Finally. Actually, I take that back. I was about to say finally someone's going to win 2 in a row. That may not happen unless Lowell clutches this back because it's Heroic. Lost the last one and look like they're in position to pick up this one, and certainly Lowell's going to run, try and save the AWP. It's all they'll have in the next round.
Another force by victory here. This time it's for Heroic. Very fast towards A. It had to come down to Oscar. I was hoping he was going to get more done than 0 kills, to be fair. He was set up in position but couldn't get it done. Heroic overwhelmed him with the SMGs and AKs. I like that. A lot of Danish teams do that. MSL especially. He loves that call. He throws it in every now and then when he's obviously playing for North. They just do the rush towards A. Straight up, 1 smoke towards connector. It's very unorthodox. A lot of CT teams will focus towards B at the start. They don't expect a rush really on cover unless it's towards B. And you go straight up there. As long as you get the first kill or negate the AWP, it's going to be very profitable going forward. It's 11-9, or 11-10 I should say now, in favour of Heroic. Forced by a return, of course. They did manage to save an AWP. So UMPs, a scout again for Chris J, and a CZ for Speedy. Whoever wins this round will be sending the other teams back to that horrible situation of forced buy or eco. But that's if Heroic win it, it's going to be Mouse Sports definitely eco. If Mouse Sports win it, it'll be another force by Heroic. So that's the game we're playing right now, the war of attrition. Who will come out on top?
Dennis will wait inside of the corner. Yeah, I mean, this is I kind of enjoy these games, but at the same time, as soon as they get cracked wide open, it tends to snowball. Yeah, at that point. So you have to keep that in mind right now. If Heroic are able to pick this up and do that to Mouse Sports, they could run into a 13-14 scoreline very quickly.
It's very comparable to like tennis, right? When you come into the latter stages of like a tennis match,
a break point.
Breaking the serve, it's just getting to that point. Once you've broken the serve, that's kind of it. That's normally the person that's going to win the set, and that's this almost that exact situation right here.
Flash in, Dennis peeks it, doesn't commit, but finds 1 in Nico just with that peek alone. Doesn't have to walk in toward mid to find much more than that. Molotov surprisingly actually does spread beyond that. It just got past the edge of the Bloom's smoke. Could have been extinguished if that smoke was even a few units backwards, but it's Oscar to get down Yugi. Heroic is dwindling. We just said if they could break them here. Oh, I take this back. As soon as I speak, it all changes. Oscar, good position, though. We'll catch off Valda. They got 2 kills to make this a little bit closer. Madi will find Oscar. Bomb grabbed off the back of this. Knows that the rotations are likely to be coming from B. Chris tags one. Spots the other. Knows where they both are. Knows he's got a safe plant. He's going to go for it. Oh, but is he safe? Because Lowell gets on his horse to get there in time.
Yeah, that was worth the sacrifice for one player. He has to plant at that point. He's got the UMP, a lot of mobility with that weapon as well. Go up and deny it. Modi, he wanted to plant safety, but he thought, okay, I'm probably stuffed either way here. So runs in, takes him down. As we the match pause, we go to 11-11. That was the force buy from Mousesports. They're saving the AWP. They win it, of course. And it's to be Heroic now with the pause. Tactical at that. So let's have kind of a session of working out what they can do with this one. Snappy, $3,400. Yugi, $3,000. The rest of the teammates sub 3K. So they could force into this one with 2 Galils and then 3 Tech 9s if they really wanted to. They are forcing into this round for sure. I promise you that. So here comes the first buy. Vald gets a Tech 9 and head armor. Snappy is the AK, drops it for a teammate as well. So they're trying to work out. They take this pause now to work out how they can get the most out of their money right now. Who takes the armor? Who takes the AKs? Want to give it to the biggest fraggers right now? Nico's got 21 kills. Let's give him an AK. And the rest of the guys, let's get him enough utility so we can actually get him in positions we can find frags. So this is the final buy. 1 AK-47, 1 UMP for Yugi. 3 Tech 9s, get some smokes in. Maybe a wall of smokes towards B. They've got 3 smokes, that makes sense. They had success with that before, the lesser weaponry. Tech 9s, certainly very applicable in those certain situations. Push through the smoke after they've even deployed with flashbangs. We saw it before. And I would be almost certain that's the round that's coming in. But let's see what happens here. Round number 8. Everything tied up.
We'll head over toward the B side with Chris. Oscar heads to danger, smokes off mid immediately. As soon as that smoke blooms, I imagine he relocates onto the hay bale position. Exactly that. It's down the alleyway. Shots go in. That one. Lowell's got to be a little bit careful. Doesn't get tagged by any of those. It seemed like the bullets were at his kneecaps, but just below apparently, just missed. Resolve to this counter smoke though. Had the option to go for a fast tree boost. They elect not to.
This is
they have now. They have now.
Towards drop down, A split comes in. Changing things up slightly. CT's all right.
This is the reason I say the smoke boost though, because it gives them a chance to rotate earlier off of the position at long, because that player can cover both, but they've still got to retake off toward this mid connector. Good flash in. Speedy gets folded down as a result. Oscar! Ooh, that's lovely. Gets one on top of the site. Tries to turn around and find Snappy as well, but to be fair, he did very well with the op anyway.
This is nuts. They're going to win this round as well.
He's got one. Snappy and Monty close it out. You're right. Another force buy win. We said it had the potential to snowball. Not if that happens. That's how you shut that down. And now,
surely
boots on the other foot. Mousesports, no money. Heroic could find themselves up to 13 and maybe even 14 quite quickly.
I think they have to take the eco here.
Full eco.
They're going to take 19 on top of this. A buy is possible. They get some upgraded weaponry. They get PT-50s and 5.7s. This should be the moment now where Heroic crack this game open and get a substantial lead. 13-11 should be coming in. I said that with bated breath. We'll see what happens. It's round number 9, 12-11. And we have a Zeus for Speedy once again. We know he likes it. I've never seen get a kill with it, but let's see whether he can do it this time towards drop down.
Marty. It's holding off for a push to come out from long. Little does he know, it's right in front of him. Does check it, considers it, and Dennis will go down. Have to neutralize this. Here we go again with a Zeus, though. Rushley's favorite. Speedy. Oh, gets it. Jump shot as well. Ah! Speedy looks for more. Gets taken back by Nico on the AK. I do enjoy the sound very much, but that's why you buy it. In that situation as well, pretty much best situation you could possibly use it in right now. Tight angle, jump up, easy to hit. Better headshot from Lola on the first. Follows it up, surprisingly, with a body shot, but Chris is going to jump up. No way. Not again.
You've got to be kidding.
This game makes no sense. Chris picks up the op, can't get the shot right away, but there's Lowell to close it out. We go back to 12-12.
This is nuts. That doesn't make any sense. The fact they brought nothing into the round. A Zeus, a PT-50 to 5.7, and they still win the round. And now it's up to Heroic to force buy again, if you know they're going to, and they'll probably win the round, because this game doesn't actually make any sense right now. 12-12, and we do have the force by 1 AK, 1 UMP, 3 pistols, and surely Mouse Sports can convert this to a victory. Surely. No one can break it right now. It must have been back and forth for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds.
Yeah, and the most anyone's won in a row in the half is 2. This is one of the most back and forth games I've seen. Usually you see it for 6 or 7 rounds, but this is beyond that. Oh, he's trying to get the headshot from far. Gets him one on the top of the tree, though. Gets him behind the rock as well as they have to cross over. Nico and Volda. The only 2 that remain for the heroic side. They're going to try and boost above to utilize their position above the smoke to try and get a better advantage toward the rock as well. But Dennis is ready for that. Bomb's up there now, too. That's not the one you want to boost. That's the round. Yep.
It's happening.
Has to be the round. Can't do anything about it.
Well, Mouse Sports now with a chance to close this one out. It'll be 13-12. Has to be an eco for heroic. Next buy will be $2,400. It won't be great. Here's a little replay of the Zeus. Matt, can you do sound effects?
No, that one wasn't as good. That was better the first time. You can't put me on the spot, Henry.
It's true. You're not a betting machine.
No. I
was about to say something else. That would have been amazing. But I guess not safe for this broadcast. Oh,
Tell me after.
Oh, I will. It was Jason will like it as well. It's one of his sayings.
Oh, well, it's probably not that funny then.
It is. It's pretty good.
Here we go again with a forced buy. Yugi's got Oscar. As he gets aggressive, surprisingly, with an AWP. I think misreading what they had to work with in this, because why would he go that aggressive against pistols and give up an op? Don't laugh at your own jokes, Henry.
It's really bad. I didn't even say it. It's laughing about something I thought of.
It's fine. Just say it. Say it.
No,
you won't. Chicken. Nico gets Chris. Yugi thinks about firing into that telephone pole. He may. Ooh, okay. You know, Speedy's there. I was going to say, may see him back up ever so slightly. And catching flash is perfect, but. Ooh, Marty doesn't collect it. Did damage, and Yugi misses the shot. So now Mouse Sports have the advantage.
Yeah.
Finally, we get another 2 rounds for them. That's the difference in this.
That's 3 in a row.
Oh, it would be. You're right. So they win 2 in a row twice. There's the 3rd. That's the difference in the half for sure. 14-12.
So that was one of the first ecos we've seen from heroic there. They did manage to get an AWP up after finding the kill along A. But here's a little replay from you. Speedy game flashing by a teammate. Nice teamwork there, and he gets 2 kills for it. Not bad at all. Finds the AWP. It's going to be a round of 12 here. 14-12 in favour of Mouse Sports. No AWP for heroic. Actually quite a weak buy, all things considered. They do get the smokes out. Only a couple of Molotovs to work with and little flashbangs. So we'll see whether they can actually get going here.
Oscar sits with the AWP above the half wall inside of the A site. Snappy's going to check himself into the long A in. Won't stay long, though.
No.
But much like Hotel California, he can check out anytime he likes. But Dennis wants to make sure he can never leave.
Well, they have got long A control set up here. But the CT's not taking the bait quite yet. They actually went aggressive on the upper P platform. Got a bit of intel of their own. So they'll be keeping 3 players on that side of the map. Speedy, one of those players at top middle here. The bombs towards long A, and it looks like they're setting up some sort of execution here, but Dennis wants to shut it down right here, right now. I guess he just shut down himself. Yugi finds the first kill.
Speedy's going to get more. Does finally get Maudie. It looked like it was going to take a while to win it out, but now Mouse Sports are stabilizing, and they'll get Valde. They'll close the round. They'll get map point finally with a 4th round in a row as well.
Yep, they've run away with this one, and only $2,900 of lost bonus coming from heroic. Not ideal, they have to buy here. It's match point, and who would have thought, Matt, after getting battered 16-4 on Nuke, they come back and win the second map as well. Sometimes Counter-Strike is very confusing. But still, Mouse Sports putting up a good showing here. I thought heroic would run away with this. This is like Danish territory cobbled. Like, they're the best nation on this map by far, I'd say. But apparently, this will be a Mouse Sports victory. Looking at this buy, 2 UMPs, 2 Tech 9s, a Deagle. That's for Yugi. And they're going in on B. They're all in, running through the flames. It's Lau to find them first. He gets the first kill, taking down Valda. And it should be a Mousesports victory. 3 kills coming in, make it 4. And it's just Yugi now with the Desert Eagle to try and win another sensational clutch. I don't think it's going to happen, as he has been found. And that should be Chris J to finish off the job. And Mousesports, they do it. They pick up the second map after getting completely wrecked on Nuke.
Yeah, bizarre half, I have to say. But as we said, once someone does break it, it took a lot longer. They tend to run with it. That's what happened. Mousesports, in the unlikely event of a Zeus, won a pistol round and then ran away with the game. So it closed out quite quickly, but it took a while to get there. 16-12 for Mousesports. Jason.
They've done it. 1 for 1 in the evening. They came back much like earlier in the day. And yeah, it did get dicey there in that second half. A lot of weird traded rounds of just pistols and losing some silly things. Typical Mousesports things, really.
That was a doozy, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knocked you in your ass, Chad? That little ending?
Is doozy a good thing or a bad thing where you come from?
I think it can be used universally as both, just depending on the context.
And probably the tone.
Yeah. Was that a good doozy or was that a bad doozy?
It was a good doozy, you know, because that's entertaining Counter-Strike. You know, you see the Zeus frags, the Nico 4K Deagle
You enjoy
rounds.
those? So normally you hear triggering associated with it. So like, where do you stand on this?
If you want to break it down from a strategical, analytical point of view, where teams should never be winning those rounds and that should just be fundamentally sound, spot on, awful. That's not, but if you want to be entertained,
that's what we had.
I definitely want to be on this Tuesday evening.
Yep.
That was very entertaining. Good on Mousesports, bouncing back from a crushing defeat.
You know what I found entertaining was someone tweeted the clip of Nico's 4-kill Deagle to Dupree, and he responded, he only got 4, noob.
Rude.
And then he went up for the LAN angle as well. But I mean, that's not bad.
The LAN one doesn't get used as much anymore.
Banter. No, the LAN one doesn't get used as much.
I feel like it needs to get used a little bit more.
It could be. Either way, we do have today's results ready. We'll bring those up on the screen in case you just tuned in. Now you missed some other doozies earlier in the day. 16-5 Na'Vi wins over Hellraisers in the first map, and then Hellraisers responds to the 16-11 win. And then obviously this one, we just saw the 12-16 win for Mousesports. And what we didn't see, or what you might not have seen earlier, was a 16-4 win by Heroic on Nuke. This is how the standings change, not much. Hellraisers go up
the 1-1s, keep it pretty standard, right?
Yeah. Right. Hellraisers got to be, pretty happy, though, that they get to move up a couple slots.
I think we can see how quickly the tables can turn, Mousesports are still in number 2, but things are sliding and slipping all over the place quite quickly.
Do we know who Hellraisers are playing soon as well?
I can find out, Lauren.
Did you have a little peek? So I'm kind of curious.
Slip and Slide was a phenomenal game.
Why are you looking at me?
Was it like Snakes and Ladders?
You don't know what a Slip and Slide is?
The blue
backyard?
top.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had too many spiders and snakes to do that, mate. They come and give you a little nibble.
Drop bears.
Yeah, you don't want to go outside unless you have to. Yes, Lauren, we can see that they have to take on North, Astralis, Fnatic, Mousesports, FaZe, and NIP. The end of the season for Hellraisers is going to be an uphill battle.
It is.
It's going to be a doozy. Let's bring up the NA schedule now in case you guys are feeling awake, feeling alive after that second half, because we are. SK taking on Optic in 2 back-to-back games, and then Team Liquid and Winterfox going at it. The Kiwis, the New Zealanders.
You did it!
I did it. Just for you, Chad. Just for you. At the end of this night. This is going to be Europe tomorrow. So this is going to be NIP versus Na'Vi. Definitely don't want to miss that one to see if NIP can still keep climbing the ranks. And then Astralis taking on Kingwood. That will be a tough match for the Polish Penguins.
Yeah, cute little logo, though.
It is.
What noise do penguins make?
I want to say a quack, but that feels so awkward, doesn't it?
They waddle, though.
They do waddle, and they slide, like slip and slides. They have ice.
Yeah, slide. Might depend on the type of penguin, too.
Emperor penguins and such. This was a brilliant segment. What we're going to do is take off for the evening. Thanks for tuning in tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. Have a good one.
opens up the plant potential. Watch Kenny drop down. Hits exist up. 1v1 spotted up. Oh, Kenny! Once again, very quickly, they tried it before. Then it shut down time after time again. Automatic! This AWP got two, goes for a shot. That's smart. Does get Skadoodle. Jumps up. Still a bit of time on this. It's going to be a 10-second defuse. He's got to hit the shot right now. Oh my God, Fallen!
All right, so welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to our first match of the evening. It's Optic Gaming taking on SK, and Optic, well, at least for now, they have a new leader at the helm, and it's going to be Jason R. Daze, did you expect this at all?
Yeah, kind of. I mean,
kind of. I mean, I know we had that discussion last week.
They need a ringer, so.
But at IGL, though, that's the kind of interesting part that I think had a lot of people's curiosity.
Yeah, I don't know how high my hopes are with a ringer being the IGL is a very odd situation. Nobody's going to be used to anything that he's calling, and it's all just going to be rank S strats, I'm telling you.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to follow up with is, like, you know, in terms of the actual expertise that he brings, like what exactly does Jason R bring to the table? Is it anything special, or?
No, it's going to be maybe smoke outside, bomb train smokes, you know, maybe 560 box and kind of work out, or maybe throw those smokes, fake to enter, you know, things like that. Maybe a 2-1-2. default type thing, or 3-1-1 towards Ivy, but it won't be anything crazy. I mean, it's going to be very puggy, and I think it's going to hurt Optic a lot, because I think one of the situations that we've seen since Stan has left also is that, like, someone like Mixwell just is getting, like, impatient when he plays and things like that, and just always trying to make a play, and it's making, instead of, like, everybody playing within their comfort zones because they know Stan's going to tell them what to do in, like, a lot of these situations, someone like Mixwell or Tarek is just going to get over-aggressive at times, and it's actually going to end up hurting them more than it's going to help them.
Well, Optic now will start off onto the T side here, which is a side that may not end up going too well for them, unfortunately. Here, we'll have to wait and see. As, again, opening up here with what will probably just turn itself into a default split in towards the outer bomb. So they've got the bomb on top of ladder, though, so room for it to kind of in an emergency move divert over towards B as well. But Phelps got hyper-aggressive into the ladder room here. He's already scouting out for intel inside of there in the event that they do drop down to take control. Two more, of the CTs playing over there towards Ivy to hold control of there, and the short lane coming out from T-Con. And they are playing 2 inner currently, but one of them is inside of Z. He's going to be able to quickly rotate. In the first battle, though, it's actually Naf that'll come out on top against Phelps. So problem is there's a pretty slow follow-up. We can still see some more kills coming out for Optic, though. Naf picking up a second there against Cold, but Fallen holding at the edge of the green train, picks up an additional one against Mixwell. Unfortunately, can't hold in his own regard here against Tarek, but Fur wrapping back around has picked up Naf and Tarek now, and it's Rush alone in a 1v2, but he gets aggressive from on top of the bomb train. He restricts this down to a 1v1. One more to go. He takes the long-range battle, but he won't be successful, and Taco wins out the final 1v1 and gives SK the pistol.
Yeah, very nice job by Fur there on the rotation from Z. And you see that's something you see on train a lot, is when that rotator comes, if nobody's on his left coming out of Z, he wraps around the bomb train. Look how he goes to his right after he kills Naf. And that's like it's a very easy shot. Anybody pushing up towards Hell, they're never looking that way. People coming out of Ivy, pushing towards the bomb train from camera. Like, it's very easy kills, and Fur takes advantage of that.
Optic now again splitting themselves up into what is probably going to become another default here, as they did not get the plant that time, so they're just forcing into the second round. Tech9's, a couple smokes here and there may try to overwhelm the site to get another plant that they'll be able to use on the actual first round coming up here, but actually winning the round is probably going to prove to be a little bit tough. SK have gone for full SMG investments, only one M4 sitting on Fur there. And the rest playing this pretty slowly, as again, they have pretty much that same split up with just, I think, having Fallen play a bit more aggressively. Phelps still inside of the ladder room here. Good response from Jason R on the drop down to the ladder. And in fact, Mixwell also picks up Fallen there. So actually winning out the initial trade. It's just unfortunate, though, as it now comes the tough part with these long-range push that they have to get over there towards the outer site. They do end up calling it off, and everybody evacuates over here right outside of T-spawn. I think in a moment they're going to re-aggress inside once they get Mixwell into a better position outside of Ivy there.
Setting up some type of a smoke. It's going to be 5-6. I'm not sure what smoke Jason R is throwing. And now, let's see, Maxwell going up Ivy.
T-Con players are also the ones that are extremely low, so this is going to take a minute to see the follow-through. SK did start to back up, expecting there to be an inner hit now, with Coldzera kind of acting as the warning out the Ivy. He's seen it. Well, he'll get flashed. He'll respond to it with one of his own here, so he's able to safely retreat to the old bomb train, and it buys time for Fur to go. And he actually does get surprised a bit, getting pushed from the middle of the trains there, but at the end of the day, they still have pretty decent control of it, and they went out the round.
Yeah, Fur just all over the place. Shooting people in the back there. Gets another 2K, already at 5 frags. Optic has a nice eco round, though. They definitely had a chance to win that. It's just that they didn't catch anybody at Ivy while they were walking out. So, Cold played it very defensively and then just gave time for Fur to react. Now on a full eco, should be an easy round for SK. But SK's setup is going to change a lot now. I did a video on how Fallen opts outside, as Fur just rushes inner, and Jason R knows that they're doing this.
He actually does manage to dodge away from them here, so now they're just watching out for ladder drops or anything like that. Fur spotted Jason R, though, and it's a bit unfortunate because that's the bomb gone down to the ground, and if there was going to be any chance for Optic, it's pretty much gone away now, as SK holds just so much map control. There's really no room for Optic to move, and they're just hiding, hoping to get a couple frags, I think. I'm just going to knock them out one by one here. Mixwell doesn't get spotted first off. He knows there's a second player somewhere close, but he was hoping that he would go past. Not the case. Now, long range with the Glock. It's not really going to pan out, so has to back away awkwardly out of there. In the meantime, though, Tarek was actually able to escape, and I think he's just barely going to get this plant on the ground. Oh, it was like a millisecond away from having it on the ground.
Was. But SK's setup might change a lot now. almost guarantee they're going to keep the SMG as they usually do in this scenario. But SK setup might change a lot because now that they have Phelps, FNX usually wasn't like even an E-box or inside ladder or anything like that. He was almost always bomb trained. Right? Now that they have Phelps, Phelps wants to be really aggressive. He wants to be the one up front. He wants to take the first battle. That's going to be a different look because before it was usually Fallen. Fallen would be around Sandwich. He'd be opping team mid, and it's a very different type of look. And now if Phelps is aggressive, we'll see how Fallen plays. If he's going to play more passive or he's going to be aggressive with him. I have no idea. So I'm really curious to see if they're going to change their train setup at all or if they're going to continue to play, you know, Fallen style like he used to, you know, now that they have Phelps added.
Well, now it's Optic lined up into the default here. Same with some of these previous rounds. No execution to come in yet, but SK still playing aggressively over there towards the drop, towards the ladder drop with FR sitting on the outside watching for the T-Con cross, and Phelps obviously really close up here. Still with the SMG in hand, so going to be pretty good to play this duel at this range, but now it's Optic's turn to actually get in here and try to make a fight for this. Even on inner there, they've obviously changed it up now that we're in a gun round. It's only one holding here, but oh, Taco is found out by Naf on a quick peek there. Catches him with a nade in hand, and off of that, they'll get a little bit of an edge to work with. Now they have to capitalize upon it, though, since they'll rotate an additional player. This does leave outside sight. Assuming they still want to follow through with a hit there, a little bit vulnerable. And in fact, Rush picks up another player. They know Cold's hiding in this back tunnel here, so they can just smoke him off. And now they can safely proceed out. Mixwell does trade, or excuse me, Cold does trade on the one, but then he's counter-traded seconds afterwards. Phelps tries the multi-frag from the ladder room, but it does not pan out, so Fallen's alone now in a 1v3 on the inner bomb site.
Yeah, and really to make this round successful, I think if he gets one kill, SK is kind of happy about this result. You know, they kept the majority of their SMGs, so they're not really hurt on their economy. It was just kind of a bonus round if they're able to win it. But if they lose it and they get 3 or more kills and then they win the following round, it's a really good success for them. Tark does a good job in the ladder, killing Fallen as he drops down. You know, it's 3-1, but still. SK likes the position they're in. You know, it's a CT-sided map. You got to think they have well over a 50% chance to win this round, and if they do win this round, they're probably going to take a pretty commanding lead.
Well, as the buyouts do come back in now for Optic, we'll take a look and see if there's any change-up at all from the strat that we've been seeing. For the most part, again, just these default lineups here. And it's not looking like it's going to deviate from that at all, since it worked on the first gunner here, so they may try to work towards something similar to it here. As again, the 2 players split over here towards Ivy, 1 outside of T-Con, and then 2 more probably making noise a little bit towards box halls and inner there, but ultimately probably going to end up dropping in a ladder if they follow through on the usual. SK, back to the same setup here too. Taco holding close up to the ramp over on the inner bomb site, and the rest holding outside pretty deep.
Yeah, and it's just a full default 2-1-2. Worked last round just going for the peaks and whatnot, and now they're going for it again. Now Fallen opping Ivy, I'd be very surprised if Rush didn't hear that scope. But they're just going to hold it, and we'll see if any picks happen like it did the round before.
Currently, again, just really running that timer down before they do move in for the execute, and Fallen just doesn't react at all, unfortunately, to the peek from Mixwell. So he's going to be able to swing out there, and again, they get the opening frag on just a wild peek. It takes out Fallen here, and now they've got a 5v4. Guys over here towards inner or the box halls will maybe make some noise in a moment. And Tarek actually just watching out, but oh, he might get timing really badly here. As we can see Taka moving in, he has the angle and slowly tapping away there, finishing him off with a spray to knock out Tarek. Trade that back out to a 4v4. Still waiting for the actual bomb itself to start moving out here. So SK, they figured out what the plan is. They're going to look to rotate back into this. Fur picking up 2, again, moving around everywhere here. He even takes the battle against Jason R. While he will lose there, Coldzera and Phelps are able to trade out those last 2 frags and pick up the round.
That's one of the things I think Taco is very underrated for. When he has an opportunity, when it's a 4v5 and one of his teammates gets picked off, he's actually the one that might be the most active player on SK looking for a pick, looking to even it up to make it 4v4, looking to get information. Especially on a map like Overpass. We continually see him if Fallen or Fur gets picked off, he pushes up short B and tries to even it up and get information and kind of save the round. Now, it's 4-1. SK puts them on a save. I thought Optic would kind of manage their money a little bit differently and be able to buy here, but they just went so hard and, you know, economically speaking into that last round that they have to be put on a save.
Yeah, so now really not working with any heavy firepower. No utility at all here, so which means they just have to try and take a direct contact out onto this site. And you can see they're trying to sneak up and line up for it here. Rush, once they get up on top of his teammates, they can sort of boost for it, but Jason R already being found.
I thought that was a nade. I was like, this is going to be the most damaging nade I've ever seen.
Just a smoke, however, to start things off. And while I think Rush can sort of see, you can kind of see the outlines of the trains there on the top of the smoke.
You can see.
they will still resolve to end up falling back up on top of the ladder, and I think regrouping with the inner players and the bomb, more importantly, to try and make a push towards this side instead, where SK have already changed up their own dynamic, and they've got 2 players committed to it. Timing on that Molly is pretty good, as it is going to delay them even further a bit here, and they've got a smoke to just toss directly down into it. So that'll probably hold them off for a little bit longer. Molly actually, I think, does flood onto the grounds a little bit outside of it there, even though it may have not wanted to go directly on top of that corner. So this will funnel a lot of them out through upper, at least to start here. And Taco once more going up close to take it. Contact, that is. As Optic again still run this tower down, obviously very close to the site, so they can afford to do that. The main goal here is now finding that plant, but at the moment it's not looking like it is going to happen. Nap tagging onto it there. He does trade the 1 frag, but now when committing to this plant, Fur's going to waltz right up and finish off the job.
Yeah, and that spot's becoming just increasingly, used more and more at upper, where you don't really spot the upper when they're coming out. You kill them when they're coming down, and then if they start pushing up, you can kind of just crouch up onto the wooden spindle there. And it's just a really nice position. The thing about Fur when he shoots is, if you ever notice, he's like really under control when it comes to his bursting a lot of the time. He knows when to spray and he knows when to burst really, really well with that M4.
Control from there at the very end, and Mixwell, all right, just going for it. You talked about how he was going to want to start to make some plays here, and he starts us right off with just an instant ladder drop to take down Fur.
Yeah, and things have been great for Optic in the starts of rounds, just making it 4v5 and whatnot.
He's going to get forced out, but he still gets an additional kill.
Take that, though, all day. 4v3, a lot of information, and again, though, the counter-aggression on the other side of the map, just to even it up. This last time it was Taco, this round it's Fallen. Just to give them, a pretty good chance of winning this round.
Yeah, the rest of its teammates, again, same as the last round, pretty much. Everybody just funneling towards the upper site here and trying to make a push over out on towards B, but nobody checking the back spindles. But nice shot from Tarek. Just as Taco was about to drop back down, he catches his head moments before he went from behind cover again. So now they've got the advantage once more. Rotations are going to be on the way, and they'll be split too, so they will have a little mini flank coming against them as coldzera holds the back calls here. Fallen just going for the direct approach from Z. He's got to be extra cautious with this op in hand too. And again, as he checks around his corners, he'll be clean here. It's not until he actually starts to push back into the site that he's going to actually make contact against these Ts. But flashbangs to start us back off. coldzera is still sitting in those box halls here. Not a whole lot of them actually attempting to go back in, but Cold's going to start us off, it looks like. Making a whole lot of noise there, and upper sneaks in, finds Jason R. In the meantime, though, Fallen is backed out, so I'm not even sure if they're really going to attempt this, as Cold just hits himself in the face with a nade, and now he's going to pull back to the corner here and look to survive from the explosion. So, all right. He ends up just leaping back in there and killing himself.
Yeah, just a bit of a mistake by Taco. You almost never see him make a mistake like that on the solo site. He jump spotted and he actually saw them there. But, he went for that spindle peek. And I should have added, when you're at that spot and you want to go for that spindle peek, you want to let them know that they could be out upper, and then your Z player to come, and then when they see your Z player and he just shoots, he can just shoot his gun at the wall, it doesn't matter. As long as they're looking there, then when you pop up on the spindle, and you can get pretty easy kills. Otherwise, you kind of wait back, and their heads come up, and it's like a really easy headshot for you if they just keep pushing up, right?
Well, it won't work out for Taco in that round there, as Optic do get another round onto the board here. Not going to be able to break SK just yet, as they can afford to force into this 8th round here, and it's still pretty much a full buy for everyone too. I think only Phelps had to downgrade to a UMP, and they still have the op on Fallen, M4s for everyone else, and everybody except for Cold has full utility here too. So after this one though, I do fear that they are going to be pretty low on cash, and we'll have to immediately eco there, and that would give Optic the path to tie this match back up and give them a route to try and take the lead here too. So once again, slow on the opener, and just another default lineup from Optic, as SK have now switched up to just playing a constant 2 towards inner and only 3 on the outside site.
Yeah, and they have been playing inside ladder room like almost every single round. They're pretty much always there. And Fallen getting aggro on that green train gives him vision of team mid, so Phelps doesn't have to worry about that too much. And it's a different look. It's an entirely different look than how they used to play train with FNX.
Yeah, now Cold, he's going to be waiting for this one though, but he sprays in the wrong direction there, just right into the middle of it, and misses both of the Optic players. So Rush is able to move in and punish upon that one. Now Fallen looking to trade from the backside, but he also misses his opening shot. That's going to give him a way to rush. All of a sudden, Phelps has the only presence here in this site. He does hear Tarek coming down the ladder there in a last-ditch attempt to pick up a frag, but no! Everyone on SK is coming up flat here. Taco right back in there, and he's close up. This could surprise them now as he gets a first kill, but again, not paying attention to his flank, and that's going to allow allow Jason R to close out, giving Optic their third, and now breaking the SK economy.
And Optic just playing really well right now. I mean, the way they're winning rounds a lot of the time is by like direct contact, but SK is playing in positions where they can allow that to happen. Having said that, you know, walking through the smoke on cold, you don't see that being successful every day. That usually does not happen. But you know, they're playing inside ladder room almost every single round. You know, Fallen was opping Ivy, he got picked. Taco peeking in and out of the lower ramp, he got picked, and now Optic just steamrolling outside.
Well, again with these entries, he just rolls right out and gets that instant headshot. Naf and Tarek picking up kills too. They're in Demolisher mode as for attempts to Zeus there. I'm sure you saw the light, but no connection. So Cold Zera is just going to be left alive here on top of ladder room, and it should be an easy 4th round for Optic here.
I mean, I don't think I'm overreacting when I'm saying this, but I think Jason R might be the greatest in-game leader of all time.
Clearly he was the solution.
Wasn't a joke, Blue.
Wasn't?
No. They are nasty.
Just the most underrated mind to ever come to North American Counter-Strike. It's been hiding in his stream all this time.
Yeah.
We finally brought him into the light.
Optic found a keeper.
All right, so Cold, again, not really going to go hunting too much either here in an attempt to save the Deagle. He swings out, and he is located by Mixwell here. Ultimately, though, Mixwell gets the kill. Not a huge loss for Cold, just goes down there. If he was able to take out one of more of the players from Optic, would have been great. They're still trying to work on building up this economy, too. It's getting to a pretty good spot already, but now, immediately after that save, SK are right back on the buy.
And a lot of this is coming down to Optic players kind of just really anticipating how SK is going to play the map. You know, they all know as individuals what SK wants to do. And then as individuals taking it upon themselves to being like, okay, this guy plays like this, I think we could win the round, you know, here. And things of that nature. So Taco gets a little bit aggro inner, just gets naded down huge for almost 50 damage right away. And their buy is not looking great. 2 umps, 3 M4s. And if Optic can win this round, they're poised for a very good half on this T side of train.
And after using initial smokes, they're already down to just 2 for when the actual take comes in. Only 1 Molotov as well. Optic, meanwhile, just stacked to the teeth with everything that they would need to try and utilize in this round in terms of utility, using some of their early smokes and mollies now to burn out these aggressive positions that SK might have been choosing to take here in an attempt to upset against Optic in this round, but won't be finding anyone as, again, it's still into those default playing spots that we've seen SK stick to. Still the constant 2 inner. They have not decided to aggress inside of ladder room this time. They're playing 1 deeper into the Ivy tunnel and 2 closer out towards the actual trains themselves. And of course, you do have Taco, who is already going to take a bit of contact from earlier on in the round there towards ramp, but is still kind of sticking back here at the back of the pot dog, while his teammate hides underneath or in between the ladder for upper and the spindles on the site. Finally, though, we'll start to see maybe a little bit of movement here in a second from Optic. It's a good boost up onto the box to actually attempt to spot Jason R when he swings out from ladder. But Fallen, again, will be first point of contact when they move out over here from Ivy. Takes the duel, unsuccessful in it. The inner hit did fail, though, so they're going to be able to rotate pretty quickly. And Cold from off the top of the box, he'll get 1, but the NAF trades him out from the ladder position. Phelps, a bit of a big spray there, and he runs out of ammo for it, so he'll have to switch back out. And not only do they trade on him, but Fur goes down too. It's Taco in a 1v2, but he's got a big flank coming. Very low on HP, though, only 30 to work with. Sneaks in. He's hoping to find Jason R out here too, and that's why he hasn't fired off on him yet. So not going to be able to catch him though, as he does take down Mixwell. That's the first kill. That's the easy one. It's the job of actually hunting down Jason R that's going to be a bit of a task here, as he retreated successfully into the sandwich without being spotted. And now he's just slowly creeping his way forward. And Taco, he might just get... Oh, actually, no. Jason R took a left turn there into the short lane. So once again, he'll have a bit of an advantage unless Taco goes for the check on this at the last second. Sticks onto the defuse. Jason R swinging out. He won't have a lot of time for this kill, but he gets it. And it's Optic again that went on a big gun round here and put... forward now again to tie things up.
Yeah, and Jason Tar took a very unconventional route. He went and, you know, he wasn't even like really watching the bomb at all. If Taco just defused and locked it, he probably would have won the round. But, you know, obviously how could Taco know that Jason R would have went all the way towards team mid? One thing, if you ever watch Taco and when he plays inside, whenever he rotates to outer, he almost always goes back lanes. Almost always. And it's pretty, that's like the third place you check. When you take outside as a T, you almost always say ladder flank Z, and he gets, and that's one of the reasons he's able to put himself in situations like that, where he can win the round, and where he can clutch, and where he gets a kill, you know, in somebody's back. It's because he goes in those back lanes, and it's kind of like the third thing that you think about.
So off of that one, he almost is able to set himself up for a clutch, but thankfully Jason R comes out on top near the end of it. Fallen, as the CTs try to get a little bit more aggressive here on their eco rounds, attempted to push his way out from Ivy. Unsuccessful there. Taco, though, peeking too early for the range of the Mag 7 to work out. While he does knock off half the HP on Tarek, still is not going to get the kill. Now Phelps up close to the CZ, and nicely done! Gets 2 instant frags on Tarek and Naf, and now, with an AK in hand, picks up a third as well. Wants to go for the fourth, but Mixwell again. Powerful on these entry kills, swings out and takes down Phelps, prevents any more damage from being done. Fur attempts to work magic with the Deagle, but now with this being brought down to a 2v1, it's under the control still of Optic here. Didn't get scary for a second there, though, with Phelps going off inside of the ladder room, but I think Optic are reading this well now, and are just going back around those back holes, and will probably attempt to plant this on B. And Cold, as he doesn't really spot anything there, tries to line himself up early for a flank, and actually Optic, I said they were going to go B. That's actually wrong. They just
I think they saw him go up the ladder.
Did they?
That's why. I'm pretty sure they saw a pixel of him, because Rush was looking like exactly where he was. But, I mean, Rush is just a rock, man. I really think he's like one of the best players in North America. Every time I watch this guy play, he never messes up on these crucial frags. Like coming out of Ivy there, he easily could have got one deeked. He's very, very aware. On CT side, he holds his spot extremely well. On T side, he could clutch, he could entry, he could do every role but op. His op stinks. His pistol is good. Like, I'm telling you, this guy is so underrated, it's crazy.
Yeah, so with him being able to spot that back out and Optic being able to get the successful plant here, Coldzera, I don't think he's going to go for the retake. I think he's just more trying to hunt anyone that would try to evacuate out through like team mid or something like that. So well, he just waits this time out. And again, more than likely he's going to end up just saving the AK since he misses both of the players from Optic. Not necessarily a terrible round, though, for SK, considering that that was pretty much just like a half-buy / eco there. And they managed to pick up that many kills. But now going back onto the buy here, we need to start seeing some consistency and kind of full close out of the half from them if they want to make sure they hold good chances going into the second half.
Yeah, and Optic just, as individuals, playing very, very well. And just getting, like, these kills at all the, you know, the points of contact. You know, ladder room, Ivy, and 4v5s all the time. Optic's playing great. I mean, you got to remember they lost pistol too.
And they immediately kind of swung it back as soon as we saw gun runs from them. And it was like Mixwell that really showed up first off here with these crazy aggressive kills. And you even said that was going to happen too, with him wanting to make the plays. And well, it seems like they've been able to channel that pretty well. And he's coming out with so many of these crucial frags. Even in the last round there, we could see him turning around a little bit there after Fur was able to impact quite a bit, or excuse me, Phelps was able to impact quite a bit and try to make that a round for SK, but ultimately Optic did bring it back. Now again that they actually have the lead. Cold, though, waiting outside of Ivy. He's going to get his first battle, but there's Mixwell again. And with the op, just goes right up. Has a little tiny angle to work with, but it is enough to take down Coldzera. Phelps mauling out the ladder room. They've been almost always pushing outside, too, so at the very least, SK are going to have that advantage to work with. The Molly's not perfect, though. They still have the ability to, I think, smoke it back out there, or at least avoid the fire, and then just delay their push a little bit while the Ivy guys get prepped to move in. They've already started to push their way back out, and Phelps missed the Q on one of them. What's even worse, he peeks right into Mixwell as he gets a second kill, and because he misses that Q on the first player, now Rush and Naf are able to push forward, executing 2 more from SK and putting this down to a 1v5 as Taco is the one attempting to clutch it. And while they may find a Rush pushing forward towards Ivy since he's low HP, getting anyone else after he reveals himself is going to be the tough part. And well, what do you know? It's Mixwell again, peeking directly into more and more players from SK. He ends up with a 3K on the round.
I mean, another great round by Optic. Just Mixwell going out Ivy, nice kill in the middle of Dome Train. And SK, after winning pistol, has only won 2 out of the last 9 rounds. They force buy here. Cold's able to get an off. They have 3 umps and a mag 7.
Mixwell again spotting a player early on here. He does get baited into the shot though, so they're going to reconfirm his positioning there and try to work against it. Naf though, still being able to find the first entry. Tarek unfortunately falls flat on his attempt to push forward, but Fallen actually is the one doing a lot of the legwork here for SK now to try and make sure that they do finally actually close out on an advantage. Taking down 2. Mixwell, however, is still alive, and he's been the dangerous one here for his team. Waiting to see if anybody will peek the short lane or even on the right side too. Fallen still veiled behind a smoke. And after not spotting anything, he'll fall back and let Naf try to go in first, or at least try to spot for some more intel on that side. A 2v3, certainly not unwinnable for these players. They still control the bomb. Mixwell still has his full utility kit to play with, but they need to find another frag here so that they can safely try to push out onto this site, because right now they're kind of stuck. Good nade, though, connects, but Fallen is still ready with the SMG, and it is going to take a Mixwell down, now leaving Naf alone to pull this off, and he won't even get one of the kills. It's SK closing out and battling back once again.
Yeah, finally winning one of those rounds where they just have those guys up close, but this time it wasn't just Phelps by himself. Actually, he was with for one of the rounds in ladder. You know, playing aggro outside with the umps, you pre-nade, you get close. Optic kind of trying to force a play outside. You know, and that's, of course, what you don't want to do. That's the exact thing you don't want to do when you're playing against umps, because people like to go close mid.
Well, Optic already proceeding forward here to try and look for a hit. This time towards inner, though. This is probably one of the only rounds where we've seen them go aggressively towards inner right from the start of it. For the most part, they've actually been a little bit more quiet and just trying to play into these defaults. So boosting up on top there and trying to spot for any players that may be on the back trains they're looking out. Naf, though, again, starting us off from over in the ladder room. That always seems to be the first point of contact for either squad. And this time it works into the favor of Optic, because I think Phelps tried to push aggressively up the ladder there, and Naf was just able to punish it easily from the top side, taking him down and once again giving them a 5v4 advantage. No overall reaction just yet from Optic, though. They're still taking it pretty slowly. Again, as they still have that minute to play with here. Specifically being very cautious, since it hasn't been an entirely uncommon thing to see 2 players from SK playing inside of the ladder room there. So just watching out for it here for a few extra seconds before finally giving up upon it and now trying to initiate the hit down there, as well as in the T-Con that we're seeing Jason R and 2 more of their own teammates push towards now. Tarek's even going to try to throw the fake towards inner too, but the problem is there's a lot of CTs waiting for him in here. They still have that full 2-player commitment, and while one of them was smoked off, Taco was waiting up on top. And now Fur playing close. He will not get anything. Rush taking him down. Mixwell finding another shot here. Fallen does hit the shot to trade out onto Rush here, but he's stuck in a Molotov, forced into the open. Misses his shot. Naf's going to punish that. And again, Taco left alone, but Mixwell just hits his head through the bomb train and ends the round for Optic.
Tony, man, greatest IGL of all time. HLTV top 20 rankings, watch out. Cold, watch out for the #1 spot.
Jason R is coming for you.
Yep.
Yeah, so it is crazy all of a sudden, just this renewed confidence from Optic, specifically from, you know, the players that lead the charge in a lot of these rounds, like Mixwell and whatnot, are showing up big time, and it's given them a guaranteed advantage coming out of the half for T side here. If they can make it 9-6, it'll be even better. And certainly with this type of a buy, it's looking good to make it that way. Tarek already finding Phelps first. Probably going to try to aggress in. Tarek's still waiting for it, though. They get him. Taco's in the back behind the boxes there. I think he's probably going to be able to escape. Still just trying to mess with them a little bit before he ends up giving back up and falling back to the site. They've even spotted Cold out here. They know he's going to be hopping around somewhere close to the bomb train. There's Jason R with the instant headshot against Cold Zera. And now it's a 5v2. And while Fallen is working on a flank through the Ivy push over there, probably going to wrap in towards T in a moment here. Taco, they already should be aware that he's playing towards inner there once more. They'll just have to watch out for his rotate in a few moments. Fallen starting his own push back towards outside. They've even got Naf watching out for this one, and he's going to have no problem whatsoever dispatching a Fallen. So Taco with a 1v5, probably not the best odds to pull this off, and he's going to move right in, right into a headshot for Tarek, as he will end it. And it's Optic Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, and a bit of a surprise here, actually, after they looked in such poor form over these past few weeks. That lead here against SK on train, 9-6 will be the scoreline. Stick with us, in the second half will be coming up in just a few moments.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
right, and we are back once again. Ladies and gentlemen, here, our first match of the evening is off to an interesting start as it's Optic now with a stand-in IGL playing for them that's actually leading against, well, the team that won 2 majors in a row, formerly the #1 team in the world. It's SK, who also have a new player on the roster, but they had plenty of time to adjust for him. And it, you know, going into this one, it looked like it was going to be a pretty clear victory for SK, but maybe not the case anymore, as Optic has shown up and they've had some quite impressive fragging power to start us off on their T side. Yeah, well, with SK and the way they play, and this usually doesn't happen on LAN, but a lot of time online, especially with like 50 ping and stuff like that. Like I'll give you an instance. When Fallen was opping Ivy there, even though they had a nice peek from the right and the left, a lot of the reason that was successful was just because of the ping. Yeah. Like on LAN, even if they both peek like that, most likely Fallen probably kills at least one of them, and it's like a 4v4 instead of a 4v5. But one of the reasons Optic was able to have a really good half wasn't just because of that, but some of the reason is kind of what happened with SK on Mirage, right? SK, they had the best Mirage in the world, right? But then they did like that double ramp setup, and people kind of caught on to how they played a little bit, and they got used to it, and they kind of, figured them out a little bit. And Optics played against SK on train a lot, and SK has a lot of things that they like to do, and Phelps especially, and Phelps too, adding in Phelps, that you can kind of predict. You know where Fallen's going to be opping, right? You know Phelps loves to be in ladder. I mean, he was there like probably over half the rounds, I would say. You know they like to just run up lower ramp as fast as they can to try to get that early inner pick. You know that, what else? Like Taco, when he rotates, he always goes back lanes. You know that whenever you throw the 5-6 smoke, they always jump on top of the box and boost on the Ivy box. They boost cold up there. So like a lot of these little things, Optic plays against them so much, and they know what they do, and it allows them to win rounds like that. Like that round, well, as they rush in, but go ahead, Blue. Yep, they're going to be rushing towards the inner bomb site here. It's Fallen skating his way inside. Phelps will get the first kill onto Nath, and tries to proceed forward, but unfortunately just gets one tap there by Mixwell to take him down. Taco will have a trade for that one, though, but Tarek trades back, taking back down Taco. Cole trying to hold this close corner here, and he finds Rush. Fallen and Tarek trading blows again, but now it's just on Tarek, and he takes an aggressive angle, but it works out. Knocks out Fallen. The problem is, though, is that Fur's holding close towards upper, and he's got a Molotov. So this is rough. And in the meantime, Tarek doesn't even have the kit to play with, but Tarek knows he's close up now, so he tries to aggressively push, but Fur wins it out, and it's SK to take the second pistol. Yeah, just a very, very fast inner rush, and SK needed that pistol. But kind of what I was talking about is all those little things, Blue, a lot of them was Optic just taking advantage of that. Like, trust me, when they did that double peek on Ivy, they knew Fallen was going to be there. Yeah. And that's why they took it so safely. Like, when Nath peeked Taco at lower, they knew that Taco likes to jiggle peek to save his nades and keep info like that. So a lot of those kills were because of that. Nice shot from Fur, finding Tarek peeking out from the ticket box right at the get-go of the Optic force-up investment here. Optic going to try to trade, but Fur again just tapping away. Finds a second one now onto Rush here, and making quick work of the Optic attempt to force an upset on this second round. Although Nap and Mixwell trading back do even this back out. There's been good damage on all three of the remaining players from Optic, as they do try to knock out Taco. He ults for one before going down himself. Even once more into a 2v2, and both the Optic players holding outside. But that doesn't matter for SK. They're still going to go directly for this play, and Coldzera looking to sneak up around the bomb train and try to finish this off all in his lonesome here. Jason R moving up. He's trying to find the position to knock out Fallen. He won't be successful in it yet, but Coldzera has successfully infiltrated the enemy base, and as he moves in, it's an easy shutdown on the Jason R. Mixwell in the meantime had fallen back over, expecting that to be an inner hit, but now he's just completely locked himself out of the sight as the two remaining players will move in to plant the bomb. Yeah, and when Mixwell was running back from Ivy, Cold actually heard him, so he knew that was going to be open. So this is going to be really difficult for Mixwell to... Oh, wow. Gets that first one out of nowhere, but he is caught trading his pistol out. What a shot, though. That was insane. Wow. Yeah, Mixwell is, to me, one of the most complete players in North America. I mean, he can do it all. Like his pistol, his deagle, scouting, opping, rifling. The only problem with Mixwell is at times, like remember we saw a couple last week on Overpass, is that he can get impatient and over-aggressive at times and try to do too much. So that's why I was a little worried when they had Jason R, because I figure a lot of the time you have a new in-game leader coming, you probably don't have that much structure. A lot of the time those type of players, they do too much. Yeah. They try to force the issue too much and they end up getting punished for it. Taco trying to force his way in towards upper right now. He does get a couple shots thrown against him. Obviously, Optic just done a full save this round, so not expecting anything too fantastic. May be able to, with this interstack, though, drop a couple of guns at the very least. And, well, there's going to be one. Coldzera going down. Jason R knocking out Taco. They did read into the fact that it was a B stack after that, though, so everybody pushed outer, and they're still going to get the plan. And now is when this gets pretty much impossible, more than likely, for Optic. Although I say that, and they see another trade, bringing us down to a 3v2. And also still having Fur holding a flank over there on the top of ladder. If Fallen gets overwhelmed and we don't see Fur moving into it, that could, in theory, lead to a quick defuse here. But Fallen, once again, just trying to waste as much time as possible for behind the bomb trade. Getting one. Good damage onto a second. He almost just finishes off all three on his own, actually. Really well played by him there. As Fur also comes in for the assist at the very end. But he's going to be able to close out here, take out Jason R. And SK do indeed win out the round.
Yeah, and SK, you know, believe it or not, even after that first half, they're still in a fine spot. I mean, we've seen them, like, just have some of the most dominant T-sides on train, I think, of any team in the world. You know, maybe them in, like, Virtus Pro. Just sometimes they go very, very fast. I wouldn't be surprised if they do some type of a rush or a really bursty strat with, like, Molotovs and whatnot, because they do set up for outside smokes. But no, maybe it's more of a default. They have one towards Ivy, one watching T mid, 3 taking box hall control. So it's definitely more of a default setup. They kind of just throw those smokes outside, you know, maybe throw like a flash or whatever, 1-2 smokes, just to get them to use their nades, you know, use their utility, maybe give up some type of positional advantage. Because, you know, when those nades come off, sometimes they smoke ladder, they smoke Ivy too. You know, and they kind of worry about something fast. And they burn a lot of that. And then it makes the end of the round a lot easier. You know, if they do want to go back to outside or, you know, for the post plan to enter or whatever.
Well, it's still slow from SK, though, as they run down the timer just below the minute mark. Mixwell getting himself into that early battle with Taco as he tries to push out, I believe, towards upper there. And we'll see Mixwell winning that one out with the op. He finds the first shot. The rest of SK, at least these two here, are going to follow through with trying to push towards inner. I imagine they'll wait, of course, for the two other teammates that are rotating out from TCon to group up, but still is going to most definitely be an inner hit. And the problem is that they don't necessarily have the players close up to rotate just yet. A lot of them are shifting now, since there was also smokes on outer there that you can see, but it was in the favor of Optic, so... Well, they do have Tarek sitting close up. The rest are going to be a few seconds away, which means Nap either has to just go all in here and pick up multi-frags. He lines up for some great damage, actually, and then he connects on the 2 headshots back-to-back. Fur and Phelps both go down. Coldzera trades as the first rotate comes in. That's on Jason R. Nap finding another kill, too. Mixwell's still alive on the backside, however, but he's just playing patiently right now. Rush trying to sneak his way in. Coldzera lined up perfectly for that, and now SK back in the advantage situation, but also the 2 remaining players from Optic moving very quickly back in, and the nade is going to force fall into the open. They take him down, and Tarek follows it up with a second one, too, to eliminate Coldzera. It's another retake from Optic, and we go right back into Optic domination, as just like the last half, they win out the first gun round.
And they get the double off setup as well. I'm curious to see what SK's money is at, because they had a lot of casualties on those anti-ecos. And I would think they're going to buy here. They usually buy in situations like these, where they know if they win the round, they, you know, are going to have the lead round-wise, at least in the game. But Naf a little bit, you know, I mean, he did a great job killing those 2 guys through the smoke. Even though he did that, though, a little bit too over-aggressive. SK does full buy, so they get 2 scouts, 3 Tech 9s. I believe it's a full buy. A little bit over-aggressive by Naf, actually, to over-peek fall in there. I think if he stays alive at the pop dog, they really can't push up to his right? Because people are already out of Z. So they can only peek to his right from pop dog. They're not going to push the sidewalk. It's just not going to happen in that situation. So if he just stays alive there and sits behind there, they probably win that round, like, you know, maybe 1 casualty instead of having 3 and putting themselves in a situation where if they lose this round, it's going to be bad.
Well, Tarek will be waiting first this time. It's no longer going to be Nap taking the contact. He's a little bit further back. Tarek, though, finding a quick 2 kills. Nap also found one as he wields the secondary up there, taking down Taco. So far, only Tarek has been traded back out. Nap just playing it back from behind this far train here. Obviously waiting for reinforcements to come back in so that they can cleanly just mop this one up. They got the plans. That was the worst gone away. Coldzera with a nice shot, though. Actually does find Rush early on here, and he tags a second. Now it's Fallen, though, and gets the quick scope onto Jason R. Unfortunately, Nap had flank behind him, and he is going to finish things off.
Yeah, and the exact same rounding to the round before, right? 2 alive on Optic. They maintain the double up setup. SK gets the bomb down, and although they lose the round, they could still potentially buy. Yeah, so I'm almost positive they'll buy again. And they get another crack at it, right? Optic's going to be full bot. SK will probably be full bot here. They're thinking about it. Nope. Just Eags. Scout. Just a light buy. Never mind. Disregard everything else.
All right, I'll just pass over that one.
This is dangerous, though. Falling on a Scout is no joke.
Yeah, as we already saw in the last one, but it seems like Mixwell's more dangerous so far in this game. Tarek's ready for first, drop down into the ladder.
The only reason Mixwell gets that kill is because of Jason Hart and his leadership.
He just laser read.
Yeah.
All right, guys, they're going here. I want you to play this position. He's 100% going to push. He's just macro controlling all 5 players from behind. Mixwell again sinking this shot on the Coldzera as he tries to surprise. Won't work out. He may even get himself another one too, but nope. Jason R and Rush do clean up house, and it's a full 5-man alive round for Optic as they push on 12 here. Coming off the save though, it's SK's next gun round.
I'm a bit surprised at it. Either though. I mean, SK usually buys pretty aggressive, and they have a lot of clever things that they do. That's one of the reasons I thought Optic was a really good team when they had Stan, is because a lot of those Tech 9 rounds, you know, where they have a Tech 9, a D, you know, 3 Tech 9s and a Scout or whatever, right? They were really clever, and they had really nice ways to win the round. It looks like SK is going to do something quick inner.
Yeah, already just rushing through the white halls essentially here. Slowing it down though when they get to the edge of it. I imagine smoke off the ace a little bit, and at least try to throw this partial fake. But definitely going to be heading more than likely towards inner, as we can see Naf waiting for it. He does unscope at the wrong one, but I think he just spotted the barrel of the rifle from Phelps, so he's just going to fall back after he tosses in that smoke. Now, Phelps did get past it, and he knows that there's no one holding close up, otherwise he would have probably already been dead. Sees the play, though, picks up the second guy in the line there. That's Fur going down. Sees them close up to the bomb train, restraining his op shots, though, still able to get another kill, and still alive as well. Finally ends up going down in his retreat against Coldzera, and we also saw Fallen picking up another kill. Unfortunately, he misses his second shot there as he attempts to take down Rush, pushing from Z. He'll have to smoke off the lane and mollying it out too to push Rush back. But in the meantime, we already had seen Jason R seeking into the site, but currently he's isolated. That's a bit dangerous. Tarek, though, capitalizes on the moment to flank things out here, but Coldzera up close is also going to be able to trade. And he also holds against Jason R too. Now it's a 2v1, but Tarek catches Coldzera jumping. Time's getting a little bit low though, so Tarek's got to get a move on. Looking for this last player. He's not able to spot Phelps, so from right behind the bomb train, he wins it out, and SK pick up a round.
Yeah, so they group up 5 inner, they throw a couple smokes from above the ladder, and then they just burst down. And one of the ways you're going to see SK take inner is usually when they take inner on train, they don't throw a million smokes, they use pretty limited utility. It's more of just get down and in your face as fast as possible, get Fallen posted up on lower or on the pop dog to kill any rotates, and even if the inner player takes out 2 of you, as long as Fallen or Cold is alive, and they're set up in a post-point situation with an op, or maybe one guy close up that could push up, they're gonna, you know, they're fine with winning a 2v4, you know?
Well, SK now still kind of tailing from behind a little bit here, but they can very easily make the comeback if they can pick up an entry here on the outer bomb site and take full control of the site, and that's exactly what they're doing. Jason R attempts to trade, but he's only going to be able to get one, and I'm pretty sure that's going to trigger for a very early save call here as SK just waltz right in, and unfortunately Optic around able to hold the outer bomb site.
Yeah, so SK getting back into it. Pretty quick outside play there. Not sure, wasn't, honestly, I was talking blue. Didn't see exactly how they set it up. But Fur just kind of ran out and killed somebody very quickly.
Yeah, I mean,
Phelps going on that train.
Quick entries, and they had it lined up with like 2 in the ladder room there as well, with the others kind of waiting behind instead of T-Con. So pretty standard attempt at it. Just like I said, the entries came in a little bit too quickly, and there wasn't enough trades for everybody else. Snap, even getting caught slightly on the off angle there when Fallen pushes him, but he is still able to recover, saving that M4. And I don't think anyone else is close enough to challenge here. Keep in mind, again, the SK money still kind of on the edge at this point, so isn't necessarily going to be worth it to hunt down those frags just yet.
Yeah, and Mixwell able to save that off. He's having a really good game. I mean, so is Naf, right? 22-14, 23-13. A lot of kills on those two guys. And even though, I mean, look how many more kills Optic has than SK. And look at the scoreline.
It's been incredibly close, but it's been Optic fragging out a lot of these times. And Optic just, or SK I should say, just able to round it back a little bit. And they've been working off of a lot of the pistol round and follow-up round victories. It's actually amplifying their score quite a bit now, considering it. If Optic had won one of these pistols, the scoreline would be drastically different, and they would probably have a much larger advantage.
That's true. They lost both pistols, huh? Completely forgot about that.
They didn't Nico upset on any of the rounds either. So it's SK has like a free 6 rounds coming off of that. So once again here, it's Optic now trying to get a little bit more aggressive, and it's Mixwell being the one to try and make those plays as he pushes in a T-Con. The real question is if he's actually going to push outside, and it works out beautifully for him as he just finds Phelps looking away, trying to spot out for actually Ivy pressure. So looking for pressure, just in the wrong spot of the map, unfortunately. They did deal a little bit of damage to Tarek back over here on the outside of Ramp, but now as they push back in, Mixwell actually misses the shot, but I was about to say somehow was going to get away. Mixwell and Nap both going down, however, but they don't count for behind the spindle, so Tarek getting 1 and the second, and Taco's already lit. Taco's going to be able to trade that out, however, but now he's alone in a 1v2. Where's the bomb? As he's trying to look out from the floor here and see if he can scavenge anything to play with. The bomb on the other side of the train. That's actually going to be a pretty long walk. So he's hoping that he can find someone peeked up from Z, but in taking that duel, he exposes himself as well. And that allows for Rush to shut it down and Optic to pick up the round.
Basically like a 3-man inner stack there. As soon as Mixwell got that kill at T mid, he was predicting that they were going inner. He literally runs from T middle all the way to Z and was actually the first contact at inner. And they, you know, it kind of rolled the SK guys to sleep, right? You have a guy Z, you have a guy Sight that you killed. You're never going to expect somebody spinning on that situation. Like, it's just not going to happen. So that really opened up things for Tarek, and great job by Tarek because he killed the 2 high HP players too. I mean, Taco had like 20 HP. He's the one that lives. That's like best case scenario if you're going to get 2, right?
The positioning just worked out perfectly for him too with the way that those players do end up lining up. So nicely done for him. And now SK, well, since obviously going towards the interplay again doesn't really work out, Mixwell's just going to get run over. And it's the same result for Naf. After they pull that off, well, the guys that were on top of ladder are just going to head towards inner and they can smoke this off. The little smoke train they had leading up to the Z area actually works out great for them as they just sneak their way in, completely overwhelm 2 of the CT players, and now they don't even have a route back into that site right now. It's going to be a full 5-man hold for a retake. Fur may find himself going to get tad over-aggressive, though, as the smoke will start to fade away. Jason R is just patiently kind of sitting back and waiting for this with the Deagle in hand, catching 1. But thankfully, that's just the bait, as Fur is able to immediately trade that back out. And these last 2 remaining are going to get pushed upon here. Rush able to find 1 of them. Although I don't think that's going to actually give them what they need to push back into the site. Still sitting outside here and wanting to save their rifles and let SK get a 12th round.
Yeah, and those are the rounds I'm talking about with SK. Like, they win those rounds. That was a clever play by them. They fake like it's a normal outside take, but 2 of them go through Z. They just bomb flashes, get through Z. Tarek CT Heaven, you can't even see him pushing through the smokes. Mixwell gets caught off guard, goes down, and the round's over before it even really started, right? And just a clever way again. And that's a lot of the time what you need to do to win these Tech 9 rounds. You need to have like those clever plays. And you also need the skill set to be really good in those chaotic environments. And SK has Phelps, Fur, Taco, all Fallen, super good in those chaotic environments, right? And then Cold always just closing out the round. So
the really good news for SK here as well is that they've created a really kind of toxic buying environment for Optic. You can see the buy. They're just completely unable to stabilize because they keep winning and losing these rounds. So they're just barely keeping enough to justify a force buy, but you can see just how limited it is now. Smokes that haven't already been used, they're down to 2 of those, 2 HE grenades. They don't really have a lot, and Naf's working with a CZ along with the 2 UMPs that they're playing with. Now they're going to attempt to make up for this by playing close up to ladder room here and just taking the direct contact on SK before they can even get any sight control. But if any of those guys fail, the round is over right from the start of it. And it's going to be another round for SK. And there you go, Taco already finding Naf in his aggressive position, pushed up the ramp there. There is one more. It's Mixwell over here in the back of upper, but he does give up his position to try and actually play for the site now.
Yeah, now we see Optic getting in their aggro outside positions that we continually saw from SK on that first half. Rush just right in the ladder room, Tariq at E-box, but what's weak right now is inner, because there's one player at inner. Who is that? Tariq's now going to rotate towards him to make it a little bit stronger, but you know, whenever you're up close outside like that, like the rotate's really bad unless you want to risk going up the ladder, but obviously going up the ladder, really easy kill if anybody's just watching it.
The flash is coming. Rush is going to get challenged, but he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3! Nicely done from Rush as SK just goes right into him. And now Fallen's going to have to try to clutch this one out. Jason R just took down his last remaining teammate. A good flick indeed on the Mixwell, but he's also going to have to worry about Rush, who still sits inside. Attempts to go for the quick scope onto him, but it won't happen. And Rush ends up with a massive 4K on the round.
I'm telling you, man, like most underrated player in North America is Rush.
Nicely played from here in SK. Unfortunately, their strat goes right into the Hornet's nest that is Rush, and he just lines up those kills one by one by one. And that puts Optic right back into their own good graces in terms of an economy, and it also re-breaks SK, as we can see them forcing into this here. Tech 9's Galil, and Taco doesn't even get himself a Tech 9, just on a P250.
Yeah, this is like as broken as it gets for a buy for SK, and I hate the glue. This is my least favorite gun.
It's a terrible gun for you.
It's terrible.
So they all push together here towards what's going to be more than likely another inner hit. And this has been where actually things haven't really worked out too well for them. Too many successful retakes from the Optics side. Honor's definitely been the site where they've been able to penetrate a lot better more often than not, and actually succeed in winning out the post plan as well. I've seen so many retakes from Optic here towards the inner bomb site, so this will be a bit of a risk here now, but at the very least they should be able to guarantee the plant with all the utility that they brought this time. Mixwell, as you can see, isn't being able to really spot anything, but the smoke isn't perfect, so he can just go right up on top of the railing, gets 1, takes a risk in going for the second one here. Will he go for a third? He does, and that's, you know, finally going to lead to his death right there. Kind of his own fault to keep speaking into that. Fur grabbing that kill. Phelps trying to wait this out though, but Tarek actually bailing his teammate out as it was looking like the T was going to win out the duel there. Tarek just going off. He ends up with a 3K before he finally goes down to Coldzera, but Coldzera with that 1v4 just really not able to clutch that out with only a Tech 9. So it's Optic now going up to 15 rounds.
15 rounds and SK's buy is not going to be good. I mean, they don't really have much of a losing bonus. They've only lost 2 rounds in a row. Yeah, they're going to get the 800 for the bomb plant, but I mean, look at that. That's just a terrible buy.
It's going to be actually really similar to what we just saw, with probably a little bit more utility and maybe, you know, a couple more Galils, maybe a couple UMPs, but we'll see it in a second here. As again, Tarek ended up going off here. Nearly saving his teammate too that was trying to rotate through Z. Even gets this 3rd kill before you can see there Coldzera finally peeks out from the bomb train and takes him down. So he's the hero of that round and prevents SK from upsetting, and yeah, we can see it. A single AK for Coldzera, another Galil sitting on Fur, but it is 3 Tech 9s with utility beyond that. They will try to isolate Mixwell from being able to spot this this early push towards the back halls there, just so he doesn't get the early read as to this really heavy push. Obviously, again, it's a default split, so they're not really going to be able to spot it. It's not going to be a huge advantage for them just yet. And Optic back into playing a kind of default here, only leaving Naf as the player in towards B, as Mixwell's already started to rotate back out. All really quiet as SK are going to look to try and pressure Ivy. It should be noted too that that's really an area that for the most part SK haven't tried to use, and this initial smokes that go out from the back halls here does work out for them. And what's even better is that they take down Jason R and Ivy. Now, where's the follow-up though? Because they did keep the bomb on top of the ladder rim there to kind of act as an in-between point with no pressure on T-Con. Optic have been easily allowed to push back in there. They've got Ivy control, that's great, but now they also have to kind of retake T-Con and be able to push back in there as well. So 45 seconds left, still leaving themselves plenty of time, but Optic are ready for this hit. As Fur leads over here towards T-Con, with the rest of his teammates stacking with him. In they will go, leaving them only about 30 seconds to get control of the site. Rush watching out. He only expected one to be there, though, so he turns his back to it. And now, Tarek's just in a really bad spot. He still gets one kill, however, but evenly traded again, and it does still lead to SK having the advantage. They spot Naf over here in Hell. He's going to swing it up towards Heaven to keep himself alive right now, and taking the battle. They already know he's up there, and Phelps can just patiently wait. If he tries to drop back down, he should be able to actually handle this, but yeah, there you go. There's the close upon Naf, and they even know that Mixwell's lurking up from the other tunnel. He's got a 1v3 set against him. Got the one, two more to go as they plant the bomb, and he's just going for this with a pistol. But Taco is indeed going to have the better of him with a Tech 9. And SK fight back with a little bit of life here, 13-15. And Optic's money still really not looking too great either.
Yeah, very back and forth with the economy this game. Not quite to the extent that like Complexity in Cloud9 was last week, but yeah. But I mean, a lot of you know, bot rounds where you don't have like full utility, you're probably not fully comfortable. I think that's the mark of like really good teams. I think that's why I consider SK, you know, to be one of the best teams in the world, is because when you're a really good team, you really need to know how to win with Tech 9s, how to win with broken buys, how to add a Mag 7 into your normal setup and make it successful. And they're so good at that.
Yeah, we can see this round, unfortunately, not leading to all that much success for Optic here. Just a shooting gallery for players like Phelps and Fur going for the direct peeks onto outside. And Phelps even spotting another one. Won't be able to get Naf, but it's of little consequence. All this does allow is for both the Optic players to kind of group up here. Fur even going forward, claims his second on the round, once for the third, but Rush is going to be able to really just finish off Fur, following though, re-peeking into the short lane and putting an end to that round. So it goes to round number 30 to decide it, and even with Optic getting the reinvestment here, because their money was such a weird spot, you can see how odd this buy is going to be. It's not terrible, obviously. Naf still being the inner player is obviously just going to have to try and stick up close. Towards the ramp there, more than likely. Mixwell still has his op. The only real big downgrade you see is Terra going to FAMAS, but they still have utility and everything. They're going to be missing Molotovs, which could hurt them a little bit in the post plants here. But obviously SK is going to slow down themselves, so maybe a little bit more time to be able to spot this and just immediately counter it out, as we have seen quite a few times from Optic in this half.
Yeah, Fur with quick ladder control, Cold watching the inner push very, very passively, along with Taco on that stairwell. Shoot towards Ivy. So team mid is open right now. That's going to be something that they're going to have to, you know, figure out and look for if they're SK. Optic just all playing around the ball train essentially. So we see a little bit of movement though coming out from Rush. He recognizes like the setup isn't, you know, really optimal if they hit outside, so he kind of goes to help Ivy a bit, playing around that green train.
And again, we have the possible pressure from SK towards Ivy there too, which worked out for them really well. But that worked out when they had a 3 stack of players pushing towards it, and this time it's really only going to be Phelps trying to aggress inside. Still with smokes in check, Optic are going to be able to delay it for a little bit longer here, as you can see now, but they're also running out of smokes themselves to use on a retake scenario, or obviously when these do finally start to fade away. SK though moving outside of the White Halls, leaving Fur in the ladder room. The remaining players getting ready to deploy their own smokes for the outer hit, as they will just go for the default on the 30th round, the final round of regulation. And Optic will have to try and hold against it without really being getting a chance to spot this. Jason R is caught tossing out a flashbang there. He's going to fall back, and that lets Phelps in. He's going to be able to pick up the first kill. Mixwell misses his own first shot from on top. He is able to convert it, though, on his second. But now it's letting him up close to the bomb train. He's not really focused on aggressive kills anymore. He's trying to make sure his teammate just doesn't get immediately flanked back out there. With the smoke, though, he does have to back up here. And also, with the Molotovs, it sends a lot of the bomb frame players further back. The good news is, though, is that Naf was able to quickly flank and picks up the kill with a shotgun. The AK is out of reach, so when he tries to go for it, Fallen trades, but Tarek is back into it now. It's a 3v1 in the favor of Optic. Fallen trying to hold, gets the first kill, but now down at 7 HP. Still trying to play around with that train, but the bomb is already being defused. It's a full 10-second one. He needs to go for this peak, but Mixwell is going to be able to close out. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's Optic Gaming that take control of the first map here tonight. 16-14 is going to be the final score, and wow, what a showing that was from Optic, especially on their T side. Some very impressive performances from Naf, Mixwell, and the others as well.
And I mean, not only do they win, but they lost both pistols. Like you pointed out, they lost both pistols and they beat SK on train who's arguably, you know, the best train team in the world. I mean, it's debatable now, you know, now that they have Phelps. I think FNX was like one of their best players on train, believe it or not. Like, he was incredible on that CT side around that bomb train. And now they're in a different look on that CT side with Phelps continually pushed up. He's going to be around E-Box. He's going to be inside ladder. It's going to be a different look. We'll see how it works into that setup. But, you know, against Optic, just didn't fare very well.
All right, so with that upset occurring, we are going to bring in the analysis deck to the conversation now. Guys, what do you make of that? Optic Gaming, who were looking terrible just a week ago, now all of a sudden winning a map against SK.
Well, SK has been stopped. This is not an undefeated season for SK Gaming anymore at this time, taking their first L tonight against Optic, and pretty much
doing it in a convincing fashion as well.
I mean,
yeah, this was not a slouch. It's like they both mentioned on the caster panel over there, the fact that Optic lost both pistols. You're not supposed to win best of ones when you lose both pistols. That's just not how CS normally works.
In all reality, this Optic Gaming team, I'll give it to him because I think we both wrote him off as dead in the barrel for these matchups tonight against SK, but able to come out there in 16-14.
Super impressive, and obviously not the most extremely complicated T side coming out of them, but you know, just doing things in a proper manner, playing 2-1-2s for the better part of their T sides. I think they did a really good job, especially Naf in towards Pop Dog, constantly being able to find Phelps, who was playing too aggressive for his own good. We talked about, you know, how Furs found that sweet spot. Phelps not quite there yet, and same thing with Coldzera, not having the same usual I guess performance in Ivy on that CT side as we normally see out of him. And obviously that opens up a ton of map control for Optic, and they're able to actually take advantage of it.
Let's take a look now at round 25. We saw SK go deep into the playbook for something a little bit older. Talk to it, Vendetta.
It's a bit older, so they're going to set up the smokes for outer, and this is going to smoke out the bomb train. Normally, people expect this to be a strategy that choose simply to get the bomb plant down, and they're going to be happy with this. But instead, you have SK pushing two people right into connector with a pop flash, and that's going to catch out Mixwell. And in addition to that, they get the bonus of Naf as well, who's already rotating out towards the yard. And this is something that SK don't really utilize a lot. I think the first time we saw them use it was at MLG Columbus, but both times I've seen it coming out of them, it's been successful. So, you know, 100% win rate, not a bad go-to move when you're, you know, with your back against the wall.
Yeah, 100% win rate usually means good things.
Yeah,
bodes
exactly.
well for the future.
And it's really cool because it's a different take on it, because every team is so basically used to seeing those smokes pop down and knowing what the normal occurrence is. You know, you see the smokes, know that somebody's going to be smoking, and then it's a matter of making the decision, okay, are you going to push through the smokes to deny the bomb plant or not? But SK pretty much playing off of the fact that they know most teams would expect that, and therefore pushing in with the pop flash into connector almost always nets them a beneficial trade.
So in this scenario though, right, so it happened.
Yeah.
SK loses to Optic. What was really firing for Optic here? What really came together for them?
I mean, a lot of things. First off, individually, they played really, really well. Naf, obviously, and Pop Dog finding so many openings there on Phelps to start things off on the T side, but I think Mixwell, too, deserves this massive shout-out for how he was playing. Not only was he able to find the picks on Coldzera and Ivy, but he was able to find just some crazy connections just all over the map, really. It didn't really matter where you put him. He was going to able to find some sort of opening for his team. That also, you know, went into the second half as well. Naf doing an excellent job playing that inner bomb site. And we saw last time Optic played Train in EPL, they had massive struggles because Peacemaker was playing that inner bomb site. He was not able to stop anything at all. And even though in Optic, this time they didn't necessarily put Naf alone. He had Mixwell over there quite a few times as well to back him up because SK showed, you know, heavy pressure towards inner. Naf was able to find that key first or second frag a lot of the time, which is all you really need. Only one time really SK was allowed to actually push forward, and that's the one round they win on that inner bomb site.
Well, we even did see Mixwell kind of take that into his own hands at some point.
Oh, yeah. He was an absolutely madman. But you know what kind of player Mixwell can be, especially when he gets going with that op. And we saw it on Overpass last time they played last week. The fact that he can't get over-eager in that sense and try to do too much. This time he found that sweet spot, and again, you know, when he's hitting his shots, he does incredible things.
Well, to continue to do incredible things, maybe Optic will, maybe they won't. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to have the second BO1 between SK and Optic, but we're going to go to Inferno. We'll be right back.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we just saw our first upset of the season, or excuse me, upset of the night.
That's more like it.
Could actually be a decent upset in terms of the season, too, if you think about it. I mean, SK Gaming were going in undefeated in that last matchup. In case you're just joining us, that was on Train. They just lost 16-14 to Optic. A storyline we know to be rather turbulent, to say the least. We see Jason R stepping into the saddle tonight. And riding that W out there with Optic. So congrats to Optic, huh?
Yeah, no, definitely. They deserve kudos for being able to pull through, and breaking that undefeated streak from SK is no easy doubt. I think Sam has already dubbed Jason R as the best team leader in the world by now.
Yes.
So it should make for a really exciting Inferno game.
No, there's very much the chance that we see Jason R at the very tip top of the HLTV.org top.
I think it's more or less a guarantee at this point.
At this point, yeah. But still behind A2Z nonetheless. Yeah. Now, we're going to get into SK and Optic again. This is our second doubleheader, or excuse me, our first doubleheader of the night. We're going to see them go toe-to-toe on Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno is an interesting map. Again, we haven't seen it too much this season. Again, newest map in the pool. I think it's expected that teams are going to take a bit more time to actually adjust and start playing it in official games, but we're finally getting to that point, so it's fun to see. SK on their end only have one map played on it officially. That was at Katowice versus Virtus Pro. Lost 16-14. match, probably not as close as the result would entail. They had a pretty terrible first half on the T side, managed to scrape back into it, but you know, it's going to be interesting to see what they've come up with.
Interesting to see nonetheless, because this is pretty much a brand new canvas across the board for all teams involved. But to paint on that picture for us, we've got Optic on Inferno. Take it away, Eric.
Thank you, Trace and Vendetta. It's great to be back. Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at Optic Gaming, some individual play, some teamwork. What I'll drive home here is they're getting better with teamwork, even without Stanislav. Rest in peace. As we go in here, Mixwell, he's come in the apartments. They have submachine guns. They kept, because they knew Rush was going to buy AKs. They planned the bomb before. So what they did in this situation, because obviously they have AKs, Team Rush has AKs, Optic has some machine guns. So right here, they have like a triangle set up in apartments. Why? Well, one, NAF, you don't want to play the range game with AKs. You know, you say it a lot of times, but they're putting together. They have Rush with the rifle, kind of sitting, baiting NAF, with Mixwell kind of like, there's a two-man shield for Rush right now. And as you can see, they're going to wait. They're going to try to make Rush come to the close-range fight. Nice pop flash by Mixwell. He completely gets off AKs. Now, if Lil Man killed NAF in this situation, Mixwell had a fast flanking opportunity. He thought smart, hopped around, and nice cover. I love this play by Mixwell. This flash, so subtle, so simple. It bounces off. It catches Blade off guard. He gets blind, and nice pick. Now, in the apartments, same round. As you see right here, what happened right here was that Tarek was op in apartment, and when you see an op apartment, usually they take a shot, fall back to pit or something. But Rush, he baited him. It was a very awkward kind of. They did not expect it. Team Rush obviously did not expect that. It gets 2 kills, and so now Rush hanging around in this area. He's going to pop flash San in this area for his teammate Naf. But unfortunately for Rush, the pop flash does not hit. His teammate gets picked off, and instead of a 1-for-0 trade, it came down, they lost 2 deaths in the process. So Rush had to play a little more passive. He's going to wait for his teammate. It's a 2-on-1. You don't have to force an angle just yet. Wait for the plant. The time is low. Very risky spot, but hey, sometimes you got to take a little risk. As you can see right here, he did get the round. Nice play from Rush, the player, not the team. And we can see that maybe he is the better Rush. I don't know. What do you guys think? Back to you.
What do I think? I think you're the bomb.com, Eric DeBear Stromberg. Now, on Inferno, let me get some sort of prediction here because, you know, with that last one, might throw all your predictions out of whack for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm going to stick to my guns. SK was my initial pick going into it. From what we've seen, or from what I've seen of Optic just yet, I don't think it's necessarily so strong on Inferno that it's going to, you know, tip it in their favor.
Now, they're firing on all cylinders, though.
They are. They're definitely playing well individually. And I think one of the guys who were quiet on Train, which was Rush, he normally plays really, really well on Inferno, especially that CT side. And that's something Daze has mentioned multiple times. So I think that's going to be a vital part of it as well.
Now, both sides of this equation, with Optic and SK, we do know that some of these players have the tendency to be very aggressive, very aggro, if you will. Do we see that coming into play here in this matchup?
I definitely think that's going to be the case. Whether or not we're going to see it as much on the CT side is a bit more up in the air, but definitely you're going to see Phelps and Fur be extremely aggressive on the T sides initially at the opening of rounds. But I think if we want to take it to the CT side, someone like Mixwell, like we saw in one of the highlights right now, or one of the strategies that Stromberg went through, is that Mixwell will not be afraid to actually take that banana pick. And he's going to do that, you know, any opportunity that's given to him once he has that op in his hands. And that could play a massive part in how Optic, you know, is able to get around on that CT side.
Well, standing by are Blue and Dazed in a different part of the world. How are you guys doing over there in preparation for this matchup?
We're getting ready. Dazed is all confident about himself now that he's declared Jason R as like the best IGL in the world, as we said before.
Well,
so
he said it, you didn't.
Easily. So just the best call ever, I guess you could say. It's been the best deal in the history of deals, one could say.
Yeah. I mean, this man should be getting offered 6 figures a month.
Wow,
for what he just off that.
Just a lot. I need to get enough creative failures to get that much sound. But anyway,
that's what I don't get. I was actually talking with Lurpus about this. I don't get why more people in North America don't just in-game lead and at least try it, because there's like barely any. And if you do it, even if you're mediocre at it and you're mediocre as a player, you're just going to be wanted by like every team. Well, you're never going to not be on a team or have offers.
I've had like I feel like the problem with that is it's like really hard if you're coming in as if you're like trying to work your way up the ladder as like an IGL anyway.
Right.
It's like really hard to
No,
prove
I'm not
yourself.
talking about those guys. I'm talking about like any already established player.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, getting into the pistol here. We can come back to that topic in a moment. Mixwell, once again, right off to fragging again at the beginning of this second map here. Already picked up the first kill. That's Phelps gone down to the ground as he tries to push his way up Banana. And we do have Taco pushing his way out over here towards the end of the long haul. Successfully pushed us forward, and actually Fallen is able to successfully trade onto Mixwell, but I think with all of this control all the way up through the edge of long haul here, they still might go through with an A hit. Yet to be seen, however, since there is some delay on it. And SK are kind of wiggling between the sites too, as you can see Tarek, who was initially holding out towards Arches there, has gone through the speedway and is going to rotate himself over towards B. But at the same time, again, SK still split up here, still in a 2-2. As, I think we're waiting for one more player, that being Fur at this point, to regroup with the rest of them. If they are going to go through with B, the other two have gone up Banana there, so even though they get free control of it, they do decide to back up. So there's a bit of uncertainty once more in that respect, but finally following through, and I think with this little time remaining, they are probably going to not have a choice anymore, but to commit themselves over here towards the A-bomb site. In they will go. Both of the CTs that are currently here are trying to hold this off from pit right now, so they're not actually going to get an early spot unless Rush gets good timing on this one as to the push that's working its way out from the porch side. But still, all quiet from SK here. They've down to 20 seconds, and they haven't actually started the hit yet. They've snuck up. They haven't actually spotted any CTs. There's been no reason to really engage this. They can keep it quiet and get a little bit closer. And finally, now they move in. Fur finding the first kill on Naf, and Coldzera finds the second one on Rush. There we go. The site's cleared out, and both Tarek and Jason are going to be restricted here. Tarek just gets destroyed by Fur inside of Library, and for Jason R, well, unfortunately, he's probably not going to be able to do too much now.
Yeah, probably not. So Fallen at B, I think he was just, his whole job, we weren't watching him, but I think he was just trying to keep 2 there. Then they go up A and, you know, playing very dangerous with the clock as SK. That's what they used to do, man. I mean, before this time change, too, they used to, so many rounds would end with 5 seconds left and they'd be getting the bomb down, just planning at 5 seconds and whatnot. So they're no stranger to that. They know how to play under those circumstances, and they kind of, you know, deduce that they're double pit and are able to just pinch on that A site.
Off of that one, of course, usual second round buy-up from Optic, and we are going to see them splitting up pretty evenly as well here into the usual play, although a bit of a mistake on the Molly toss-up there. It's a right click where it probably should have been a left click. Not a huge deal, though, just delaying themselves a bit, and it doesn't look like Optic were going to push out of the B site anyway, so it doesn't get in the way of them too much. Smokes on a porch side here restrict Rush's vision and make it look like they might have gone through over there towards the wrap side, but even if they had done that, Naf would have been waiting for it, so the smoke is not going to fool them. Still, beyond that, though, SK kind of playing it back and running down the timer here on the opener as you would usually expect. And more than likely, we're going to once again follow through with an execution on towards B this time. Jason R again hiding from within a smoke, not really going to be able to spot all that much, but okay. Does get the tag on the Phelps with some good timing there. The nade gets tossed back out. Tarek as well from up on the boost attempts to contest, but he is going to get knocked back out. And in the meantime, again, they're also throwing these 3 other players out through the mid-connector, just playing all over the map right now on the SK side, and has drawn the rotation in, which means if they took the bomb in towards A, it would kind of be an open site. But considering they already have pretty much full control over here, they are going to go through. Let's just bring the bomb up Banana and onto this site, where Naf is still causing a bit of an issue, but they'll be able to knock him back out. Now for Rush and Mixwell here, the last two. Well, Rush is pretty detached from all of this, having the 5-7, and more than likely he's going to hang out on the outside of Banana. Mixwell's in the church. And in a moment here, Coldzera is going to swing back around. He does look the wrong way, so Mixwell's able to pick up that kill. Let's see if he can get any more, as they know where he is now. But he does have a UMP, so they might also be a little bit more restrictive with actually attempting to hunt him down. This is out the pistol. Won't find any success with that, even though it does force one of the SK players to look away. And overall here, SK still ultimately going to win out the round. It's just Optic really trying to do as much damage as they possibly can.
Yeah, they did good damage. I mean, 2 kills. I don't even think they bought half armor or anything like that. But that's like one of the most common anti-ecos you see on Inferno, is you kind of scout B, but then you have that fallback option at A. So they have those guys kind of walking at mid, they have somebody spawning ult, then they have Fallen, and I believe it was Phelps scouting B. And it's like, okay, because a lot of the time for anti-ecos on Inferno, you stack things, right? You see a lot of 4-1s on Inferno, for instance. So it's like if you can run into that stack and you only lose one person, it's pretty easy to take the other site, as long as you have 2 people, working in duos.
But into the next round we go, and it's going to be another pretty light buy, obviously, from Optic here. Just the 5-7 and the P250 on Rush and Naf, and then Tarek gets himself a Zeus. Pretty actually common thing for Tarek to go for here on the third round, but off of that, again, SK still the same type of split here, just players all over the place. Little bits of aggression here and there as they try to poke in, try to take as much early control as they possibly can. Now I will want to wait and see what happens outside of the T ladder or the T steps over there, because you can see that the CTs have gone for quite a big stack up. But unfortunately, SK for the most part are just going to bypass this and walk directly into the mid choke. coldzera waltzing in. He's not paying attention to the bottom of those steps, but Cold waltzing right in. Easy first pick up. Derek winning on this side, though, but he gets pushed from Taco, and beautifully played from SK. I don't even think they take any damage on that exchange there. Naf, at the very least, finds Phelps pushing it towards Banana, but the round's already over. He was just a late player there, trying to see if he can knock anyone else out from Optic. Well, they do locate the last two, ultimately letting them save a UMP, considering the next round's the counter round anyways. Not going to be a big deal. It's going to be SK moving up to 3 here in a second.
Yeah, now, you know, SK starting from where they left off on the last map, right? That's 3 for 3 on pistols.
The question is if we're going to see the consistency happen where Optic, because it was both times that SK won the pistol and then Optic started converting rounds from there on the first gun round. So now we'll get to see if they can do the same thing here and try to kind of immediately swing themselves back into the game. They also, again, did, at least in the second round there, did some pretty decent damage overall to SK. So while they're going to be pretty good looking here, obviously winning out this round, it should give them enough cash to buy in again after that first round. If Optic win it, they won't really be able to go beyond that. We can see again here the systematic clear out of the apartments that actually worked out really well for them. As you can see, coldzera drew the attention first, and then Taco just came up late up the steps there where they were originally looking towards, and executed both of them with no problems at all. So going to the first gun round. And even Optic playing it a little bit light here, as you can see the choice to stick on the UMP with Jason R, which Will's wielding here. Mixwell trying to go for the peek on Banana. Unsuccessful at first, but Fallen doesn't realize that he's peeked just a little bit on top of the wall there. So it's a really easy shot for Mixwell to hit, and they're long gone when Phelps moves past the wall to try and trade it. In the meantime, though, Taco as well, pushing himself all the way up to the edge of the long halls here, and he may have himself quite a few opportunities to take down players if he should peek into that doorway. There's 2 on the site waiting for him, but the smoke is going to kill that and probably send him back in a few moments here, with the rest of SK still looking for a path over here in towards the B bomb site. They do waste one of their Molotovs as well, with the smoke still on the site. Jason R, though, doesn't look like he actually noted Phelps. Somehow he got through that without being seen. So he's sitting right below Jason R currently, and he's going to be able to flank it out. He'll run into Tarek with his knife out, essentially, and there you go. There's one, but he doesn't check the boost. So Jason R is going to instantly trade it back into a 4v3 with advantage to Optic, but this was all fake, as in the meantime, the hit was working itself slowly up on towards A, with Fur along with Cold working in here. Mixwell even waiting on the arch position. That slow peek from Fur is not going to go anywhere. Mixwell thinks it's going to be a split since they had pressure on Banana earlier, and he's right about that. So he just falls back and watches out for extra aggression over there on the Speedway instead. And overall, the entire hit has pretty much been countered out, so they have to give up the push over here towards the direction of B and just send coldzera back out through the library, where they still have 2 players waiting on the site. Very passively, I should add, as Rush is just waiting up in that safe corner. He's able to take out coldzera with no problem at all. And Taco at 18 HP, there's no way he's pulling this off with 7 seconds left. He'll just fall back into T-Apps and save.
Yeah, great positioning by Mixwell. Makes it 4v5, gets the crucial kill to not only, you know, put themselves into a 4v2, but also, you know, pretty much know exactly what their plan was, right? To go through Arch, to split B.
And there we go again, the first little mistake from SK there, is they did give him that first kill and then reading into what the strat was going to be. But this is a much different opener from SK. I mean, you had mentioned this back over on Train about how they're playing it fast. They're playing it very aggressive. They want to get up in the face of Optic, but this time it's back to the older style of Inferno, where they play it extremely slowly and basically try to get as much control as possible before actually revealing their hand.
Who's the pause coming out from, Blue?
I would believe SK. It's probably technical. Excuse me. It's a pause from Tarek, so it's a technical pause.
Okay.
So should hopefully get unpaused as soon as his issue is fixed. Probably just like a headset or something like that. But yeah, this is going literally at the moment, obviously only 4 rounds, it's not a huge amount to discuss here currently, but at the current time, it's going the exact same way that Train went with. SK obviously controlling the first initial rounds here. Optics traded at the gun round. SK's economy is looking a little bit better than we saw initially on Train, though, so they're still, instead of having like a broken buy for the 5th round, they do get back into it with full AKs. So they have another chance here to just re-break Optic's economy and put them back onto a save. But if Optic win this one, all right, we're right back into that same situation where they're controlling most of the gun rounds, and SK has only been able to win out these freebies where they can actually control the CT economy.
Yeah, early car smoke coming out. And SK looks like they want to put, wow, another 4v5 by Mixwell.
And this one is pushing into the long hauls on A as well. Catches Fur. I think he tried to go up T steps. And Taco may move in to trade, but the problem is that, okay, even if he does work his way up here, there's not going to be any presence anymore. SK still also doing this this really split up opener as well, where they just have guys pushing all over the map to try and get some semblance of control. Phelps already working their way kind of past the staging ground and trying to move in. They may actually catch Tarek on the boost if they didn't actually hear him go up there, and they move in, but no, they're not paying attention to it. So Tarek, happy with the one, dips back down behind First Oranges here, and Jason R grabs the second. The B pressure's gone. Coldzera's going to come in, but he's a little bit late to the party, but nice spray transfer from Coldzera, and he reopens that sight right back up and puts us into a 3v2. Fast rotates are going to be on the way from Optic, and the problem for SK is they never gave Taco a chance to really regroup. Thankfully, already a banana here, holding a position from the edge of it, and we're going to see Coldzera try to go aggressively once more out through the church. He's knocked out. Taco is still over here in B. The smoke is restricting the retake from Optic, however, so they haven't pushed back in. Taco is actually still looking okay, but doesn't account for an actual banana push, and that's where Rush is going to take him right out, and Optic will pick up the second gun round.
Yeah, Cold, bringing it back with those 2 kills. But the real story so far in these gun rounds has been Mixwell. I mean, he's making it 4v5. And as soon as he makes it 4v5, if you notice, everyone else from SK ends up playing like a little bit looser. They take these battles, and it changes how they want to win the round, right? All of a sudden, the way they want to win the round is by like contact plays and things like that, and that just makes it so much more difficult, especially on a map like Inferno. If you're playing like a map like Cbble and you go down 4v5 on T, a lot of time you could do those contact plays. You can go out B and get those like initial frags. But on Inferno, it's really tough to 1v1 somebody on this map. It really is. If you're going out halls, what type of angles are you super favored at? If you're going into B, if you really know how to play B well, it really shouldn't happen. Like, that's probably the most common spot you're going to see people go in 4v5s is B. Not only because you can contact it, but you could also do, like a smoke play or a molly take, even if it's 4v5, because the rotate takes a while. But now SK on a force buy, 2 AKs, an UMP, Tech 9, and a Scout.
And already meeting some damage early on.
But look at Optic's utility. I mean, they're not wasting anything. They still have 4 smokes and 3 Molotovs.
And this is coming in as a result of just the super passive openers that we keep seeing from SK, where they obviously creep up really slowly, but they're not trying to force the issue. Even, with their actual movement, they're not trying to make any footstep sounds or anything like that, so it doesn't really make Optic want to toss out any of these smokes or any of these Molotovs or anything, and they never actually get close enough to the site to make contact, since Optic are playing so far back here. Now, they did leave the B side kind of open, so with Jason R repositioning there, they'll get control. He's able to counter out Taco, but then Fur flanks around him and does trade out the frag. Now Tarek holding here. Fur getting himself to First Orange is enough to get control of the site, but rotations are going to be coming in really quickly, and it's an even battle, but SK not having the superior gun power here. Fur, however, holding off Tarek does open up another opportunity, and they're pushing even more reinforcements over here, down to Banana Fallen, holding for one, but Rush jumps up from behind and re-evens this back out into a 2v2. Mixwell creeping in once the peak, he misses the shot though, and he's only got a P250 in his other hand, and now he's also just lost Rush. Left to go in quickly, he's also going to get flanked with another missed shot. He's going down, and SK reconvert and recontrol the lead.
Yeah, and those are the rounds that we really didn't see him pick up too many on Train. I mean, they had that Tech 9 round where they went through Z, but most of those rounds where SK was force bot, I think Optic probably did a better job of force buying on Train, but so far in Inferno, that round was very, very crucial, very critical. Mixwell still has an op, but now CTs have a much worse buy than the Ts. They're going to go for a triple banana push, try to take control.
Still 3 rifles at the very least to work with here now on Optics. Not the worst buy. Can still very well win them out the round, of course, with good graces in their favor. But Molotov early on, Mixwell just tries to take the shot at range and hopes that he can connect through the wall. Unsuccessful in that. So once more, Optic getting to push these players back early on. Also, as we were mentioning in the last round, they're not really getting them to use any smokes or any extra utility here, but continuing Optic to play actually rather aggressively, specifically when you look at Tarek there, just going for the swing out to try and find if there's more players here. Finally, they use a smoke. It's not perfect, though.
That smoke is terrible. Doesn't do anything.
As they can just hug the left wall and crouch right past that. So a little bit more delay for SK here as the timer continues to run down. Obviously Inferno, so we do still somewhat expect these a little bit more lengthier rounds, as the T's always need time to try and set up the appropriate route into one of the two sites. And at the moment, SK very heavily favoring the B approach here currently. But still, Smoke's prepared to line up now, and Phelps leading the charge, but really on his own. More than likely, the smoke toss out from him, and then Phelps will try to push in and pick up a few kills, catching Jason R. There comes the two smokes, and it is going to force a rotation from Mixwell, but also extra aggression from the two players that were on A here. So NAF will catch out one in that aggression, and this would be really the only thing that could save them at this point, is they've lost both those B players. They are going to go 1-for-1 on the actual A choke point, but now NAF is going to be very low at 12 HP, and he'll have to wait quite a long time for a rotate from Tarek. He thinks he's safe to peek out and punish the players on site, but no, will not be the case. And in this force-up gun round, Optic are not going to be successful, and Tarek has to fall back to save, and SK are going to push themselves up to a 5th.
Yeah, so SK not playing around this game, Blue. I don't think SK likes losing very much.
No, they don't. Especially not in an upset scenario like that. I think maybe they lose their first game of the season to someone like Cloud9 or Team Liquid or something like that, but not Optic, who have been looking rather messy over the past couple weeks here.
Yeah, they have. And SK, you know, they've been pushing back B consistently. And then that round, they push back B very quickly. They kind of wait a little bit of utility out. And then as they do the B fake, they throwing in nades, but Phelps is in front of the nades. And so a lot of the time what happens is the smokes and the flashes and the Molotovs go down, and then you pull out a flash when you start seeing that to like counter flash or whatever, because you think they're going to come, maybe you back up, get in a different position, and then Phelps is already there. So he catches you off guard, pushes straight through CT spawn, and it was just a B fake towards A. It worked out very nicely. Phelps and SK.
So full save here from Optic. Obviously, we still have Tarek with the rifle, but that's going to be rather short-lived. He's the first one to go down. Phelps finding that initial entry right over there on Banana. The rest of the team, I mean, they're back to their old tricks again over here, where they push up Banana early on. They push themselves forward over towards... they push themselves forward over here towards the mid-connector, or just the mid-choke point early on. So they're already taking fast control. And for Jason R and Rush, those last two, as you can see, are going to be cleaned up pretty quickly here, and it is going to be a fast 6th round for SK Gaming.
Yeah, that's looking great for it. I still think this map is pretty CT-sided, just from playing it, you know, as much as I have. I haven't played it like an insane amount or anything, but I still think a lot of the way it plays out is pretty true. I think Banana's a lot harder to hold, though. When it comes to CT, like playing it passively, because I don't think the triple box is like nearly as good. I think it's smaller, right? So it's a lot more difficult to get speed when you swing out to peek right or left, as Mixwell just rushes down. But again, it's 4v5. How many times now has Mixwell made a 4v5?
It's too many to count. Has to be closing in on double digits right here. So he gets that advantage. Rush is going to get challenged in a second, though. There's a lot of guys coming up, and he doesn't think that they're that far pushed up already. Problem is, nobody's really watching for this flank, so Naf goes in for a big spray. Only takes down one, but he got good damage on a Fur, a little bit more on a Fallen as well. Now, it's going to be very obvious that they're going to be splitting, since they have no pressure over there towards Porch. Taco converting, though, after they do lose Fur, but then Tarek right back into the mix of things, takes out Taco, and leaves Fallen as the only one alive. So it is, unless Fallen comes out with some huge heroics, you're more than likely going to end up being a 3rd round from Optic. And there you go. They pick it up, and they're going to get a free out for the job.
Yeah, and that was a double rotate out of B to watch the CT spawn split. That's very unusual. Very unusual. You know, some people push B, some people send one spawn, one stay in B, some people, you know, put somebody in construction and someone like Emo or something. But they actually went both from B to fight the players in CT spawn.
Oh, and now they're just going to push directly out of B. Look at this. Jason R goes right past the wall. He missed the guy. No, he actually does notice the Fallen's in there. Close up, though, and he's out of ammo, so he pulls the knife out. But Coldzera is going to be able to take him down there, and ultimately, that just becomes a 4v4 after everything is said and done.
Yeah, but did you see the flash they do while he's running? He full speeds in front of the short wall, and they throw a flash behind him, right to Mixwell's left off the, you know, like the gray bricks or whatever, and it lands behind him as he's running up.
So there we go now. Fur knocking out Naf, and it does look like, though, as a result of that aggressive push, that SK are going to be able to push in towards A. And without proper reinforcements here, they're not going to be able to have any attempt at a retake at all.
Messed up the observing blue. They're trying to keep it on him so they could show the flash that I'm talking about as SK just runs over the A site.
It's all good. So.
Don't blame me. Blame it. It's observer's fault, man. DJ and Heather, what are they doing over there? I see them. Sometimes they're playing Monopoly while they're observing.
They're playing Monopoly?
Yeah.
They have enough room for that over there?
They have an Xbox on one. Like, they just... It's unbelievable, those guys.
Just wasting time.
They're the bad boys of the...
Just in their dark corner in the back of the room. So, at the end of it, though, SK...
They need to take their jobs a lot more seriously, is what I'm saying.
They're not liking that too much. Spamming the question marks. There's too many question marks, though. They're just supposed to post the one question mark. Isn't that what you usually do? But that is going to put Optic, with SK winning out that round, that is going to put them onto a save here. Actually, no, they force into it, so excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, SK is looking pretty dominant. And, you know, I think anytime you can get an op like this, a lot of the time it's a really good force buy. I mean, if that op makes it 4v5, it should, in theory, be, you know, a very, very CT-sided round on Infer.
The observer's just moving over, making obscene remarks towards us as well. What is this? Wow. We're just being treated poorly now.
Security.
Leaving their posts.
Again! This is like... This has got to be like the 10th or something round. Be, you know, going back to train.
That's what I was saying, yeah. He's got to have it towards double digits at this point, where he just comes in and makes the early entry. Unfortunately, in this map, it hasn't been working out so well, because usually... Optic are able to kind of hold on to that advantage, but now the problem is SK always are able to trade it. Naf, okay, that gets hyper aggressive there. Naf technically doesn't get a kill, but Fur kills Phelps, so I guess it works out to be a trade. So it ends up 3v3. Problem is, though, is that Fallen reads into this fast rotate as everyone moves over from B. He's already taken down Mixwell. He spots at least one more coming out of Arches there, so he'll be able to just relay that to his teammates and fall back behind a smoke. Tarek actually catching Fur, getting aggressive there, so now with Fallen also low, but Fallen again on point in this round. He's up to a 3K.
By Fallen, yeah.
And now it's Jason R to try and clutch 1v2. And moving forward, never mind, is going to get denied here.
That was a cool round by Fallen, though, Boo. He goes and he takes mid as a T, runs through Rap, kills like 2 people there, and then he goes and he holds mid as a T from Porch. Just goes around the world across that like square, right? And then ends up being like in a CT position, essentially.
Well, at the very least, Jason R will finally take down Fallen towards the end of this round, and he upgrades to the op there, so putting their overall buy into this next round. Again, the problem is like Optic have continued to force the issue here, thinking that they could break SK, but it's led to this pretty great lead for SK because of the fact that they keep losing it. So it's 8-3 now, and while they will have that op, no one else really has a choice, so they're going to have to save.
We'll see if Mixwell can make some magic happen. Looks like he's going for that mid pick right away.
I wouldn't even go into it initially and mistimes the shot there when someone does actually leap in towards mid. So no early connection. We do, however, see I think it's a nade or something like that hits Phelps, so he's gonna lose about 40 right at the start. Little means very little, however, when you consider what Optic actually have invested here. Just P250s, Rush hasn't bought anything, and Jason R's got himself like a half buy with a deagle and kit. So he's got the biggest buy beyond Mixwell, and even Mixwell is on like glass cannon with that op here too. But he's in a bit of a riskier position as he's basically just fallen back to the A site. And again, with flashes and whatnot, Optic really scared of that B pressure, and this has been part of the issue, is it seems like they keep over-rotating towards B, and that kind of lets SK move in with the bomb towards A, while only having to deal with, at most, like 1 or 2 players on the site to actually take it and get the bomb onto the ground. And we can see that as a result happening once again here is, while they still have 2 lurking A, 3 are going to push towards B as they have it all smoked off and everything. Phelps doesn't really have a clean path in, but there's still 4 players from Optic here trying to hold it off, and only Mixwell without armor to defend over on the A site. They are going to move the bomb in towards B, though, so this could work out to be a bit of a trap that Optic could spring against them. And, well, out they go. Phelps isn't going to know where he is as he's taken down first off. Fallen able to trade that, but now they do know the amount of presence that's here, so they're going to take it much more consciously. Unfortunately, there's not enough time to wrap it around to the other bomb site, but Rush trying to push forward here, finding one through the CT smoke. That's going to take down Coldzera. Quickly falling back, however, as he has upgraded himself, so he just wants to get out of here for right now. Jason R is caught running up from Nubox. Nap will trade, but then Fallen also holding back, is able to pick up an additional kill. Now, though, he needs to find this plant, and the problem is he doesn't really have a whole lot of time to do it, so he'll commit. Rush will walk right up, drop the bomb. That's the round. The CTs are going to win it. So Fur's just going to have to back off and save his AK.
Wow, so just a complete 4-man B stack on that CT side, and that time the anti-eco was very, very different from SK because they knew Mixwell had that off. So if you just send somebody to scout, it could be different. So they kind of go for a more full commit. Fur was kind of lurking, just completely out of the play. Wasn't able to make an impact at all since there's 4 people at B. And Optic wins that round. Just off pistols and 1 off, and that's it. No half armor, nothing.
Right back onto the buy now will be SK, however, since they still remain dominant up to this point. Boost for Mixwell. They're spraying into it, though, and this is where they might actually be able to counter him. And oh, he goes in. Looks like the shot's a hit, but no, not the case.
They were so ready for that.
Yeah. Coldzera takes him down, and now they even go looking for the guy that was boosting him up. Fur just trying to check things out here around Boiler, and he's getting pushed him over by Rush. Rush is successful.
My goodness, that was an awesome peek by Rush.
So he picks up the counter, or just the trade there on the Fur to take him down. And re-evens it back into a 4v4. SK, though, really for one of the first times in this half, they are actually going directly into one of the sites. They've been wanting to kind of toy around with both of the sites and try to make Optic mis-rotate off of that, but this time they are just going to directly commit over here towards A. You'll see Rush and Naf here to defend it. Rush specifically still kind of out in the open from this position, and because of that, Phelps is going to be able to take him down on their initial push inside. Jason R can't see anything, nor can he help out with the site push, and in his commitment around towards the library wrap, Fallen just going to take him down. An advantage that looked like Optic were going to be able to keep control of here. Naf is also caught moving in the open, so Taco's going to take him down, and Tarek's all the way over on B, so he'll be saving, and SK will just trade out this round once again and put themselves up to 9.
Yeah, finally Mixwell getting punished for being, just incredibly aggressive this whole series. It's going to put SK on 9, and, I mean, I do think this is still a CT-sided map, but, before when we used to play Inferno, I mean, it was also at different round times,
Yeah.
It used to be like 11-4, 12-3 on CT side. I mean, it was like very regular. Sometimes like 14-1. It was so CT sided. Now I don't think it's quite as CT sided. I still do think it's inherently CT sided, but on the new, Halls is really easy to take as a T. The walls are paper thin. You could literally just throw a Molotov in Boiler and take control because there's no bedroom anymore. It's so easy to take control of Halls. Then you have Banana. Seems like it's at least in the games I've seen, it seems like as Ts you could still take control of it, just mollying the car and whatnot. You could definitely take control, and then it's obviously more difficult to hold as a CT because the tri-box, it's not as good. It's just really not a good spot anymore. Like, I don't know, I never see people have success there anymore. It's a lot smaller. There's no crack in the middle that you could take pop shots and get info from. But, so all in all, I think, we're seeing Fur just runs up mid for a quick pick, kills Mixwell.
Naf wanted to be close here to Phelps, but didn't realize that Phelps was still hugging the short wall. So
but I still think it's like a 9-6, 8-7. I think it's a little bit CT-sided, but not super CT-sided like it was. I actually like the map. I think they did a really good job. A lot of good improvements.
So Optic are trying to make this map a little bit more closer for themselves, but on this round, not really panning out the way that they would have hoped. Again, it was looking good at the beginning for them again here. It's kind of found its way back into the harness of SK as they continue to get the early frags here. Mixwell not being able to convert anymore and pick up that early kill to bring it down to a 5v4. And on this round specifically, Optic continuing to be super aggressive to try and hunt for trade frags, but just not getting anything. They've read the fact that the B bomb site is more than likely just completely an open book at this point, so they'll smoke and flash it out really quickly and then just go in and take control, and more than likely they're just going to force the save on Tarek and Rush.
Yeah, and I was trying to think what, because I was playing it last night on Inferno, and I would just, every time people would try box, it was pretty easy kill generally. And I think the reason is, if you look at try box now, I think it's small enough to the point where when you used to play try box on Inferno, when they used to be pushing you, you used to be able to kind of wide swing out of it and kill the guys, maybe coming up spindle or whatever. Now, I don't think you hit like full speed because, obviously it takes time to get full velocity when you start running in CSGO. So I don't think you hit like full speed, and I think that's why it's like an easier kill at try box. But, obviously the crack not being there as well is huge.
So it will be indeed SK winning out the round here, going up to 10. Tarek, though, and the others are going to try to hold off. Obviously, they're going to the last round, so they just want to try and drop these guns the best of their ability. Tarek having himself a nice old time, though, and he's going to be able to successfully save. Rush even gets the third kill. Those deaths mean literally nothing, however, as it's 15th round and SK all have the cash to rebuy back in.
I mean, stats mean everything, dude. What are you talking about? No.
They lost the round. They don't get RWS anyway.
Well, to be fair, I don't think any pro player cares about RWS like, as a stat line at all.
We did for that segment, but...
You did? Yeah. But are you a pro player?
No, definitely not. I mean, you can answer that question for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, RWS is pretty... I don't think it really means anything. I mean, I don't know.
And immediately at the beginning of the round, well, we do see another player from Optic chiming back in to find that early kill. It's not Mixel anymore, though. In fact, he doesn't even have the op this time. It's actually Tarek wielding it. He got that nice 3K at the end, so he just decides to hold on to it for the 15th round. And actually does pick up the first frag over here towards the B site, and he may be able to get some more if we do decide to see Phelps re-aggress in towards it. And Tarek actually taking his own initiative upon this. Phelps made his re-peek into the op. He's holding the tight corner here. He sees him, but he is baiting and taking the shot. So Phelps swings out immediately, headshots Tarek, and now they can re-aggress back inside, regardless if this bomb is going to commit itself to the site or not. Rush did rotate in, so Tarek's death will still leave them with a 2-stack of players on this site. Phelps, though, trying to crouch over towards the grill, and it works out because he not only takes out Jason R, he also gets Rush, who's just lurking everywhere and destroying everyone on this site for Optic. It's SK to control the site, and Coldzera now gets the 4th kill. So Naf, again, he's probably not going to have a hope in the world of doing anything, so more than likely this is going to end 11-4. Just looking for a way to creep back up here and line up the first kill. Good headshot for the first, but doesn't pay attention to the church, so Phelps will swing right out and trade that again. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, with an impressive play at the very end for SK. They hold a much more dominant lead. It's the one that those of you that were coming into the set blind may have expected. 11-4 for SK. We'll see if Optic have a chance to bring it back in the second half here in just a moment.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
So back down to reality, it seems, here for Inferno as SK hold the lead 11-4 coming off of the first half. Optic, unfortunately, is not able to capitalize on a lot of their early frags very well for the CT side, and in some cases just straight up not getting them. So now they've got a huge comeback swing to work towards on T side.
Yeah, and Optic's inability to, win rounds, especially when it's like 4v5. Mixwell made a 4v5, like 3-4 gun rounds there. And they still lost those rounds. And normally that's not going to happen. Like, normally SK isn't going to let Mixwell just run wild on them like that and have those type of problems. So, having said that, like, Optic just really did not play very well on that round.
I mean, you could see it towards the very end, too. That's like, finally they get the adjustment on the Mixwell to finally start countering him out, and then at that point, we're really not seeing anything from Optic at all, and it was just full control for SK. So, now, I mean, this is one of those scorelines where if we do see the 11 team take the pistol, it's pretty much all but over. Really, 1 or 2 gun rounds will be able to solidify the match there. Let's take a look as SK has gone 3 for 3 tonight on those pistols. Getting right into it here to take a look at their opening strat. Well, it looks like, again, they're going to be splitting themselves up initially, but then grouping up pretty quickly over there towards alt mid. Fur won't spot anything except for maybe Rush pushing himself over there to the crossroads. Everybody else with a fast push up alt mid. They don't reveal themselves in terms of their footsteps. So there's one player firing off a couple shots that they'll be able to hear, but everybody going up towards the T steps here. This could give away. Taco mistimes his peak though, so he does have to fall back and give them room here. They're going fast outside of this one. Taco gets flashed, won't be able to stop the initial play from the outside. Rush also taking down Phelps. Fur being able to trade it back. It's all over the place right now as everybody's picking each other off one by one. Fur with a wide peak though gives himself to Mixwell, and now Fallen and Coldzera are going to have to look to 2v3 clutch this, and Fallen's really going to have to wait as well as Coldzera is just now arriving into the library position before he's rotating towards B, and he doesn't last very long. Optic holding, and Rush along with Mixwell just turning themselves into turrets there on the site. Fallen is going to go down to Rush. He ends up with a 3K on this pistol, and finally Optic 2 win a pistol.
Yeah, finally. Might be too little too late, though. We'll see. I mean, a comeback is definitely possible on this T side of Inferno, but they got to get past these anti-ecos. And I've said this, last time we cast in Inferno, I think Inferno on the CT side is one of the easier maps to eco people. I really do. It's easy to fall into a stack. It's easy to take a risk on CT side Inferno. It's easy to get in close range quarters with like a CZ, for instance, in halls or around boiler, or maybe getting aggressive in boiler mid-round, being aggressive halls, being on the balcony, whatever. And we see a lot of anti-ecos being won on this map. Or sorry, ecos.
So now it's just going to be Optic again splitting up early on to watch out for these eco-aggressive pushes that we might see from SK. Specifically, you've got Coldzera pushed out from the B site, kind of watching out for long pressure right now. Phelps finding himself a bit of an engagement there towards the window early on, but nothing significant. Just gets tagged for half of his HP. Cold spots the play on B and does promptly fall back, and has his teammate toss in a nade to respond to it here. Tarek also spotting one pushing out from the steps. That's Taco, but it actually misses the shot, so he's just going to fall back again. And working off of this one, SK obviously not finding much to start off, but at the very least they are causing delay on the Optic push. Not too much, though, as they're already getting ready to push in towards Banana here, and they hold close quarters to this one. Fallen swings out. He had a good pop flash, actually, so he gets one, and this is going to cause for a quick rotation for Fur. Some of the others already all the way down mid, too, with Coldzera not finding much. Optic still looking good here. A 4v3 now. Fur is going to get himself successfully over here towards the garden in time, and he actually just gets directly up close. Tarek sprays into it, though, and stops Fur from actually getting anything done. So for Taco and Phelps, not a whole lot that they can actually accomplish now, and they will more than likely fall back to save, giving Optic a 6th.
Yeah, just pretty much just the default setup, it looked like, from SK there. No real risk being taken, no stack. Not much craziness going on from them. And Optic, I couldn't tell if that was if they were going to scout B or commit on it. But that pop flash, I don't know if Mixwell was blind. I know there was 2 blind, but almost works out even better than we thought. I think Cold definitely misplayed that a bit. A lot of the time when that spindle smoke happens, usually the best thing now is if like you're by yourself, you go to the right of the smoke, kind of next to the emo corner. So you go in the smoke, and then you go to the right, and then a lot of times people aren't watching it, and you can get killed, especially if you haven't given away your spot yet.
You can see the quick clear out coming in here from Optic after they...
So you see right there on the left towards emo, if he goes towards his left from the player's point of view that we're looking at,
yeah,
you can kind of crouch in it, and a lot of the time the smoke is elevated there, and you can kind of see...
See directly under it a
yeah.
little bit. Well, Optic again having themselves hopefully a little bit of an easier time with this round. They do lose a few players in that last exchange. Phelps close up on the wall. Mixwell. Oh, he looks away at the last second, actually, so he's going to give him